Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook, Naruto, Uchiha's Unserious Saga, Chapter 65 to 120, Chapter 65, The Verbal Vendetta. 1,498 words. Hamura said angrily, "Do we have to die in battle for it to be okay?" Koharu asked anxiously, "What should we do now?" Hiruzen inhaled deeply, keeping his face calm, and said, "Don't worry. In the end, rumors are just that, rumors. It's not that hard to disprove them, we just have to." "Do you think Uchiha Funan will give you a chance?" Danzo suddenly interrupted. Hiruzen glared at Danzo fiercely and shouted angrily, "How dare you speak? Who do you think is responsible for the current situation?" "I." Danzo admitted it shamelessly. "Then you are still talking nonsense." "No, Hiruzen." Danzo said solemnly. "I see that you are hesitating. You probably don't have a good plan. It would be better to hand everything over to me. I will make sure that Uchiha Funan regrets his actions today." As he spoke those words, a dead silence fell over the Hokage's office. Hiruzen had tears in his eyes and his body was shaking. At this moment, his mood was extremely complicated. Thoughts of dying ran through his mind. Of course, before he dies, he must kill Danzo. Koharu and Hamura clutched their chests. "What's happening?" Danzo frowned and asked, "Don't you trust me?" Hiruzen sighed and said calmly, "Danzo, now I just want to kill you, so please shut up, otherwise, I will really do it." Relaxed Funan was lying under a tree, swinging his chair. He took the cup of tea and began to sip. In the distance, a tall figure was slowly approaching. Funan was surprised and said, "Jiraiya? When did you come back?" Jiraiya sat down next to Funan and said, "The third generation sent a message that something big happened and asked me to return to Konoha immediately. Who knew that I saw a big show just after I came back? It's a free show. We don't charge you any money. Aren't you happy?" Funan laughed playfully. "Funan." Jiraiya's words were serious, and he said, "Stop it, the matter has become big, if it continues like this. Don't fuck with me." Funan said coldly. The Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes, with cold killing intent. "Your eyes?" Jiraiya looked at Funan in shock. "Mangekyo? You actually awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Swoosh. Swoosh. Sensing Funan's killing intent, his guards rushed over one after another and surrounded Jiraiya. "Back off!" Funan shouted sharply. The Uchiha guards retreated silently and disappeared. Jiraiya was shocked again. The 10 people who had just appeared were all Jonin Uchiha. Has Funan's control over Uchiha reached this level? Funan said calmly, "With these eyes, the Uchiha clan now has 3 pairs, and that is only what can be seen with the naked eye. I don't know how many more there are in the shadows." Jiraiya clenched his fists instinctively, feeling a heaviness in his heart. The Uchiha clan is so powerful, it's no wonder Danzo wants to take action. "Jiraiya, I should have told you that after you leave, don't go back to Konoha, let alone show up in front of me." Funan's words were calm. "Funan. Jiraiya, tell me, why can't a Hokage appear in the Uchiha clan?" Funan asked calmly. "If they have that wish, is it wrong? There have been many recent events, there have even been 2 assassination attempts against me, why? Have I done something wrong? They say the Uchiha are planning a coup, do you think I would do it?" Jiraiya was deeply worried, he couldn't say anything, but he was full of anger towards Danzo. The third Hokage is also wrong, allowing Danzo to act that way. "Are you coming here to tell me to stop?" Funan asked calmly. "Isn't that too much? Am I the one who acted first?" He looked at Jiraiya and said coldly, "They think the Uchiha clan is dangerous, so they come and beat us up a bit, boasting that the Uchiha should kneel and not stand up. Who do they think they are?" Jiraiya could feel Funan's anger. "Funan, isn't peace good?" "Ha, don't say this to me, does it make sense to me? I just said that the one who struck first was not Uchiha. Even if a war breaks out, don't blame Uchiha. Jiraiya, the fun has just begun. You can't stop it or prevent it. Wouldn't it be better if you went and found the child of destiny? Maybe he can change all this. Funan picked up the teacup. If Jiraiya and Tsunade also return to Konoha and side with the Hokage, it will really be a blow to Uchiha. But Funan has to apologize. Not to mention that these two people may not be on the Hokage's side. Even if they are really on the opposite side of Funan, Funan has a way to deal with them. Jiraiya sighed quietly, turned and left. He couldn't persuade Funan. Jiraiya. Looking at Jiraiya's retreating figure, Funan spoke. Now that you have returned, go see Minato's son. As an Uchiha, I can't help him. Help? Jiraiya was startled, and his pace of leaving suddenly accelerated. At this moment, the Inoshikacho plans were not calm either. Shikaku has been acting secretly, carefully wooing some strong people. Now he is forced to stop too. Even the trusty Torafu has also been attacked. At this time, many people looked at him with doubts. Uncle, what exactly happened back then? Shikaku was sitting across from Torafu, watching the fat old man curse and couldn't help but ask. What's happening? Torafu said with narrowed eyes. Do you also think that we harmed Tobirama-sensei? No. Shikaku waved his hands repeatedly and said, I'm just curious. What are you curious about? Shikaku was obviously hesitant. Say it already. Okay. Shikaku smiled bitterly. A lot of things don't make sense. Don't bother with outside rumors. The truth is that the Hokage died, and the Hokage guard returned and became the new Hokage and the elders. Torafu was choked. Staring at Shikaku, Torafu said helplessly, in fact, it was Tobirama-sensei who ordered us to retreat first, and he was responsible for defending the rear. Looking at the silent Shikaku, Torafu shook his head and said, Tobirama-sensei's death can only be said to be an accident. Accident? Yes. Torafu said helplessly, we all thought that Tobirama-sensei could come back alive because he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Now most people within the village also talk about that technique. Shikaku said. Everyone doubts the Hokage guard precisely because the second Hokage mastered that technique. How could he die, even if he was at a disadvantage? He could have retreated unscathed. Yes, we thought so at the time. Torafu sighed and said, who knew that Tobirama-sensei would be like this? Ugh. Why? Treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths. What? Shikaku stood up in shock. Yes. Does Kumogakure have those things? Who would have thought? Torafu said calmly. No wonder Kumogakure has been competing with Konoha to take the position of the #1 shinobi village. It must be said that, apart from Konoha, Kumogakure is indeed the strongest. He was vaguely worried. Konoha has been experiencing problems in recent years. What about Kumogakure? It has almost no missing nin. The development of the entire village is also relatively stable. If another war broke out, could Konoha remain as before? But now no one can stop. The sword has been unsheathed, we can only move forward. Then what should we do now? Shikaku also had a headache and said, it's incredible that we've gotten to this point. We must find a way to stop it. Torafu said in a deep voice. If this continues to escalate, there will inevitably be a war, and Kumogakure will likely not let this opportunity pass. How to stop it? Shikaku was speechless and said, I'm sure Uchiha Funan's killer move is still to come. Isn't this a killer move? That kid is a beast? Even now, I'm so scared that I've lost weight. Torafu's tone changed. It is not. Shikaku shook his head firmly. If it ends now, it shows that Funan doesn't have many trump cards. However, according to my understanding of him, if he doesn't have enough trump cards, it won't cause any trouble. Torafu rubbed his brows with a headache. Swoosh! A shinobi appeared in front of them. Shikaku looked tense and said, what's wrong? The latest information. The shinobi said respectfully as he handed in a report. After everyone finished reading, they were startled. Uchiha Funan, is he crazy? The report contained intelligence about rumors from outside. Uchiha Funan, for his mission, abandoned his companions. But had they forgotten that there was a man named Hataki Sakumo, who abandoned his mission for his companions? The people also criticized him, and in the end, he died. So which one of them is right? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 66, Hokage Havoc. 1514 words. As the villagers debated whether the Hokage had the will of fire, Funan was placed next to Sakumo for the villagers to choose from. Who did the right thing and who did the wrong thing? Hataki Sakumo was not like the others. In his time, to follow his own will of fire, he chose to sacrifice himself. When his story spread throughout the village, the reaction of the villagers was unexpectedly great. Even his actions became a measure to evaluate people like Sarutobi Hiruzen. The villagers' faith was greatly affected. Is everything that is done wrong? The rumors about Hataki Sakumo caused all of Konoha to teeter on the brink of collapse. The Hokage residence was surrounded by many people demanding an explanation. It seemed that if they didn't get a satisfactory explanation, they would destroy the building. Hiruzen's face turned pale. He had never imagined anything like this. That man who had been dead for years was suddenly remembered this way by everyone. Sakumo and Funan seemed to be telling everyone that they would always be wrong, that they could never be right. Hiruzen. Koharu's voice trembled. Hamura almost collapsed in his chair. Even Danzo had cold sweat on his forehead. The Hokage's office was filled with smoke. Hiruzen smoked cigarette after cigarette. The four people sitting in the office could hardly see each other. What are we going to do about the external situation? Koharu took the initiative to continue. The number of people around the Hokage residence continues to increase. We must resolve this as soon as possible. Danzo said coldly, how to solve it? How do I know? Koharu jumped up, furious. But if we don't solve it as soon as possible, Konoha will be destroyed. Do you know how many pairs of eyes are looking at us now? Hamura was completely silent, huddled to one side like an ostrich. Danzo also remained silent. No matter how domineering he was, he wouldn't dare to act against the people outside. Otherwise, he would have no place in Konoha. The third Hokage suddenly sighed and said, the matter has reached this point and must be resolved. He stood up and walked outside. Hiruzen! Hamura exclaimed. What do you want to do? Apologize. What? Hamura stood up immediately and said, no, you are the Hokage. The third Hokage sighed and said, right now, we have no choice. Danzo looked at his back and gritted his teeth. Uchiha Funan. Standing on the platform of the Hokage residence, Hiruzen looked at the crowd below, with complicated and stunned faces. Hiruzen sighed deeply, then said, I was wrong. The Hokage's first words made everyone fall silent. Many people looked at the old third Hokage with complex looks. He looked even older. I am not a qualified Hokage. I am not a qualified disciple. I am not a qualified implementer of the will of fire. But the will of fire must exist and continue. With a calm but extremely serious tone, Hiruzen continued. I will resign as Hokage and propose that Konoha officially starts the campaign for the 5th Hokage. Wow! The villagers could no longer keep quiet. These events dispersed his original anger and questions. They could question the will of fire, they could be angry and curse the 3rd Hokage, but they couldn't stop the rise of a new Hokage. The chaos seemed to have been calmed momentarily. However, the 3rd Hokage and the others knew that if they didn't handle this well, during the elections for the 5th Hokage, if any problem arose, then it would be a huge disaster. Hiruzen sighed and decided to contact Funan. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to step down? Funan looked at the excited Uchiha, smiled, and said, what are you excited about? This is just the beginning, and besides, hasn't he stepped down yet? He is still the Hokage. Yes. Tetsuhi still couldn't hide his happiness. Hiruzen has definitely stepped down. This is Uchiha's victory. Moreover, the Uchiha clan is so powerful that the 5th Hokage can only be them. It must be Funan. Nobody else. This was not just Tetsui's thinking, but the general thinking of the Uchiha clan. Funan looked at the excited Tetsui and said calmly, "Tetsui. Here." Tetsui looked at Funan excitedly and almost said, "What are your orders, Hokage-sama?" However, after coming into contact with Funan's cold eyes, he shivered violently. Funan said calmly, "Notify all jonin of the clan that they are summoned to a meeting." Yes. Tetsuhi hurriedly left. At this moment, Funan's momentum was too strong. Tetsuhi, full of doubts, prepared to notify the jonin of the Uchiha clan. We, the Uchiha clan, will finally have a Hokage. Correct. Other than us Uchiha, who else has the qualification to become Hokage? Ha, how exciting. Due to Hiruzen's imminent resignation, the jonin of the Uchiha clan also met to discuss. As soon as Tetsui approached, he heard those words and was puzzled. Originally, he also thought like this. But thinking about Funan's cold gaze and seeing his clanmates so excited, he suddenly realized. Damn it, are they a little too arrogant? Hiruzen hadn't stepped down yet, so he might have been plotting something bad against the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha are not only not preparing but are also considering how to become the 5th Hokage. Have they forgotten how the village rejected them? Do you think this is a victory? Tetsui understood. The Uchiha's old habits started again. Tetsuhi walked toward the Uchiha angrily. An Uchiha who had been with Tetsui couldn't help but smile when he saw him. Brother Tetsui, come on, we are discussing. Tetsuhi slapped him hard on the face. Brother Tetsuhi. The Uchiha were stunned. Tetsuhi, what are you doing? You're crazy? The Uchiha shouted angrily. Tetsui looked coldly at the Uchiha in front of him and said in an icy voice, "Tell me, what will you do if ANBU attacks Uchiha now?" The Uchiha were stunned, and their anger suddenly began to drop. Meanwhile, Tetsui's anger increased. Chief Funan has warned us time and again not to relax at critical moments, especially on the eve of victory. Because the enemy is waiting for that moment. And what do? You are awesome. Now you are starting to think about the 5th Hokage. Do we win? Has the 3rd Hokage abdicated? Even if he abdicates, will we win? Don't forget, he already abdicated once. Can any of you guarantee that he won't return? The Uchiha jonin looked at each other, silent. The clan is having a meeting. Tetsuhi snorted coldly and said, "Let me tell you, Minister Funan is very dissatisfied with this matter. Be prepared." Wait. A cold sweat ran through the Uchiha jonin. Is Minister Funan going to call a clan meeting? Just because of this, because of what we've done? Tetsuhi snorted coldly and said, "Good luck." More than 80 shinobi gathered in the Uchiha clan. Right now, the Uchiha clan is full of talent. Since the founding of Konoha, there has only been one time when the Uchiha were this strong, during the time of Uchiha Madara. However, the powerful Uchiha at this time did not show any signs of arrogance. They lowered their heads slightly, looking uneasy. Just because of the man sitting on the main seat. Uchiha Funan. He sipped the tea and looked calm. The calmer he was, the more uneasy the Uchiha became. After a while, Funan finally opened his mouth, his first sentence making everyone in the room jump. Don't think about it, Uchiha will not take the initiative to sit in the Hokage's chair. What did you say? Setsuna couldn't help it anymore and jumped out first. Funan, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Funan was very calm. Looking at the commotion of the Uchiha jonin, he said calmly, "What makes you think the Uchiha can be Hokage? Our current strength is strong enough." The person who said these words was Shiryu. She spoke at this time, which played a guiding role and spoke out the inner thoughts of many Uchiha jonin. Funan took a sip of tea and said calmly, "What's wrong? Now you doubt me? Are you questioning me? You wouldn't obey my orders, would you?" There was a sudden silence all around. The Uchihas looked at each other. Yushiro immediately said, "No, Minister Funan, you will always be the leader of our Uchiha, and we will absolutely obey your orders. However, we have doubts in our hearts, and we hope you can clear them up for us." Funan looked at each Uchiha. The Uchiha Jonin all bowed their heads to show respect. Finally, Funan's gaze fell on a gloomy face. Uchiha Fugaku. He shot a fierce look at Yushiro. "I am still the clan leader now. What you just said, where did you put me? I am the supreme leader of Uchiha. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 67, Konoha needs to beg us. 1464 words. Okay, I'll tell you a little bit about what I think. Funan placed the teacup on the table. His expression changed and his aura became extremely sharp. The Uchiha Jonin became excited. This is their leader. Although he is usually not serious, he is absolutely reliable and worthy of all of them dying for. It is almost the consensus of the entire Konoha that Uchiha will not be the Hokage. Funan shouted coldly. "I just want to ask, why? Why can't Uchiha become the Hokage? Because we are strong? Because they think we're dangerous? Because they think our Uchiha's personality is extreme? Shit." Funan shouted firmly, "Each shinobi clan in the village has its own problems. Let's take the Sarutobi clan. Decades ago it was a small, insignificant shinobi clan. If the second Hokage hadn't advocated supporting civilian shinobi, what would become of them? Nowadays, they have become thousands, more than 3,000 shinobi. This is what makes Hiruzen the great third Hokage?" These words surprised the Uchiha Jonin, even Fugaku's jaw almost dropped. Wait a minute. Setsuna directly interrupted Funan. The old man's eyes almost popped out of his head. "You said there are more than 3,000 shinobi in the Sarutobi clan?" "Yes," Funan said decisively. "In terms of the number of shinobi alone, the Uchiha and Senju at their peak combined cannot compare to the Sarutobi clan." "How is that possible?" Setsuna sat on the chair absent-mindedly. "How is it impossible?" Funan sneered and said, "Hiruzen has been Hokage for decades, constantly sucking blood from the village to replenish it for the Sarutobi clan, and the Sarutobi clan has always held a key position in the village. The biggest problem is that they have never been to the battlefield and have rarely shed blood. Is it difficult to raise thousands of pigs after decades?" The Uchiha were all speechless. "Oh, by the way, you don't know," Funan said with a smile. "But there are many things in Konoha that you don't know." At the last sentence, Funan's voice suddenly rose. The expressions of the Uchihas at this moment were extremely ugly, as if someone had poured cold water on them. No matter how arrogant they are, they can't ignore one thing: the Uchiha clan is small in number. The total number of all shinobi does not exceed 1,000. The number of enemies suddenly increased by 3,000. No matter how proud they were, they would feel tremendous pressure. What's more, they are not stupid. They all thought that the Sarutobi clan has more than 3,000 shinobi, but what about the Shimura clan? What about the Utatane clan? And the Mitokado clan? Even if the other three clans are not as strong, couldn't they gather 1,000 or 2,000 shinobi? Funan said nothing and continued to drink tea. At the same time, he silently observed the expressions of the Uchihas. When he noticed that the Uchihas were gradually returning to calm, he couldn't help but smile. Too arrogant for their own good. Facing all enemies calmly and confidently, this kind of calmness was the Uchiha he wanted. After a while, the Uchiha gradually recovered. "Okay, Funan, now can you tell me why Uchiha can't be Hokage?" Fugaku looked at the Uchiha, and after confirming their status, he said in a deep voice to Funan. Bang! Funan slapped the table hard. With a bang, the table shattered. The loud sound startled the Uchihas, who were still a little confused and trembled all over. Including Fugaku, who almost performed a fire release from shock. He glared at Funan fiercely. "What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you breaking the table like that? Why? Why else?" Funan said angrily, "The whole of Konoha is rejecting Uchiha. They don't want Uchiha to be Hokage. This is the reason." "What kind of reason is this?" Fugaku said, dissatisfied. "Is it possible that I, Uchiha, am still afraid of them? Of course not." Funan looked at the Uchiha and said, "But are they willing to accept it? Anyway, I'm very unhappy." Funan said coldly, "How much contribution has Uchiha made to Konoha? How many sacrifices have been made? We are one of the oldest families in the shinobi world. The establishment of Konoha has us as the core. Now, those bastards have grown up and are excluding us. Why? Who do they think they are? In comparison of strength and heritage, how are they better than us?" The Uchiha's eyes turned red again. Seeing that the atmosphere calmed down, Funan stood up suddenly and shouted, "So, I have made a decision, Uchiha will never take the initiative to fight for the position of Hokage." Everyone looked at Funan, waiting for the rest of his words. "I want everyone in Konoha to beg the Uchiha to accept the position of Hokage." The Uchiha couldn't help but be stunned. "Yes," Funan said loudly. "When we are strong enough. When we can despise everything. Even if we put the Hokage's position in front of them, would they dare to sit down? Does a genin dare to sit in the king's position and give orders while being watched by a group of jonin? My clanmates, work hard to increase your strength and obey my call." Funan said loudly, "When the opportunity is right, I will let you see what the true glory of Uchiha is. We don't want to fight for it, we want them to take the initiative to come to us and beg us to sit on the position of Hokage." Shiraya stood up immediately and said, "Minister, do you want the Uchiha to be above Konoha? That's how it is." Funan said loudly, "Uchiha, do you have the confidence to do it? Long live the minister." Minister. The Uchiha were completely crazy. The clan meeting ended and the Uchiha returned to their normal state. Of course, the secret rumors have not stopped. After Hiruzen publicly apologized and expressed his intention to abdicate, the village was briefly quiet for a while, and then the discussion resumed. The villagers were shocked when Hiruzen announced his retirement as Hokage, but once they recovered from the shock, they continued talking, although not with as much emotion. Under the guidance of Funan, several new versions of the rumors appeared. Uchiha Kagami was killed by Danzo. He was one of the best disciples of the second generation. Why was Akimichi Torafu forced to retire? After he returned to Konoha, he was only in his early 30s, which was the peak period of a shinobi. Ataki Tsukumo was forced to die by Danzo. He was the best candidate for the position of the fourth Hokage, but he died like this? There is also Orochimaru. It is said that he betrayed Konoha because of Danzo's frame-up. When the fourth Hokage died in battle, where was Danzo? Wasn't he the Hokage's advisor? His strength couldn't be bad, right? By the way, there are also elders Koharu and Hamura, because they didn't appear during the battle. Also, where were the elders Koharu and Hamura during the Third Shinobi World War? It seems that they did not appear on the battlefield. How come they didn't appear during the war but are so arrogant in peacetime? There is also the third Hokage. Why haven't I seen him on the battlefield? Isn't he the strongest Hokage? Does the Hokage need to be in charge of the overall situation? Shit, all the Kages from other villages have appeared on the battlefield. It is said that the Tsuchikage is older than the third Hokage. Isn't he still going to the battlefield? A new round of rumors has begun. This left Danzo and the others vomiting blood. Especially Danzo. Shit, as long as there's someone famous in Konoha, they've been wronged by him in one way or another. Danzo doesn't know if it's an illusion, but he feels that the people around him look at him differently. He also noticed that Koharu and Hamura were looking at him with a slightly unpleasant smile on their faces. What's the meaning? Danzo blared at them. To his surprise, Hamura turned around and quickly left, while Koharu looked like she was about to faint. What are you two doing? Danzo looked unhappy. No, nothing at all. Koharu looked nervously and tried to smile.
Damn, if it weren't for these rumors, they wouldn't have known that Danzo had done so many things. Now the two of them are also scared, lest Danzo one day doesn't like the two of them and kills them casually.
Didn't you see that Hiruzen looked wrong when he looked at Danzo today?
I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 68, Itachi's surprise and Danzo's displeasure. 1,497 words. That's enough for you. Danzo looked angry and yelled, "What are you guys up to?" Ahem.
Hiruzen coughed dryly and said a little sarcastically, Danzo, I don't know, but I'm shocked that you have done so many earth-shattering things.
Damn. Danzo blared at Hiruzen. Monkey, doesn't it hurt you to say those things? Have you thrown your conscience to the dogs? Who do you think I did all that for? I did it, for Konoha. And also, is there anything I did that you don't know? Don't act oblivious now. Don't be so despicable. Ahem, okay. Hiruzen straightened his expression and said, Uchiha's rumor offensive has begun again. We need to choose the 5th generation Hokage as soon as possible. Once the 5th Hokage is elected, the Konoha corrupt quartet will be able to evade attention and wait for things to calm down.
However, this 5th generation Hokage must be theirs, and must not be Uchiha, otherwise, they will be liquidated. Danzo's face was gloomy, because of the rumors in the past few days, he was destined to miss the 5th generation Hokage.
Damn Uchiha.
This would force her to consider the 6th or even the 7th Hokage.
What will we do with the Uchiha clan? Danzo asked angrily. Will they recognize the 5th generation Hokage we elected? They may be up to something else. You are wrong.
Hiruzen thought about the latest information he received, his eyes couldn't help but look strange, and said, Itachi has conveyed a piece of information, please take a look. Hiruzen handed the three a piece of information. It was the content of the last meeting of the Uchiha clan. It not only included the number and names of the participants, but also completely recorded the words that Funan said. After reading it, the three of them were stunned.
Koharu said, Hiruzen, is this information true?
There was some surprise in her words. If this information is true, they won't have to worry about Uchiha for a short time. Moreover, this proves that they still have a very important chess piece buried in Uchiha.
Uchiha Itachi, what a good boy. It shouldn't be fake.
Hiruzen said solemnly. With Uchiha's temperament, they can indeed do such a thing, let the village take the initiative to give up the position of Hokage to them, Besides, I still have a secret weapon in my hand that I haven't used in many years.
The content he sent back is not as detailed as Itachi's. Itachi, you are worthy of our trust. To be honest, he had doubts about Itachi before. Including Shursui. Who knew, Itachi actually gave him a surprise. He is indeed a man with the will of fire. Danzo murmured to himself, Uchiha Itachi.
He suddenly raised his head, looked at Hiruzen, and said, Hiruzen, hand over Itachi to me.
What do you want to do? I've thought of a way to deal with Uchiha. Danzo said excitedly.
Hiruzen, believe me, as long as...
Bang!
Hiruzen threw his pipe directly at Danzo.
Danzo subconsciously avoided it and shouted angrily, What are you doing, ugh?
He saw Koharu and Hamura raise their chairs and prepare to attack him.
Hiruzen took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, Danzo, remember, you are not allowed to attack Uchiha again, do you hear me? Danzo snorted coldly. Did you hear me?
Hiruzen slammed the table.
The loud noise surprised Danzo and the others. Okay.
Faced with that aggressive gaze, Danzo reluctantly responded.
By the way. Hiruzen said again, the censor shinobi and genjutsu specialist shinobi will be arriving soon. What do you mean? Danzo refused. It doesn't matter.
Hiruzen said coldly.
Just checking to see if you've been affected by a genjutsu. How dare you insult me? Danzo was shaking with anger.
However, in the face of Hiruzen's increasingly fierce gaze, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. After a thorough inspection, it was confirmed that Danzo did not have any problems. Danzo felt relieved, but his face was full of anger, and he was about to get angry, but when he saw the expressions of Hiruzen and the others, he couldn't help but feel a chill.
What's your expression? Ahem, it's nothing.
The three of them coughed awkwardly, but their expressions were ugly.
Didn't Danzo fall into a genjutsu? Wouldn't that be even more terrifying? Thinking about their recent losses, they were uneasy. So this is Danzo.
It's not that he's causing trouble on purpose, but he's useless. Hiruzen calmed down his agitated mood and said in a deep voice.
For now, we will leave the Uchiha side. Itachi will keep an eye on them. Besides, Funan has also said that the village should beg the Uchiha clan to take the position of Hokage. Ha!
Hiruzen couldn't contain his anger. The other three also had faces full of mockery.
Hiruzen, the fifth Hokage, who are you going to choose? This is a top priority. Koharu asked. Is it Jiraiya?
Jiraiya had recently returned to the village, and this could not be hidden. They all believed that Hiruzen called Jiraiya back at this time in order to take over the position of Hokage.
However, Hiruzen remained silent.
Jiraiya, unlike the others, was too naive and stubborn.
If he became Hokage. No.
Hiruzen shook his head decisively and said, my choice is not Jiraiya, but Kakashi.
What? Danzo and others were shocked. Kakashi?
He is too young, and his strength and prestige are not enough to support him to become Hokage.
However, in an instant, they understood why Hiruzen chose Kakashi. They couldn't help but fell silent. Kakashi was indeed more in their interest.
Hiruzen sighed and said, if it is Jiraiya, it is actually just right, but he has a loose personality, and he himself is not willing to become Hokage.
Danzo couldn't help but shook his head and said, the village will not accept Kakashi. Hiruzen obviously understood, and couldn't help but feel a little irritated, saying, then, what are we going to do? Actually, we still have one candidate. Koharu suddenly said. Who?
The others were surprised.
After hesitating for a moment, Koharu whispered, Akimichi Torafu. He?
Hiruzen was also stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, no, he's already quite old.
Even if he becomes Hokage, how long can he last? Koharu continued, so how about we appoint him as acting Hokage? Koharu said in a deep voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen has made mistakes and resigns the position of Hokage.
However, since Konoha is not stable and we need someone to handle the situation, in the absence of suitable candidates, I propose that Akimichi Torafu be the acting fifth Hokage.
Hiruzen began to consider it. Danzo looked at Koharu in surprise. This old woman actually has a brain? What a surprise. Aren't you responsible only for trivial matters and meaningless things together with Hamura? How did you get involved in high-level issues? Torafu.
Hiruzen was still hesitant.
Koharu said helplessly, we have no choice. Let's let Torafu take charge for a while. We'll wait for Kakashi or someone else. Don't forget that behind Torafu will be us. Okay.
Hiruzen finally made up his mind, called the ANBU, and ordered him to find Torafu.
You will soon be the acting Hokage, how do you feel? Shikako looked at the depressed old fat man with a smile. Torafu glared at him and said, in this situation, is this something worth being happy about? Shikako smiled and said, if it weren't for this situation, how could Hiruzen and the others be willing to give up their rights? Torafu frowned, looked at Shikaku, and said, boy, could it be said that besides Uchiha, you also had a hand in what happened recently? That's right. Shikaku didn't hide anything and said, I'm collaborating with Funan and the Uchiha. You know that. Torafu was stunned, when did they plan this? Shikaku smiled slightly but did not answer.
Based on the changes in the village, one can deduce what the other party is planning.
Acting accordingly is the key.
If possible, it would be best for the position of Hokage to remain in the hands of the Inoshikacho clans.
Shikaku thought for a moment and sighed again. Inoshikacho's power is still insufficient. After arranging everything, Funan slowly walked towards the Forest of Death. After Danzo's many sacrifices and using the power of Uchiha to gather the life energy of a large number of death row prisoners and many animals, the fruit in Funan's body finally advanced. Level 5, Eye Technique.
In fact, the 5th level fruit can't even reach the Kage level. However, the situation in the village has changed too much, and Funan can't wait to improve his eye power. As Funan was pondering, an arm slowly rose from the ground and headed towards his back. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 69, Funan vs. Obito. 1611 words. Swish.
Funan turned around fiercely, a shuriken appeared in his hand, and he swung it quickly.
A masked eye looked at him. The shuriken missed any entity and passed across the masked man's face. Uchiha Obito.
Funan's eyes were deep, and he quickly retreated, keeping distance from the other party.
How brave you are to attack me, Uchiha Madara. Funan sneered and said, in that case, let's dance until death. Shadow Clone Technique. Bang!
For Funan's shadow clones appeared and began to form seals at the same time.
Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Boom! Countless crimson fireballs, like bullets, began to bombard everything around them. Obito coldly watched Funan, neither dodging nor moving, staying in place and letting his opponent attack him.
You have guts. Funan's original body couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
Boy, keep it up. If you hide, you will be my grandson. Oh, you also have the Sharingan, maybe I, Uchiha Madara, will be your grandfather. Obito's eyes became increasingly gloomy. He is obviously Uchiha Madara.
This damn bastard was always talking about being Uchiha Madara, and he always did it in front of him. However, Obito still didn't speak, his eyes locked on Funan.
He wanted to know how much chakra Funan had. Today, he definitely had to test each other's limits. He.
Funan seemed to know what he was thinking and changed his tactics. Only one clone used the Phoenix Sage Fire technique on Obito, while the other 3 clones stared at him.
Obito snorted disdainfully and said indifferently, with such little ability, how dare you?
The rest of the words stuck in his throat.
He stared blankly at the huge Susanoo. I originally wanted my clones to entertain you one by one, but you dare to make fun of me, Uchiha Madara.
Funan, inside the Susanoo, crossed his arms and smiled arrogantly.
Don't you know that I, Uchiha Madara, that's what I hate the most?
Susanoo stared at Obito coldly. A muscle in the corner of Obito's eye twitched.
Dance on my hand, you bastard. Funan shouted, the huge palm lunged out fiercely. Boom!
There was a loud noise and a huge pit appeared. Obito slowly walked out of Susanoo's palm, looking calm. Funan stared at Obito with his Mangekyo. He would have to admit that the Kamui was really powerful.
However, there is no invincible technique. Kamui also has a time limit. Boom! Another slap came down. Obito used Kamui to avoid it again, maintaining his calm posture. He. Funan smiled.
He began to attack non-stop, one slap after another. Obito looked relaxed and carefree, as if he didn't care about anything, but as time passed, his expression changed.
That's enough, Uchiha Funan. Obito stood on Susanoo's palm and said coldly, I'm not here to declare war. It doesn't matter if it's war or not, we will fight first. Funan laughed and Susanoo continued to attack.
Finally, Obito couldn't hold on any longer, disappearing hundreds of meters away with several flashes.
Uchiha Funan, have you had enough? Do you really want to fight me to the death?
He shouted angrily, with an expression of surprise and fury. Facing Susanoo, he really had no choice but to run for his life.
He.
Funan sneered and slowly raised his left hand. A blood-red sphere appeared in Susanoo's palm, and the sphere was burning with liquid like flames.
Damn it! Obito's pupils contracted violently. He was finally frightened, and his voice changed a bit, and he shouted, Uchiha Funan, stop! What did you say? I can't hear you. Funan pricked up his ears, seemed to be listening, and then sighed helplessly. I'm getting older, I can't do it anymore, alas. Swish! The huge blood-red ball flew towards Obito. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. A huge wave spread in all directions. Even Funan, using the Susanoo, was affected by the shock wave, being pushed back repeatedly. But he was smiling. I had wanted to try this trick for a long time. In fact, it was not bad at all, almost at the level of a tailed beast ball. All he needed was to give it an impressive name. Drip! Drops of blood flowed down Funan's face. He was taken aback for a moment, smiled and wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes. Tisk, TSK, little one, not bad, you survived. Funan looked at the embarrassed Obito with interest and said, the time and space ninjutsu saved you. Otherwise, there would be nothing left of you. All of Obito's clothes were covered with holes and the mask on his face was torn into pieces. Funan, don't forget that there is still cooperation between you and me. Do you want to kill me? Ha, do you still remember the cooperation? Funan said lightly, then why did you attack me just now? I was testing you. Obito said angrily. What a coincidence. Funan chuckled and said, I was testing you just now. Obito's body was trembling slightly, partly because of fear, and partly because of overuse of Kamui. At that moment a series of presences approached. Although they were in the forest of death, they were still within Konoha's range. Such a huge movement, as long as the people in Konoha are not dead, they will definitely notice it. Funan looked at it and smiled, it seems that our cooperation can only wait until next time. He was happy to work with Obito. Last time, he had obtained a list about ANBU members en route from Obito. Thanks to that, he was able to eliminate many troublesome people within the Uchiha clan, allowing his rumors plan to go smoothly. In addition, he also wants to get the secret of Obito's body. Obito snorted coldly and glared at Funan fiercely. Funan also glared at Obito fiercely, what? You're still not convinced? What I like most, Uchiha Madara, is that violent little personality of yours. If I defeat you, I'll feel quite accomplished. Obito's mouth twitched, and he left quickly. Humph. Funan curled his lips and said, next time, if you dare to attack me again, I will beat you up, you disrespectful brat towards elders. After thinking for a moment, he also left. When the Konoha shinobi arrived, they only saw a huge crater. Fallen trees, broken rocks. The surrounding terrain had changed drastically. Oh my god. A shinobi murmured, what caused this? A natural disaster? The third Hokage's expression darkened slightly. The complications seemed endless. How could such a fierce battle break out so close to Konoha? Hiruzen was very irritable. He was about to give an order, but after seeing the shinobi present, he couldn't help but swallow it back. At this moment, Konoha's shinobi are clearly divided into 4 factions. One faction was the Uchiha. Another was the Hokages. The third was that of the Ino-Shikacho clans. The rest were neutral factions that did not get involved. Hiruzen's face looked horribly ugly. A village is actually divided into so many factions. Is this an attempt to divide the village? Everything is because of these selfish Uchiha. If it weren't for them, how could it be like this? The ANBU will stay behind to investigate, while others will step up patrols of the village. Don't give the enemy a chance. In the end, Hiruzen gave the order. Yes. There was no problem with this order, and the shinobi chose to accept it. Seeing this scene, Hiruzen felt distressed again. No, he wants to elect the 5th Hokage as soon as possible. His prestige has been hit to the limit and is not enough to support him to continue to be Hokage. With that in mind, after returning to the village, he headed straight to the Ino-Shikacho clans. Me, the acting Hokage? Torafu pointed at his nose with a look of surprise on his face. Yes. Hiruzen said solemnly, you are the only one suitable. No. Torafu shook his head and said, I'm only a few years younger than you, how can I be Hokage? I'm too old, no way. Damn, did you do it on purpose? This means that after the real Hokage takes control, I'll still have to go out. The corner of Hiruzen's mouth twitched and he said, Torafu, you are indeed not young anymore, so I decided to recommend you to be the acting Hokage. Take some time and let's cultivate the real 5th generation Hokage together. Torafu shook his head faster, and he said disdainfully, I don't even want to be the real Hokage, much less an acting one. Who do you think I am? Anyway, I'm not doing it. Hiruzen took a deep breath and patiently persuaded the other party. Finally, when the 3rd Hokage's mouth was dry, Torafu finally nodded. Hiruzen breathed a huge sigh of relief, and after discussing some details, he stood up and left. Remember. Torafu said seriously to Hiruzen, I will be the acting Hokage, I cannot take over permanently, or you will face me. Hiruzen. Even if I die and have nowhere to be buried, I won't let you take over permanently. Also, Torafu said seriously again, as acting Hokage, I will work for 10 years at most. I will not work any longer. Hiruzen. Don't say 10 years, if you can work for 5 years, I will take your last name. Finally, Hiruzen left the mansion with his hand on his heart. He always suspected that Torafu was conspiring with Funan. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 70, The Strange Calm. 1667 words. After the battle with Obito, Funan needed to rest. The Tsujihaji no Kokuo could reverse all the side effects of the Mangekyo, but it required time, it was not instantaneous. At the same time, because of this battle, the entire Konoha has undergone tremendous changes. The biggest change was the disappearance of the rumors. How could Konoha remain calm after what happened in front of its gates? Who knew when the enemy would attack again? No matter how dissatisfied the villagers of Konoha are with the Hokage and others, what matters more is their own lives. At this time, they will definitely not dare to make trouble. After Funan knew this, he was slightly startled and then smiled. Is this considered the Hokage's last struggle? It seemed that these people were not yet willing to give up their power. Hiruzen, the battle was caused by me. Don't dream of taking advantage of me. At least, you should pay me for it. Immediately, another rumor feast began. Did you know? There are shinobi fighting in the Forest of Death. Yes, it is said that it caused great destruction. With all the things happening in the village recently, it is as if there is no peace at all. You're wrong. What do you mean? It is said that what happened in the Death Forest was done by the Hokage and others. No way? Why not? Haven't you noticed that the village has been peaceful in the past 2 days? They were originally supposed to elect the 5th Hokage, but that was cancelled too. Now they say to be careful of enemy attacks. That must be their strategy. You can't think like this. What if something happens? Hokage-sama must consider the overall situation. Then if this continues, we will never choose the 5th Hokage? Let the 3rd Hokage do it for another 100 years? Many people were confused. They said there were enemies, where are they? They can't just say something and expect everyone to believe it, right? 2 days have passed and there is still no sign of enemies, but the Hokage is acting as usual. Are they being fooled again? The villagers' anger was gradually aroused again, and it was even more intense than last time. The Hokage residence was once again besieged. Hiruzen and others felt dizzy for a while. Hiruzen was really angry this time. He looked at Danzo and the other two, gritted his teeth and said, "Didn't I ask you to send all your men? Why aren't the rumors under control yet?" Last time, Uchiha dominated public opinion, which could be explained by lack of preparation.
This time, when Hiruzen was preparing to continue ruling, he had sent all the members of the 4 clans because he was worried about the problems. Hiruzen felt that his anger could not be suppressed at all. The corner of Danzo's mouth twitched, and he said with difficulty, "I didn't know it would be like this. I have obviously sent out all the people who can be sent out." Koharu suddenly asked, "Could it be a genjutsu? Whether it is true or not, we can't confirm it." Hiruzen sighed. Danzo said unwillingly, "I have clearly ordered that anyone spreading rumors be caught and the spread controlled to the extent possible. However, rumors have exploded overnight." Hiruzen said impatiently, "Okay, let's announce." Bang! An ANBU hurriedly broke into the office. "Shinosuke, what are you doing?" Hiruzen looked at the ANBU angrily. The leader of the ANBU, Sarutobi Shinosuke. If she weren't his son, he would have already hit him with a stick. "Hokage-sama." Shinosuke looked nervous and shouted, "The rumors outside have changed." "What do you mean?" Hiruzen suddenly became nervous and shouted loudly, "What are they spreading now? Did you know? Not only did Danzo harm many people, but in fact, Hokage-sama harmed even more people." "What do you mean by this? Who did Hokage-sama harm? Think about it. After the second Hokage died in battle, why did Sarutobi Hiruzen become Hokage? Is it really the will of the second generation Hokage? After becoming Hokage, why did Uchiha Kagami die? At that time, Uchiha was the strongest clan in Konoha, right? Uchiha Kagami is also the most popular candidate for the position of Hokage, right? Second, there is Hatake Tsukumo, the most respected among the candidates for the 4th Hokage, even surpassing the 3 Sannin. But what happened? He also died. These are things from the past that have already been mentioned before. The other person had a skeptical expression. "Ha, really? Don't worry, I have the third one here." "Third?" "The 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato." "What?" After Namake's Minato became Hokage, the ANBU did not change, and the positions of the elders did not change. You must understand what this means. It means that the 3rd Hokage and the elders still have power. However, Namake's Minato is the Hokage after all, and he gradually took power into his hands. Just then, he died. The man stammered, "Didn't the 4th generation die to seal the demon fox?" This is what the 3rd Hokage said. Who knows the real situation? Why do you say that? Because the 3rd Hokage just said 2 days ago that he would choose the 5th Hokage, and now he has disappeared. To put it bluntly, he doesn't want to delegate power. Whoever dares to touch his rights will die. Uchiha Kagami is like this, Hatake Sumo is like this, Namake's Minato is like this too. This conversation spread throughout Konoha like the wind. Everyone was dumbfounded. At this time, the will of fire was mentioned again. During the 2nd generation, the old 2nd generation died in battle. During the 4th generation, the younger 4th generation died in battle. Regardless, the 3rd Hokage is still alive and in power. Is this a coincidence or luck? Also, there is one more person. Orochimaru. He is the most likely person to become the 4th Hokage after Hatake Tsukumo. However, at that time he began to disappear from everyone's attention and was later rumored to be doing human experiments, being declared a renegade. Is this true or false? One moment he was the Hokage candidate and the next he was a missing nin. Isn't the contrast a bit big? And Jiraiya and Tsunade, why haven't these 2 Sannin returned to Konoha? Many people feel more and more horrified the more they think about it. Many people even came to think of one person. Senju Nawaki. The heir of the Senju clan, the most orthodox successor to the position of Hokage, died unexpectedly on the battlefield. It's not a big deal if a shinobi dies on the battlefield. Many people wanted to scold him. How come none of your Sarutobi Hiruzen's children died on the battlefield? Moreover, Senju Nawaki, as a disciple of Orochimaru and the grandson of Senju Hashirama, many people are paying attention to him and secretly helping him. It's crazy that he died in front of Orochimaru.
All of Konoha fell into a strange silence.
The people surrounding the Hokage residence actually slowly dispersed. The rumors also disappeared. However, it was only now that the third Hokage and others truly understood that something bad was going to happen.
Sometimes causing a little chaos isn't so bad. Venting internal anger can help calm things down. But this silence means despair. Damn Uchiha, damn Uchiha.
Hiruzen was like a defeated dog at this moment, roaring crazily in the office. The entire office had been smashed into rubble by him. He had just gone out, and even the staff in the Hokage residence had extremely strange eyes when they saw him. That look made his heart almost stop beating.
Danzo suddenly said, "Hiruzen, give the order to let Akimichi Torafu become the agent of the 5th Hokage. After that, we will choose a truly qualified 5th Hokage."
Hiruzen nodded heavily. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. He raised his head sharply and looked at Danzo and the others, shouting, "What looks are those?
What do they mean?" "No, nothing."
Danzo and the others quickly avoided his gaze, but in their minds, they were secretly muttering.
"Good guy, I never knew you had done so much, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Monkey, you made us understand what it means to be ruthless and don't talk much. It's so scary. I will definitely be obedient from now on."
Danzo was shouting loudly in his mind, "Hiruzen, 2 days ago, you were looking at me like this.
Now you understand how I felt at that time." "That's right. How can it be just me? Only you can."
Hiruzen glared at the others, snorted loudly, and said, "Notify all the Jonin, and have them prepare for a high-ranking meeting."
"Yes." The ANBU in the dark quickly went to convey the order. "Where's Kakashi?" Hiruzen asked. "Let him come to see me." "Yes." Another ANBU left. Danzo frowned and said, "Hiruzen, do you still want to promote Kakashi? Who else can I promote besides him?" Hiruzen snorted. He wanted to promote his own son. He was even prepared for it, since the new generation of Inoshikacho was about to graduate from the Ninja Academy. He wanted to arrange for Asuma to become the Jonin leader of the Inoshikacho team and gain their support. The ANBU captain was his eldest son, so it was impossible not to support his younger brother. In a few years, Asuma will be eligible to become the 5th Hokage. Now, all plans have been disrupted. It's better to let Kakashi test the attitude of others. However, Hiruzen was no longer thinking about the 5th Hokage, but about having someone from his clan try to become the 6th Hokage. Hiruzen's gaze was deep. But Danzo couldn't help it anymore and shouted directly, "Hiruzen, have you never considered me? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 71, Hatake Kakashi. 1532 words.
Hiruzen glanced at Danzo with a faint look but said nothing.
"Considering you? I just want to kill you now." From the moment he became the darkness of the shinobi, Danzo was destined not to become Hokage. Can't he understand something so simple? Unless there really is no one left in Konoha, otherwise, let him remain the dark shinobi. Being stared at like this by Hiruzen, how could Danzo not understand what the other person was thinking? He gritted his teeth. "Just wait, Hiruzen, I will definitely become Hokage. Definitely." The Mangekyo appeared in Funan's eyes. The powerful pupillary power surprised both Itachi and Shisui. Although they both also had the Mangekyo, when they faced Funan, they were easily defeated. Fugaku's forehead was also sweating. He looked at Funan in disbelief and said, "We all have the Mangekyo, why are you so strong?" Funan was satisfied with the test results. Although due to the fight with Obito, he failed to consume the fruit in the forest of death. But now he is very satisfied with the results after consuming it. Does this need to be explained? Funan ran his hand through his hair and said, "Because I am a genius." The three in the room rolled their eyes. Funan. Fugaku hesitated slightly and said, "Could it be that your dojutsu has surpassed the Mangekyo?" "Oh." Funan raised his eyebrows and said, "You mean there is a level above Mangekyo?" "There should be." Fugaku hesitated.
I've reviewed family records, and some suggest that there is a dojutsu beyond the Mangekyo Sharingan, something even more powerful, but I don't know what it is.
The Rinnegan. What? Fugaku was stunned and exclaimed, "What did you say?" Rinnegan. Funan smiled softly and said, "Clan leader, you are right. Above the Mangekyo, there is a higher level dojutsu, which is the Rinnegan. But evolving the Mangekyo into the Rinnegan is not a simple thing. Since the Uchiha clan has existed, it seems that only Uchiha Madara has achieved it." Fugaku's expression was dull, his breathing was a little short, and he murmured, "Does the Mangekyo Sharingan evolve into the Rinnegan? Is that true, Funan?" Fugaku suffered an unprecedented impact. "Is true or false?" Funan asked back, "Do you have a method to evolve your dojutsu?" "This. You don't have it, do you?" "There's not even a clue." Funan chuckled and said, "Just like many Uchiha now know of the existence of Mangekyo but have no way to develop it. In this case, why bother thinking so much?" Fugaku had a gloomy expression, gritted his teeth and said, "Then why did you tell me? Wouldn't it be better if you didn't tell me?" Funan spread his hands and said, "I see you want to know so much, how can I bear not to tell you?" "So you're basically telling me I can't do it?" "Exactly. You want to fight?" Funan looked at Fugaku with a smile and said playfully, "I don't mind, how about we let Itachi go out and we can try?" "Humph." Fugaku snorted coldly and said, "It's not like you don't know the side effects of Mangekyo. At this time, how can you consume it internally? Besides, even if we fight for real, why would I take my son out? In a real fight, he should be by my side." "Ahem." Itachi coughed dryly, his eyes wandering around the room. When Fugaku looked at it, his vision went dark, he couldn't take a breath and almost fainted. He pointed at Itachi with trembling fingers and gritted his teeth. What do you mean? You won't help me? You want to help Funan?" Itachi shrank his neck and said awkwardly, "I didn't say that." Fugaku was lucky not to be angry to death. Shursui, on the side, also felt embarrassed. At this time, he didn't know what to say. Anyway, Itachi had absolute respect and admiration for Funan. It can be said that whatever Funan asked Itachi to do, he would do it. Swoosh! An Uchiha came to the four of them. "Fugaku-sama, Funan-dano, the Hokage has sent a message requesting the attendance of all the jonin of the village at a meeting." "Oh." Funan was surprised for a moment and then smiled. "Looks like it's time for the Inoshikacho plans to take the stage. Konoha's strategist Shikaku is truly amazing." Fugaku frowned and said, "You mean, Nara Shikaku was also involved in what happened recently?" "Surely." Funan smiled and said, "Otherwise, how could the effect be so good?" The key is that Funan can only rely on guessing and can't find any evidence. The Hokage and the others had no idea. They firmly believed that there was only one enemy, the Uchiha. At most, they suspected that Torafu wanted more power. Funan's expression was relaxed. This isn't a bad thing. If something happens in the future, the three clans, Inoshikacho, the Hokage faction and the Uchiha, will discuss it. Funan was an expert in this type of situation. Furthermore, the power of the Uchiha would undoubtedly be the strongest, as long as he was present. "Let's go." Funan smiled and said, "The four of us can go to the meeting and let the two old men protect the clan." "That's fine." Fugaku looked at Shursui and Itachi. The four of them are the top 4 members of the Uchiha clan. Funan-dano. A voice called as the 4 left the Uchiha clan's territory. Funan looked up and narrowed his eyes. Hatake Kakashi. At this moment, he did not show the usual careless attitude. Instead, she looked at Funan seriously and coldly. "Ha ha." Funan smiled and said to Fugaku, "You go first, I will come later." Fugaku and Shursui left immediately, but Itachi nodded to Kakashi. The other party is his captain in the ANBU, and his strength and conduct are worthy of his respect. It would be best if the other party could be persuaded by Funan to join them. "Come with me." Funan left in an instant. Kakashi followed closely behind. the two quickly came to a forest. Tell me what is happening.
Funan looked at Kakashi with a smile and said, as an Uchiha, being with people from the Hokage faction for a long time will make other Uchiha suspicious.
Kakashi's face twitched. If Fugaka-sama and the others don't say anything, no one will know that I have come to see you.
Kakashi pointedly said.
The Uchiha of today are not the same as before. Keeping an eye on you won't be easy.
Before Funan appeared, Fugaku had been suppressing the Uchiha to avoid conflict with the village, which led to the Anbu and the route becoming bolder and more openly observing the Uchiha from outside the Uchiha clan's territory. But now Funan ordered several elite Jonin Uchiha to capture all the Anbu and route near the Uchiha clan, then he beat them unconscious in front of the clan gates. The Anbu and route became honest. Not to mention monitoring the Uchiha, they did not dare to approach the Uchiha clan, because the Uchiha patrol team and the Konoha police force would take the initiative to cause trouble for them. If they had the chance, they beat them mercilessly. They wouldn't hurt them seriously, but they would leave bruises and swelling that would make them look bad for days.
Ha ha. Funan smiled and said, I can only say that Uchiha was bullied too hard and now it has exploded. Moreover, we are looking for the lost dignity and pride.
Kakashi paused slightly and said in a deep voice, Funan Dano, the fight between you and Hokage-sama has nothing to do with me.
I don't want my father to be involved in it. He is already dead.
Kakashi's last sentence was loaded with murderous intent.
You hate your father's suicide, don't you? Funan suddenly spoke and said, in your heart, an outstanding shinobi like Hatake Tsukumo should not end in this way. He is a great shinobi and should die in glory instead of committing suicide at home in obscurity. He is still your father. No matter how wrong he is, you don't want him to die, right? You know nothing.
Kakashi's eyes were cold, and endless killing intent permeated his body.
Funan smiled slightly and said, Do you want to fight me?
Speaking of which, although you are older than me, during the Third Shinobi World War, I was your temporary leader on a mission.
You know how strong I am.
If we fight, you have no chance of winning. Kakashi did not speak, but silently straightened his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan. Funan sighed and said, Kakashi, you have lost your calm, because recent events have been involving your father.
You think this is blasphemy against him, right? Birdsong filled the air.
Endless lightning appeared in Kakashi's hand.
It seems like you're not in the mood to talk.
Funan shrugged and said calmly, in that case, let's talk with our eyes. 3 Magatama appeared in Funan's eyes, and his hands slowly formed seals. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 72, Kakashi's Eye. 1811 words. Amidst the sharp sound, Funan was penetrated by lightning. Bang! An explosion of smoke rose. Funan turned into a piece of wood. He then appeared in front of Kakashi, before launching a kick at him. Bang! Kakashi stretched out his hand to block it. The power of this kick was surprisingly great, enough to send him flying. Immediately afterwards, a shuriken appeared in Funan's hand. He threw it at Kakashi, who had just landed on the ground, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shuriken flying towards Kakashi turned into 2 in midair, then 4. Began to increase in number. At the same time, Kakashi pressed his hands on the ground. Earth release, Earth-style wall. A wall of earth appeared in front of Kakashi, protecting him and blocking all shuriken. Funan appeared behind Kakashi, chuckled, and stabbed Kakashi's waist with a kunai. Kakashi's body tensed, and in the next instant, he turned into a mass of lightning that flowed towards Funan's body through and through the kunai. This time, it was Funan's turn to stiffen. Funan looked surprised. Actually avoided his Sharingan? Kakashi's voice sounded, Earth release, double suicide decapitation technique. On the ground a pair of hands stretched out, grabbed Funan's feet, and dragged him into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. It's over, Uchiha Funan. Kakashi appeared in front of Funan and looked at him condescendingly. Lightning appeared again on his hand. Lightning release, lightning beast tracking phone. The hound composed of thunder and lightning roared towards Funan. Uchiha Funan, you should not desecrate the dead.
Kakashi's eyes were cold, and he struck without mercy.
A cry rang out.
Kakashi suddenly woke up, shocked to discover that the person dragged underground by the decapitation technique was himself.
Genjutsu?
Kakashi's expression changed drastically, and he said, "When?
What happened to my eye?"
Hatake Kakashi, you are indeed amazing. Funan looked at Kakashi with a smile and said, although you are not from the Uchiha clan, you have controlled the Sharingan to an amazing level, that really surprises me. It's a pity that compared to me, it's still far behind. Kakashi stared at Funan coldly.
Your strength, even if you look at the whole of Konoha, there are not many stronger than you, the 12-year-old jonin, Hatake Kakashi.
Funan smiled and said, but anger often leads to irrational acts. The incident with your father, that has upset you, otherwise, you would not have been captured by me so easily.
Don't mention that man.
Kakashi growled. Funan smiled, as he stroked Kakashi's head. Young man, you are too impulsive. Of course, you are not a young man if you are not impulsive.
I am quite optimistic about you.
Kakashi is now in his early 20s, very immature. Funan thought that this was a rebellious young man who needed a lesson from society, so he decided to beat him up in the name of society. Kakashi stared at Funan coldly.
You hate me? Funan asked.
Kakashi said nothing.
You shouldn't hate me, because I helped you.
Funan sat down opposite Kakashi, casually took out a piece of grass and stuffed it into Kakashi's nostrils.
You helped me?
Kakashi sneered.
What did you help me with? Funan asked with interest, don't you understand what happened when your father died?
Hearing this, Kakashi became calm instead. After a short silence, Kakashi said indifferently, you don't need to provoke me.
My father's death was just an accident.
Accident? Funan said in surprise.
How could Hatake Tsukumo's death be an accident? It was an accident. Kakashi said calmly. I am not a fool. I have investigated my father's death. Danzo triggered public opinion to attack my father. My father chose to commit suicide in order to prove his will of fire. I investigated my father's death and even questioned the Hokage myself. Oh.
Funan was really interested.
Have you ever questioned Sarutobi Hiruzen? What did he say? Kakashi stared at Funan coldly and didn't answer at all. Say it. Funan stroked Kakashi's head, while continuing to stuff the grass into his nostrils. Come on, tiger, tell me. Funan.
Kakashi roared.
I'm not your toy. Bang.
A shoe hit Kakashi on the head. Kakashi's eyes suddenly widened. Funan was holding the shoe he had just taken off and pointing it at Kakashi.
Are you going to tell me? If you don't tell me, I'll hit you, and to stop you from screaming, I'll cover your mouth with a sock.
When the time comes, although you want to talk will depend on my mood.
Okay, I'll say it.
Kakashi was frustrated.
I got carried away with anger.
Kakashi thought, full of regret.
Why had he sought trouble with Funan knowing that he was no match for him? Had he gone crazy? Funan urged, say it. Kakashi gritted his teeth and said, my father died in an accident. Did Sarutobi Hiruzen tell you?
Yes. Kakashi said coldly. The Hatake clan was originally a samurai clan.
My father, Hatake Tsukumo, is a shinobi and a samurai. Such a person is not suitable to become Hokage.
However, my father's reputation at that time was so high that even the Sannin of Konoha were suppressed by him. Furthermore, the daimyo offered him the position of Hokage. The majority of Konoha's people thought he would be the fourth Hokage.
So?
Funan looked at Kakashi with a smile. That's why Danzo manipulated public opinion to discredit my father. Kakashi said coldly. Hokage-sama knew these things from the beginning, but as Hokage, he must consider the overall situation. Appointing someone who was not suitable to be Hokage would have been irresponsible. That's why he had to sacrifice my father.
Funan nodded slightly and said, "Is there more?" "Everything is Danzo's fault," Kakashi said calmly.
The Hokage made mistakes, but I didn't expect my father to make such a drastic decision. His original plan was simply to disqualify my father from the position of Hokage. At this moment, Kakashi gritted his teeth, his expression turning icy. Obviously, he was very resentful about that.
"That's it? What else do you think?" Kakashi looked at Funan coldly and said, "There is no need to sow discord between Hokage-sama and me, Uchiha Funan. I admit that I am very dissatisfied with Hokage-sama's decision and even hate him. However, as a shinobi I understand that the necessary sacrifices are indispensable." Funan shook his head and slapped Kakashi in the face with his shoe. "Kakashi, I had #yen% and asterisk. You are wrong, Kakashi." Funan looked at Kakashi with a smile and said, "Your explanation also reflects the thoughts of many in Konoha. They also believe that Danzo tried to slander your father to take away his chance to be Hokage, and Hiruzen enabled his actions. Tsukumo's death was an accident due to these circumstances."
But that is not the case. Kakashi stared at Funan coldly and said nothing. He didn't believe Funan's words at all.
Hatake Tsukumo was Konoha's sharpest sword. During the Shinobi World War, he mainly appeared on the front lines against Tsunagakure. The Hokage never came out to fight.
It was Konoha's White Fang who took action against Tsunagakure's ultimate combat power, the third Kazekage.
Funan said calmly.
If you encounter Konoha's White Fang while doing a mission, you can directly abandon the mission and run away for your life first. This phrase originated in Tsunagakure and spread throughout the world.
Kakashi stared at Funan, still silent.
His reputation was so great.
But the third Hokage didn't want to retire. What could he do then? Kakashi showed a sarcastic smile and said, "You mean, my father's death was the Hokage's intention?" "That's how it is," Funan said calmly. "Danzo just wanted to discredit your father and make him lose the qualification to become Hokage. He didn't want to break this sharp knife."
But Sarutobi Hiruzen always intended to see him dead.
"Absurd!" Kakashi snapped. Hokage-sama was over 50 years old at the time.
He had reached the time when he had to find the next generation of Hokage.
How could it be possible? Who said I had to quit? Funan directly interrupted Kakashi's words, with a disdainful smile on his lips, and said, "Power is an addiction for many people." He stared into Kakashi's eyes and said, "After Namake's Minato died, there has been no new Hokage. Isn't this the most obvious evidence? Don't you think it's ridiculous that he was appointed to temporarily take over as Hokage at a critical moment, but he stayed on temporarily for 3 or 4 years? Don't say, there is no suitable candidate. Tsunade and Jiraiya, do you think that if Hiruzen wanted them back, they would refuse? They would."
Funan muttered in his mind.
He even suspected that if Jiraiya and Tsunade hadn't left Konoha, they might end up dying inexplicably one day. It wasn't a wild guess, there were too many strange coincidences. Orochimaru is a clear example of how they could end.
Still, that doesn't prove that the Hokage forced my father to die.
Kakashi spoke in a low voice. He stopped struggling and chose to talk to Funan. "What was the reason why your father was defamed?"
He abandoned the mission for his companions.
After Kakashi finished speaking, he was startled. Funan spread his hands and said with a smile, "Isn't this the best reason?"
Looking at the absent-minded Kakashi, Funan smiled and said, "Hiruzen would not tolerate someone putting his teammates above the mission. For him, that is an unforgivable offense."
If everyone chooses to give up their mission for the sake of their companions, will Konoha still exist? Your father unintentionally challenged Konoha's rules of survival. He must die, otherwise, once someone follows suit, Konoha will cease to exist. Shinobi, the mission comes first. Danzo just wants to make your father miserable. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the one who truly has murderous intentions. Kakashi muttered absent-mindedly. Impossible, isn't it the will of fire that the Hokage admires? Funan laughed. Haven't you heard the rumors these days? Has the Hokage always followed the will of fire?
At least, the first time your father was accused, the one who respected the will of fire should have come out to defend him. Of course, if he stands up, it means he is encouraged to give up the mission for the sake of his companions. It is a vicious circle. He chose to let Tsukumo die to break that cycle. Kakashi, do you still believe that it was Danzo who killed your father and that the Hokage just made a mistake? Danzo is probably the most pitiful one. From the beginning to the end, he takes the blame for Hiruzen. To me, Uchiha Funan, I would like to call you Blamekage. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 73, Funan's Devious Designs. 1,520 words. After hearing Funan's words, Kakashi fell silent. His breathing became labored, sweat did not stop running down his forehead. Funan stared at Kakashi, smiled slightly, and said, "Looking at your expression, you have actually doubted this, right?" "Yes." Kakashi's voice was low and a little hoarse. "When Danzo smeared my father, the Hokage should have taken action to stop it. Others didn't know, how could the Hokage not know my father's temperament, but he didn't take action. This cannot be explained by a mistake." "That's right," Funan said with a smile. Hatake Tsukumo was originally the ANBU commander of Sarutobi Hiruzen. They are very close, and they understand each other. Kakashi's eyes became cold again. "What do you want to say? Don't you understand?" Funan was still smiling, but the words he spoke were extremely cold. Two people who understand each other, there's so much they can do. As you just said, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew your father's temperament. Therefore, when Danzo was smearing him, he chose to stand by and wait for the news of your father's death. Your father also knows Sarutobi Hiruzen. When he was at home waiting for the Hokage to take action to help him calm public opinion, he found that the other party did not move. So, he knew that he needed to die. If he doesn't die, the Hokage will take action himself. At that time, maybe, Kakashi, you will die too. Kakashi's expression turned ferocious and violent in an instant. Looking at the gloomy Kakashi, Funan said, "You may think I'm trying to sow discord, but many of the rumors circulating right now are my direct attempts to question the Hokage." "Enough, I just want to know how you plan to treat me? Are you going to kill me or are you going to let me go?" Kakashi thought that Funan would probably let him go. The other party's purpose has been achieved. No matter how unwilling he is destined to walk on the path Funan has chosen for him. He would never side with the Hokage. Funan shook his head and said, "You wanted to kill me just now. If I let you go now, it would be too embarrassing for me. So, I'm sorry for having to put you through this." "What do you mean, ugh?" Kakashi's eyes widened, and a bad feeling came over him. Just as he was about to speak, Funan had already knocked him out with a slap. "Let's go. Let's go to the Uchiha clan." Funan looked at Kakashi's Sharingan and smiled slightly. Suddenly, Funan turned his head sharply and threw a few shuriken to the side. With a muffled groan, a man rushed out of the darkness with a shuriken on his shoulder. "Hey, isn't this Gecko Hey-8? Old classmate, long time no see." Funan threw the shuriken in his hand and smiled playfully. Today was a good day, Funan thought. The two people he wanted to find both appeared in front of him. "Uchiha Funan. Where is Yuzuki Yugo?" "Ahem." Hey-8 stared at Funan with a solemn expression, coughing from time to time. Funan ignored Hey-8 and asked, "Hey-8, are you coming with me yourself, or should I invite you back?" "For the sake of my old classmates, I advise you to take the initiative. I have no choice but to fight you." Hey-8 glanced at Kakashi, who was caught by Funan, slowly pulled out the katana behind him, and stared at Funan coldly. Bang! A shoe hit him on the back of the head. Hey-8's vision went dark, and he fell to the ground. Funan put on his shoes nonchalantly and murmured, "What are you trying to pretend? You're just a chunin. What gives you the courage to show me your teeth and claws? Tisk, TSK, you are so different from Yugo. I remember Yugo is 1 year younger than us, but he is stronger than you."
Funan shook his head repeatedly, held Hayate's foot in one hand, and left here in a flash. After a while, ANBU members arrived. Looking at the obvious traces of battle, the expressions under their masks changed constantly. Kakashi opened his eyes and didn't know how much time passed. He was a little confused, and suddenly woke up when he saw Funan smiling in front of him. Uchiha Funan, what did you do to me? Kakashi looked alert. After getting up from the bed, he stepped back and distanced himself. He looked around. It was a dark room. The sound of pedestrians walking around could still be faintly heard outside. Funan shrugged. You can leave. Kakashi looked at him suspiciously. His body had clear signs of having been injured and healed, but other than that, it seemed like nothing else had happened. However, Kakashi didn't believe it. Funan turned and left the room. Kakashi checked his body again, then pulled down his forehead protector to block the Sharingan and left with a suspicious look on his face. When Kakashi left, the whole room changed drastically. It was as if reality cracked. The room seemed to get darker. The sound of pedestrians walking disappeared. On one wall stood a collection of Sharingan inside glass jars. Funan appeared quietly. He touched his chin and looked at Kakashi's leaving figure. A glass vessel appeared in his hand, and there was also a Sharingan in it. Obito, if you knew that the Sharingan you placed on Kakashi's body would be in my hands, what would your expression be like? Well, I won't let you know. When you need that eye and take it from Kakashi, I hope to see your reaction at that time. You've attacked me twice, so I'm giving you one more chance. Funan took out the scroll, sealed the Sharingan, hid it in a safe place, and then walked into the secret room nearby. Uchiha Funan, what on earth are you going to do? A scream sounded. Funan looked up, his pupils having turned into the Mangekyo Sharingan. In front of him, Yugo looked at him with fury and contempt. Funan looked at her with his Mangekyo before smiling. You know what? You no longer have the intention to kill me. This is a good start. Yugao's face changed slightly. She also discovered this. When she was just captured, she thought about killing Funan and escaping from here all the time. Over time, this thinking has begun to change. She didn't know why, but she just felt that Funan was no longer so hateful. This change frightened her, but she felt it was natural. Funan walked towards Yugo. As he got closer, she backed away unconsciously. Soon, her back hit the wall. Funan gave her a waldong. What do you want to do? Yugao was startled. Ha ha. Funan smiled, stretched out a finger, gently lifted Yugao's chin and said, Yugao, can you tell me why you are in the route? I have verified that you do not have the cursed tongue eradication seal. No. Yugo said without hesitation. I will never betray Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. Funan pondered. Then you don't work for Danzo. Yugao pursed her lips without saying another word. It doesn't matter. Funan chuckled and said to Yugao, I think you will definitely tell me something next time. Under these eyes, under my eyes, you will eventually become mine. Funan strode out of the secret room. Minister. Two Uchiha came over and asked, what should we do with Gecko Hayate? What to do with him? Funan thought for a moment. He caught him only because of his swordsmanship. Now that Funan had learned that skill, Hayate was no longer useful. Kakashi. After handling the affairs of these three people, Funan finally remembered that there was still a Jonin meeting waiting for him. Not in a hurry. Funan looked relaxed. Important people always come last. At this time, Hiruzen was very angry. He had already announced the upcoming Jonin meeting. What were the Uchiha doing? Jonin meetings are generally not held unless there is something very important. Konoha spread the news of the upcoming Jonin meeting several days in advance. All Jonin rushed to attend the meeting. Unexpectedly, the Uchiha trio arrived casually, and they sat down in front of the Konoha corrupt quartet. They recognized that the Uchiha clan had the advantage recently and that the Hokage faction was slightly weakened. Where is the leader of the Uchiha clan?
Making everyone wait not only disgraces all the Jonin present, but also disgraces Hiruzen. Hiruzen had a grim expression, he was furious. The powerful aura from him caused many Jonin to murmur.
It seems like he doesn't have many years left.
They looked at Jiraiya with pity in their eyes. They heard that everyone who wants to become Hokage will die.
Take care, Jiraiya-sama.
Then, they looked at the Uchiha.
Although Uchiha Fugaku was here, they all know that the person in charge of the Uchiha clan now is not Uchiha Fugaku, but Uchiha Funan.
I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 74, The Accidental Hokage. 1544 words. Let's start the meeting.
Hiruzen shouted coldly.
Hokage-sama.
As expected, Fugaku immediately stood up and said, our clan's Uchiha Funan has not arrived yet, please wait a moment.
Koharu spoke coldly. Uchiha Fugaku, you are the leader of the Uchiha clan. Ha ha. Fugaku smiled and said, that's true, but Funan is the deputy leader of the Uchiha clan and the next clan leader.
On this kind of occasion, he can't be left out. In addition, he is the head of the Konoha police force, a high command of Konoha, no Konoha meeting can avoid his presence.
Hamura also shouted, Fugaku, do you know how important the Jonin meeting is? Fugaku said expressionlessly, the selection of the 5th Hokage has been postponed until now, does it matter to wait a little longer? Are all of us waiting for one person? Fugaku chuckled and said, if you think there is no need to wait, then just start the meeting directly. Funan doesn't need to participate. The Konoha corrupt quartet looked gloomy and stopped talking. The other Jonin didn't think anything of it, what did it mean to wait a little longer?
Additionally, it was an opportunity to privately discuss how to address the current situation between the Hokage and the Uchiha, which was causing so much uproar and concern. The Jonin were worried that a war would suddenly break out while they were sleeping at home, engulfing all of Konoha in flames.
Another hour passed.
Hiruzen had smoked enough to make himself dizzy. He put his cigarette down hard on the table.
They wouldn't wait any longer. Just then, Funan walked into the meeting room with carefree steps. Uchiha Funan. Danzo couldn't help but shouted angrily. Funan stared at Danzo. Before they began to argue, Hiruzen sighed and said, Funan, sit down, the Jonin meeting has officially begun. Oh. Funan sat down directly opposite Hiruzen and looked at him with a faint look.
Hiruzen took a deep breath, fighting the urge to hit him with his pipe, and said, today we met to discuss the 5th Hokage.
The Jonin became serious. The leader of Konoha is about to be replaced. This is bound to not be peaceful, especially now that Uchiha is making frequent moves. Funan raised his hands fiercely and shouted, an election for Hokage? I'm in. The people present changed their expressions instantly. Including Uchiha. Everyone stared at Funan. Hiruzen breathed heavily. Didn't this guy say he didn't want to be Hokage? Wasn't he saying that he wanted the people to beg him to be Hokage? What does this mean now? Danzo's face twitched. It is indeed the evil Uchiha. Have you stopped suppressing your ambitions? Koharu and Hamura just wanted to leave this place of good and evil quickly. The three Uchiha were confused. Although they were confused, they prepared for a great battle. Because of Funan's seemingly casual words, the entire conference room fell silent. Funan looked at Hiruzen and the others with a smile. After a long time, Hiruzen asked in a hoarse voice, Funan, what did you say? Funan blinked and said, sign up and participate in the Hokage selection. Did I say the wrong thing? Are you just applying? Funan asked with a smile, what do you mean just? No, nothing, forget it.
Hiruzen took a deep breath, regained his composure, and said with an indifferent expression, anyone who is a Jonin is eligible to run for the position of Hokage, and Uchiha Funan is the first.
Is there any more?
Many Jonin were silent.
Are all eligible to run? They could only laugh at this sentence.
You should add a sentence in front of this sentence, if you are not afraid of death. When many jonin were silent, there was only one result.
Uchiha Funan. Because he is now the only candidate.
Hiruzen hated Funan with all his heart. If it weren't for his bold words, indicating that the village took the initiative to offer the position of Hokage, otherwise, he would not be Hokage. How could he be in such a difficult situation?
Ahem.
At this moment, a dry cough sounded.
Danzo stood up and said, "All jonin in Konoha are qualified, so I will join in the fun and officially participate in the selection of the 5th generation Hokage." Danzo.
Hiruzen simply wanted to use his fire release to spray this guy to death. Many jonin had strange expressions on their faces.
Ha ha ha. An arrogant laugh came.
Torafu stood up and said, "Since an old man like Danzo showed up, then I will also participate in the Hokage selection."
Hiruzen's expression turned grim.
Everything was unexpected from beginning to end. Originally, after calling a jonin meeting and confirming that no one was running for election, they would recommend Torafu as acting Hokage, and after a few years, they would recommend Kakashi as Hokage. But now, suddenly, 3 self-proclaimed candidates appeared.
He can't deny everyone and then elect an acting Hokage, right? This acting Hokage even recommended himself to become Hokage. Isn't this a joke?
After thinking for a moment, Hiruzen said calmly, "In that case, then choose one of the 4 of you to be the 5th Hokage."
4?
Yes, Hatake Kakashi is not available at the moment, but he is also a candidate for Hokage. Oh, as expected from Hokage-sama. Funan gave a thumbs up and grinned. However, Hiruzen felt an inexplicable irony in that smile. His expression darkened and he made a decision immediately, saying, "With that said, let's get to the voting process right now."
So fast? Funan said dissatisfied. The jonin of my Uchiha clan hasn't come yet. Many jonin pouted.
That is precisely why they will hold the voting session so quickly. Hiruzen tried to justify.
None of the jonin from each family are here.
Because of this, the voting is relatively fair, because everyone is the head of the shinobi clan and represents their respective families.
Fair, my ass. Funan looked disdainful. Still, there are 4 Uchiha jonin here. Funan looked at Fugaku and the others. Compared with the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan is really miserable.
They had as many jonin as the Uchiha, but only one was present at the meeting. Hayashi didn't show any emotion though, probably because he knew that his clan had no real chance of getting the position of Hokage and he didn't want to get involved in that dispute.
After the vote, the Konoha Corrupt Quartet quickly announced the results. The results surprised everyone. Last place, Shimura Danzo, 1 vote. Just 1 vote. He probably voted for himself. This result made Danzo's expression become extremely gloomy. After everything I've done for Konoha, how dare they do not choose me? Danzo stared coldly at the many jonin, the murderous intent in his eyes undisguised.
The jonin, however, reacted with indifference. As jonin, they were afraid of Danzo, but not overly afraid. Facing Danzo's fierce gaze, Funan in the audience curled his lips and whispered.
He has no charisma or real ability. Apart from being terrifying, what good is he? What can he do as Hokage? Scare away evil spirits? Scare enemies?
Funan's voice was very low, but it also depended on who was around.
Everyone present is a jonin, and no matter how low you whisper, they can hear you. Some people burst into laughter on the spot. Danzo's complexion had turned from black to purple. Enough!
Hiruzen shouted coldly, glaring at Funan, then cast a fierce glare at Danzo. Funan's words were unpleasant, but in fact, Hiruzen still agreed with him in his heart. He also wanted to add, not only does he look scary, he is also very old.
Then he was the second to be eliminated. Hatake Kakashi. 13 votes.
Seeing this number of votes, Hiruzen's face darkened on the spot.
He had made arrangements, and many jonin had accepted. Why only 13 votes? Torafu's eyes lit up. Shikako's eyes also lit up.
Both clenched their fists. In fact, when Hiruzen publicly stated that the selection of the 5th Hokage this time would be selected by jonin voting, Shikaku was moved.
This is really cool. Shikaku smiled widely. Inoshikacho can also give birth to a Hokage.
Now we just need to maintain that Hokage position, and preferably, the next Hokage should also be born from Inoshikacho.
Yes, I, Shikaku Nara, am a perfect choice. Shikaku raised the corners of his lips and smiled unconsciously. At this time, Akimichi Torafu, 18 votes.
Hiruzen's words made Shikaku's smile freeze on his face.
Everyone's expression became dull. Hey, did you make a mistake? Funan was also surprised, saying, I am an Uchiha. He stood up, looked at the Konoha Jonin behind him, pointed at his nose, and said in disbelief, You actually elected me, an Uchiha, to be the Hokage, what's going on? The Jonin rolled their eyes fiercely.
Hiruzen and the others looked at the shocked Funan. Then they looked at each other.
If Funan wasn't pretending, then didn't he participate in the Hokage selection to scare them? But the Jonin chose him anyway. That left them perplexed.
I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 75, The Uchiha Uproar. 1615 words.
Hiruzen and others understand that at this time, Uchiha is not suitable to become Hokage.
That would break the balance between them. From Itachi's mouth, the Konoha corrupt quartet understood that Funan had long known the strength of their four clans.
At this time, Uchiha Funan became the Hokage, which meant that they were preparing to die together.
So Funan didn't want to be Hokage either. This isn't right either. Why do so many Jonin recommend him? The entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was a little confused. How is it possible?
Shikaku was also confused.
Akimichi Choza looked at him and couldn't help but whisper, Shikaku, to be honest, if Uncle Torafu hadn't been my uncle, I would have recommended Funan as Hokage. Why? Shikaku was confused. You and Uchiha have such a good relationship? It's not about having a good relationship.
Choza hesitated and said, It goes without saying that Danzo, except for the root members, no one wants him to become Hokage. Kakashi is a good Jonin, but he falls short in strength and prestige.
That Uncle Torafu is too old. This is too fatal for a shinobi. Choza's words made Shikaku wake up with horror.
He understood that he was too complacent, so he made a fatal mistake. His original plan was to let Torafu become the Hokage agent because he was too old.
No great shinobi village would allow a person who was almost 60 years old to hold the position of Kage.
That is irresponsible to the entire village.
Sure enough, one cannot get carried away. Shikaku looked distraught.
Putting aside Uchiha, Funan, who has both strength and brains, is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the position of Hokage. Among the four people today, from a fair perspective, Funan is the most suitable.
So, the Jonin made a choice. They knew this could result in serious problems. But didn't the Jonin have internal resentments? Why don't you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, give an explanation for the recent rumors? Hiruzen looked at each Jonin. Some Jonin looked directly at him. Others lowered their heads and did not look at him. The third Hokage sighed in resignation. Funan, what do you think?
Hiruzen focused his attention on Funan. His gaze was calm, but he was trying to pressure him implicitly.
He wants Funan to take the initiative to retreat. Funan didn't care at all. Hey, Hokage-sama, look how popular I am now. Funan sighed helplessly and said, Do you know why?
Hiruzen frowned slightly. Actually, my strengths and weaknesses are very obvious.
Funan said, My strengths are my strong strength, smart mind, and strong background. What about the shortcomings? A female Jonin looked at Funan funny and asked, Does this need to be said? Of course, it's because I'm too handsome. Funan puffed up his chest and said, Who is more handsome than me in Konoha? Hiruzen sighed. He knew that you wouldn't hear anything useful from this guy's mouth. Everyone. Hiruzen looked at the many Jonin and said, We have listened to your opinions. In a few days, we will inform you of our decision. The Jonin looked at each other in surprise. The expressions of many Jonin turned cold. The current Konoha disappoints them and makes them feel insecure. They don't want to be forced to commit suicide like Hatake Tsukumo. They also didn't want to be like Uchiha Funan, who was forced to live in seclusion in the clan at a young age. And besides, the Uchiha had enormous family support. What about them? When had Konoha become like this? Furthermore, rumors had been heard that the Sarutobi clan was actually the most powerful clan in Konoha. How could a second-class clan become the most powerful? That's nonsense. With this thought, many Jonin actually sat firmly in their positions, motionless. Hiruzen's expression changed slightly. Jiraiya sighed inwardly. Old man, you have been the Hokage for so long that you regard the entire Konoha as your private property. Jiraiya quickly thought of the recent rumors, and a gloom flashed across his face. He didn't want to think in this direction. Everyone knew that the recent rumors must be related to Uchiha. What that boy had suffered in Konoha, he had seen with his own eyes. The son of the fourth Hokage, a hero, would he have to endure such suffering? Jiraiya's eyes turned cold. Sensei, you have become something I no longer recognize. Koharu and Hamura looked at each other and both saw the fear in each other's eyes. Konoha, after several recent secret battles, was already out of their control. Damn Uchiha, look at what you've done. Jiraiya stood up, clapped his hands, looked at the Jonin, and said solemnly, You go back first, there will be another Jonin meeting tomorrow, and the results will be announced tomorrow. The Jonin looked at each other, stood up, and left. This scene made Hiruzen's eyes flash, and he looked at Jiraiya with a strange expression. Soon, only Hiruzen, Uchiha, Inoshikacho, and Jiraiya were left in the room. Hayashi originally wanted to stay, but after these people looked at him, he lowered his head and ran away. A helpless sigh sounded. Monkey, how could this happen? Is this still the Konoha we remember? This sentence is exactly what Hiruzen has said countless times, and it can be said to be his heartfelt voice. Uchiha Funan, is it your turn to say this? And also, why do you call me monkey? Hiruzen had a grim expression. Jiraiya wanted to kick him. Torafu looked at Shikaku and whispered, How did you cooperate with him during the Third Shinobi War? Bite your teeth and hold on. Shikaku is quite used to it. That's enough. Jiraiya yelled angrily and said, How long will you continue to make trouble? Do you really want Konoha to be finished? Funan glanced at him and said, Are you interested in being the fifth Hokage? Jiraiya, who was originally furious, was suddenly splashed with cold water. He shrunk his neck and said with a sly expression, I'm really not fit to be Hokage. Then get out of here. Funan waved his hand with a look of disgust, looked at Hiruzen, and said, Monkey, what should I do? Now everyone thinks that I am the best candidate for Hokage. Hiruzen felt like it was hard to breathe. Koharu looked at Funan coldly and said, Uchiha Funan, monkey is what the first and second Hokage used to call him. Even we, his friends, stopped calling him that after Hiruzen became Hokage. You should call him Hokage-sama. Funan smiled and said, The first Hokage called him that, so his grandson is dead. The second Hokage called it that. So, the Senju clan was dismantled and integrated into Konoha. But, have they really integrated into Konoha? Now no one from the Senju clan can be found. Where do you think they went? Why didn't Mito-sama let Hiruzen enter the Senju clan's territory? Funan had a charming smile. However, in the eyes of Hiruzen, he was full of malice. All the words he said turned into sharp swords and stabbed Hiruzen, making him breathe harder and stare at Funan with murderous intent. Old man! Jiraiya's deep voice sounded. Hiruzen suppressed the rage and murderous intent in his heart. At this time, Hiruzen did not dare to start a war. Of course, Uchiha didn't dare start a war either. Unless they wanted mutual destruction. Uchiha Funan, will you put forward your conditions? Hiruzen said coldly. You must understand that the Uchiha clan will never be able to produce a Hokage. Funan smiled and said, You should add, for Konoha. Danzo. Funan continued to smile and said, "Why can't Uchiha produce a Hokage?" Hiruzen sneered and said, "You want to start a war?" "Yes, so let's start the war." Funan said this calmly. The Mangekyo appeared in his eyes. The expressions of everyone present changed completely. "Funan," Jiraiya said, approaching him seriously. "Are you crazy?" "You're the crazy one." Funan shouted coldly, pointed at Hiruzen, and shouted, "Listen to this beast, what did he just say? Uchiha can't produce a Hokage. Damn, without Uchiha, would Konoha be the way it is today? How much did the Uchiha sacrifice for the village? What about them? What have the four of you done in your seats besides sucking the blood of the village?" Puah spat contemptuously. Funan looked sarcastically at Hiruzen. "After you became Hokage, how much the power of the village has declined? No one else knows. As Hokage, you don't know? Except when you first became Hokage and during the Second Shinobi War, have you ever been to the battlefield? Those who went to the battlefield were Hatake Tsukumo, Konoha Sannin, Namikaze Minato, and I, Uchiha Funan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are definitely the Kage who has fought the least times in the shinobi world. You are greedy for life and afraid of death. On what authority do you say that the Uchiha cannot produce a Hokage? Do you have the qualifications? I, Uchiha Funan, the bloody flame of the shinobi world, would like to ask you, are you qualified?" Hiruzen's face turned blue. However, at this time, he really didn't dare to continue irritating Funan. He could feel that Funan really had plans to start a war. Not only him, but Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui also revealed their Mangekyo. The pressure of the three Mangekyo made him tremble. In addition, Hiruzen had to consider today's Jonin vote. That's dissatisfaction with the Hokage. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 76, Funan's Folly. 1592 words. Funan pointed at Danzo and said coldly, "You open and close your mouth because of Konoha. When have you ever done it for Konoha? When the second Hokage died, you ran away. You tried to assassinate the third Hokage. When the fourth Hokage died, you hid to the side. Don't say anything about watching over the Uchiha clan. Who among the people present would believe that? You only have 2 ounces of meat, and you still want to keep an eye on the Uchiha clan. Only I can beat you and your roots until you eat shit. If you don't believe it, let's try it. Speak with facts." Danzo turned blue. Funan then looked at Koharu and Hamura. They both became tense. But surprisingly, Funan ignored them. "I'm too lazy to talk about you two useless things." Both of their bodies were shaking with anger. "Funan, calm down." A shadow touched Funan's shadow and forced him back. Shikaku said solemnly, "There is a possibility of peaceful solution to the problem, why think about dying together?" "Humph." Funan just snorted coldly, then broke Shikaku's shadow restraint technique, and said calmly, "We'll see what certain people decide." Hiruzen's face had begun to turn purple. "Okay." Shikaku smiled bitterly and said, "Tell me your conditions first?" Funan pointed at Hiruzen and said, "This thing, don't let him take the position of Hokage. I feel upset when I see him." Hiruzen was so angry that his whole body was shaking. "Why?" Funan said disdainfully. "Are you not convinced? Single fight or group battle, your choice. Your Sarutobi clan boasts of having 3,000 shinobi, I will face them alone. Hokage-sama." Shikaku looked at Hiruzen with a wry smile and said, "What you just said is indeed true. Uchiha has sacrificed a lot for the village. This is an indisputable fact." Hiruzen stood up expressionlessly and walked aside. Danzo and 3 others followed closely behind. The 4 of them sat in another corner. Fugaku and others sat behind Funan and confronted them. On the other side, Inoshikacho and Torafu were sitting quietly. 3 sides form a triangle. At this moment, Jiraiya was a bit redundant. He sat quietly and watched silently. First of all, Sarutobi Hiruzen, resign as Hokage. Funan said unceremoniously and coldly. Funan, don't go too far. Koharu said angrily. Hiruzen is the Hokage. Do you know how many things he has done for Konoha? Funan said disdainfully, I really don't know how much he has done for Konoha. I only saw that many people died because of him. Besides, I'm scared for someone as cool as him to sit in the position of Hokage. Funan calmly spit out a name, Uzumaki Naruto. At that moment, Koharu and the others kept quiet about the words they were going to say. Jiraiya's eyes were extremely cold, and he couldn't hide his anger as he looked at the third Hokage. Funan said coldly, this is the will of fire. If people in the village know that Uzumaki Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, do you think the third Hokage will be sacked? Okay. Hiruzen sighed deeply and said, I originally planned to step down as Hokage. That's your idea. Funan sneered and said, why should you resign? You should be removed. Besides, Hiruzen, do you really want to step down as Hokage? There was strong sarcasm in his words. Maybe. Hiruzen said calmly. Uchiha Funan, continue to tell me your conditions? Funan looked at Torafu and said, Akemichi Torafu can become the agent of the fifth Hokage. At this moment, countless eyes focused on Torafu and Shikaku. Shikaku cursed inwardly. Funan's words undoubtedly indicate that there is cooperation between the two. Hiruzen's gaze turned strange as he said indifferently, that's not a problem. I already talked to Torafu a few days ago. Although he didn't agree, he is willing to make some sacrifices for Konoha. Torafu's face turned red. The irony of Hiruzen's words was too strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen won't kill me secretly, right? Torafu was very worried. People like Hatake Tsukumo are dead. The death of the fourth Hokage is said to be related to him. The Sannin also had various problems. Damn, although he is also Kage level, compared to those people, he really doesn't count for anything. I want a batch of supplies. Funan handed the list of supplies prepared in advance to Hiruzen. Hiruzen took a look and felt dizzy, he almost fainted. You're dreaming. Hiruzen roared, his newly regained calm disappearing instantly, almost bordering on madness. This scene surprised everyone. Jiraiya reached for the list, and after taking a look, his face turned dark. After Shikaku read it, he almost slapped Funan in the face with the list. A notable feature of this list is its breadth. From combat weapons to medical equipment, it has it all. Shikaku roughly estimated that without about 5 or 6 billion, it would be impossible to complete it. Funan, how much have you taken from me, have you forgotten it? How dare you ask for so much? How big is your stomach? Impossible. Hiruzen said flatly. I will give you at most 1/10 of the supplies here. If you give me 1/10, then let's just go to war. You really think I don't dare? You dare, is there anything that you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dare not do? You even dare to torture Naruto. You are talking nonsense. The two started to yell at each other, leaving everyone else dumbfounded. Okay. Shikaku shouted. Do you really want to start a war? Funan sneered and said, some people just don't show sincerity. Shikaku said seriously, Funan, this amount of supplies is really too much. Funan looked at Shikaku aggrievedly and said, you are so heartless, and you won't help me. Have you forgotten our past? Shikaku's expression darkened, he gritted his teeth and said, stop doing this, I will give you at most 1/5 of this list. Hiruzen's expression softened. As expected, Inoshikacho was still on their side, and the reason for the fight was because of Danzo, who had gone too far. Funan was startled and looked at Shikaku in surprise. Torafu was also very strange and winked at Shikaku. 1/5 is impossible. Funan curled his lips and said coldly, if it's 1/5, I might as well start a war directly. Funan, don't talk about starting a war at all times. Shikaku said solemnly. Do you really want to start a war? If a war starts, you, Uchiha, will be the first to be destroyed. Funan looked at Shikaku coldly. Torafu was about to take over. Is he eager to suppress the Uchiha clan first? Although the Sarutobi clan is now very powerful, they are just an ordinary shinobi clan after all. Without the care of Sarutobi Hiruzen, they can be suppressed with a little bit of tactics. In particular, the materials they have used to develop to this day are almost all of Konoha's public funds. Once it is announced, will other shinobi let them go? The Uchiha clan was different. They are rich and geniuses, especially this generation, who have given birth to so many Kage-level powerhouses. Who wouldn't feel chilled after hearing this? Fugaku, Shisui and others also thought of this. Their eyes changed slightly, and they sighed silently in their hearts. It was okay when the Senju clan was around. There was a shinobi clan who could compete with them, and other shinobi clans could still tolerate them. I really don't want to start a war, Funan said in a calm voice. But if a war really starts, I don't mind. Funan. Shikaku's voice was serious. You are not such an extreme person. You are wrong, Nara Shikaku. Funan smiled slightly and said, actually, I'm not just an extreme person, I'm the most extreme. Of course, with your level, you still have no right to force me to this point. What do you mean? What I mean is that I have already left an escape route for the Uchiha. Funan said casually. The Sarutobi clan has thousands of shinobi, the clan of Shimura, Utatane and Mitokado also have several thousand. What merits does my Uchiha clan have to compete with them? The Senju clan has really integrated into Konoha? I checked, none of them can be found. Who knows how long ago they became compost? Senju Nawaki is dead and Senju Tsunade was forced to leave. I'm afraid. Of course I have to leave a path for the clan. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Are you surprised? Funan looked at the people present strangely and said, why are you surprised? I spent 3 years in the Uchiha clan's territory, I can't spend all my time chasing girls, right? My waist couldn't handle it. Ahem. Itachi couldn't help but cough. Funan showed a mean smile and said, I'm not afraid to tell you that the first thing I did during the 3 years of silence in the Uchiha clan was to find a way out for the clan. Can I allow the blood of the Uchiha clan to become extinct in my generation? You think, am I very smart? Quick, praise me. Damn it. Hearing this, Hiruzen was about to explode on the spot. Is what Funan said true? Most likely true. Everyone's expressions collapsed on the spot. Only the 3 Uchiha people were energetic. Was there such a thing? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 77, Intrigue and Allegiance. 1569 words. Fugaku suddenly asked, Funan, where are Makoto and Sasuke? Of course I sent them away. Funan said thiefly. Clan leader, don't think about it. It's so dangerous these days. If I don't send the little guy and the family away quickly, what if there's a fight? Fugaku gave a thumbs up. No wonder Makoto left a letter a few days ago, saying she wanted to go out for a walk, and then disappeared with Sasuke. Because she used a special code that only the couple knew, and because the village was tense and Fugaku's identity was sensitive, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. In the following days, he received letters from Makoto reporting that they were fine. In the letters, she vaguely hinted that this was related to Funan, but she claimed that she had left voluntarily. He was relieved now. No matter what Funan wanted to do, Fugaku still recognized his abilities. He has already fully cooperated with the opponent, so Funan won't attack him again, right? Funan smiled widely, giving a thumbs up with a gleam in his teeth. Others stopped laughing. Danzo pointed at Funan with trembling fingers, gritted his teeth and said, You. Uchiha Funan, how dare you? This is lack of trust in the village. The corner of Funan's mouth twitched and he looked at Danzo speechlessly. Okay, Danzo, stand down. Hiruzen gave a cold shout and looked at Shikaku. He understood that Shikaku might have a problem, but at this moment, he couldn't find anyone except Shikaku who could help him.
After a brief silence, Shikako said slowly, 1/3.
Agreement. And Shikako stared at Funan and said, those who left the Uchiha clan must come back as soon as possible. Konoha is our home.
This.
Funan looked at Shikako's cold gaze and said with a smile, the supplies will be half.
Okay. Shikako said coldly.
Half of the list is given. Excellent.
Funan gave a thumbs up and said, tomorrow I will publicly announce that due to my inexperience, I am not suitable to be Hokage. I will propose that Lady Tsunade assume the position of 5th Hokage, and in the meantime, Akimichi Torafu will act as acting Hokage until her return.
That's okay.
Hiruzen also agreed with this.
After everyone left, the Konoha corrupt quartet sat in the office. Hiruzen.
Koharu sighed and asked, what should we do?
Don't be anxious.
Hiruzen said calmly.
As long as Uchiha does not take the position of Hokage, we have not failed. Konoha is still under our control.
But if Funan doesn't take the position of Hokage this time, he will have no chance.
Hiruzen said coldly. What does he think the position of Hokage is? After giving it up this time, will he still have his share next time? Koharu remained silent.
Hiruzen held the pipe and smoked it with a bitter look on his face.
After a while he threw his pipe on the desk and said coldly, okay, you all go down and get ready.
After Akimichi Torafu becomes the Hokage's agent, the wind will inevitably rise again.
And the 5th Hokage? Hamura asked, shall we bring back Tsunade? No. Hiruzen looked gloomy and said, I suspect that Tsunade is connected with Uchiha Funan. Are they connected? There is one thing that I have never told you.
Hiruzen picked up the cigarette, took 2 puffs, and then said coldly, Uchiha Funan has his own summoning beast.
And what?
The others still didn't understand. Hiruzen glanced at them and said calmly, the summoning beast of Uchiha Funan is the slug.
Late night.
Jiraiya hid in the shadows, silently observing the blonde-haired boy in front of him.
The little boy is about 3 or 4 years old.
In that face, Jiraiya could glimpse his own disciple, as well as Kushina's shadow.
The little boy was walking alone on the street. There were people passing by, and the moment they saw him, their eyes were full of disgust. Some even scolded him without hesitation, telling him to get away. Those insults hit Jiraiya hard in the heart. At this time, the little boy would smile and step away cautiously. It was as if the world disowned him. How do you feel about that? A light voice sounded. Jiraiya looked up. Funan sat on the eaves nearby, looking at Uzumaki Naruto with interest. Jiraiya said nothing, because he really didn't know what to say. He never dreamed that his disciple's son, the hero of Konoha, would actually live such a life. Yesterday, after Naruto fell asleep, Jiraiya secretly visited him. The place where he lives is the most remote corner of the village. The things in the room are also the simplest, or the crudest. The refrigerator was full of food that was about to expire, or had expired, or was rotten. Even so, the child was not willing to throw it away. This scene made it difficult for him to breathe. However, he didn't say anything, he just silently glanced at the ANBU who were watching around him, then turned and left. In the past few days, he had visited many old people in Konoha and asked them about Uzumaki Naruto. Most people avoided talking about it. There are also some people who say bluntly that they dare not take care of it. As long as someone takes care of it, they will be warned overtly and covertly, and even Danzo will come to their door. Then, they will take some young shinobi from the family. These answers made Jiraiya feel incredible. Jiraiya was like a furious lion. Minato's child. Funan sighed and said, sometimes, I have thought about helping him, but, Jiraiya, you know? Even if I try to help him discreetly through ordinary people, Danzo will constantly scold and criticize me. I understand what Hiruzen means, but it's hard for people to accept. Is power really that important? Jiraiya didn't know how sincere Funan's words were. However, he really couldn't accept it in his heart. He went to question the Hokage, but the other party casually changed the topic, and finally got around to the Uchiha issue. Funan, what should I do? Jiraiya asked with a confused expression.
He once believed that Minato was the child of destiny and placed his hope on him.
However, Minato died.
He began to look for the child of destiny outside again, and at the same time, it was also a kind of escape. He was regretting that if he had been in Konoha on the night of the Nine Tails, Minato would not have died.
However, he really couldn't accept it. The changes in Konoha over the years made him unwilling to stay here. He thought Minato could change things. How to do it? What do you want to do? Funan asked back.
If you want to protect this child, you will confront the Hokage.
This just makes me, Uchiha, happy. If not, do you think the Hokage will change his attitude because of you? Or do you prefer to stay in Konoha? Stay in Konoha forever? Jiraiya looked a little hesitant. Or maybe I should take him with me? Impossible. Funan sneered and said, do you think Hiruzen or Danzo would accept that? If you mention it, tomorrow you will be considered a missing nin of Konoha. Looking at the irritable Jiraiya, Funan smiled and said, actually, there is a way to get the best of both worlds. What? Jiraiya quickly looked at Funan.
There was expectation and vigilance in his eyes.
He had seen Funan's tricks during the Third Great Shinobi War. Often his enemies died without knowing how.
It was a true death without honor.
Tsunade. Funan spit out a name. Tsunade? Jiraiya was startled and said, what do you mean, let me go find Tsunade?
Yes, go find Tsunade and ask her to return to the village.
Jiraiya was startled again,
then suddenly realized, you want Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage.
Exact.
Funan smiled and said, you also know what the situation in Konoha is now.
I don't want Konoha to be destroyed and I don't want to continue like this.
Therefore, the people of Sarutobi Hiruzen's lineage must no longer become Hokage, and the other party also does not want Uchiha to become Hokage.
So, we must find someone qualified to be Hokage and keep the balance between us. Jiraiya, if you don't want to be Hokage, then you have to let Tsunade do it. I can trust Tsunade's character.
She is Hiruzen's disciple.
Wouldn't Hiruzen trust his disciple? If she becomes Hokage, do you still need to worry about Naruto?
That woman is so loud with her mouth, but she is so soft in her heart.
Jiraiya's eyes lit up. But after a moment, he couldn't help but look at Funan with a strange look. Funan, Tsunade is a Senju. I know. Funan waved his hand and said, Jiraiya, why do you think I am going against Hiruzen? For rights?
Bullshit, in the final analysis, I am doing it to protect myself.
It is true that many people are dissatisfied that Konoha is in such trouble, but what can Uchiha do? We can't just stand by and let them kill us, can we? Jiraiya nodded unconsciously.
I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 78, Jiraiya's Proposal and Hiruzen's Concerns. 1,576 words. Jiraiya had to admit that, to a large extent, the current situation of the Uchiha clan was due to pressure from the Hokage. If the Uchiha didn't stand up and resist, Hiruzen and Danzo would definitely eradicate the Uchiha. The Uchiha had contributed a lot to the village, and Jiraiya didn't believe they deserved to die or be eradicated as a clan. Okay, I get it.
Jiraiya said with a deep look. No matter what your plans are, letting Tsunade return to the village is not a bad thing.
Yes. Funan said with a smile. Tsunade is back to balance both of us and nip the danger in the bud.
Also, you could stay in Konoha for a while and help stabilize the situation.
With the strength and ability of the two of you, you will definitely be able to slowly ease the relationship between us. We all want peace, don't we? Jiraiya nodded repeatedly. Although Funan might have other motives, what he said was not wrong. Tsunade's return is beneficial to everyone. The only problem now is how to bring Tsunade back. That woman really didn't want to return to Konoha, let alone becoming Hokage. Funan seemed to have noticed something and said kindly, talk to the Hokage about this. You cannot avoid it.
Tell the Hokage that if Tsunade returns as Hokage, the Uchiha can also make certain concessions. After all, I don't want to start a civil war that leaves the village vulnerable to other villages.
Jiraiya nodded his head and his gaze towards Funan became friendlier. Jiraiya said in a deep voice, Funan, don't worry, I'll go find the old man right away.
Seeing Jiraiya's back, Funan smiled.
What is so funny? Itachi's voice sounded. He and Shisui arrived at Funan's side. Funan smiled and said, do you think the Hokage is willing to let Tsunade become the Hokage? He should agree, right? Shisui thought for a moment and said, Tsunade-sama has enough strength and prestige.
She herself is still a disciple of the third Hokage. Her return will only strengthen the Hokage faction.
There is no reason for the Hokage to object. That sounds good. Funan chuckled and said, but what would you think if I told you that my summoned beast is a slug? Is it a slug? Itachi and Shisui were dumbfounded. Ha ha.
Funan laughed and turned to leave. Not only are they surprised, that woman Tsunade also gasped when she found out. She even personally searched for Funan once.
Tell me, what would the Hokage think if he knew my summoned beast was a slug? Shisui was startled. He knows? Yes. Funan said with a smile, in the name of Itachi, I informed him. Itachi's face turned dark, and he said, why in my name? The Uchiha that Sarutobi Hiruzen trusts the most is you. Funan chuckled and said, I can already imagine Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression as if he had eaten shit after he got the news. Shisui frowned and said, are you sure that Hiruzen will be suspicious of Tsunade? Don't forget that Tsunade is Hiruzen's direct disciple. Funan smiled and said nothing. Under normal circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not doubt it. The current situation is so complicated, how can Sarutobi Hiruzen dare to take a gamble? Also, he was getting too old, and he was already becoming paranoid. In addition, there is the most important point. Senju Nawaki. The death of the heir of the Senju clan was too dramatic. Although the news was blocked, judging from Tsunade's behavior, she should have some suspicions. Even Orochimaru and Jiraiya, their behaviors were not entirely normal.
However, as a confident party, Funan has nothing to fear since he has done this.
He can just test it out. Funan stood up and walked towards the clan area. Funan, what are you going to do? Shisui caught up and asked curiously. What else can I do? Funan rubbed his shoulders and said, of course I'm going to find a beautiful young lady. I've been exhausted these past few days. I want to relax. You? Shisui suddenly stopped, looked at him speechlessly, and said, are you going to find Shireo? No, it's another very beautiful young lady. Funan glanced at Shisui and said, perhaps you should also consider your personal matters. By the way, how about the Akimichi clan? Shisui broke out in a cold sweat and said, why do you think of them? Nonsense. Funan said with a smile, Akimichi Torafu was about to become the Hokage's agent. Of course I have to fawn over him. I don't believe you one bit.
Shisui left one last sentence and turned to leave. He was sure that Funan was playing tricks on him again.
Bang! Old man.
Looking at the broken glass on the ground, Hiruzen took a deep breath.
Jiraiya. If you don't go through the door, that's fine. Why did you smash all my windows? This Jiraiya is getting more and more outrageous. In the past, he would simply climb through the window, but now he simply broke the glass and ran in. Does he not take into account the consequences?
This time Hiruzen was so scared that he almost used a fire jutsu.
He thought it was an Uchiha attack.
The ANBU were also frightened, and they all rushed into the office with nervous expressions. When Jiraiya saw this formation, he couldn't help but shrink his neck and said sarcastically, old man, don't be nervous, put your hands down. This gesture of yours scares me.
Hiruzen snorted heavily, put down his seal hand, waved his hand to ask the ANBU to retreat, and said angrily, tell me, what do you want from me? It's about the fifth Hokage. Ha! Hiruzen's expression changed, he looked at Jiraiya and said, do you want to take over? It's not a bad thing if Jiraiya wants to be the 5th Hokage. This guy has a loose personality. He probably doesn't want to do anything serious when he becomes Hokage, so we'd better let them handle it all. Looking at it this way, Jiraiya is really a suitable candidate. I don't want to be one, but I can recommend one. Jiraiya said with a smile, Tsunade, I recommend Tsunade to be the 5th Hokage. Hiruzen's expression changed slightly. Why do you recommend Tsunade? Hiruzen said calmly. Couldn't you try as Hokage? I really can't. Jiraiya chuckled and said, Tsunade is definitely more suitable than me. Whether it is strength or prestige, the other party is qualified enough, especially her background. She is the orthodox of Konoha. Jiraiya's mouth was like a machine gun, kept buzzing, and he didn't notice the look on Hiruzen's face, which was getting worse and worse. By the way, Uchiha Funan just came to me. He said that if Tsunade becomes Hokage, Konoha will become more stable. He also trusts Tsunade. When the time comes, the Uchiha clan is willing to retreat. Uchiha regressing? Hiruzen lowered his head, his voice became calmer, and said, because of Tsunade, Uchiha is actually willing to give in? Yes. Jiraiya looked at Hiruzen and said solemnly, Old man, you guys have caused a lot of trouble recently. Wouldn't it be nice to balance things out by bringing back Tsunade to smooth things over? Correct. Jiraiya added another sentence, saying, if Tsunade becomes Hokage, I will also be willing to stay in Konoha temporarily and help her. Oh. Hiruzen raised his head again, returning to his kind expression. I understand, but you know that the Hokage matter is not something that I can decide alone. I will have to discuss it with Danzo and the others. Discuss with them? Jiraiya's heart sank. Why? Jiraiya couldn't help but ask, Old man, don't you believe Tsunade? Hiruzen picked up the pipe and took 2 puffs before saying slowly, there is one thing you don't know, Jiraiya. What's up? Tsunade has a connection with Funan. How is this possible? Jiraiya was startled and said, when did they have contact? Why didn't I know? Who knows? Hiruzen said calmly. Maybe it will be during the 3rd Shinobi War. That's not right. Jiraiya categorically rejected it, saying, Funan had fought under me and had cooperated with Minato, and has a collaboration with Narashikaku, and has nothing to do with Tsunade. Hiruzen sighed quietly. Because of this is even more worrying. Old man, you. Jiraiya was startled and said, could it be a mistake? My information is not wrong. Hiruzen didn't notice Jiraiya's expression and said, did you know? Uchiha Funan's summoned beast is a slug. This. Jiraiya couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at Jiraiya in a daze, Hiruzen sighed and said, do you understand now? Funan has something planned and his thoughts are a mystery to us. The only thing we know for sure is that he is an extremely dangerous person. No, old man. Jiraiya looked at Hiruzen in surprise and said, Funan has slugs, so what? Does this mean anything? Doesn't this mean something? Hiruzen frowned deeply. I believe Tsunade. Jiraiya's words became deeper, and he said, Old man, why? Why don't you want to trust your disciple? Tsunade has been taught by you since she was a child. Don't you understand what kind of person she is? Hiruzen's hand holding the pipe trembled slightly. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 79, Rising Tensions and Hidden Agendas. 1,614 words. Staring at Hiruzen silently, Jiraiya could barely hide his disappointment. He turned around and said slowly, Old man, I have met Naruto. Really? Are you angry about his current situation? Hiruzen said calmly. That's to protect him. If people know that Minato has a son, it's enough. Jiraiya shouted coldly. He left with big strides. His figure was still imposing, but he seemed melancholic and determined. Why? Hiruzen muttered as he walked through the office alone. Why don't you understand me? Everything I do is for Konoha. I am not wrong.
Like he was trying to convince himself. After Jiraiya left the Hokage residence, he sighed softly. That's how things are after all. The next day, the Jonin meeting was held again. The Jonin are not like the others, each one is an important pillar of the village, many of them need to carry out secret missions and cannot stay in the village for long. Hiruzen and others also understood, so when the meeting began, Hiruzen directly announced the results.
The fifth Hokage is chosen, Tsunade. Wow! This result really surprised the Jonin.
If it were her, she would indeed be more suitable to become Hokage. The Jonin looked at each other. Although the other party is indeed suitable to become Hokage, they still feel like they are being played.
Let them vote and get this result? It's a game?
During this day's waiting time, the Jonin were also afraid. Worried about a direct war between the Uchiha and Hokage factions.
However, the decisions made by the higher-ups are not theirs to make. This made them even more angry. Ahem.
Looking at the silent Jonin, Hiruzen coughed dryly and said, Uchiha Funan certainly has the ability to become Hokage, but he is too young. He is suitable to become the 6th generation Hokage.
A Jonin stood up and said calmly, we are satisfied that Tsunade-sama is Hokage, but where is she? Hiruzen glanced at the other party. Aburame Shibi. A shinobi who is very famous among Jonin. His words probably represent the doubts of many Jonin. Don't worry. Hiruzen smiled and said, we have already sent people to look for her.
Look for her? Shibi said immediately.
Does that mean she hasn't accepted yet? What if she doesn't accept? She will definitely agree.
Hiruzen said seriously.
This is for Konoha.
Tsunade, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she will take into account the overall situation and accept.
Shibi remained silent.
Before Tsunade returns, Akimichi Torafu will temporarily act as acting Hokage, representing the 5th Hokage.
The Jonin were stunned again. Can you still play like this? Humph. One Jonin snorted coldly and turned to leave. Shibi looked at the other person's back and followed him away.
Many Jonin stood up and left the conference room.
Hiruzen looked at them in silence. This is the anger of the Jonin. Koharu and the others couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts when they saw this scene.
They had completely lost the support of these Jonin. Funan looked at the scene in front of him with a smile on his lips.
Keep causing trouble.
Anyway, these people never supported him from the beginning. They were originally part of the neutral faction that supported the Hokage. No matter how much things change, they will never support him.
Therefore, Funan is the calmest one. Funan looked at Shikaku and Torafu, who were also smiling, and smiled slightly. He thought about what to do next.
He wouldn't leave them alone, otherwise they would forget the fear of being dominated by the Uchiha.
Are we being taken for a ride?
Many Jonin gathered together again after leaving the conference room.
Konoha is like a volcano about to erupt, and the Jonin are also worried that they will become cannon fodder.
By coming together, they could protect themselves more effectively.
A Jonin let out an angry growl. What Uchiha Funan is suitable for the 6th Hokage? Looking for Tsunade as the 5th Hokage is just an excuse.
Everything revolves around the Uchiha and the Hokage faction in Konoha, and now even the Inoshikacho trio has joined in.
Bah, they're not good either. It may not be as bad as you think.
Shibi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke.
Inazuka Takashi looked at Aburame Shibi and said, do you have any ideas? Shibi said calmly, since we all agree that Tsunade-sama is suitable as the 5th Hokage, then let's make her truly the 5th Hokage.
This. The Jonin looked at each other and said, but they'll never seriously look for her.
Wait, you mean we should look for Tsunade-sama? Shibi said calmly, as Hiruzen said, Tsunade-sama is the first Hokage's granddaughter, she would not allow Konoha to be destroyed. While the Jonin meeting was taking place in Konoha, the other shinobi villages were not quiet either. Everything that happened in Konoha had already reached their ears. Several Kage were ready to act. Have you heard the news?
At a sentry post outside Konoha, the leading shinobi looked in the direction of the village and whispered, "It's time to elect a new Hokage, the 5th generation Hokage."
"Choosing a new one is fine," a shinobi muttered. "The 3rd Hokage is getting old, isn't he over 60 years old? And besides," they were not naive. "There has been so much turmoil in the village recently, it is impossible for them not to know about it, and they also have a strong sense of crisis." They were really worried about a civil war breaking out in the village, so what should they do? Quickly appointing the 5th Hokage to stabilize the village would also be a good thing. "You guys think too simply," the captain sighed.
As the team leader, he was a special jonin and had some of the privileges of a jonin.
He knew many things that only jonin knew.
The village did not become stable because of this, and the secret confrontation became more intense. He didn't know what would happen to Konoha in the future, he just hoped. The special jonin suddenly changed his expression, shouted sharply, and said, "Be careful, the enemy is attacking." As he spoke, his hands began to form seals quickly.
Several masked shinobi appeared and walked past the outpost. Ugh! The shinobi at the post died instantly.
However, because the captain discovered the enemy attack in advance, they successfully sent the signal.
Damn it!
One of the attacking shinobi appeared and glared fiercely at the Konoha shinobi who had been killed, with a grim expression. They were discovered. Despite having prepared so much,
now, their mission became even more difficult. Let's go and act according to the plan.
After thinking for a moment, the leader of the shinobi who had just attacked still said, "Let's keep the focus on the main mission."
Yes.
A third of the masked shinobi sat on the ground and began to form seals.
The other shinobi protected them while they worked. Hokage residence. Hiruzen's expression became serious.
The outposts were attacked. He immediately issued an order, ordering the Uchiha clan to go to the guard post and check the situation there.
The timing is very coincidental.
Hiruzen had not yet officially taken the position of acting Hokage, so Hiruzen's order left no room for doubt.
Funan also frowned slightly after receiving the order. Funan! Shisui raised his head and looked at Funan.
This is very strange. Funan thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Tetsui, Kamahai, you two go there.
Take 10 jonin with you."
Us?
The two brothers were startled, then nodded immediately and said, "Understood." Go! Looking at the two people leaving, Shisui couldn't help but ask, "Funan, are they the only ones?" "Both of them are elite jonin.
Needless to say, they are strong in the whole of Konoha." However, what happened this time was very strange. Even Shisui had some doubts as to whether Hiruzen did it.
Funan smiled slightly and said, "I'll go too."
"You'll take care of the clan territory, don't let your guard down." His expression turned serious as he said, "I suspect that the other party's real purpose this time is the Uchiha clan."
Understood. The Mangekyo appeared in Shisui's eyes and said, "With 3 Mangekyo Sharingan, there will be no problems in the clan."
Shisui's expression became fierce, having been ambushed by Danzo, not only changed his life completely, but also made him more radical.
Funan nodded slightly and left instantly. At this moment, more than a dozen shinobi in the outpost were tense. Not ready yet? It won't be long. Hurry! The people from Konoha will be here soon. The leading shinobi growled. Makuba-sama.
A shinobi suddenly called out and said, "There are shinobi from Konoha, 12, no, 13, all of them are jonin."
So fast? Makuba was a little dumbfounded.
Once the message was received, it was set into motion. "Come with me, protect the shinobi who are preparing the barrier,"
Makuba said solemnly. "We must buy enough time for them." Yes. Several shinobi hurried to follow Makuba. The two sides soon met. Then, the shinobi on Makuba's side wanted to kneel. Those red eyes were too intimidating. All are Uchiha.
He remembered what the sensory shinobi had said before, they are all jonin.
Damn it, 13 Uchiha jonin, did they still need to fight?
Makoba's lips trembled a few times, and his expression suddenly turned ferocious.
All of you, no one is allowed to retreat. Don't forget why we came.
I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 80, Dancing with Snakes. 1526 words. After hearing Makuba's words, the expressions of the invading shinobi became fierce and crazy. Come on!
They screamed and rushed towards the Uchiha like crazy.
Tisk, tisk. Tetsuhi laughed coldly as he watched the shinobi approach. Challenging the Uchiha, how daring! Kamahai said indifferently, then let them see the power of Uchiha. Forward! The battle between Jonin officially began. Funan stood still on the periphery, watching the two groups face each other. It's actually Kumobakure disguised as Sunagakure. Funan laughed and said, it seems like that village has never given up on its ambitions, right, Orochimaru-sama?
In a tree not far behind Funan, Orochimaru was sitting on a branch, his snake eyes watching Funan with interest.
Funan-kun, long time no see. Orochimaru let out a hoarse laugh and said, it's been 2 years, and I still haven't thanked Funan-kun for helping me escape from Konoha. You're welcome. Funan smiled slightly and said, even without my help, it would be easy for Orochimaru-sama to leave Konoha, wouldn't it? Orochimaru's human experiments were exposed, and he was chased by the third generation.
At that time, because he knew that the other party would definitely be able to escape, Funan took action and helped him midway. Orochimaru chuckled, looking at Funan with a strange look.
Funan smiled even happier and said, Orochimaru-sama, don't look at me like this. I'm worried that I might accidentally kill you.
The suffocating murderous intent rushed towards his face, and even Orochimaru's breathing tightened slightly. But his gaze became hotter.
Funan-kun, there has been a lot of movement in Konoha recently. What? Do you feel sorry for your lovely sensei? Orochimaru's expression was imperceptibly stagnant, and he said, that old man is not cute at all, okay? Funan glanced at the two sides fighting and said, is this your work, Orochimaru-sama? More or less.
Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, seeing that you are about to start a civil war, I can't bear it.
I will help you to eliminate the civil war in Konoha. Then I'd like to thank you even more.
Funan smiled slightly, turned the kunai in his hand, and threw it to the side, stabbing a poisonous snake that silently approached him. The Sharingan appeared in his eyes. It seems that Orochimaru-sama wants to compete with me? That's how it is. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and looked at him hungrily.
Funan knew Orochimaru's purpose without even thinking about it. Naturally, Orochimaru wanted his body.
Bringing those from Kumobakure had a clear purpose, to attract people from Konoha, preferably the Uchiha.
If not, Orochimaru would have other methods to lure them out and then capture Funan. Boom!
Just as Funan was about to use a genjutsu to control Orochimaru, a giant snake emerged from the ground beneath his feet and lunged at him ferociously.
They are instantly elusive, avoiding the snake's jaws. Funan quickly formed a seal and spit out a mouthful of flame. Fire release, great fireball technique. Hiss! The snake was too big to dodge the flames and had no intention of doing so. Its defense is enough to face most ninjutsu attacks.
As a result, it did not expect Funan's blood flames to be so powerful.
Amidst its roars, it disappeared engulfed in smoke. Just a fireball? Orochimaru licked his lips. Boom!
A huge skeletal arm struck where Orochimaru was. Orochimaru stepped back, but the skeleton arm's attack was faster.
What's this? Orochimaru looked stunned. Is this also the power of the Sharingan? You'll know after you try it. Funan's smile became fiercer as his attacks became more intense. Boom! Finally, the skeleton arm hit Orochimaru, sending him flying.
Funan laughed coldly, extended another skeleton arm and grabbed a nearby tree, forcefully throwing it to the side. There, the silhouette of Orochimaru appeared, who was hit directly, splitting his body in two. Funan chuckled and said, Orochimaru-sama, such a crude disguise is not funny at all.
Ha ha. Funan-kun is indeed very strong. Orochimaru's unique laugh echoed.
From the body part that was split in two, the head opened its mouth and another Orochimaru emerged from it.
Like a snake shedding its skin.
Looking at the body covered with mucus, Funan looked disgusted and said, "It's really disgusting."
Orochimaru let out a deep laugh and said, "Funan-kun, as a shinobi, isn't it a bit inappropriate to say that?" Funan said, "I."
The remaining words stuck in his throat, because Orochimaru was already in front of him, launching an attack at his head. The Mangekyo turned slightly, and a skeleton of chakra appeared in front of it, blocking Orochimaru's attack.
Bang!
Orochimaru had hit so hard that he shattered his hand.
But he didn't give it any importance, showing his madness. Funan opened his arms and the Susanoo pierced Orochimaru's body. He.
Orochimaru laughed wildly and opened his mouth again, letting out another Orochimaru.
Funan blinked slightly and the skeleton arm hit the new Orochimaru, throwing him away.
At this moment, Funan finally had a chance to look at Tetsuhi and the others.
The battle was going well. Although his fight with Orochimaru surprised them, Tetsuhi and the others knew about Susanoo. But the shinobi of Kumogakure were different.
They were really startled and were stunned for a moment. In a Jonin-level battle, staying still for a moment can be fatal.
It is estimated that the battle will be over soon. Funan-kun, are you looking down on me? Orochimaru's arrogant voice sounded.
Just as Funan turned around, a sharp long sword was already in front of him.
The sword penetrated directly through the bones formed by Susanoo, stabbed Funan's body, and knocked him away hard.
Funan, who was pinned against a tree by a sharp sword, looked at the sharp sword on his chest and frowned slightly. Fortunately, at the last moment, he had formed a new Susanoo skeleton and added some Senjutsu chakra. Otherwise, her body would have been completely pierced.
Funan showed a hint of excitement in his eyes. A genjutsu to defeat Orochimaru? No, he wanted to play. The excitement and desire in Orochimaru's eyes became more intense. This body is amazing. The skeleton arm extended, grasping the sword of Kusanagi and exerting force. Orochimaru flew towards Funan. Go dead!
Funan shouted loudly, and the skeleton giant's other arm hit Orochimaru hard.
Boom!
Orochimaru's body was shattered into pieces on the spot. The next moment, the fragments turned into a cloud of smoke.
Hidden shadow snake hands. Countless snakes, summoned by Orochimaru, swam towards Funan, trying to find gaps in Susanoo's bones and enter them.
On the scarlet Susanoo, countless bloody flames suddenly appeared, and all the snakes that came close turned into ashes.
Orochimaru continued to form seals, formation of 10,000 snakes. More snakes swam towards Funan, and in the blink of an eye, they directly surrounded the skeleton giant. Funan laughed coldly as he looked at Orochimaru surrounded by the snakes. Boom!
At that moment, a gigantic snake appeared and shook its tail, striking Funan hard.
Funan laughed coldly and increased the power of his Mangekyo. Susanoo begins to evolve.
From the skeleton giant, flesh and blood began to grow, and the size also became huge, becoming able to compete with the giant snake.
Boom!
The two collided, a massive roar causing a giant wave of air to launch the fighting Uchiha shinobi.
Withdrawal! Seeing this, Makuba roared angrily and ran out first. The Kumo shinobi began to retreat.
Tetsuhi and the others began to chase them.
Ha ha. Orochimaru laughed a few times and said, Funan-kun, do you want to continue fighting? No need. Funan waved his hand and said, I have great respect for you, so I don't want to kill you yet. Ha ha. Orochimaru grinned and said, Are you saying you can kill me at any time? Funan looked at Orochimaru and slowly uttered, living corpse reincarnation. In an instant, the smile on Orochimaru's face disappeared. His snake eyes locked on Funan. You don't need to look at me like that, Orochimaru-sama. Being stared at by the craziest scientist in the shinobi world, Funan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, I can always surprise people, you will get used to it in the future. Ha, Funan-kun is indeed very interesting.
Orochimaru's body began to slowly sink into the ground, disappearing in front of Funan.
Orochimaru-sama,
Funan said with a smile. When I said I could kill you, I wasn't joking.
The living corpse reincarnation has one major weakness, and that is genjutsu. The more times the reincarnation is performed, the weaker the resistance to genjutsu is. Orochimaru froze in place.
Only his head remained visible, fixing his gaze on Funan, as if considering the veracity of his words.
This is a gift for you. Funan smiled slightly and said, we will have many opportunities to collaborate in the future. I have many things that might interest you. See you next time. Funan-kun. Orochimaru's body continued to sink and disappeared in front of Funan in the blink of an eye.
I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 81, Shadows of Deception. 1513 words. Minister. Tetsuhi came to Funan's side and said in a deep voice, those shinobi are most likely from Kumogakure.
Some fled, but most were killed.
Funan looked at the direction of the village and said, Tetsuhi, prepare to die. Tetsuhi was startled and said in astonishment, Minister, have you decided to implement that plan? Yes. Understood. Tetsuhi and Kamahai looked at each other, then looked at the other jonin, and said, everyone heard it, do it yourself, or should we do it?
A jonin said helplessly, better you, I don't like pain.
Before long, 10 Uchiha bodies were lying there, including Kamahai's.
The bodies were in poor condition, it looked like they had experienced an intense battle. Tetsuhi and another Uchiha jonin looked at the bodies of their loved ones, breathing heavily and with a look of complex emotions in their eyes.
Their chakra was also beginning to fluctuate. However, they failed to complete the final evolution.
Funan had been watching them, and when he saw this, he sighed in his heart. The reason he left these two was because they had the best chance to advance.
Okay, you can go, anyway it won't be long before you meet again. Yes. Tetsuhi responded and then looked at Kamahai's body before leaving with the other Uchiha jonin. As soon as they left, a large number of Konoha shinobi arrived. This is... The leaders were obviously Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Fugaku.
They were shocked when they saw the bodies lying on the ground.
What's going on here?
Faced with Hiruzen's question, Funan ignored it and said calmly, Leader Fugaku, take away the bodies of the clan members.
Understood. Fugaku was also surprised. Hang on a minute. Danzo jumped out and shouted, we haven't clarified things yet. How can the Uchiha act on their own? Clear things up?
Funan sneered and fixed his gaze firmly on Hiruzen and said in a cold voice, the person who took action disguised himself as Sunagakure but was actually Kumogakure.
In addition, Orochimaru attacked us while we were fighting.
The expressions of those present changed again.
Funan, what do you mean? Torafu frowned and asked.
He was very nervous, he was about to take office, and something like this happened.
Torafu knew very well that Uchiha, who had lost 12 jonin, would lose nearly 1/5 of his strength. Will Hiruzen let this opportunity pass? Could it be that Orochimaru was sent by him? What do I mean? Funan sneered and said, Orochimaru himself admitted that the reason why he was able to escape Konoha was thanks to Sarutobi Hiruzen's mercy. What? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, and they looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with disbelief. Hiruzen looked gloomy and didn't say a word. His silence at this moment was an implicit confirmation. Instantly, the expressions of the shinobi present changed. One after another looked at Hiruzen with angry glances. Okay. Torafu stood up and said. This matter is related to Kumogakure, we must be cautious. Everyone, let us return to the village first. No matter how big the matter is, we have to return to the village. I will give everyone an explanation. Yes. The Konoha shinobi responded, and some came forward to help the Uchiha collect the bodies. They also collected the bodies of the Kumo shinobi. During this process, some people couldn't help but scream. What's wrong? Why are these corpses all mummified? With Orochimaru involved, could it be a forbidden technique? It's possible. Be careful with these corpses, too. Soon, dozens of corpses were collected, and the bodies of the Uchiha were carried away by the Uchiha themselves. Hiruzen and others didn't say anything. They just wanted to make sure that the Uchiha Jonin were really dead. Regarding the bodies, although they wanted to have them, especially Danzo, who was looking at the Sharingan with his reddened eye, they did not dare to say anything when they saw the almost crazed expression of the Uchiha. If this happened in the past, he would have dared to take away the Uchiha corpse by force even if it was in Fugaku's hands. Ugh, there are fewer and fewer Sharingan available. Danzo muttered inwardly. Hokage's office. This time, the person sitting in the main seat is no longer Hiruzen. Torafu has replaced him. When he heard the words Orochimaru from Funan's mouth, Hiruzen's heart sank. He knew that he would never have the chance to sit in the Hokage's seat again. He let Orochimaru go. This cannot stand the test, so he might as well admit it honestly. The meeting begins. The first person to speak was not Torafu, but Jiraiya. He looked at Funan eagerly and said, "Funan, is it really Orochimaru?" Funan said coldly, "Didn't you go to the place where the fighting happened? Can't you tell it was him? You two have been together day and night and slept in the same bed for so many years." This. Jiraiya was speechless and then remained silent. But the looks of others became a little strange. Funan looked at the third Hokage with his cold eyes and said, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you must give me an explanation." "Humph, what kind of explanation do you want?" Koharu snorted coldly, looking arrogant. A deep voice sounded, "I also think, Hiruzen, you should give an explanation." Koharu was surprised. "Torafu, you." Torafu said with an expressionless face, "As the acting fifth Hokage, I must maintain impartiality." Is everyone in agreement? There was silence among the crowd. Torafu continued, "I've always had my doubts about Orochimaru's escape." Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you admitting that now? Hiruzen lowered his head and remained silent. Because of Orochimaru, Konoha lost 12 Jonin this time, a total of 12, and he was actually connected to Kumogakure. That was Kumogakure. In the last sentence, Torafu couldn't hide his anger, and his voice unconsciously rose. "I agree that an explanation is needed for this," he said in an unknown voice. When everyone saw it, they couldn't help but be speechless. Fuga Hayashi. This man is considered invisible in Konoha. Funan understood that it was probably Kumogakure who had stimulated him. "Hayashi, you." "What?" Hayashi looked coldly at Koharu and said, "Are we required to swallow our anger again this time? Or who must be sacrificed?" Koharu was speechless. "All right." Torafu said in a deep voice, "This matter really needs us to discuss it in detail." He looked at Funan and said, "Funan, what do you want?" After a brief discussion with Shikaku, they both agreed that internal stability was paramount. Funan pondered slightly and said, "I want a chakra weapon." It is said that the second Hokage has a Thunder God sword. Hearing this, everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. Including Fugaku, who almost chokes and looks at Funan in disbelief. "What?" Funan's eyes turned cold, and he said, "Maybe a war will break out soon. As a frontline warrior, don't I deserve a chakra weapon? Or, you don't need me to go to the battlefield." Torafu was a little hesitant. Danzo's voice was cold as he said, "Teacher's weapons will never be handed over to Uchiha." "Then don't expect the Uchiha to go into battle," Funan said decisively. "No matter what Kumogakure wants to do this time, no one from Uchiha will come out, you can figure it out yourself." "How dare you!" Danzo shouted coldly. "You Uchiha want to betray Konoha. Fuck your grandfather." Funan shouted angrily, appeared in front of Danzo, and punched him. Boom! No one thought that Funan would dare to take action at this time. Everyone was unprepared. As a result, everyone saw Danzo being slapped against the wall like a rag. Before that, it bounced on the ground. "Funan!" Torafu shouted angrily and said, "You dare attack someone in the Hokage's office?" Hiruzen and others all surrounded Funan with angry expressions on their faces. Damn, you guys are pressuring me. Funan yelled angrily, I don't know who is behind this incident. I, Uchiha, lost 12 jonin. You want to start a war? I, Uchiha is here to accompany you.
The Mangekyo appeared in Funan's eyes, and the blood-red skeleton surrounded Funan.
Wait. Seeing that Funan was serious, some people were scared.
The momentum of Hiruzen and others is no longer so strong.
Torafu also stopped shouting.
Shikaku was the first to approach Funan to calm him down.
Fugaku and Shursui were also ready for battle.
They still held flares in their hands and stood at the window.
As long as they were launched, they believed that a large number of Uchiha shinobi would appear. Let the civil war officially begin. Okay. Torafu looked at Danzo and said angrily.
The Uchiha are the real victims here. This time, the mistake was Hiruzen's.
In this situation, how can you send the Uchiha to the outpost without having clarity about the situation?
Hiruzen's expression turned grim, but he still remained silent. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 82, Diverging Agendas. 1,600 words. The Uchiha cannot lose their strength now and need to be weakened step by step. It is indeed not advisable to stimulate them too much. Because of this, Hiruzen had to take the blame. Everything is for Konoha. Danzo was pulled back from the wall with difficulty and his entire body trembled with anger. He glared at Funan. Meanwhile, others turned around, barely containing their laughter. Funan's punch was aimed at Danzo's one eye. It was definitely swollen after the punch. Okay, Thunder God Sword, I'll make the decision and compensate Uchiha. Torafu waved his hand and said, if anyone has objections, express them clearly, but don't mention Sensei, and don't mention not compensating the Uchiha. Torafu looked at Danzo coldly and said, Sensei also took an Uchiha as a disciple. To him, Uchiha are no different. The acting fifth Hokage had already spoken, coupled with Funan's intense reaction, who would dare to object. As a result, Funan was given the sword of the Thunder God. Funan hung the sword on his waist generously and raised his eyebrows at Danzo. Danzo snorted coldly, with a sullen face. Funan, do you have any other requests? Torafu asked again.
These 5, promote them to Jonin, I can guarantee their strength.
Funan handed over a list.
Seeing this, Torafu waved his hand and agreed. The Konoha corrupt quartet looked at each other, thinking that this was probably the hidden power of the Uchiha clan.
Okay, next, let's talk about Orochimaru and Kumogakure.
Torafu's expression became serious and said, Funan, tell us the situation at that time.
Understood. Funan recounted the events, of course, with some added details. What is Kumogakure doing? Funan shook his head and said, it seems they are shinobi who specialize in barriers. Barriers? Torafu was startled and looked hurriedly at the ANBU beside him. That ANBU member responded calmly, there are indeed signs of invasion in the barrier. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Konoha's barrier is invaded several times a month. The ANBU looked at Funan.
This guy often runs to the edge of the barrier to play, which makes Konoha's barrier team nervous. Especially after hearing that the Uchiha had transferred many of their members, Hiruzen and others almost scolded them to death. Torafu frowned and said, Kumogakure wants to create a barrier in Konoha? Why? Why else? Hayashi sneered, are they targeting Konoha's Kekkei Genkai? Those damn thieves. Everyone in the room nodded slightly. Kumogakure is also known as a den of thieves. All day long he was either stealing other people's blood inheritance limits or stealing other people's powerful ninjutsu. That was well known throughout the shinobi world. Hamura whispered, but if they just wanted to steal, wouldn't that be too conspicuous? Everyone was silent again. Indeed, who steals things with such arrogance? What's up with that? Hayashi said again angrily. He sneered and said, why can't they be flashy this time? Hayashi.
Hiruzen said in a deep voice, your argument is totally unworkable. Isn't Kumobakure worried about triggering a war? Hayashi glanced at Hiruzen strangely but said nothing. Hiruzen was a little confused at first, but then he thought of something, his vision went dark, and he almost fainted from anger. Damn you, you dare to mock me like this. Funan would not let go of such a good opportunity, and immediately sneered and said, how can they be afraid? Think about how much Kumobakure has done in Konoha. Has there been a war? They have even received great compensation. Funan said sarcastically, thanks to the third Hokage and his advisors we have avoided many wars in the village. Thanks to all of you. The expressions of Sarutobi and the others became grim. What do you know? It's all for Konoha. Funan learned how to answer quickly. The whole village is thanking you, especially the Hyuga clan. They are grateful to the point of tears. By the way, although there are a lot of yelling and cursing coming from the village, please don't pay attention. They are all people who don't understand Hiruzen-sama's will of fire. Hiruzen's face turned red with anger. Danzo, on the other hand, agreed with this. He was a radical militant and had long proposed using war to solve problems. The rest seemed ambiguous. Enough! When he saw everyone confronting each other again, Torafu shouted in anger. What time is it? Stop this nonsense. Torafu said coldly, we will immediately hold Sunagakure responsible and demand an explanation as to why so many of their shinobi appeared on the outskirts of Konoha and even attacked the Konoha shinobi. If they don't give an explanation, they can't blame Konoha for starting the war. Everyone was startled at first, and then suddenly realized. They had focused so much on their internal problems that they had forgotten many things. This was a perfect opportunity to hit Sunagakure and divert the conflicts in Konoha. Moreover, isn't it easier to deal with Sunagakure than Kumogakure? Understood. Everyone dispersed. Even Hiruzen, after a slight pause, slowly left the Hokage's office under the cold eyes of Torafu. After 4 years, the Hokage's office once again welcomed its new owner. After everyone left, Torafu suddenly lay down on the office chair. Shikaku let out a bitter laugh, he had also been in a cold sweat the entire time. Although they had the greatest power, their control over it was the weakest. Shikaku, I regret it, I regret sitting in this position. Shikaku glanced at him and said, if you regret it, it is still possible to change your mind. Torafu rolled his eyes, can't you give me some comfort? Uncle Torafu. Shikaku said seriously. You are now the leader of the village, even if it is temporary, it is because many jonin accepted it. You cannot let your guard down in the slightest. I know. Torafu smiled bitterly and said, but, what should we do next? He frowned and said, Uchiha actually lost 12 jonin in one breath. Moreover, Funan was probably injured as well. You also know the characteristics of the Mangekyo. I doubt he can hold on for long. Shikaku also frowned, looking a little uneasy. The original plan was to defeat the third Hokage faction and deal with Uchiha after becoming the acting Hokage. However, Funan's performance today was too aggressive. Talking about war so easily worried Torafu. I still can't believe that Uchiha will lose 12 jonin in one go. Shikaku spoke in a low voice. Torafu shook his head and said, me neither, but it's a fact. You can't deny it, didn't you see the bodies? You can't fake that. Shikaku frowned deeply. But don't forget, the Uchiha corpses were taken by themselves and most of the Kumobakure corpses were headless. For shinobi, even the dead could speak, but without heads, the information obtained from them was limited. Therefore, in Shikaku's eyes, the bodies seemed too matching, even a little forced. You may be overthinking this point. Torafu had a different opinion, saying, the battle between Orochimaru and Funan, it is surprising that there are any bodies left. Forget it. No matter what, Uchiha suffered huge losses, this is a fact. Shikaku exhaled a long breath and said, we wanted to weaken them a little, but now they have lost 12 jonin at once and Funan is probably injured. Under the circumstances, it is better to change course. If we put too much pressure on Funan, that boy will surely fight us. Deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen? Torafu's expression turned bitter. Not necessarily. Shikaka said coldly. Shimura Danzo is fine too. It's an idea. Torafu's eyes lit up and he became energetic. In addition, the Utatane and Mitokado clans are also within the attack range. Shikaka said coldly. We don't know if we will go to war with Tsunegakure or Kumogakure, but if we do, all of them will be sent to the battlefield. None will escape. Torafu nodded repeatedly and said, speaking of this, the Hyuga clan is also very abnormal today. Shikaku was not surprised at all, and said, the pent-up hatred is finally exploding. After all, his brother was forced to die. Hayashi is not the last person, just the first. Uncle Torafu, be careful. Hiruzen has been the Hokage for many years and has surely offended many people in secret. These people may be dating recently. Torafu sighed deeply and said, it's really annoying. Uchiha clan. As soon as he returned to the clan, Fugaku couldn't help it anymore, grabbed Funan and said, what the hell is going on? Be careful. Funan slapped Fugaku's hand away in displeasure and said casually, no one died, it was just Izanagi. Fugaku was shocked and said, then their eyes. I have spares here, I just implant one in each of them. Spares? Fugaku almost jumped up and said, where did you get the spare? Funan said calmly, during the Third Shinobi World War, I collected some. Also, since I became a Chunin, as long as there are dead shinobi in the clan, I will silently collect their eyes. Chunin? Damn, it's been 10 years now, right? I remember that Funan went to ninja school at the age of 5 and became a Chunin within a few months. Fugaku frowned and stared at Funan. Funan sneered and said, what's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Don't be hypocritical. Danzo has as many Sharingan as I do. Why don't you face him? Fugaku's expression became even more gloomy. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 83, Torafu takes charge. 1,622 words. Danzo couldn't hide the fact that he was collecting the Sharingan from Fugaku. However, at that time the Hokage faction was so powerful that he had no choice but to pretend he didn't know. Fugaku snorted and turned to leave. After he left, Setsuna walked out slowly and sat across from Funan. You kid. What? Funan said playfully. Do you also want to teach me a lesson? How is that possible? Setsuna sighed and said, that Uchiha has come this far is something I would never have dared to imagine before. Therefore, no matter the cost, I am willing to pay it. Funan nodded and said, these 12 Jonin, along with the power we have been hiding, if suddenly unleashed, it would be surprise enough for Hiruzen and the others. Setsuna nodded. This is something only the 4 of them know, not even Shisui or Itachi. The Uchiha had been hiding their power silently for a long time now. Until now, around 200 shinobi were hidden. Of course, most of them are Chunin, and there are only a few Jonin of the 3 Magatama. This is still a powerful force that cannot be ignored. Funan. Setsuna suddenly said, how long can your eyes last? Funan looked at Setsuna unexpectedly and said, old man, what do you want to say? Setsuna smiled slightly and said, do you know what happened between Uchiha Madara and his brother? The cursed eyes and the brothers. Funan sneered. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something and looked at Setsuna in astonishment. Instantly, Setsuna smiled slightly and the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Okay, old man. Funan said in shock. You actually, when did it happen? Setsuna showed a self-deprecating smile and said, in your words, after being beaten by Sarutobi Hiruzen, I awakened these eyes. Funan couldn't help laughing. So, what's up? Funan asked with interest. Do you want to give those eyes to me? Exactly. Setsuna responded bluntly. Madara fused his brother's eyes and managed to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, reaching supreme power. I am your grandfather, my blood runs through your veins, I believe my eyes can also fuse with yours. At the end of the sentence, Setsuna couldn't hide his excitement. Even people who don't like Uchiha Madara have to admit that the era with Uchiha Madara is the era when Uchiha is the strongest. What's more, Setsuna himself is an admirer of Uchiha Madara and considers himself the successor of his will. Being able to reproduce Uchiha Madara's powerful power is too tempting for him. Forget it. Funan shook his head and said, I don't want your eyes. Before Setsuna could speak, the Mangekyo appeared in Funan's eyes. The moment he looked at Setsuna, the effect of the Tsuji Haji no Kokuo was transmitted to him. Unexpectedly. Setsuna was a little dazed and murmured, You never cared about the side effects of Mangekyo. Do you still want to give me your eyes now? Of course not. Setsuna refused without even thinking. Just kidding, although the eternal Mangekyo is more powerful and has no side effects, who knows whether it can be successfully fused. In the 1,000 years of Uchiha history, only Uchiha Madara was successful. What if the fusion fails and Funan is injured? The modern-day Uchiha couldn't lose Funan. Now that Funan didn't care about the side effects of Mangekyo, Setsuna might as well let go of his restrictions and go all in on one last effort. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Get ready! Because the outposts of Konoha were attacked, more than a dozen sentries died, and 12 Uchiha Jonin also died. The whole of Konoha immediately became nervous. All kinds of rumors that were originally circulating in Konoha suddenly disappeared. The arrival of a powerful enemy undoubtedly promoted peace in Konoha. Even if it's just a brief period of peace. Then, a letter of responsibility was sent to Sunagakure, triggering a huge internal uproar in Sunagakure. As expected, they did not admit it. The fourth Kazekage had an extremely firm attitude, rejecting all of Konoha's accusations, and announced that Sunagakure would send an investigation team to find out what had really happened in Konoha. In this regard, Konoha, who wanted peace, decided to give Sunagakure a chance. The bodies of the shinobi who attacked the Konoha outposts would be delivered to Sunagakure. In addition, Torafu began a series of actions after taking office. The first step was the replacement of the ANBU. To this, Hiruzen and others strongly objected, saying bluntly that Torafu was only the acting Hokage, not the real Hokage. If the new 5th generation takes office, will the ANBU have to be replaced again? Uchiha said nothing on this matter, which resulted in Torafu's first order falling into the dust. The angry Torafu almost smashed up the Hokage's office. I told you, it won't work, but you didn't listen to me. Shikako looked helplessly at Torafu. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha, don't they know the benefits of replacing ANBU? They actually don't support me. Torafu cursed loudly. What is the benefit? Shikaku asked. It goes without saying that Hiruzen is targeting them, but if it were our people. Having said this, Torafu fell silent. The Uchiha had definitely noticed something, which led to his lack of action this time. Do you understand now? Shikako sighed and said, Uchiha is now a coiled hedgehog. Anyone who disturbs them risks being seriously injured by them. Furthermore, Uchiha barely expanded his power, they stayed the same, causing Hiruzen to focus his attention on them. What should we do? My first order. Torafu said with frustration. Then let's do it by force. Shikako sneered and said, Sarutobi Hiruzen must be laughing, so let him not laugh. With that said, he sent a proposal to Torafu. Torafu read it and almost threw it away. He looked at Shikaku in disbelief. Are you crazy? Konoha Shinobi Sense's plan. Shikaku looked calm and said, whether it works or not, you will know after you try it. Explain to me. Torafu looked at Shikaku and said, what exactly do you want to do? He had just taken office and had already received a blow to his prestige once. If it happens again. Torafu seemed to be thinking about something. If he continues to lose his prestige, he could no longer continue as acting Hokage. Who would be the first to explode? The Jonin group. The person they originally chose was Uchiha Funan. They already felt suffocated when they were forced to accept Tsunade and Torafu as an agent. If Torafu quit after 3 days, wouldn't the Jonin explode? Sarutobi Hiruzen will be the first to be hit. Uncle, can I summon Hiruzen and the others for a meeting? Shikaku looked at Torafu with a smile. Go ahead. Torafu sighed deeply, muttering, let's try it and see. If it doesn't work, we'll all have to leave together. Soon, Hiruzen and others, as well as Funan and Fugaku, were summoned. When Shikaku handed out the shinobi census plan to everyone, it was not surprising that Hiruzen strongly objected. Funan's jaw almost dropped. This is the move of some ruthless person. You really want to force Hiruzen to death, don't you? Torafu, what exactly do you want to do? Hiruzen looked at the plan and his head almost exploded. Hiruzen could already foresee the scene of his death. What should I do? Torafu sneered and said, and what do you mean? What's wrong with what I'm doing? Are you going to say that I should wait for the 5th Hokage? You said that reforming the ANBU was the Hokage's responsibility, but as acting Hokage, I do not have this qualification. Now I'm not qualified to conduct a shinobi census. So tell me, what am I supposed to do? Otherwise, do I recommend you to be the 5th Hokage's agent? The veins on Hiruzen's head were beating continuously. If Torafu's words were followed, in less than an hour, the topic of Sarutobi Hiruzen still clinging to power would spread throughout Konoha and be discussed intensely. Say it. Hiruzen said with a gloomy face. What exactly do you want? 2 things. Torafu raised 2 fingers and said calmly, Finance Department and Logistics Department. Impossible. Koharu exclaimed, almost jumping out of her seat. The Finance Department has always been her domain. As for the Logistics Department, that is the department under Hamura's jurisdiction. These are also the 2 most lucrative departments in Konoha. Impossible? Torafu sneered and said, why is it impossible? I am now the acting Hokage. Who do you think you are? Calling them elders really makes you think of yourself as a thing. Let me tell you, not only do I want these 2 departments, but I also want to investigate them. Any discrepancies in the accounts, you better fix them immediately, or the ANBU will go into action to arrest the people. The ANBU should still be able to follow my orders, right? The last words were directed at Hiruzen. Koharu and Hamura turned pale involuntarily. The 2 of them unconsciously looked at Hiruzen. Torafu looked at Funan, only to find that he was writing and drawing with his head down. What are you doing? Torafu had a headache. This guy is very dishonest and always makes you angry. Now he needs your support, can't you see? Hiruzen sighed and said, Torafu, the finance and logistics departments will be handed over to you in a week. 3 days at most. Torafu said coldly. Hiruzen, don't blame me for not giving you a chance, it's just that you have gone too far. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 84, Deals in Disquietude. 1,617 words. It's fine. Hiruzen gritted his teeth and accepted the deadline given by Torafu to hand over the finance and logistics departments. Hiruzen held up the census plan in his hand. Torafu said calmly, let's talk about it later. Hiruzen and the others walked out of the office with heavy expressions on their faces. Hiruzen, Koharu asked anxiously. How can the finance department and logistics department be handed over? Hiruzen asked back, to control the ANBU is to control the Hokage's life. You are the Hokage. Are you willing? Koharu remained silent. ANBU cannot be lost, it is a very powerful military department and control over it is crucial. To continue controlling the ANBU means having to sacrifice something. However, they did not expect that the old fat man Torafu had such a big appetite. Konoha is becoming more and more out of control. Hiruzen suddenly sighed and said, I fell into my old habit. What do you mean? The ANBU should have been abandoned from the beginning. What? Funan, what are you implying? Torafu looked at Funan with an unkind look and said, why didn't you say anything just now?
If Funan had spoken, Torafu wouldn't be so worried. Funan said in surprise, "You performed very well and were very impressive."
"What should I say?"
"You."
Torafu sat on the chair angrily, glanced at Funan, and asked curiously, "What are you drawing?"
"Oh,"
Funan said nonchalantly.
"Before the matter of Sunagakure and Kumogakure comes out, I have a lot of free time and just want to make a movie for fun."
You want to make a movie?" Torafu felt an extremely bad premonition in his heart, and he said in a trembling voice, "Funan, can I watch the movie first when it's ready?"
"Sure, but why that expression?"
Funan frowned. "Do not trust me?"
"No, I trust you too much."
"Your expression doesn't match what you're saying."
"You seem scared."
Torafu looked at Funan speechlessly.
"That's true, I'm really scared. Anyway, we agreed that after you finish filming, you must let me see it first."
Funan said dissatisfied, "Do you think there will be anything inappropriate in my movie?"
"No, I'm worried it's too appropriate."
Torafu said seriously. "Funan."
Torafu and Shikako looked at each other. "Funan, we had some misunderstandings before, but we hope to cooperate sincerely in the future."
"Is there any misunderstanding?"
Funan said in surprise.
"Don't we always cooperate well?"
Torafu's face twitched, and he said helplessly, "Inoshikacho will hand over another 100 million ryo. Also, when the finance department is in our hands, I will find a way to get another 100 million more.
The same for the logistics department.
After receiving it, I will take out some strategic supplies and send them to the Uchiha, compensating some of the money."
"I guess you will agree."
"Oh, Hokage-sama is too kind."
Funan immediately said with a smile. "The finance and logistics departments should be under the control of Hokage-sama. Who would dare stop him? Whoever stands in the way will become my enemy, even if it is Hiruzen."
Torafu breathed a sigh of relief, nodded and smiled. "The Sunagakure investigation team will arrive in Konoha tomorrow.
Uchiha should keep an eye on them and not let them do something they shouldn't do. Don't worry about this."
Funan was very cooperative at this time. Looking at Funan's back, Torafu sighed. If he had a choice, he would definitely not want to cooperate with Uchiha. Those guys are so dangerous.
Especially Funan. However, he had no other choice.
Hiruzen obviously did not want to delegate power, and everyone planned to squeeze him out.
"Where is Jiraiya?" Torafu suddenly asked. "And Kakashi?"
Shikako said, "You don't have to worry about Jiraiya. If he wants, he will surely become Hokage this time. Besides, lately he has gotten very close to the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki."
"Oh." Torafu showed a sarcastic smile and said, "Minato's son is like Jiraiya's grandson. He's probably very angry at Sarutobi Hiruzen for treating him like that."
"It is said that the two had a dispute a few days ago."
Shikako said, "With Jiraiya's personality, it's probably true."
Torafu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Actually, with Jiraiya's personality, even if he becomes the Hokage, we don't need to worry."
"That's true. Where's Kakashi?"
Shikako showed a strange expression and said, "Kakashi seems to be in a strange state lately."
"What?"
Torafu narrowed his eyes. "The people most likely to become Hokage on Sarutobi Hiruzen's side are Jiraiya and Kakashi. He's putting a lot of effort into his training recently,"
Shikako said. "However, it seems more like letting off steam." "Vent? Who provoked him?" Torafu showed a malicious smile and said, "It couldn't be Funan, right? Besides him, who else has the ability to bring someone to the brink of collapse?" Shikako was speechless for a moment before saying, "Don't always think that Funan is involved in this. He's not." "Not necessarily, well, probably not Funan."
"They have no connection to each other, and if they did, it would be disastrous."
Shikako felt defeated under Torafu's contemptuous gaze. Torafu thought for a moment and said, "Is it about Hatake Tsukumo?" "It's possible. Keep an eye on him," Torafu said calmly.
Although the Hatake Tsukumo incident made Kakashi feel resentful, after all, it was Danzo who did it and it had nothing to do with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi should understand too, that's why he has been at peace with the other party for so many years. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is really looking for him, Kakashi should help.
I have it in mind, Shikaku said. The rest depends on Sunigakure. Let's see what these guys are going to do.
It's best to have conflicts with Kumogakure.
Honestly speaking, I don't understand what Kumo is planning.
They have mobilized such a powerful force. Funan hummed a tune as he walked down the street, at the same time he focused on the god tree inside his body.
The two fruits are almost ripe again. Funan, walking down the street, suddenly started.
A blond boy with a whisker-like facial marking was approaching him.
Uzumaki Naruto.
Funan did not stop his pace, he glanced at him and then looked away. The Sharingan was reflected in his pupils.
Funan entered a strange space.
A huge sleeping creature suddenly woke up and stared at him coldly.
Hey, hello, Kyubi, this is the first time we've met. Funan waved across the cage.
He looked at the water under his feet and murmured, "The living conditions are really bad, it's like a slum."
No, it should be a sewer. Roar! Kyubi's cold eyes showed endless killing intent, and it rushed to the cage, revealing its sharp fangs. Uchiha! That's right. Funan remained imperturbably in his place, facing the Kyubi's advance. He did not move at all. With contempt in his eyes, he said, "Seeing these eyes, do you think of a certain man who treated you like a toy?" Damn it!
The Kyubi hit the cage hard but was repelled again.
What a bad temper.
Funan smiled and said, "I'll get straight to the point, Kyubi, give me some of your power, I want to do an experiment."
Haha, are you dreaming?
After going through its initial rage, the Kyubi calmed down. It slowly arched its body and made an attacking posture. It stared at Funan with its fierce eyes and shouted coldly, "Go away.
Me and Uchiha have nothing to do with each other, nor will I make any deal with you." Kyubi looked at Funan with disgust. From this guy's eyes, he did see the figure of that man. That irritated him. Funan smiled slightly, "Someone is collecting tailed beasts." Kyubi was unmoved.
It is said that they want to recreate something called the Ten Tails.
Do you know what that is?
These words made Kyubi almost jump.
What did you say? Kyubi roared and hit the cage hard. See you, Kurama.
Funan smiled slightly and slowly disappeared.
How do you know, damn it?
Damn it, stop it and speak clearly.
Uchiha. Kyubi kept roaring, and it hit the cage crazily.
A large amount of power began to leak out, but it was tightly restricted by the seal.
Damn Uchiha, damn the fourth Hokage. They can't stop me, they can't. Roar. The Ten Tails? Damn, how is that possible? 6 paths.
At this moment, Funan had already passed by Naruto. He could feel the gazes around him locking onto him.
He knew they were ANBU. Any approach by an Uchiha to the Jinchuriki would attract their attention. What's more, Funan just used his Sharingan on Naruto.
In the past, that would have resulted in his immediate arrest. But now, things were different. Funan didn't make any further moves, and they didn't dare to stop him, they could only watch him leave helplessly. However, they still reported the news to the third Hokage. "Third Hokage, acting fifth Hokage, I have caused you a little trouble, you won't blame me, right?" Sure enough, the third Hokage immediately approached Torafu. "You said Funan came into contact with the nine-tailed Jinchuriki?" Torafu frowned and said, "Is there any abnormality in his chakra?" "Yeah." The third Hokage said. "Torafu, what do you think of this?" Torafu thought for a while and said, "You don't need to worry about this matter. I will ask Funan." The third Hokage said calmly, "Torafu, my bottom line is that Uchiha must not have any interaction with the Jinchuriki, otherwise." His gaze was filled with infinite cold, which was suffocating. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 85, Flaming Feuds and Scorching Scandals. 1534 words. I understand. Torafu said directly.
I'm also against the Uchiha approaching the Jinchuriki. I'll contact Funan about this. By the way, how is the Jinchuriki doing right now? Jiraiya is with him. Oh. Letting Jiraiya keep the Jinchuriki was probably a decision that both parties could agree on. Tora Fusama.
A shinobi walked into the office and said respectfully, "The Sunagakure investigation team has arrived."
Oh. Torafu said, "Shikaku, you and Funan go meet them. We will let you cooperate with the investigation team." Yes. Shikaku strode away.
When Funan saw Sunagakure's investigation team, he couldn't believe his eyes.
The most beautiful back in the shinobi world. She's not dead? Funan whispered softly. Shikaku rolled his eyes at the side and said, "Be a little more sensible. She's fine, she's still a great hero of Sunagakure. Why should she be dead? Do you have a problem?"
The leader of the Sunagakure investigation team is surprisingly the hero of Sunagakure, Bakura. Funan remembered that she should have been sent to Kirigakure by Raza to be killed after the Third Shinobi War.
This should be the condition for a truce between Sunagakure and Kirigakure. And now, it turns out she's not dead. Funan thought for a moment and suddenly understood. It's because of him again. During the Third Shinobi World War, he was thrown into the front lines against Kiri, with Shikaku as his partner. Therefore, Kiri's losses were much greater than in the Naruto series. Who is the person Kirigakure hates the most right now? It's definitely Uchiha Funan. Even if there is an agreement, it will be between Kiri and Konoha, not Suna. Funan looked at Pakura's appearance and instantly changed his attitude. You can't deny a favor of life, right? So, Funan made a decision. One cannot be too selfish and must know how to show gratitude. I am a good person, and I am willing to give her the opportunity to pay me for preventing her death. Welcome, members of Sunagakure. Shikaku approached smiling to welcome, but Funan had already approached Bakura's side. Hello, beautiful lady. I am Uchiha Funan. A modest smile appeared on Funan's face. Are you Uchiha Funan?
Upon hearing this name, the Suna shinobi, who were originally on guard, changed their expression greatly, especially Pakura, had a dramatic change in her expression. She stared at Funan with interest, her eyes full of vigilance and curiosity.
Oh, you heard my name? What an honor. Funan continued to laugh. Of course. Pakura's expression was serious. I am Pakura of the Scorch Release. I am very happy to see the famous bloody flame. This sentence made many people suddenly realize. One is Scorch Release, and the other is Blood Flame, both of them are flame bringers. It is natural that both of you want to know more about each other. I really want to spar with you. Bakura's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Funan was overjoyed and said with a smile, I also want to compete with you. Come on, let's find a place where no one is around and have a good competition. Okay. Pakura looked at the people on the side and said, Baki, I'll leave the rest to you. Baki looked at Pakura speechlessly. Shikaku also looked at Funan with a headache and said, Hey, Funan, what are you doing? You have to understand. Funan gave Shikaku a thumbs up, smiling widely, his teeth shining in the sun. Shikaku, I trust you, this is youth. Thank you, but the problem is that I don't trust myself at all. Looking at the two people leaving, Shikaku and Baki looked at each other. At this moment, the two of them had the urge to have a drink. After the two looked at each other, Shikaku forced a smile and said, Sunagakure envoys, this way please, we have prepared a place for you to rest. Baki nodded stiffly and left with Shikaku. The leader ran away, and things undoubtedly became much more troublesome. There are several more procedures. They had to discuss first, then report to the two leaders, and after their approval, they could move on to the next step. If they didn't agree, they would have to start over. Maybe many people think that without these two people, there will be less things to do, right? This is nonsense. Now the situation in Konoha has become so tense. Who dares to make a mistake at this time? Sunagakure was in a similar situation. Bakura's strength was not below that of the Kazekage.
However, Bakura is a civilian shinobi, and Raza's power is very restrictive to the One Tail, and he is also the disciple of the third Kazekage.
This is why Raza took the position of Kazekage. Who dares to ignore the will of such a troublesome woman?
Therefore, no matter what, both parties could not avoid these two.
Is this Konoha's sincerity? They are deliberately slandering us.
After a short rest, the investigation team accompanied Shikaku to the room where the bodies of the Kumo shinobi were.
After a brief inspection, the Suna shinobi became enraged. They could tell they were Kumo shinobi, how could Konoha not see it? What?
Shikaku raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "It was obviously the Sunagakure shinobi who invaded, why do you still doubt our sincerity?"
Frame them? Are you talking about Konoha? You. Enough. Baki stopped the angry Suna shinobi and looked at Shikaku, saying, "These are Kumo shinobi." What? Shikaku's expression changed. Sunagakure doesn't want to recognize them? Do you want to blame Kumogakure? Look at their forehead protectors, and they died at the hands of the Uchiha, most of them used Sunagakure's ninjutsu. And is that enough as evidence? Baki's mouth twitched. If this is what Konoha thinks, then we have nothing more to talk about. Let's do whatever it takes.
Baki's words also became tough.
This is trying to force the blame on Sunagakure, they will definitely not admit it. Do as you say. Shikaku waved his hand and said, "Go away." After that, he assigned someone to guide Sunagakure's envoys out of Konoha. Then, he turned around and left. Wait a minute. Baki was dumbfounded when Shikaku left. This was the reality. Suna was no match for Konoha, the power gap between the two was huge. Oh. Shikaku turned around, his face emotionless. Anything else? Baki sighed helplessly and said, "Shikaku-san, we can discuss it."
Seeing this, Shikaku finally smiled.
In a forest around Konoha. Funan ran out with his clothes in a mess, looking back with tears in his eyes. You actually are worse than a beast. Damn. Pakura, who also had disheveled clothes, almost fainted with anger upon hearing that. Her eyes were red with anger. Boom. Four blazing fireballs appeared around Pakura. What? Funan shouted angrily. Do you want to kill me to hide the truth? Let me tell you, you are dreaming. I will expose your dark side. You. Pakura was furious and yelled. Are you still an Uchiha? Are you still a man? Funan pouted and said, You know that better than anyone. I know nothing. Pakura said angrily. You bastard, don't say such things that are easy to be misunderstood. Okay then. Funan jumped and said, When you put on the clothes you don't recognize me anymore, do you? You. Just wait. Funan shouted. Pakura, this matter is not over, I will come back. Looking at Funan, who left in a rage, Pakura's mind was a mess. It was just a contest of strength, why did the other party have so much drama? Looking at that expression, Pakura was a little doubtful whether he had really done anything. Suddenly, Pakura turned his head and saw the Sunagakure investigation team, who were staring in amazement from a distance. The Konoha shinobi were also there, but they all seemed to be hiding a laugh. Only Shikaku's expression was grim. Damn it! Pakura's mind went blank instantly. People are always interested in gossip. Especially someone like Pakura, a goddess-level kunoichi with impressive beauty, skills, and figure. Funan is the same. No matter where he is a perfect male god. In addition, they both have extremely high status. So, a huge tornado swept across Konoha. Pakura felt like she was attracting strange looks and people pointing at her wherever she went. The Suna team was also arguing intensely. A man and a woman ran out of the deserted woods, both of them were disheveled, and they said such a classic dialogue. This excited them even more than the matter with Sarutobi Hiruzen in the past.
The discussions became more and more exciting and real as time continued to pass.
They even described the postures used by Funan and Pakura. It was as if they had seen it all with their own eyes. Pakura was stunned. Is this Konoha? Have I been in the wrong place? Shikaku and others were also stunned. After several rumor battles, Konoha seemed to be heading down a slightly crooked path. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 86, The Poster Plot Unveiled. 1607 words. Hokage's office. Torafu looked at the promotional picture in front of him, and the fat on his body was trembling. Just now he gathered everyone together to discuss the matter between Funan and Pakura. This matter is quite a big deal and must be dealt with. Concerns had also been expressed by Sunagakure envoys. The tension was palpable in Konoha, and Torafu needed to understand the reason behind Funan's actions. But Funan told him that the movie he was going to shoot was ready and that he wanted his advice. Seeing that everyone was not there yet, Torafu nodded in agreement. And so, he found himself faced with this thing. Konoha Harem, The Legend of Funan. Then, 5 people appeared on the promotional picture. Funan was in the middle, looking forward with a cold and arrogant face. His eyes were sharp, as if no one could stop him. Behind him on the left were 2 people, standing in order, Hiruzen and Danzo. One of them had a kind face, and the other had a cold face. Behind him on the right were 2 more people, one was Torafu, and the other was Fugaku. What the hell is this? The poster had a small line, watch Uchiha Funan grow from an inexperienced youth to a towering tree that protects everyone from the wind and rain. Torafu took a deep breath and left the promotional photo silently, pretending that he didn't see that thing. He simply didn't have the energy to comment. Especially since in the entire poster, Funan was clearly the protagonist. Funan's face had obviously been heavily edited. The others seemed uglier just to make him look better, right? And Fugaku, damn it, was standing behind him, but why was he looking at him with those fierce eyes? Torafu's actions made Hiruzen and Danzo, who had just walked into the office, feel moved. They looked at each other and noticed a spark in each other's eyes. What is Torafu hiding? They both worried about the paper Torafu had placed on the table. All right. Torafu's voice sounded tired. You know why I called you here today. Funan, tell me, what's going on between you and Pakura? Funan immediately showed a tearful expression and said, the village needs to intercede for me. Can you speak clearly? Yes. Funan stood at attention and said, Pakura was originally a candidate for the 4th generation Kazekage. It is said that she and the current Kazekage are not on good terms. Shikaku asked, do you want to cause problems within Sunagakure? Yes. Funan said, Uchiha is very strong. If Raza knew that Pakura had an ambiguous relationship with the top leaders of Konoha, and this person is also from Uchiha, what would he think? Humph. Danzo snorted coldly and said, now we want Sunagakure to take care of Kumobakure. Funan looked at Shikaku and said, how is the negotiation going? It's in progress. Shikaku hesitated and said, the other party intends to work with us to put pressure on Kumobakure, or at least demand compensation from the other party. Then tell that Baki that if he agrees and is willing to pay a certain price, Pakura will not threaten Raza. What? The expressions of the people present changed. That Baki, is he Raza's subordinate? You want to help Raza kill Pakura? Funan said calmly, Pakura's existence threatens Raza. He needs someone trustworthy around her, like Baki. As for killing Pakura, I'm just helping Raza eliminate someone who threatens her position as Kazekage. Torafu said in a deep voice, Funan, tell me clearly, what exactly do you want to do? During the Third Shinobi World War, the losses of Kumobakure were not particularly large. Funan said indifferently. So, this time, Sunagakure and Konoha will join forces to cause some damage to Kumobakure. This is a way to bring peace to Konoha. For this reason, I hope you can work together to promote this matter. Everyone present fell into silence. Go to the war?
Due to the unexpected death of the third Raikage during the Third Shinobi World War, Kumogakure fell into a civil war over the Raikage succession. In the end, the current Raikage, who was both the representative of the fighting faction and the son of the third Raikage, won, but in order to stabilize his position, he did not send troops again. Of course, Kumogakure also benefited from Konoha during the Third Shinobi World War, which was one of the reasons why, even though Konoha won the war, the third Hokage had to abdicate. Some looked at the third Hokage involuntarily.
Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly became gloomy. That's enough. You guys still cling to me.
Hey, don't look at the third Hokage like that.
It's not easy for him. After hearing this from Funan, the people present only felt horrified. Their faces became expressionless as they sat, waiting for Funan's next words. The few people who had grudges against Hiruzen were even more excited. Funan didn't say anything.
This made the people present feel so uncomfortable.
That's it? Is it over? Ahem. Torifo coughed dryly and said, Funan, do you have anything else to say? There are no outsiders here, just say it.
Hiruzen looked at him fiercely.
You fat guy, you are just waiting for people to scold me, right? Torifo lowered his head and didn't look at him. Funan looked up in surprise and said, I have nothing else to say, do you have anything? No. Torifo waved his hand quickly and said, let's continue talking about what we were talking about before.
While speaking, he kept his gaze on Funan.
Funan was puzzled. Torifo whispered, Funan, if you have anything to say, you must say it. It's uncomfortable to hold it in your heart. Enough.
Hiruzen was shaking with anger.
Actually, Uchiha Funan, if you really have something to say, you can say it.
These words created another awkward silence, with everyone staring in amazement.
Because the person who said this was Danzo. Hiruzen's eyes went dark and he almost fainted.
Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was filled with a murderous aura, the people present silently closed their mouths and continued with the previous topic.
A strange group of people.
Funan muttered with a shrug.
They continued the previous topic.
Sarutobi Hiruzen strongly protested against Funan's proposal.
He believed that Funan's actions might lead to a war. However, Shimura Danzo agreed. Let's implement Funan's plan first.
After thinking about it, Torifo made a decision and said, no matter what, provoking the conflict between Raza and Pakura will not be bad for Konoha, and the affairs of Kumogakure can be put aside for the time being. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Sunagakure has been making a lot of moves recently. There have been several conflicts with Konoha at the border, and even more times when they were on missions.
These guys are not at peace either. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded silently. Several people sighed softly.
Whether it is Kumogakure or Sunagakure, if they can weaken the other side it would be the best, because once a war breaks out, it is estimated that Konoha will be under siege again.
The meeting came to an end.
Before leaving, Hiruzen and Danzo looked at the paper that Torifo placed face down on the table.
What exactly was written on it? They had to get that role at any cost. After everyone left, Torifo looked at Shikaku and said, Do you believe what Funan just said?
No.
Shikaku said without hesitation.
But what he said does make sense.
We can't completely deny him just because he has other purposes. Torifo looked at the report and murmured, What does Uchiha Funan want to do? Is he really willing to destroy his reputation for Konoha? Suddenly, Torifo asked curiously, could he be doing all this for Pakura? For a woman?
Shikaku said with a smile.
Although Funan is indeed more
liberal regarding matters between men and women, at least he is the head of the Konoha police force. It won't be long before he becomes the head of the Uchiha clan.
Will he lack women? And Shikaku didn't say the rest. Torifo understood. As a shinobi, how could he be so greedy for women? What Funan really needed was to secure his position as the next Hokage. He is carrying the fate of the entire Uchiha. The Uchiha will not let him do whatever he wants.
Now, with his reputation damaged, competing for the position of 6th Hokage would be a deadly problem for him.
In the Uchiha clan, rumors regarding Funan were also spreading. Naka Shrine. More than a dozen jonin and several high-ranking officials sat down one after another. Funan looked at Shiraya cautiously.
Although he cared little about the opinions of others, offending Shiraya would cause him problems in bed.
Fortunately, Shiraya didn't say anything.
She looked at him coldly and sat down steadily.
Funan breathed a sigh of relief.
Now the meeting officially begins.
I want to organize the missions for the next few days. Funan looked at an elite jonin Uchiha and said, the Sarutobi clan will also send a lot of shinobi to join forces with Uchiha to go to the border with Tsunegakure and keep an eye on Tsunegakure. You must be careful on this trip.
Yes. After that, Funan mobilized some people to go to the border where Kumogakure is located. This time, Shisui led the team.
These actions clearly showed the imminent possibility of war.
I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 87, Scorching Confrontation. 1632 words. Minister. After Funan made the arrangements, someone finally couldn't help it. A jonin asked, the rumors outside are very unfavorable to you. Funan smiled and said, how are they unfavorable? Needless to say, with so many rumors outside, how are you going to compete for the position of Hokage in the future? Did I say I would compete for the position of Hokage? Funan asked back, and said, remember what I said? I want the top leaders of Konoha to beg me to be the Hokage. Everyone was stunned.
In this case, the rumors outside really became meaningless.
Anything else? After Funan looked around, he focused his eyes on Uchiha Itachi. Itachi nodded slightly.
Next, he needed to convey the news to Sarutobi Hiruzen and others,
including Funan's strategic arrangements and personnel transfers. Funan's personal ideas.
All of these must be carefully recorded and conveyed to the third Hokage. Because the news conveyed was true, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others trusted Itachi more and more. Much of this information, in the view of Fugaku and others, was too sensitive to share.
In Funan's opinion, this information was irrelevant. As long as he has the power in his hands, even if he tells them openly that he wants to defeat them, will they still be able to resist? Resistance is useless. Boom!
At this moment, a loud noise came.
Everyone was stunned.
The jonin present at the meeting did not rush to fight, they simply prepared for combat.
Report!
A shinobi appeared, knelt on one knee, looked at Funan carefully, and whispered, Pakura has arrived.
Uchiha. A series of strange eyes looked at Funan. Funan was also stunned and said, is she crazy? Maybe, she is doing it for love.
A voice full of sarcasm sounded.
Funan shrank his neck.
Others also shut up instantly, without saying a word. Because the person who spoke was Shiryu. At this moment, she stared at Funan and crossed her arms, sneering.
Why are you looking at me?
Hurry up and help your woman, otherwise, the patrol team will teach her a lesson.
Funan was startled and ran away without hesitation. A senior shinobi looked at Shiraya cautiously and said, Shiraya-sama. You are really good to the minister. Humph. Shiraya snorted coldly, glanced at the senior shinobi, and said lightly, what do you think I will do? Go out and tear up that Pakura woman?
The Uchiha looked at each other.
Shiraya continued.
As Funan's partner, I don't like Pakura, but I must admit that he is strong and benefits the Uchiha clan.
Funan already has enough problems, I am not going to add more to him for something like that. Good guy. The Uchiha shinobi were convinced. However, from an angle that no one could see, Shiraya's lips curled up with a cold smile. Having said that, she was still very unhappy. When they were alone, she would settle accounts with Funan. At this moment, a shrill cry sounded. My dear Pakura, you have come to find me. The sneer on Shiraya's face suddenly solidified. Uchiha Funan, you bitch, I will kill you. Bakura was frozen in place. Anyone stared at by hundreds of red eyes would be terrified and unable to move. The recent rumors made Bakura very angry.
Everywhere she went, she was greeted with murmurs and strange looks. Even when she returned to the investigation team of Sunagakure, she could still hear similar words. At this time, Baki came to her and asked her directly if she really had an affair with Uchiha Funan.
Bakura's face turned green. Under the scorch release, Baki almost died on the spot. Baki, who was beaten almost to death, said that this was the Kazekage's concern. If Bakura really had nothing to hide, it would be better for her to clear it up with Funan to give an explanation to Sunagakure. You are a hero of Sunagakure after all, how can you get entangled with Uchiha? Bakura, who had been tortured for several days, didn't know why, but she became angry and went directly to the Uchiha clan. She wanted to settle accounts with Funan. However, upon blowing up the main gate of the Uchiha clan, she realized her mistake. Am I crazy? It's better to attack the Hokage building than to attack Uchiha. Bakura turned around and wanted to run. As long as she ran back to the Sunagakure investigation team, she would be safe. With the nature of Konoha, they would never attack the Suna messenger directly. Who would have thought that at this time, hundreds of figures would surround her in a flash? Bakura felt a cold sweat on her forehead. Fortunately, after these Uchiha found that she was alone, they did not attack immediately, but just surrounded her. At this moment, Bakura hoped that the people of the Suna investigation team would receive the news and come quickly. At this moment, a shrill cry sounded. My dear Bakura, you have come to find me. Bakura shuddered and glared at the person who came. Swish! Funan appeared in front of Bakura, looking at her with joy and said, My treasure, do not fear, I, Funan, will protect you. Bakura gritted his teeth and said, Uchiha Funan. I understand. Funan said, putting a finger on Bakura's lips. Words are unnecessary. Bakura rolled her eyes angrily. Suddenly, four fireballs enveloped Bakura, protecting her but also forcing Funan to retreat. Uchiha Funan, what are you up to? Bakura stared at Funan coldly. Funan said aggrievedly, Bakura, you can't just put on clothes and then not recognize people, right? You, what nonsense are you talking about? Bakura almost fainted from anger. She stared at Funan and said coldly, Uchiha's deputy clan leader, the head of the Konoha police force, you only use this method to deal with a woman? Funan raised her eyebrows and smiled, I know a lot of methods, such as... The Mangekyo appeared in his pupils. Bakura, who was unprepared, was instantly frozen in place. Let's go. Let's go home. Funan stepped forward, took the other party's hand, and walked towards the depths of the Uchiha clan. The people of the Uchiha patrol team had been laughing and joking until Funan left, and then they continued patrolling the clanland. Although Funan didn't say anything, they knew that Funan was quite satisfied with their performance, especially the patrol team's ability to respond. Otherwise, what awaited them at this time was a scolding. When they arrived at the Funan residence, Bakura broke free of the Mangekyo Sharingan Genjutsu. At that moment, she did not scream or despair, her expression was unusually calm. Her eyes were fixed on Funan, preparing for a deadly battle. Uchiha Funan, what do you want to do? Bakura asked as she formed seals with both hands, unleashing the full power of her scorch release. What I want to do? Funan smiled slightly. What do you mean exactly? Stop pretending. Bakura said coldly. You fooled me from the beginning. When we agreed to train together, you started spreading rumors. Also, while we were training, you also deliberately destroyed our clothes, right? I was wondering why your aim was so bad. Besides, the reason why I attacked the Uchiha clan should also be related to you, right? Funan looked at Bakura in surprise and said, Have you really guessed it? It's really related to you? Bakura exclaimed, widening her eyes. But I don't like frivolous men like you at all. Two fireballs were launched towards Funan. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. Funan's figure turned into a cloud of smoke. Bakura sharply turned his head just as a punch approached. She quickly blocked it,
but still recoiled repeatedly from the blow.
Funan took the opportunity to chase after her, launching a quick strike with his leg. Bang! Pokora crossed her hands in front of her chest but was still thrown into the air by the blow. Fire release, great fireball technique.
Funan almost omitted all the seals, and directly spit out a mouthful of blood flames, aiming at Pokora who was still in the air.
Boom! A huge fireball rushed towards Pokora, enveloping her completely. The next moment, Pokora's entire body turned into flames. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Funan looked at Pokora in surprise. Pokora was even more surprised than Funan. This is a unique escape technique she developed based on the scorch release. It made her almost immune to all fire ninjutsu, but she was still burned the moment she was hit by the blood flame. How terrifying were those flames? Was it really a Kekkai Genkai? Pokora was shocked and angry. Uchiha Funan must die. Scorch release, extremely steaming murder. The orange scorch release flew towards Funan. Before approaching, Funan felt a scorching breath. Shadow clone technique. Funan instantly split into 4 clones and rushed towards Pokora.
His original body stayed in place.
Bang!
A clone turned into smoke and dissipated in the air. The other 3 clones were already close to Pokora.
Fire release, dragon fire technique. 3 huge fire dragons roared towards Pokora.
Pokora kept retreating, constantly avoiding the fire dragon's attack, and at the same time, she kept throwing out burning fireballs.
Just when Pokora dodged the last fire dragon technique. Look behind! Funan's voice sounded behind Pokora. Pokora instantly threw out a fireball without thinking. Bang! It was still a shadow clone.
Pokora was not surprised at all, and even showed a cold smile.
Do you think I haven't realized that your real body is here?
With that, she ran towards one of the clones. And a huge fireball instantly covered the shadow clone. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 88, Secrets and Scandals. 1713 words. Bang!
The scorch escape hit the shadow clone, and Pokora heaved a sigh of relief.
Hey! At this moment, a voice rang behind Pokora. Before Pokora could react, a huge force hit her and knocked her to the ground. You! Pokora looked stunned at Funan and then at the place where she hit the shadow clone. Let go of me! Pokora shouted angrily. I said to you, little girl, why are you so unwilling to listen to my advice? Funan wondered. I have already told you that Raza is not going to let you go, don't you understand? Pokora sneered and said, this is all your guess. Relying on the enemy's guess, betraying the Kage of my own village, do you think I am a fool? Besides, you are not a good person either. You haven't made any assumptions on your part? No. The answer was so decisive. Funan was speechless and looked at Pokora carefully. Pokora stared at him without showing any weakness. If looks could kill. Well, in the shinobi world, actually looks can kill. In any case, Pokora would have killed Funan with her look. Funan was a little angry. After thinking for a while, he leaned over and kissed Pokora fiercely. I will make you obey. Pokora was stunned on the spot. Uchiha Funan.
A piercing scream rang out in the Uchiha clan. The patrol team was startled. Considering the temperament of their own minister, the patrol team looked at the place where the scream came from with pity. Don't move. Get out of here, you still told me not to move. Why don't you just die? The immobilized Pokora wanted to vomit blood. Funan made a move, and Pokora calmed down instantly. That's right. Funan nodded with satisfaction, and said, isn't it just a kiss? Why are you yelling so loudly? Pokora was about to speak, and Funan moved his hand threateningly. Pokora remained silent and looked at that beastly hand with hatred. He was actually pulling the front of her clothes. What the hell are you up to? Pokora gritted his teeth in anger.
Stay in the Uchiha clan and be my woman. Shameless, keep dreaming.
Funan frowned and said, you really don't consider it. Don't miss the #1 young prodigy of the shinobi world just for a moment of rage, you will deeply regret it.
Bakura felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth.
As for shamelessness, you really are the #1 in the shinobi world.
Funan reached out another hand and spread Bakura's eyelids. There is nothing wrong with this eye, why can't you see clearly? Get out.
Ah, forget it, losing a handsome man like me will make you regret it in the future. Funan shook his head for a while, and suddenly said, but I have decided to give you a chance.
Thank you, it's really not necessary.
You're welcome, who makes me a good person?
Really, it's not necessary. Well, what do you have to say? Feeling the shaking of the front of his clothes, Bakura trembled.
Funan nodded with satisfaction and said, I think the reason why you can't make the right choice now is that you don't understand me, so I decided to give you a chance to understand me.
Bakura said faintly, actually, I think I understand you very well. You are not a human being, you are worse than a beast.
The front of her clothes trembled again.
Bakura said with a gloomy expression, you think you have me under your control like this? Don't forget that I'm a kunoichi, if you push me too hard, we'll die together. How could I?
I have never doubted Miss Bakura's strength and courage.
Funan said with a smile.
I'm just worried about my hands making a mistake and ripping your clothes by accident. But don't worry, if I really make a mistake, I will call everyone in the Uchiha clan to help you cover yourself and prevent you from being exposed.
By the way, I am the head of the Konoha police force.
I can summon all the Konoha villagers to help cover you.
What do you think?
Don't worry, as a high-ranking member of Konoha, my requests will be approved by the 3rd Hokage and the acting Hokage.
And we can definitely help you cover your body and prevent you from being exposed. Bakura was silent for a moment, then forced to smile and said, I think I really don't understand you. May I ask, how can I understand you?
Funan's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, go to my room, my bed. Feeling the terrifying murderous intent, Funan swallowed his words and said, I will find you tomorrow, let's go on a date, how about it?
Bakura still stared at Funan fiercely. Funan smiled playfully and was determined not to back down. What do you want to do?
Bakura said coldly.
I am the hero of Sunigakure, and you are the Uchiha of Konoha. Do you know how much impact it will have if we go together? Does it have an impact? Funan was stunned and said, aren't Sunigakure and Konoha allies? Isn't that a friendly behavior between allies? Bakura was stunned for a moment. This point cannot be denied.
Bakura was silent for a while, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly frowned and gritted his teeth and said, don't move your dog paws, you hear me?
Oh. Funan looked innocent. Bakura's expression became even more grim.
She couldn't bear it anymore, gritted her teeth and said, I promised you, take your hand out.
Okay.
This time, Funan did not hesitate to withdraw his hand immediately.
This took Bakura by surprise. So easily?
In response, Funan said lightly, you're mine anyway, I'm not in a hurry.
Get out. Bakura cursed angrily and got up and left. She couldn't continue talking to Funan.
Otherwise, she would not be able to control herself.
Bakura staggered out of the Uchiha clan's territory, as if she had been hit 10 times with a club.
Her face was flushed, and there was an obvious claw mark on the front of her clothes.
That was burned quietly by Funan with a little blood flame.
The Sunigakure envoys who hurried over, as well as Nara Shikaku and others, were silent for a moment. When they heard that Bakura had entered the Uchiha clan, they were panicked.
What is this? Fight at the head of the bed and make peace at the foot of the bed? Even Shikaku couldn't help but doubt the relationship between Bakura and Funan at this moment. What Funan and I really? Forget it. Bakura was about to explain, but suddenly she felt powerless, waved her hands, turned around and left.
She herself knew that many things could not be explained clearly.
Moreover, Bakura knew that Funan would come to her tomorrow.
No matter how much she explained now, it would still cause suspicion tomorrow.
It's not worth explaining. Funan, you've won. Raza was already afraid of me, and now that I'm related to the Uchiha clan he'll fear me even more. Baki and Shikaku walked back in silence. No, this can't happen. Even Shikaku, this time, strongly objected. But unfortunately, Funan would not listen to them. Hokage residence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Sitting in a new chair, Hiruzen felt uncomfortable. He wanted to return to his office, but unfortunately, it was occupied by a fat man. In the future, there will be a new person to replace him and become the owner of that office. The biggest possibility is his female disciple. Hiruzen had complex feelings about Tsunade. He knew in his heart that Tsunade was indeed very suitable to become a Hokage. More suitable than Jiraiya. But when he thought about the actions against Nawaki, he felt as if a thorn was stuck in his heart. Konoha is now divided into 3 parts, which is not a long-term thing after all. Besides, Funan is younger, he has plenty of time. Hiruzen and others can't do it, and Torafu can't do it either. How much strength would they have left in 10 more years? At that time, Funan had just reached his peak. Damn Uchiha! Hiruzen felt irritated. He suddenly thought of something and whispered, Shinosuke. Here. A figure appeared. Did you get that thing? The acting Hokage won't let us near the office, but I'll definitely get it. Do it fast. Yes. Looking at Shinosuke leaving, Hiruzen murmured, Torafu, what are you and Funan doing? Thump. Thump. Hearing that sound, Hiruzen felt a sudden headache. There is only one person in the whole Konoha who can make this sound. Shimura Danzo. Even Hiruzen is a little afraid of Danzo now. He is too confident. So sure of himself that it gave chills. Hiruzen, have you heard the news? Danzo's gloomy voice echoed. What are you talking about? Don't feign ignorance. Danzo said coldly. It's about Uchiha Funan and Pakura. What do the two of them have to do with you? Hiruzen was a little impatient. He was no longer the Hokage, but he still had an office in the Hokage residence and supervised various departments. He dared not delegate power, otherwise what awaited the Konoha corrupt quartet was a devastating blow. Torafu was not a soft-hearted person. Bang! Danzo slammed the table hard and said angrily, this is a conspiracy, don't you understand? Pakura is the hero of Sunigakure. She and Uchiha Funan are together. What does this mean? I don't believe you don't understand? Hiruzen said coldly, Pakura only has influence in Sunigakure. At the same time, she is hated by Raza and has been trying to weaken her. Danzo said, so, Pakura and Uchiha Funan cooperated. Hiruzen frowned and said, then what do you want to do? Hiruzen, trust me, leave it all to me. Ugh. Bang. Danzo disappeared in an instant, hastily dodging the cup that flew towards him. Hiruzen. Danzo looked angry. As lifelong companions, how can you throw a cup at me? And without any warning. Aren't you afraid of really hurting me? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 89, Love and War. 1613 words. Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted lightly, and there was a little embarrassment in the depths of his eyes. He was embarrassed to say that everything just now was his instinctive reaction. He now has Danzo's self-confidence phobia. Not only him, but also Koharu and the others. Now, the Uchiha clan is full of vigilance against them. He sent out several spies to check the true and false of the Uchiha clan, but all of them never returned. The Uchiha clan patrol team simply prevented even a fly from flying into the Uchiha clan territory. In addition, the loss of the route also made Hiruzen heartbroken. The entire route was destroyed. Oh, and there is also the ANBU. Danzo's inexplicable self-confidence caused great losses to the ANBU. Now, when he heard phrases like trust me and leave it to me, he instinctively wanted to hit someone. Hiruzen's expression became serious, and he said, Danzo, don't do anything reckless. We can't afford any losses now. You have experienced how crazy Uchiha Funan is many times, haven't you? But we can't just sit back and do nothing either. Danzo said in a deep voice. Hiruzen, I understand your thoughts, and you also understand my thoughts. We know each other so well, so... This is a little bit off. Danzo didn't notice anything and said calmly, Uchiha can wait, what about us? Time is on their side, isn't it?
Hiruzen was completely silent. He was also impatient at this point, because Funan was young, but they were all over 60 years old.
Danzo looked at Hiruzen silently, adding one last drop of pressure. Hiruzen, are you sure that Uchiha Funan will not become another Uchiha Madara?
Hiruzen clenched his fists and stared at Danzo with a fierce look.
He could never become Uchiha Madara. Never. Is that so? Danzo laughed sarcastically. So why are you so excited? It's not because you also think Funan could become another Uchiha Madara.
Hiruzen's expression became colder and colder. Danzo's words revealed the most worrying point in his heart.
After Hiruzen and Danzo looked at each other for a while, Hiruzen slowly spoke, What do you want to do?
Danzo smiled slightly, lowered his head and whispered a few words in his ear.
The third Hokage suddenly widened his eyes, Are you crazy?
This is the best way.
Danzo said gloomily, The Uchiha are now protecting themselves like hedgehogs. We can't get close at all. There is no way to eliminate their power except war.
Hiruzen lit his cigarette in silence.
Have you ever thought about failure? Danzo looked at Hiruzen with disappointment in his eyes.
Hiruzen, you are old, really old, and you are so hesitant.
No matter how many good opportunities there are, you will definitely miss them. Only I can do it.
I am the only one who can save Konoha and lead Konoha to dominate the shinobi world.
Danzo's eyes became firm, and his mood became high.
He looked at the third Hokage with a look of superiority.
Knock.
At this time, there was a knock on the door.
Come in.
Hiruzen calmed down and looked a little surprised. No one has knocked on his door for a long time.
As for Danzo and the others, do you expect them to knock on the door? Think too much.
So, now that he heard the knock on the door, Hiruzen actually felt a little emotional.
It's been almost half a month, and finally someone knocked on my door.
The door opened and a person entered smiling.
Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo instantly frowned. Uchiha Funan? Hiruzen is too lazy to pretend now. They are in a life and death struggle. Who has time to recall his kind face? What do you need? Is something important? Funan looked serious.
The third Hokage and Danzo began to feel annoyed.
Speak. Funan said seriously, I'm going to have a date with Pakura.
Hiruzen and Danzo looked at Funan in silence, waiting for him to continue. They were sure that Funan would not stop there.
Sure enough, Funan did not let them down. I want Danzo-sama to follow me secretly, so that he can learn something. What the hell? Danzo was stunned. What am I learning? Funan looked at Danzo's confused look and couldn't help but said, Danzo, why are you such a fool? Danzo stared at Funan coldly and said, Funan, what do you mean? Funan looked at Danzo speechlessly and said with a look of regret, Look, I'm going to be with Pakura soon, aren't you jealous? I'm jealous. Danzo was stunned. What I am thinking about now is how to kill you too. What am I jealous of? Yes, you are jealous. Funan sighed and said, I will have a date with Pakura tomorrow.
You are allowed to follow me secretly, watch more, and learn more.
You are so old, but you are still an old bachelor. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you tell others about it? If I were you. Danzo picked up his walking stick and wanted to fight Funan. I finally understand what you mean. I have given everything for the shinobi world. Women will only affect my hand speed in making hand seals.
Hiruzen was also confused for a moment and hurried forward to stop Danzo.
Funan. Hiruzen shouted coldly. Did you come here just to say this nonsense? Are these things not important? Funan was incredulous and said, Hokage-sama, have you forgotten that Danzo-sama is still an old bachelor? He is different from you. You have 2 children, one of whom is already an adult. You are a winner in life. Danzo-sama, on the other hand, is a lonely person. Imagine how alone and helpless he feels every night.
Hiruzen's veins were throbbing. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, Get out.
Hokage-sama, are you really not going to consider it?
Funan was still making the final struggle.
Get out.
Hiruzen couldn't help it and roared.
Okay, I understand.
Looking at the ferocious Sarutobi Hiruzen and the furious Shimura Danzo, Funan suddenly clapped his hands, and his face was suddenly enlightened. A strong sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart.
What did this bastard think of? Hiruzen didn't even think about it. Driven by instinct, he shouted, Shut up, Funan, get out now. Funan opened the door, stood at the door, and shouted, Hokage-sama, I finally understand. The reason you don't want Danzo-sama to find a girl is that you must want to monopolize him.
Yes, it definitely is.
You're too selfish.
This scream echoed throughout the building.
God knows how many people's jaws dropped.
Torafu was writing something, and with a snap, the pen broke in his hand. He stood up, walked out of the office, looked at the silent Hokage office building, and sighed.
Funan, you are a true genius. I, Akimichi Torafu, would like to call you the strongest.
It doesn't take much thinking to know that Funan was behind this.
This is fucking shameful. Is Funan no longer planning to compete for the position of Hokage? He doesn't care at all about the impact he made, he's just looking for a moment of fun?
Compared to him, Hiruzen and Danzo. One has never had any contact with women, and the other simply lost his wife.
If this gets out, no doubt, it will definitely get out, because Funan wants it to get out.
Besides, there are so many people who are unhappy with Hiruzen and Danzo. Suddenly, Torafu's face changed, and he turned his head sharply to look at his office. On the desk, the promotional poster that Funan gave him disappeared.
Torafu smiled coldly and said, You dare to rob me so openly, good, very good. With Torafu's orders, the entire Hokage building began to stir. The fat man was really angry this time.
Hiruzen and Danzo are still confused. They were also stunned by Funan's voice.
Damn, we're in the Hokage residence now.
Thinking that in the near future there will be rumors in Konoha that Danzo is not getting married because of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hiruzen's vision began to darken.
No one can stop me, I will kill you. Uchiha Funan.
Immediately afterwards, the fat man's anger came.
He went straight towards Hiruzen and Danzo, completely ignoring Funan.
This time, the fat man was really angry, staring at Hiruzen and Danzo with eyes that could kill people.
That gloomy expression made Danzo's scalp tingle. You are so good, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo Shimura. He was absolutely furious.
Some of the previous orders were directly refuted, and later there were documents missing from the office.
Danzo bit the bullet and said, This matter has nothing to do with us, maybe it's Uchiha Funan. Shut up! Torafu roared. If you dare to talk nonsense to me again, believe it or not, I will kill you. You. Danzo trembled with anger, pointed at Torafu, gritted his teeth and said, Akimichi Torafu, let me tell you, Konoha is not a place where you can be as arrogant as you want. Boom.
A fist larger than Danzo hit him directly, knocking him out of Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen's expression changed, and when he was about to speak, he was met with the cold gaze of Torafu.
He said word by word, ANBU will be reorganized, Sarutobi Shinosuke will be removed from ANBU, understood?
Hiruzen was silent for a moment and nodded.
Okay. I disagree. A roar sounded. Danzo returned, looking at Torafu with fury in his eyes. To this, Torafu looked disdainful.
I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 90, Chapter 90, Sunagakir's Unlikely Kazekage Candidate. 1552 words. Danzo, calm down. Hiruzen's deep voice sounded. Danzo said angrily, he is wronged. For the second time. Torafu, this damn fat guy, actually beat him for the second time. Hiruzen didn't help him either. He can't stand it anymore, he wants to break the seal and fuck this damn fat man.
Danzo's hand slowly stretched out to the bandaged hand.
Danzo. Hiruzen's voice was extremely stern and said, everything is for Konoha. Danzo. Humph. Torafu snorted coldly. Disbanded the ANBU and punched Danzo again. His anger dissipated a lot, and he turned around and left. Danzo was purple with anger, but he left too. No matter how Hiruzen screamed, his steps never stopped at all. Hiruzen sighed and looked at the figure that emerged quietly. You are so brave, you actually entered the Hokage's office directly to steal something. Shinosuke was silent. Seeing that Shinosuke was a little disappointed, Hiruzen comforted him, since you can't stay in ANBU, then go and become a Jonin mentor. Where are the documents? Hiruzen looked up at Shinosuke and said in a deep voice, I want to see what these two people want to do. Hearing this, Shinosuke immediately felt embarrassed. What's wrong? Hiruzen frowned slightly and said displeasedly, can't I see it? No, is not that. Sarutobi Shinosuke was a little confused. What should I say about this? Forget it, give it. Not letting him see would be even worse, he hoped his old father would hold on. 3 minutes later, a roar came from Hiruzen's office, scaring many people. Torafu was sitting in the office, raised his head, looking a little surprised, wondering what happened to Hiruzen. Suddenly, he remembered the sign and smiled. So that was why. After putting in so much effort and paying such a high price, you got a sign that makes people vomit blood. Hiruzen, how do you feel? Do you want to cry? Thinking of this, Torafu suddenly lost his anger. He even started humming a song. You are my lover, a flower that intoxicates the soul. At the station where the Sunagekyo research team is located, Funan stands on the raised platform, holding a microphone in his hand and singing loudly in front of a window. The people of Konoha and Sunagekyo were all stunned. Baki looked at Shikaku and said sarcastically, are the people of Konoha so bold and unrestrained? Shikaku's expression turned grim. Shikaku. Funan shouted. Can't hear it. I do not know you. Shikaku lowered his head. Had it not been for the Sunagekyo investigation team here, he would have wanted to turn around and leave. Shikaku with the scar on his face. Damn! Shikaku raised his head fiercely and glared at Funan. The people of Sunagekyo almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Funan said, dance to cheer us up. Go to hell! Shikaku yelled angrily. You're sure? 3 Magatama appeared in Funan's eyes. I warn you, Funan, if you use genjutsu on me, I will fight you to the death. Shikaku subconsciously took a step back and threatened him. But even Baki could see that Shikaku's threat seemed to lack conviction. Looks like he's still trembling a little. Okay, I won't embarrass you, just go and accompany me. Funan pointed at the musical instruments he brought. Shikaku approached slowly with a dark expression. What are you doing? Play the drum. Okay. Shikaku took over the role and started beating the drum. Half of Konoha resonated with the sound of the drum. Countless people are looking this way. And more people joined the crowd. When there is something exciting, everyone wants to see it. Funan picked up the microphone and continued singing. The song didn't really match the drum beat, and besides, Funan was a little out of tune. This strange combination made the surrounding people's skin crawl. Enough! An angry shout rang out. Bakura walked out angrily and said, Uchiha Funan, what the hell are you doing? My dear, you are finally out, I miss you so much. Funan burst into tears immediately after seeing Bakura. Bakura said angrily, who the hell is your dear? You, it's you. Funan said aggrievedly, you took away my first kiss yesterday. You have to be responsible for me.
Upon hearing that, many were perplexed.
Watching more and more people gather, Bakura glared at Funan and quickly led him away. Ha, thank you all for helping us. Now we are going to have a date, and another day we will invite you to drinks for our wedding. Funan's laughter echoed in the air. Have a nice day, Minister.
The people of the Konoha police force shouted in unison.
The loud voice scared many people. Shikaku almost fell down. Since when has the Uchiha style become like this? Is everyone losing their seriousness in the clan? Shikaku sighed softly. Konoha is going to be in the news this time.
Without needing to think about it, he knew that there would be spies from other villages around watching this scene and murmuring.
Shikaku felt like covering his face and crying. Bakura pulled Funan to a deserted place, pushed Funan hard, and shouted, "What the hell are you up to?" Funan said innocently, "Didn't I tell you yesterday? It's a date." Bakura was so angry. I am from Sunagakure. I know. You are from Konoha. I know. So, is there any chance between us? Bakura said angrily, besides, I'm not interested in you at all. As long as I'm interested in you. Bakura sneered and said, do you really know me? You dare to say that you are interested in me? It doesn't matter. Funan waved his hand and said boldly, I am very sure that I am just greedy for your body, so I don't care about the rest. You? Bakura almost fainted from anger.
She stared at Funan.
Funan looked at Bakura lovingly. In the end, Bakura was defeated. She looked at Funan helplessly and said, what do you want to do? If she could defeat Funan, she would have killed him without hesitation. But, she really can't beat him. Actually, it's very simple what I want. Funan looked at Bakura seriously and said, Raza will not let you go. You will die in his hands sooner or later. He looked at Bakura's body up and down and said what a pity, what a waste. As a pervert with integrity, I absolutely cannot agree. Aha! Bakura was so angry that she roared and activated her scorch release.
The Mangekyo manifested in Funan's eyes, and a huge skeleton enveloped him.
Boom! With a casual strike, the fireball created by Bakura's technique was deflected. What's this? Bakura looked horrified.
The skeleton giant stretched out his hand and grabbed Bakura in the palm of his hand.
Woman, enough of this nonsense. Funan looked at Bakura and chuckled. I invite you to collaborate with me again, what do you say? Or do you really think that Raza will let you go? Bakura, who was about to resist, suddenly became silent. She looked at Funan with complicated eyes and said, Are you so sure that Raza will attack me? Funan looked at Bakura and said nothing. Bakura sighed quietly and said, I am from Sunagakure. So, are you prepared to die generously? No, I am ready to cooperate with you.
Bakura was extremely calm at the moment and said, But I want you to understand that the collaboration is mutual, you can't force me to do anything. Funan looked Bakura up and down, and said with a smile, Don't worry, both parties must agree on that kind of thing.
I mean, I won't do anything to hurt Sunagakure. Okay. Bakura suddenly asked, I can feel that this is your last invitation to me. If I don't agree, what are you going to do? Funan said casually, I will use force. I remember a great master said that if you want to have a woman, you must first get her body. Also, I will take you back to the Uchiha clan and lock you up. When I am not busy, I will go to. Okay. Bakura waved his hand quickly and said, Tell me, how do you want to cooperate? Funan smiled slightly and said, I want you. Bakura's eyes were sharp. Become the Kazekage. Bakura was no stranger to ambition. Strictly speaking, he also wished to become a Kazekage. What do you plan to do? Bakura said in a low voice. Simple.
Funan snapped his fingers and said, Find an opportunity to lure Raza out of the village, and I will kill him, and you can become the Kage smoothly.
You? Bakura stared at Funan angrily and said, I just started collaborating with you, could you be more serious? Is there anything wrong with this? Funan spread his hands and said, Pakora, why do you think Raza has to kill you? Of course. Pakora paused as she pondered. Have you figured it out? Funan smiled and said, Raza wants to deal with you because his position as Kazekage is unstable. As long as you get rid of him, you can also become Kazekage without problems. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 91, Pakora's Decision. 1,654 words. Excluding Raza, strictly speaking, Pakora is undoubtedly the one with the best chance of becoming a Kazekage. This is why Raza wants to kill Pakora. Likewise, if Pakora eliminated Raza, it wasn't 100% certain, but at least she would have an 80% chance of becoming a Kazekage. However, killing Raza is not an easy task. Raza already has the strength of Kage level, and there are guards around him. What's more, if he leaves the village, his whereabouts must be hidden. Pakora shook her head and said, You know that if I kill Raza, I could become the Kazekage. Doesn't Raza know that? He must be on guard against me. Then we can only use the second method. Funan spread his hands. Looking at Funan, Pakora had a bad feeling in his heart. What method? Funan whispered in Pakora's ear. Pakora's body trembled. Are you crazy? She opened her eyes in surprise and looked at Funan in shock. Funan smiled and said, Which of these two methods do you choose? Can I choose neither? So you want to die? Are you so virtuous? I admire you. Pakora was silent again. Funan did not urge her and waited calmly on the side. Looking at Funan's appearance, Pakora sighed in her heart. After all, he was an Uchiha, only they could come up with such radical methods. Moreover, he is worthy of being the man who brought Uchiha out of the whirlpool of Konoha. No matter how unserious he is at ordinary times, he has the necessary capacity and courage. Sunagakure was undoubtedly aware of Konoha's situation. I understand. Pakora made up her mind and said, I choose the first method. Funan nodded indifferently and said, Since you have already made up your mind, let's begin. I leave Sunagakure's side to you. Pakora frowned and said, Don't you think that our sudden decision followed by a series of actions will arouse suspicion? If they become suspicious, what's the use? I do a lot of things and never care whether they know it or not. It's better if they know it. I will beat them openly. Funan looked disdainful, then looked at Pakora with amusement and said, At most, you can tell them that you were conquered by me. Is that not enough? Pakora was stunned and roared, Get out! Pakora and Funan returned. They had disappeared for a day, with no one knowing what they had been doing, and now they were both returning to Konohagakure together. Funan went directly to find Shikaku. Pakora went directly to find Baki. What? Two people in different places shouted at the same time. Deal with Kumogakure? Yes. Funan said with a smile, Sunagakure will join Konoha in putting pressure on Kumogakure, demanding an explanation why they impersonated Sunagakure and attacked Konoha's outposts. If they refuse, then I'm sorry, war. I can't believe two villages together can't defeat a single Kumogakure. This. Shikaku was stunned. Funan looked at Shikaku and said, What's wrong? Isn't this the result that Konoha has always wanted? But. Shikaku hesitated and said, Why would Pakora agree? Funan looked in the mirror, showed a confident smile, and said, Being handsome has many advantages. On this point, you don't understand, big scar. Shikaku turned around and left. Looking at Shikaku's back, Funan smiled deeply. I will reach the top step by step, and no one can stop me. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo can't stop me. The 5 major shinobi villages can't stop me. Uchiha Madara can't stop me either. Black Setsu and even the 6 Paths Sage can't stop me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you guys just try your best to struggle, there's not much time left for you. Baki was also stunned. Pokora agreed to join forces with Konoha to put pressure on Kumogakure. With Konoha as the main force, Sunagakure will only send shinobi to support. Pokora spoke calmly. Why? Baki couldn't help but ask. Why did you suddenly make such a decision? Baki hurried to explain when he noticed Pokora's gaze turn cold. Don't think too much, it's just that this matter is of great importance. I also want to inform Kazekage-sama. Pokora felt suffocated. If it weren't for Raza, how could Funan tease her for so long? How could she reach an alliance agreement under Funan's threat? These days, she has become a joke in Konoha. And now you dare to mention the Kazekage in front of me? Pokora suddenly showed a charming smile and said, of course, I was conquered by Funan. What? Baki's jaw almost dropped. Ah, just kidding. Pokora laughed and said, of course I did, because this is what's best for Sunagakure. Best for Sunagakure? Yes. Pokora explained. This time, Konoha will take the lead, and we are just assisting. Even if a war breaks out, Konoha will be in the front, and the damage to Sunagakure will not be great. Baki nodded subconsciously. However, what Pokora just said is still echoing in his ears. I was conquered by Funan. How is it possible? Absolutely impossible. Baki became irritated. He is Raza's confidant and knows the relationship between Pokora and Raza very well. If Pokora got help from the Uchiha clan, it would be fatal for Raza. While Baki was deep in thought, he didn't notice Pokora looking at him with deep meaning. Behind that gaze, there was a trace of killing intent. Soon, Konoha issued a censure statement. They expressed their dissatisfaction towards Kumogakure, questioning why they impersonated Sunagakure and attacked Konoha's guard posts, and demanded an explanation from Kumogakure. In Konoha's censorship statement, Pokora of Sunagakure also signed. This represented the alliance between the two villages. After the declaration of censure, Shikaku and several jonin in charge of this matter showed complicated expressions. How many years have passed? Konoha actually took the initiative to put pressure on other shinobi villages. At least after Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, it has always been other shinobi villages that shouted at Konoha. Konoha adheres to the concept of peace and chooses to be tolerant. At this moment, including Shikaku, several Konoha jonin inexplicably thought, maybe it would be good for Funan to become Hokage. Shikaku looked at the contents of the condemnation letter. His tone was extremely harsh, making clear a feeling of being prepared for war. Why can such a letter of condemnation be passed? One is the help of Sunagakure. And the most important point is that Funan promised in public that if a war breaks out, Uchiha will dispatch 15 jonin and 200 elite shinobi, led by Funan himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen was blocked and couldn't disagree. Ah! Shikaku sighed deeply and then began adjusting some of Konoha's jonin quests. In addition, a large number of shinobi were mobilized to the border of Kumogakure. Between Konoha, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, on the verge of war. Sunagakure. Raza received a message from Baki, and her expression turned grim. Fuck, I'm the Kage. I am the Kazekage. Now, Sunagakure could be about to go to war with Kumogakure, and the censure statement has already been sent. And I, the Kazekage, just found out about this. Damn. Raza has to admit that if he were in Konoha, his choice would be the same as Pokora's, and he would join forces with Konoha. The worst that can happen is the loss of some shinobi. As one of the 5 major shinobi villages, Sunagakure can afford the loss. And if they are successful, the benefits would be enormous. Raza looked at the documents on the side. Several documents showed that Sunagakure had a huge financial crisis recently. Damn Konoha, they took away too many missions from them. Without missions, there is no money. Without money, Sunagakure can't even maintain the current number of shinobi. If they can get something out of Kumogakure, that would be the best. However, the person who made this decision was Pokora. Raza's gaze was deep, full of dark and complicated thoughts. The Raikage office.
The fourth Rakige's office was probably the most unique among all the Kage offices.
There are not many files in the whole office, only fitness equipment.
A muscular man about 2 meters tall was lifting weights.
Knock. Accompanied by a violent knock on the door, a woman in her 20s walked into the office. Looking at the Rakige who was working out, she said with a headache, "Rakige-sama, have you read the documents I brought you yesterday? I need your signature on them." The deep voice of the Rakige sounded, "I gave them to you, so sign for me." Mabui couldn't help but complain, "Who is the Rakige?" "Mabui."
The Rakige said seriously. "As the Rakige, I must maintain my strength at all times. You understand that there will always be some guys who try to rise through the ranks." The Rakige's muscles trembled violently, his pose was fierce and terrifying, like an angry demon. Mabui did not comment on this.
Kumobakure was indeed unstable.
The death of the third-generation Rakige was too sudden. Although he had already decided that his only son would be the fourth-generation Rakige, there were always some people who thought they had a chance. Fortunately, the current Rakige, although he did not like to deal with political matters, had a broad vision and a clear mind, as well as being individually powerful. Although he was not as strong as the third generation, he still beat down those who had ulterior motives and successfully took the position of Rakige. But, to this day, there were still those who tried to challenge his position. For this reason, the fourth-generation Rakige had to stop the war, otherwise, with his temper, he would have attacked Iwagakure and avenged his father. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 92, Konoha's condemnation and Kumobakure's response. 1,612 words. For other issues, I can help you, but this is something only you can handle. Mabui handed a document to the fourth Rakige. Konoha and Sunagakure have joined forces and asked us to explain the actions at the Konoha outposts. Oh. The Rakige looked surprised and said, "Konoha and Sunagakure have teamed up, which is not surprising. Konoha actually dared to condemn Kumobakure? Who gave them the courage?"
According to recent intelligence information, Uchiha Funan of the Uchiha clan has completely controlled the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, in the confrontation with the third Hokage, he has the advantage and has forced the third Hokage to retreat.
Now, the leader of Konoha is Akimichi Torafu. Funan? Bloody Flame Funan? Akimichi Torafu? The one from Inoshikacho? The Rakige said in surprise, "Isn't he almost 60? How did he become Hokage?" "It's only temporary," Mabui said.
Konoha believes that he is too old to be Hokage, so Akimichi Torafu acts as the acting Hokage. According to our information, the third Hokage wants to elect Kakashi as the true fifth Hokage, while the Uchiha wish to take power for themselves.
Kakashi? The Rakige looked disdainful and said, "That copy ninja?" "Yes." Konoha, which is getting worse with each generation, actually dares to condemn Kumobakure. The Rakige laughed out loud. Although Konoha's strength is stronger than Kumobakure, Kumobakure always looks down on Konoha. This comes from their many confrontations. The fourth generation Rakige remembers the Third Shinobi World War. Konoha obviously won, but in the end it paid a lot of supplies to Kumobakure.
Mabui reminded him, "Rakige-sama, the leader of Konoha is no longer Sarutobi Hiruzen.
We don't know what Akimichi Torafu's attitude is. Based on the content of this condemnation letter, I'm afraid he is not easy to deal with.
Furthermore, we have to consider the Uchiha's attitude.
They are the real crazy ones. It doesn't matter." The Rakige didn't care at all and said, "Sarutobi Hiruzen has been Hokage for decades and his influence in Konoha is undeniable. Akimichi Torafu does not have the same legitimacy, and the Uchiha's reputation in Konoha is even worse." Mabui nodded subconsciously and said, "Then what should we do?" "What to do?" The Rakige sneered and said, "Makuba and his team failed in their mission, and we lost many good shinobi. I'm racking my brain to figure out how to make up for it. But Konoha makes things easier for us by giving us an excuse. I heard that Konoha has deployed many shinobi to the border." The Rakige laughed. "Very well, excellent.
If so, I will send 5,000 shinobi.
5,000? Mabui exclaimed. Are you planning to start a war directly? Humph.
The Raikage snorted and said, Go, tell Konoha that I am very dissatisfied with the letter of condemnation.
Let them give me an explanation why so many Kumo shinobi died in Konoha. If they don't give an explanation, then go to war.
This.
Mabui hesitated and said, Raikage-sama, Konoha is currently divided into 3 factions. By putting pressure on them from the outside, don't we risk uniting them against us? How is that possible? Raikage laughed. Do you think Uchiha and Sarutobi Hiruzen could join forces? Mabui thought for a moment, nodded heavily, and said, possibly. The Raikage was not surprised, and asked again, what if there is another Danzo in the middle? At this moment, hearing that he was also among them, Mabui hesitated. Go! The Raikage smiled and said, Konoha will definitely agree. They have always done this, right? Yes.
Noticing that the Raikage had made up his mind, Mabui immediately responded loudly. Watching Mabui's back, the Raikage had a deep look in his eyes, very different from his previous rough and brusque appearance. Even if war broke out, the Raikage was not afraid. It would be a chance to get rid of some disobedient shinobi. Konoha has decayed, and the Raikage has never thought that he will lose. Apart from anything else, they have the perfect Jinchuriki that is unique in the shinobi world. Funan sang as he walked, and occasionally danced, completely ignoring the strange looks around him. Everything was going according to plan. Just now, another meeting was held. Not only did the village agree to his plan, but he also had a little ambiguity with Pakura. He didn't know if it was because of his strength or something else, but Pakura's attitude towards him was softening. At this point, Funan was extremely sure that it would not take long for the most beautiful back in the shinobi world to be his. In addition, Uchiha sent another batch of meat. The so-called meat is the life energy that Funan needs. After Funan took control of the Uchiha clan, he sent many shinobi to collect this meat for him secretly. There were heinous criminals, savage beasts, and even summoned beasts. As long as it is life, Funan wants it. With the help of the Uchiha clan, the god tree within Funan experienced unprecedented growth, and its fruits ripened even further. In fact, during this period of time, a batch of fruits in his body have matured. Level 4, Fire Release. Level 5, Eye Techniques. Level 2, Sage Mode. When the Sage Mode fruit upgrades to level 5, should I go to the mountain's graveyard to play? Although Uchiha Madara is dead now, I don't think that guy hasn't left a setback. Funan looked towards the east. The land of lightning, Kumogakure. Could they endure this time? In addition, the eternal Mangekyo should also be put on the agenda. Although Funan did not care about the cost of using the Mangekyo, each use meant great physical pain. He doesn't have a tendency to self-abuse. Hey, that song sounds great. You seem to be in a good mood. A playful voice sounded. Funan immediately stood at attention, looked at the person who was speaking with a serious expression, and said in a deep voice, people are in a good mood when they encounter happy events. This sentence is absolutely true. I just found a good thing. Shiraya narrowed his eyes. If there is any good thing, you might as well say it out and make everyone happy. Funan said seriously, I met my favorite Shiraya, how could I not be happy? My heart is about to fly out. No, Shiraya, hurry up, help me hold it down. Fuck. Itachi, who followed Shiraya, couldn't help but curse in his mind. No wonder brother Shisui, who is of the same age, is still single, but brother Funan has a lot of women around him. This is the difference. With just a short sentence, Shiraya's tense face relaxed a lot. Humph. Shiraya snorted and said coldly, you talk nice, but have you improved your relationship with Pakura? Have you already succeeded? Funan ignored the last sentence and said aggrievely, Shiraya, how can you think of me like this? Haven't you noticed that I have lost weight recently? Because I miss you so much that I can't eat or sleep, Brother Funan. Itachi couldn't help but interrupt Funan's words, otherwise, who knows how long he would talk about it. What's up? Funan looked at Itachi. Itachi would interrupt at this time. Obviously there was something very important. Otherwise, facing Funan's words just now, he would have run away long ago.
Itachi said seriously, according to ANBU information, the Kyuubi is showing abnormal behaviors, its chakra is leaking from the seal. Oh. Funan laughed softly. Brother Funan, you still laugh? Itachi smiled bitterly and said, now many people are questioning you, they think you did something. I understand. Funan smiled again. Danzo was playing his best. The traitor within the Uchiha clan did not hesitate to betray Danzo. This Danzo was still jumping. Funan laughed and said, to be honest, I like him a little bit. Do you know why? Because every time Danzo jumps, I will gain something. Shiraya said indifferently, since you like him, then go with him. It's just right for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Funan to compete for Shimura Danzo. Funan's smile froze on his face. Puff. Itachi couldn't help laughing. Funan sighed and said, who dares to compete with the Hokage for a man? I would rather go home and hug my little Shiryu, isn't that better? Humph. Shiraya snorted and said, the ANBU will come to call you soon, you have to be ready. Don't worry. As soon as Funan finished speaking, two Anbu came to him. Uchiha Funan, the acting Hokage and the third Hokage invite you. Shiraya frowned at the ANBU members, then looked at Funan. Do you need me to go back and gather the Uchiha clan members? When they heard that, the ANBU broke out in a cold sweat. Are all Uchiha so hot-tempered now? Hey, Shiryu, calm down. Funan sighed and said, we are Uchiha, we are not crazy, we should convince others with reason. Shiraya looked at him silently and said, Danzo has had his eye swollen by you twice. Funan, I was. Shiryu added, Danzo was beaten by you in public. There is a cause for every effect, I was. Danzo was almost embedded in the wall by your blows. Funan stopped talking, looked at the ANBU, and said, lead the way. Yes. The two ANBU left quickly. Damn it, in front of them, can you please not talk about how you beat Danzo and how many times you beat him? Don't you know that hearing these words too much will kill you? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 93, Anxiety in the Hokage's Office. 1,560 words. Seeing Funan and the ANBU walking away, Itachi and Shiraya looked at each other and then began to act separately. Itachi went to the place where Funan would have the meeting. Now Hiruzen trusts him deeply and can enter and leave many places freely. By going to where Funan is, he would be ready to intervene if things turn ugly. Stabbing Hiruzen in the back, this has always been Itachi's wish. He figured it would be pretty exciting. Itachi once expressed this idea to Funan, and Funan said something that made Itachi autistic on the spot. It's not that Itachi and Shiraya were too nervous, but this is the Ninetales. This situation can get on some people's last nerve and drive them crazy. Once the other party loses his mind and attacks Funan. For the current Uchiha, Funan must not get into trouble. At this moment, a fierce confrontation is taking place in the Hokage's office. In just 3 days, how many meetings were held, Torafu himself forgot. He didn't know what the others thought, but he really wanted to get rid of this shitty acting Hokage position. This is not what a human would do. Although he hasn't weighed himself, Torafu is sure he has lost weight. His body feels lighter. Torafu. Danzo said angrily. Everyone knows that Uzumaki Naruto is the Ninetales Jinchuriki. In any village, Jinchuriki is the top priority. Funan, such a dangerous person, actually dared to approach him secretly. As the acting Hokage, you must severely punish Uchiha, and you must not let Uchiha Funan go. Torafu glanced at this guy who didn't remember being beaten. That's enough. Watching the Konoha corrupt quartet's chatter, Torafu said impatiently, we don't know what's going on. Let's wait until Funan arrives. He. As soon as Danzo sneered, he received Torafu's unfriendly gaze. You try to taunt me again and I'll crush you with one punch. Torafu. Danzo said angrily. Have you forgotten what the teacher said back then?
Torafu said indifferently, the teacher did say that the power of Uchiha is dangerous, but he never said he would deal with Uchiha.
Don't distort, the teachers will hear. You. Danzo said coldly, Akimichi Torafu, just play dumb. You will regret it one day. Torafu's face darkened. If you dare to talk nonsense again, do you believe I will make you regret it now? You dare. Danzo shouted angrily. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? I really think so. The two of them faced each other coldly. Stop, you two, what are you trying to do? Acting Hokage, please remain calm. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nara Shikaku hurried forward to stop the two. Still, Torafu and Danzo continued to stare at each other coldly, the tension in the air palpable. Both of them were furious and wanted to vent their anger. Bang! At this moment, the office door was kicked in, making a loud noise. The sudden noise startled the two people in the confrontation. Instinctively, Torafu begins to form seals while Danzo grabs his arm, trying to remove the seal. Stop! Stop! Hiruzen controlled Danzo, and Shikaku stopped Torafu, narrowly avoiding a big battle. Everyone turned their cold gazes towards the person who kicked in the door. Uchiha Funan. He was muttering in dissatisfaction, are you going to fight or not? I am so anxious waiting. Everyone feels their temples pounding. Shikaku was angry and shouted, Funan, why did you kick the door? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Funan said lazily, at most, we will fight. Don't worry, I am here and will not let your fat man suffer. Funan patted his chest and took the responsibility. Get out. Shikaku could not help but roar. Funan said aggrievedly, Shikaku, you are so mean to me, I don't like you anymore. Okay. Torafu waved his hand with a headache and said, since everyone is here, let's start. After Funan sat down, he looked around and asked curiously, isn't my Fugaku here? The faces of several people became even uglier. Hiruzen rubbed his brows. He was old and he really felt very tired and didn't have enough energy. He won't come? Funan said dissatisfiedly, this guy is too irresponsible. He let me go into the wolf's den alone. If a fight breaks out, I will fight so many alone. What should I do if I suffer a loss? He looked at Koharu with fear. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo. Akimichi Torafu. You detain Koharu. Okay, let's talk business. Torafu's tone when addressing Funan sounded apathetic. Report. Funan raised his hand, stood up, and said seriously, acting Hokage, I have a matter to report. Torafu's fat body was trembling. He was silent for a while, adjusted his breathing, controlled his heart, and said steadily, you say. The Konoha corrupt quartet and Shikaku also seemed to be facing a big enemy, looking at Funan nervously. Funan turned his head and looked at Danzo with a sharp gaze, saying, I want to sue Shimura Danzo. He actually approached the most important weapon of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto, without permission. Everyone knows that Uzumaki Naruto is the Ninetales Jinchuriki. In any village, Jinchuriki is the top priority. Danzo, such a dangerous person, actually dared to approach him secretly. The acting Hokage must severely punish this person and check who is behind him. How dare they support him to make such a dangerous move? The entire Hokage office was silent. Torafu said helplessly, Funan, why did you eavesdrop on us? What? Funan was stunned and said, when did I eavesdrop on you? Funan said dissatisfiedly, who do you look down on? I would spy on you secretly? Is it necessary? Also, there were two ANBU following me just now. We came together. At most, I heard you shout that one was easy to bully and the other wanted to try. In the end, I didn't see you fight, I was so anxious waiting. There was another silence in the Hokage's office. Did you really just arrive? Absolutely. Ahem. Torafu coughed dryly and said, Funan, speaking of the Ninetales, I heard that you met the Ninetales Jinchuriki a few days ago, and it seems that you used the Sharingan? Yes. Funan admitted it very straightforwardly. When Danzo just got excited, he pointed at him and shouted, "It's all because of Danzo? Because of me?" Danzo blared with his one eye. "Yes, it's because of Danzo," Funan said angrily. "I found that there was a problem with the seal on the Ninetales Jinchuriki at that time, so I used the Sharingan to help reinforce it." "There was a problem with the seal?" Shikaku asked hurriedly. "Are you sure? There was a problem at that time?" "Of course, I guarantee it in the name of the Six-Path Sage." Several people in the office looked at each other and saw the doubts in each other's eyes. Even Hiruzen, looking at Danzo, had a different expression. Immediately, everyone stared at Danzo with doubtful eyes. Danzo was furious. After a brief silence, Torifo said, "The seal in the body of the Ninetales Jinchuriki is still problematic. A lot of the Ninetales power is leaking out, which means that the seal is being destroyed." "Damn it!" Funan looked at Danzo angrily and shouted, "You bastard, what on earth did you do? Did you want to release the Ninetales? Have you forgotten the Night of the Ninetales? Me again?" Danzo's eyes were wet. Ninetale Night. When this was mentioned, the expressions of the people present changed even more. No matter who it was, they didn't want such a thing to happen again. This time there was no second pair of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Funan with a strange look. If the Ninetale Night really happened, could he find a way to let Funan sacrifice himself? If Uchiha lost Funan, the difficulty of attacking would be greatly reduced. Funan caught Hiruzen's gaze and sighed. If the Night of the Ninetales happens again, this time, the third Hokage will probably have to be sacrificed. After all, he is the steadfast wielder of the will of fire. He is old, and there seems to be no other use except sacrificing him. Hiruzen's face darkened and he kept silent. "What?" Funan said in surprise, "Did I say something wrong?" "You?" "Okay." Torifo stopped Funan's attack and said, "Either way, we can't let the Night of the Ninetales happen again. It's a shame for Minato and Kushina. It can be said that it was the death of Minato that caused Konoha to fall into weakness. Kumogakure dared to force the younger brother of the Hyuga clan leader to death. If Konoha now experiences the Night of the Ninetales again, whether it will still exist is a question." Torifo looked at Danzo with a sharp look. Danzo couldn't help it and said angrily, "Why are you all looking at me? I didn't do anything to the Jinchuriki." "Who knows?" Funan pouted. "Uchiha Funan." Danzo's sinister voice sounded, "You probably don't know yet? The seal of the Ninetales has been cracked to a greater extent than you think." Funan blinked, with a bad feeling in his heart. "So? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 94, Invisibility Technique? 1607 words. Torifo said expressionlessly, "That's right, many people who maintain the seal heard the roar of the Ninetales, and he was shouting, 'Uchiha!' Oh! This is embarrassing." Funan rolled his eyes, patted his forehead, and looked distressed. Torifo's eyes twitched, and he said in a low voice, "Funan, do you have anything to say?" Funan pointed at Danzo and said angrily, "It's all because of Danzo." Danzo's veins bulged and he was so angry that he almost jumped out of his seat. "Funan." Torifu's tone became heavier. "Am I wrong?" Funan sneered. "Listen to what Danzo just said, that gloating expression, I want to slap him. He's so fucking cheap. Are you so happy that there is a problem with the Ninetales seal? Are you still a human being? Have you never thought about how much damage the Ninetales will cause to the village after it comes out of the seal?" Danzo stood up suddenly, "Uchiha Funan, you are too presumptuous. So you can do it, but I can't say it? You." Danzo was extremely furious. Okay. Shikako quickly intervened to stop the conflict that was about to break out between the two. "Humph." Funan snorted coldly, pointed at Danzo, and said, "You are lucky." Danzo's face twitched.
He always thought that he was unreasonable, but now he realized how kind he was before.
Okay. Torafu rubbed his eyebrows and said, Funan, why did the nine-tailed fox shout Uchiha?
You must give an explanation for this matter.
Explain what? Explain why the nine-tail screams Uchiha? Funan curled his lips and said lightly, that's because the nine-tails doesn't know my name.
Otherwise, he would have already been shouting Uchiha Funan at the top of his lungs. As soon as this sentence came out, the expressions of the people present became cold.
Bang! Danzo slammed the table hard and shouted, Uchiha Funan, you admit it, right? What did you do to the nine-tailed fox? I admit it.
Funan shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly.
I did it. The atmosphere in the office became more tense.
Hiruzen put down his pipe and looked directly at Funan.
Danzo was overjoyed. He looked at Torafu and the others and said happily, you all heard it, right? This is what Uchiha did.
Wait.
He suddenly realized it. Even if he knew, so what?
Inoshikacho might tolerate it a little, but between the clans of the Konoha corrupt quartet and the Uchiha clan, they have long been mortal enemies.
Funan smiled evilly at Danzo, his eyes shining coldly. I did it. Everything is me. What can you do? Bite me? Danzo's face was ferocious, like a ghost.
He turned his gaze towards Hiruzen.
Uchiha Funan. Torafu shouted. What do you want to do? Do you really think no one dares to deal with you? Yes, I believe it. Funan said calmly. Since the establishment of Konoha, Uchiha has never been peaceful. Aren't you thinking about how to deal with Uchiha all day long? Which of you has not taken action enough?
He looked at Torafu sarcastically and said, some people just took over the position of acting Hokage and their butts haven't even warmed up yet, but they can't wait to take action against the Uchiha.
Isn't that right? Torafu's face sank. Shikaku said in a low voice, Funan, what do you mean? What I'm implying is quite clear.
Funan said coldly.
Since you keep saying that we, the Uchiha, did this and that to the Kyuubi, I can't let them down, right? Shikaku thought for a while, and suddenly asked stupidly, because someone said that it was Uchiha who did it, so you did it? Yes. You're crazy. Torafu slapped the table and broke it. Funan sneered, and Sharingan appeared in his eyes and said coldly, don't pretend in front of me? Are you angry? Damn, I'm even more angry.
Whenever something bad happens in the village, they will immediately shout that it was done by Uchiha, and now is no different.
You. Torafu turned blue. Funan.
Hiruzen spoke for the first time.
He said calmly, do you really think that we can't do anything to you and Uchiha? How is that possible? Funan said playfully, how amazing are you? How powerful are you? Is there anything in this shinobi world that you can't solve? As long as you want, you can destroy Uchiha at any time. If you don't believe me, come and try it. By the way, my Uchiha's Mangekyo has been uneasy for a long time.
Several people were silent.
Uchiha Funan, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Shisui. 3 Mangekyo Sharingan, their weight was overwhelming. What bothered them the most was that they knew about Shirsui's Mangekyo and had prepared for it, but what were the abilities of Funan and Fugaku's Mangekyo? Although Itachi had sent some information, they were still unable to determine it. A few days ago, they were still speculating whether Funan's Mangekyo was going to go blind. They didn't dare to bet. Look at Uchiha Funan, who is now jumping higher than anyone else all day long. Torafu looked at Danzo with an angry look. Danzo. Damn, me again? Why is it always me? Can this also be transferred to me? I give up. Does this have anything to do with me? Sure enough, all this is because I am not the Hokage. Torafu took a deep breath, calmed his voice, and said, Funan, what did you do to the Ninetails? I did what you think I did. Funan replied lazily. Uchiha Funan.
Hiruzen couldn't help it and shouted.
Do you really want to take on us? Do you think we can't take down the Uchiha? What? I really don't believe it. Funan sneered and said, come on, let's practice a few moves first. If you don't destroy me, how can you destroy Uchiha? Enough, calm down. Shikaku, who had been silent all the time, couldn't help but shout angrily. Then he looked at Funan and said, Funan, what did you do to the Ninetales? Seeing that Funan wanted to speak, Shikaku added, 10 million ryo. Everyone was stunned. Funan understood immediately and said with a smile, oh, Shikaku was so generous, don't worry, I didn't do anything to the Ninetales, I just went in to take a look at him. That's it? Shikaku frowned and said, why is the Ninetales like crazy? He broke free of most of the seals. Funan spread his hands and said, I talked to him a few words and he ignored me, so I said, is the Ninetales that good? Believe it or not, I found a 10 tails and he went crazy. 10 tails? What 10 tails? Funan gestured and said, 10-tailed beast. Several people rolled their eyes. This sentence stimulated the Ninetales? Hiruzen and others finally understood what Shikaku meant by the 10 million ryo. Everyone turned their eyes to Torafu. Torafu felt that his head was about to split. Being a Hokage is really not a human thing. How did Hiruzen do it for decades? After a long while, he said with difficulty, Funan, don't do this again next time. Funan said indifferently, the premise is that you don't throw dirty water on Uchiha at every turn. I can promise you this. Torafu said helplessly, in the future, no one can talk nonsense without evidence, especially spreading rumors. Is that all? Danzo's expression was full of disbelief. Torafu said unhappily, so what do you suggest? Why don't we let Uchiha Funan repair the Kyuubi seal? Danzo's voice was heard. Everyone was surprised and looked at Danzo. No. Danzo waved his hands in panic and said, I didn't say that. Even if I'm crazy, I won't. Danzo. Hiruzen interrupted Danzo's words. He frowned at Funan and said coldly, Funan, is it interesting to do this? Torafu and others also understood that it was Funan who said it in Danzo's voice just now. They were thinking about other things in their minds and didn't notice it for a while. Now they came to their senses and almost vomited blood. Funan spread his hands and said, I'll help repair the seal of the Ninetales, isn't that good? No. Torafu said unhappily, I'm going to make this clear today. Except for Jiraiya and a few others, none of you are allowed to get close to the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Do you understand? Torafu has no good feelings for either side now. Hiruzen frowned and said, Torafu. Hiruzen, did you hear that? Torafu emphasized his tone. Okay. Humph. Danzo snorted heavily and turned away. This meeting was a waste of time from start to finish, they accomplished nothing and only embarrassed everyone. Konoha is increasingly unknown to them. Danzo. Hiruzen called out, but Danzo ignored him. Hiruzen had no choice but to chase after him. However, just after leaving, Hiruzen took a small step back. Did I forget something? Well, I guess it wasn't a big deal. Besides, what could be more important than Danzo? After they left, Torafu stared at Funan, sighed, and was about to speak, but suddenly, he was slightly startled and looked to the side in surprise. Koharu and Hamura. Why are these two still here? Funan followed his line of sight and also found these two people. He was also stunned. He had forgotten that these two were also here. When did they learn the invisibility technique? By the way, is there such a technique? Shikaku also scratched his head. How long have these two been here? What are they doing here? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 95, Fractured Alliances and Rising Tensions. 1,585 words. Being watched by Torafu, Funan, and Shikaku, Koharu and Hamura began to tremble a little. Looking at the two shaking, Funan found it to be quite funny. He rolled his eyes and suddenly screamed at the two people. Ah! Ah! Koharu and Hamura let out a piercing scream, sat down on the ground, and then ran away. Torafu's jaw dropped. These are the elders of Konoha? Shikaku was also stunned. Before, these two elders were quite imposing in Konoha. Now they have fallen so low.
It turns out that without Hiruzen's support, people become this.
Funan said with disdain, acting Hokage, these are your companions?
Comparing them to the kind Hiruzen and the dark Danzo, TSK.
They are a pathetic bunch. Torafu's face darkened and he interrupted, get lost. Okay. Funan turned and left. I. Torafu looked a little dazed. I just wanted to scold Funan, but he left.
Acting Hokage, no need to say anything.
Shikaku sighed and said, it's meaningless. Funan won't listen to anyone. He has his own ideas. Torafu hit the table hard. The table was smashed. We can't let him do whatever he wants.
Look how many times we've come close to fighting over his nonsense.
Shikaku smiled bitterly.
This is his revenge.
Everyone knows what Uchiha and Uchiha Funan have endured in the past. Now, we can only say that they are here to take revenge. Shikaku sighed deeply.
Acting Hokage, I think our focus now should still be on Kumogakure.
Their actions are a bit abnormal.
Shikaku's words were filled with worry. Torafu also frowned, thought for a while, and suddenly said, what do you think, I should send Sarutobi Hiruzen or Uchiha Funan out at this time?
Separate the two of them? Yes. Shikaku thought about it and nodded. Okay, separating the two of them is a solution. Konoha is now a powder keg. Humph. Torafu snorted coldly and said, this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't do whatever he wants like before. Have the Sarutobi clan send more people to help. Shikaku also nodded heavily. Just keep a good balance. Shikaku said helplessly, by the way, there is also the matter of money.
I owed Funan so much before, and now I throw in another 10 million ryo.
What should I do?
Hearing this, Torafu was also in a big headache. After taking control of Konoha, especially the finances, he realized how chaotic they were. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Sarutobi clan no longer suck blood from the great Konoha tree, but even gnaw at the roots.
Let Sarutobi Hiruzen pay. Torafu said coldly.
I have filled the previous hole, but let them take out 100 million ryo.
Shikaku thought about the current financial problems, and then thought about Funan's debt, and nodded with difficulty.
Fortunately, Funan was not pressing.
Of course, this was largely because the Inoshikacho clans often sent money to the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Danzo, what are you doing?
The third Hokage pulled the angry Danzo all the way and pulled him into the office. They subconsciously ignored the strange looks of the people around them. In large part, this was because, after holding positions of authority for a long time, they had become accustomed to instinctively ignoring many things.
For example, now. Two old men came into the office, pulling each other. Immediately, the dazzling news began to spread. What did I do? Danzo said angrily. Uchiha Funan has started to target the Ninetales Jinchuriki, but what happened? Nothing happened. You even scolded me. Do you think I have forgotten the look in your eyes just now? Danzo was very angry.
The third Hokage sighed and said, it's not that we don't want to investigate Funan, but the sealing team has already checked the Jinchuriki's seal, and it hasn't been altered. All that's happening now is the Ninetales itself fighting and hitting the seal.
What can we do about it? And above all, the Uchiha are not easy to deal with.
Danzo said coldly, just do it, destroy the Uchiha, and then unite to face the outside world.
Konoha will still be the strongest shinobi village. Do you believe what you said? Hiruzen sighed and said, Inoshikacho is estranged from us, and they are now openly our enemies. Do you think they will take care of the Uchiha for us? They are the ones who want the Uchiha to exist the most. Danzo still has a gloomy face. The reason for the Inoshikacho incident is still because of him. Knock. At this time, a rapid knock on the door sounded. The door opened. Shikaku strode in and said,
Third Hokage, Danzo, there is an urgent military situation at the border.
Kumobakure has sent 5,000 shinobi to the border. Damn it, Kumobakure. Danzo said with a cold expression. Have they forgotten how they kowtowed to Konoha?
They deserve to be punished. Beat them, and they must be severely punished. After saying that, he looked at Hiruzen angrily.
In recent years, shinobi villages such as Kumobakure have become more and more presumptuous towards Konoha. Because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's politics. To put it nicely, it's for peace, but to put it bluntly, it's just fucking weakness. Do not be ridiculous. Hiruzen scolded. Danzo, can war start casually? Have you considered the consequences? He looked at Shikaku and said, Shikaku, let's go to the Hokage's office.
You go find Uchiha Funan and other jonin and clan leaders in the village and ask them to attend the meeting.
Hokage has sent someone to notify them. Shikaku said in a low voice. We should go to the Hokage's office first. Okay.
After dispersing briefly, everyone gathered again. Because the situation was urgent, they just had a brief discussion and went to the meeting room. Representatives of all the clans and some civilian jonin were present, filling the meeting room.
Shikaku even invited Tsunegakure representatives.
Hiruzen, who saw the scene, looked at Shikaku with cold eyes. He didn't know about the arrival of the Tsunegakure investigation team.
He understood that Hiruzen still did not want to enter into conflict and preferred to resolve the border problem peacefully. But was that possible? Konoha took the initiative to pressure Kumobakure and even joined Tsunegakure.
Now that Kumobakure has just made a move, they immediately became cowardly.
This is simply becoming a joke to the entire shinobi world.
Everyone sat down quickly, and the atmosphere seemed a little solemn. The senior shinobi obviously knew the content of the meeting. They looked at each other, and some couldn't help but discuss in a low voice.
However, a considerable number of senior shinobi were eager to fight.
They had long disliked Kumobakure.
Bang! Hit him! A loud roar rang out, startling many people.
Especially Hiruzen, who almost threw his pipe out. Because the person who roared was right next to him.
Torafu and others looked at Funan, who was jumping up and down with a gloomy expression. Funan, stop messing around.
Hiruzen was so angry that his whole body was shaking.
What nonsense are you talking? Funan yelled, they are directly provoking us, and you want to ignore it?
Stop making a fool of yourself here, I tell you we must respond forcefully.
Hiruzen couldn't help but say, what do you mean by provoking? Kumobakure hasn't done anything like that. Nothing? Funan looked disdainful and said mockingly, how did the 12 Jonin Uchiha die?
Oh, by the way, they died at the hands of Orochimaru, the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen.
Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, you are not cooperating with Kumobakure, are you?
Kumobakure attacked the Konoha outposts, the Uchiha clan went to support, and Orochimaru immediately attacked us.
Too much of a coincidence. You're talking nonsense.
Hiruzen slammed the table in anger.
The Jonin sitting below saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was not right. The fact that this incident also involved Orochimaru was surprising to them. I'm talking nonsense? Funan sneered. Sarutobi Hiruzen, is Orochimaru your disciple? Was he collaborating with Kumobakure to kill our shinobi? Did you hold back when he escaped? Damn it, if you held back, you'd be a beast. How many ANBU members died when they were chasing Orochimaru? Have you forgotten? They were all comrades from the same village. You held back because you were soft-hearted and sent the ANBU members to die? Damn, who gave you the right? In your eyes, what is the ANBU? I said, why didn't you send Sarutobi Shinosuke to chase Orochimaru? As the captain of the ANBU, he should have taken the lead. Are you kidding me?
Hiruzen was so angry that he trembled all over.
You. The Jonin's expressions also changed.
The more they listened, the more disillusioned they became with Sarutobi Hiruzen.
Okay, let's not talk about the past, let's talk about the present. Torafu interrupted. Funan said coldly, "This is not from the past, it is from the present."
At least, in this matter with Kumogakure, I don't want to listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion.
Who knows if he's up to something behind all this? This guy is so bad. Cough, cough. Torafu coughed twice, looked at Hiruzen, and then looked at the strange look of the Jonin. His heart skipped a beat, and he nodded and said, "Okay." Unexpectedly, there were not many people who objected. Including Danzo, they all shut up. Hiruzen's heart was completely cold. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 96, Mobilizing Konoha's Forces. 1,638 words. Torafu looked at the Jonin's expressions and said slowly, "Kumogakure arbitrarily mobilized shinobi at Konoha's borders and even attacked our sentinel posts. Uchiha sacrificed 12 Jonin for this, and the head of the Konoha police force, Uchiha Funan, was injured. This time Kumogakure has gone too far, and we cannot allow this to continue." At this point, the meaning of the acting Hokage has been expressed quite clearly. "We must fight!" A Jonin shouted. "Fight! Fight!" Under the leadership of several Jonin, the slogans gradually became unified. Torafu nodded silently and said, "In this case, then." He slowly turned his gaze to each of the Jonin, and finally stopped on Funan. "Leave it to me." Funan jumped off the table. Many people almost laughed. They were so emotional that they forgot that Funan was still standing on the table. "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Torafu nodded with satisfaction. His original intention was to separate Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Funan. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to fight this battle, so it was natural to leave it to Uchiha Funan. Other Jonin nodded silently when they saw that it was Funan. When it came to leading in battle, Funan had no problems at all. He was even more trustworthy than the third Hokage in that area. Funan stood up and said in a deep voice, "There are 5,000 shinobi in Kumogakure, and my Konoha only needs 3,000 shinobi. Besides," he named a few more shinobi, including Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy. Hiruzen opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to object, but he didn't say it in the end. After Funan finished speaking, Torafu stood up. Funan just named some civilian shinobi. Although Kakashi is not a civilian shinobi, there are not many people in the Hatake clan. After the civilian shinobi were selected, it was the turn of the shinobi clans. Torafu said in a deep voice, "This is an important event for all of Konoha. Do not let your personal interests interfere. The Inoshikacho clans will send 15 Jonin for this battle." Everyone was amazed. Although the Inoshikacho clans are famous clans in Konoha, no matter how famous they are, there is still a big gap between them and the ancient clans like Uchiha and Hyuga. 15 Jonin is almost all they can mobilize. The Inazuka clan send 3 Jonin. The Aburane clan sends 3 Jonin. Soon, nearly 100 Jonin were ready. The Hyuga clan contributed the most, with a total of 15. Hyuga Hayashi even went out in person, with an unprecedented fighting spirit. Hiruzen's eyes twitched. He always felt like he was being watched from time to time. However, Torafu felt relieved. After taking office, his first battle involved hundreds of Jonin, led by Funan. There was no way to fail. A smile spread across his plump face. "Funan, I trust you. Acting Hokage, don't worry." Funan waved his hand determinedly. "This time, I will definitely beat the shit out of Kumogakure." Torafu's smile froze. "Can you at least consider the occasion before swearing?" "Ah." Torafu sighed, looked at Pakura, and said, "What does Sunagakure say?" Pakura and Baki looked at each other and discussed briefly. Pakura asked, "When will Konoha take action?" Funan responded, "I will set off in 3 hours." "As soon?" Pakura exclaimed, hesitantly said, "Sunagakure still needs some time." Just notifying Sunagakure would take quite some time, and it was unknown if Raza would get in the way. "No problem." Funan waved his hand and said, "Beautiful Miss Bakura, you are enough to replace 30 or 50 jonin." Bakura was startled again and said, "You mean I go alone? Not enough?" Funan asked back. Many jonin rolled their eyes. She alone can fight against 30 or 50 jonin? This. Bakura was still a little hesitant. Then it's decided. Funan was eager to go to the battlefield. He was Blood Flame Funan, who made Kirigakure cry for their parents last time. This time, he would make Kumogakure kneel down and beg for mercy. Especially the fruit, who knows how many times it can be upgraded this time. Could it be that he will bring the eternal Mangekyo this time? Immediately, he stood up and said, "Go back and get ready, meet at the village gate in 2 hours, disperse." Yes. The selected jonin quickly dispersed. In the blink of an eye, most of the people in the conference room were gone. Torafu stood up and said, "See you in the office." Okay. Several senior executives went to the Hokage's office again. As soon as Funan entered the office, Hiruzen had a gloomy face. "What's wrong?" Funan asked curiously. "Are you constipated? Your face seems tense." Hiruzen's veins jumped, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Uchiha Funan, you started a war. Get out of here." Funan couldn't help it and started cursing, saying, "Kumogakure is already at our door, and you still think like that? What do you want? Sacrifice yourself so that Kumogakure retreats? Will you do it?" Hiruzen was silent. Funan said coldly, "When sacrificing others, you are justified and keep talking about Konoha, but when it's your turn, you always step back. It was like this when the second generation died, and it was still like this when the fourth generation died." Funan looked at Danzo and said coldly, "And you're even worse. Why are you so shameless? Uchiha Funan. Don't humiliate me." Hiruzen said coldly, "If it's really my turn, I will never be stingy with my life. I am not afraid of sacrifice either. Then let me see if you die." Hiruzen was almost angry to death. "You. Ahem. Stop, shut up." Torafu interrupted quickly, looking at Funan with a smile. "This battle is inevitable. Let us collaborate. Konoha is our home and our life." He fixed his eyes on Hiruzen and said, "Hiruzen, how many shinobi can your 4 clans mobilize?" Hiruzen said calmly, "The Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatane and Mitokado clans can mobilize a total of 2,000 shinobi." Torafu thought for a moment and said slowly, 3,000, you must mobilize 3,000 shinobi for me, among which, select 1,500 elites to follow Funan to the battlefield, and the remaining 1,500 will be used as a reserve to support the battlefield. The office suddenly became quiet. Hiruzen puffed on his cigarette. Danzo had a gloomy face. Koharu and Hamura were also silent. "Koharu, Hamura, when did you two come?" Torafu's eyes were full of surprise. "After a long time." Hiruzen asked slowly, "How many shinobi will Uchiha send out?" Funan said without hesitation, "Uchiha will send out 300 elites this time." Hiruzen's hand trembled. "Not too few, but too many. The shinobi of the Uchiha clan are different from other shinobi. Most of them can fight 1 against 2. This 1 against 2 is still shinobi of the same level. It should be known that the Uchiha clan has few genin, most of them were chunin." After thinking for a while, Hiruzen finally said, "I will personally select 1,000 of the best shinobi from our 4 clans, and they will be led by Shinosuke." Funan showed a sarcastic smile. Torafu also instantly understood what Hiruzen meant. In the final analysis, he still didn't want to expose the ninjas of his clan. For unknown small shinobi clans are now mobilizing shinobi in thousands. Who can bear it? At the same time, take some military merits for Sarutobi Shinosuke. Okay. Funan achieved his goal, stood up, and said, "I will leave in a while, prepare the supplies for me." "Don't worry about that." Torafu said affirmatively, "I will let Shikaku watch the whole process. If there is any problem with the supplies, I will kill people." In the last sentence, the fat man did not hide his murderous intention. Funan nodded and strode out. The whole Konoha began to operate at high speed. The war is coming. Through propaganda, the villagers of Konoha knew that Kumogakure attacked the outposts outside Konoha with the intention of threatening the entire Konoha. This time, Konoha will no longer choose to endure, they will fight back. For the safety of the village. To avenge his companions. As the propaganda continued, Funan was already outside the gates of Konoha. He looked around and saw that all the jonin had gathered. The normal shinobi were rushing over there. Kakashi came forward to report that in a maximum of 20 minutes they would be ready to leave. Prepare to leave. Now. Shinosuke also came to Funan's side and was startled when he heard the words. He and Kakashi will serve as Funan's assistants and follow him into battle. Yes. Funan looked at the two of them and said, one of you will stay here with the low-level shinobi and advance. I will take the jonin and advance. This. Don't talk nonsense, I'm the commander-in-chief. Funan said coldly, I'll tell you in advance, if you don't obey my orders, I will kill you directly. I don't care who you are, so if you regret it, you can quit now. This sentence is not only directed at Kakashi and Shinosuke, but also at all the jonin. Feeling the cold murderous aura, the jonin nodded silently. At that time, no one could retreat. Furthermore, on the battlefield, following the commander-in-chief's orders was a matter of course. Kakashi looked at Funan with a strange look. This guy is really strange. He knows a lot of things but is usually not serious. However, he also has this very cold and ruthless side. For Kakashi, Funan's greatest characteristic was his authoritarianism. Maybe not even Hiruzen and the others had noticed it, but even when he wasn't serious, Uchiha Funan had unquestionable authority. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 97, Bonds of Youth. 1,640 words. Let's go! While the ordinary shinobi were still gathering, Funan gave the order. A full 70 jonin followed Funan. The remaining dozen jonin will take the ordinary ninjas to the battlefield. Hokage residence. Torafu, Hiruzen, and others silently watched Funan leave. Although they did not understand why Funan had to take the jonin with him first, since the other party was already the commander-in-chief, they naturally would not interfere. Hiruzen suddenly asked, do you think this battle will really break out? Torafu turned his head sharply and looked at Hiruzen, as if he knew him for the first time. Are you crazy? The entire shinobi army is on the move, and you're asking me if there's going to be a battle? Why would I send thousands of ninjas if there isn't? To walk around the countryside? Hiruzen said calmly, Kumogakure is just mobilizing the shinobi army on the border and has no intention of starting a war. Torafu sighed deeply and said, Hiruzen, I finally understand why you, a good Hokage, will end up like this. Hiruzen responded firmly, I'm acting for Konoha. What do you think of the village? Torafu threw down a sentence and turned away without waiting for Hiruzen to answer. Hiruzen stared into the distance and murmured, the village. In the end, it was Kakashi who followed Funan away. Sarutobi Shinosuke didn't dare. He was worried that Funan would kill him on the road. Although everyone maintained a superficial peace and did not dare to cross the line easily, anything could happen on the battlefield. Back then, Senju Nawaki died just like that. His status is far worse than Senju Nawaki. Funan didn't care about this at all. The jonin following Funan were beginning to have difficulty keeping up with his pace of progress. However, with this speed, the time to reach the border would be incredibly fast. Rest. Funan stopped and gave an order. Where are the Hyuga clan members? Disperse and monitor the surroundings. Yes. The 5 people from the Hyuga branch responded and dispersed to explore the surroundings. Thanks to the Byakugan, the enemy had nowhere to hide. The information was quickly transmitted to Funan. One of the reports caught his attention. You said, there is a small group of shinobi 5 kilometers away from us? Yes, there are 5 in total, heading northeast, probably a special mission team.
Special mission teams focused on sabotaging the enemy's strategic channels, such as food supplies. Both Minato and Funan had led special mission teams in the past. The members of these teams were without exception, all elites. Worthy of killing. Swish. Funan disappeared the next moment. Going. This scene shocked Kakashi. You're the fucking commander-in-chief. Do you hear that there are enemies and abandon your troops to go kill them yourself? The others were also puzzled. What should we do? Several people stared at each other in a daze. Kakashi said with a gloomy expression, "What else can we do? Everyone, stay here and wait for orders." He looked at Might Guy and said, "Guy, Uchiha Shinya, I'm counting on you, go support the commander-in-chief." "No need," Shinya said without hesitation. "Don't worry about the commander-in-chief, he is invincible, and 5 elite shinobi can't hurt him." Kakashi said coldly, "I don't care about that, I am second in command, when Funan is away, you must obey my orders, go immediately." "Yes." The two left quickly. Looking at the backs of the two, Kakashi smiled bitterly. Of course he knew Funan was very strong, but he didn't dare to bet. In the crowd, there was another figure that flashed by. Kakashi was slightly surprised. Forget it, this woman has a complicated relationship with Funan, and he can't control her. One of the Kumobikure team members suddenly trembled and exclaimed, "Be careful. There is a huge amount of chakra approaching, the target is us, it is strong. Very strong. Spread out, circle." The team leader immediately shouted. Swish. The shinobi immediately dispersed, forming a circle, keeping a close eye on the surroundings and exposing their backs to their companions. The team leader remained very alert and asked the censor shinobi, "Where is the enemy?" "It's here, right here." The censor shinobi's expression was one of terror. He was sweating profusely, and said, "Captain, this guy is very strong, I feel like, he is incredibly strong." "Okay." The captain interrupted the censor shinobi's words and comforted him, "I know he's strong, but I'm not that either." He slowly drew out his long sword. Instantly, he was surrounded by lightning. "You focus on tracking him down, I'll take care of the rest." "Okay." Following the captain's order, the sensory shinobi closed his eyes and concentrated on searching for Funan's whereabouts, while the others protected him tightly. The captain held a long sword, stood in the front row, and stared at the surroundings. Earth release, double suicide decapitation technique. Earth release? Underground. Hearing this shout, the captain immediately exclaimed and focused his attention on his feet. Then, a blood-colored fireball enveloped them from the side, engulfing the team. Uchiha Funan. An anguished cry rang out. Boom! A gigantic sword of lightning split the fire, revealing the 5 of them in disarray. They were all burned, and their bodies were still smoking. The captain stared at Funan with anger. There is no doubt that there is only one person who can use this blood-colored flame in the whole Konoha, no, in the whole shinobi world. What made him angry was that this guy shouted the name of the earth release technique, but he attacked them with fire release. And what made him even more angry was that they fell for such a simple trick. Funan was also stunned for a moment, and said in surprise, 3 Jonin, 2 Chunin, are you really Kumobikure elites? A special mission team? Is that all? No point in talking more. The captain clenched his sword and said coldly, let me see how strong the renowned bloody flame really is. The Kumo captain knew that Funan would come for them and there was no way to let them escape. Want to test how strong I am? I'll help you. Funan grinned and formed seals with his hands. Shadow clone technique. Bang! 5 Funan appeared at the same time. The 4 clones began to release fire release at the same time. Instantly, different fire release techniques surrounded the Kumo shinobi. Wow, what the fuck? The Kumo team stared at the bloody flames rushing towards them. Even the team leader was stunned. Boom! A huge explosion swept over. Amidst the flames, there were lightning bolts struggling to break free. When Pakura and Guy arrived at the scene, all of the Kumo shinobi were lying on the ground. 2 Chunin died on the spot, and their entire bodies were burned to charcoal. The 3 Jonin were also seriously injured, and one of them was already dying, including the captain. Bakura's eyebrows twitched. She looked around. Everything was charred, black ash and smoke coming from the charred logs. This was the trace of a 6-person battle? She would believe it if she was told that it was a chaotic battle of hundreds of people. Finally, Bakura fixed his sight on Funan, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Funan was in the posture of a master, with his hands folded in front of his chest, gently leaning on the branch of a big tree, his head slightly raised, silently looking into the distance. "Aren't you tired? You have been in this posture since they first came. Are you still not stopping now?" Uchiha Shinya knew his leader well, and without even looking at him, he silently collected the corpses, and then caught the shinobi who were still alive. Staring at the lonely Funan, a master, his eyes lit up. A word came to his mind. Am I strong? Strong. Am I awesome? Awesome. What is this? Youth. Funan and Guy shouted these words together while chatting. Then, they both gave a thumbs up and smiled widely, showing their shiny teeth. The Jonin who were watching them broke out in a cold sweat. After a few words of communication, the two people immediately became close friends. Commander-in-Chief. Kakashi's angry voice rang out. He approached Funan, looked at him angrily and said, "If there is an enemy, you can order us to fight. If you also want to fight, you can take us with you, but please don't rush alone, okay?" Kakashi. Funan raised a finger and shook it back and forth. The fiery spirit will never be extinguished. Can you feel my youth burning? It's so fervent, this is the heat of Konoha. Kakashi felt that he was about to lose his breath. Oh. Guy clenched his fists, stared at Funan excitedly, and shouted, "Funan-sama, I feel it. I can feel it, this is youth, my blood is boiling, oh, I am so moved." Funan approached Guy, who was crying, and said with an expression full of emotion, "Guy, don't cry, our passion." Enough! Kakashi roared, his eyes fixed on Funan, saying under his breath, "Funan-sama, we are on a battlefield. Please issue relevant orders and avoid the irrelevant." Oh! Funan curled his lips. Kakashi's tolerance is much worse than Shikaku's. Shikaku was turned over and over by him in 108 positions. In the end, he survived. He bounced back to Konoha. What perseverance! Moreover, Shikaku's brainpower improved, and he was officially called Konoha's military strategist from then on. Kakashi was still too young, and he clearly wanted to improve him. Maybe, after his efforts, his eyes could evolve into a Mangekyo. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 98, The Price of Provocation. 1,569 words. How far is it from here to the border? Funan asked. Kakashi immediately said, "It's less than 30 miles away." At the border, the village has deployed more than 1,000 ninjas, and there is a barrier. It's not so easy for Kumobakure to break through. In addition, according to the information just obtained, Kumobakure has no intention of attacking. Funan nodded slightly and then suddenly asked, "How have the land of snow, land of rice fields and the land of iron reacted? If Kumo and Konoha went to war, the battlefield would be around those countries." Kakashi said, "All three countries have protested, with the land of iron being the most vocal." That's natural. Funan laughed. It is best for the land of iron not to intervene. Has everyone rested well? We can fight at any time. Kakashi replied, and asked in surprise, "Sir, are you planning to start the war?" Funan looked at Kakashi as if he was mentally retarded and said, "If I don't start a war, why did I come here with so many people? To go on a group date? This." Although Kakashi was very dissatisfied with Hiruzen, and even hated him a little because of what Funan said. But now, he still obeyed Hiruzen. And his orders were to avoid fighting if possible. Kakashi has always been influenced by Hiruzen and tries to avoid war as much as possible. There is no movement from the Kumobakure side.
What a joke! Funan looked at Kakashi as if he was dealing with someone with a disability and said, Konoha is the #1 shinobi village in the world. Do you understand what the #1 means? It means our fists are the biggest. If Kumogakure doesn't attack, I can't attack them? Who taught you that? I. Kakashi was a little embarrassed. I'm telling you, Kakashi. Funan smiled cheekily. Konoha will not take the initiative to cause trouble to anyone, but whoever dares to cause trouble to us, we will treat them well and crush all their fangs. Funan said softly, we have to teach them to be polite, understand? After hearing Funan's words, everyone present breathed heavily and looked at Funan with excitement. Whether Funan was an Uchiha or not, those were the words that the #1 shinobi village should say. Let's go! Yes! More than 70 people set out again. Soon, they arrived at the border. The shinobi in charge of border security was a civilian shinobi. Commander-in-Chief. Prepare for battle. Funan gave the order directly. Battle? The civilian shinobi was stunned. How many are involved? How are we going to fight? All 1,700 shinobi on the entire border, all go to battle. Funan said, as for the timing of the battle, it will be when the opponent's shinobi army is in chaos. The civilian shinobi frowned and said, Commander-in-Chief, Kumogakure has gathered 5,000 shinobi, which is 3 times the number of ours. Funan smiled slightly and gave an answer, I only know that I am the Commander-in-Chief. Understood. Commands were conveyed quickly. Funan took a deep breath, feeling the surging chakra in his body, and the Mangekyo appeared in his pupils. With a cold smile on his face, he screamed wildly and lunged forward. One person attacked 5,000 shinobi of Kumogakure. Is he crazy? Kakashi couldn't help but want to curse. Shut up, Kakashi, and watch from here. Uchiha Shinya stared at him coldly and said, You're lucky, you'll soon see the true power of the Uchiha clan. He looked at Funan's back, his eyes full of fanaticism. Shadow clone technique. Bang! For Funan appeared at the same time. The 4 clones activated the Susanoo at the same time. The consumption is really great. The clones can't last long, but it's enough. Funan laughed loudly, and a large amount of chakra began to condense on the hand of Susanoo. In the army of Kumogakure. Dodai stared at Funan, who was running over. He is a famous jonin in Kumogakure with a very high prestige. He has a clear mind and is cautious. In this conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure, he was entrusted by the 4th Reikage to serve as the commander-in-chief on the front line. Many people in Kumogakure have a contemptuous attitude when facing Konoha, including the Reikage. Dodai is different. He always keeps vigilant when facing Konoha. Apart from anything else, Dodai is very worried about Funan's individual strength. How many Kumo shinobi will he have to sacrifice to get rid of him? So, since he came to the front, he has been organizing tactics over and over again, training the shinobi. It's not that he is afraid, he simply wants to minimize Kumogakure's losses as much as possible. Commander! Uchiha Funan is approaching alone, there is no shinobi behind him. What is that? The censor shinobi was reporting when suddenly, his eyes widened at the sight of the blood giant that was tens of meters tall, and he couldn't close his mouth. Taking the initiative to attack? As expected of Uchiha. Dodai looked at him coldly, and shouted, Everyone, get ready for battle, Uchiha Funan is coming. Upon hearing that he was an Uchiha, the Kumo shinobi became excited. As the most combative shinobi village, they wanted to confront him. Long-range attack. Don't let him get close. Following Dodai's order, the Kumo shinobi launched their attacks against Funan. A series of ninjutsus impacted the Susanoo, but the Susanoo's overwhelming defenses remained intact. They continued to move forward and concentrate their chakra. Dodai-sama! The censor shinobi screamed in horror. In the hands of the giants, there is a tailed beast ball. What? Dodai's pupils constricted intensely. Although he considered it to be a very powerful ninjutsu,
He never thought that it reached the level of the tailed beast ball.
Disperse, disperse! Dodai exclaimed. The Kumo shinobi began to walk away in an orderly manner. Too late. Funan sneered. Look at my Yasaka blood Magatama.
The 4 clones threw out the condensed chakra ball at the same time.
No! Dodai screamed. Defend yourselves, avoid it. Boom! Boom! 4 huge explosions resounded. 4 huge craters appeared on the Kumo shinobi army. This scene stunned everyone.
Even the shinobi of Konoha were stunned.
Dodai almost fell to the ground. His lips trembled, his gaze lost. He murmured, This is. How? Then, he reacted and shouted, Retreat, retreat immediately, all retreat. At the same time, Uchiha Shinya woke up from the shock caused by the destruction of Funan and shouted, What are you doing? Entire army, attack Kumogakure. After shouting, he took the lead and rushed out. Kill! The other shinobi, recovering, shouted and came out of the defensive lines to attack the Kumo shinobi. This time, the difference in numbers was not so obvious. Funan's 4 attacks directly killed nearly 2,000 Kumo shinobi. The remaining Kumo shinobi were also terrified. Under Dodai's orders, they desperately escaped. Funan did not attack again, but maintained Susanoo with his body, standing quietly on the battlefield. As the Konoha shinobi approached, ready to chase the Kumo shinobi, something unexpected happened. With Dodai's order, some of the Kumo shinobi were separated to block the Konoha shinobi. Immediately afterwards, the charging Konoha shinobi found that obstacles appeared in front of them. Some of them were blocked by ninjutsu. Others fell into traps with explosive tags. Some of the Konoha shinobi suddenly stopped and froze in place, obviously under genjutsu. Funan was startled and laughed. Great, worthy of being Dodai. He left a way out even though his side was clearly in an advantageous position? With these obstacles blocking them for a moment, the Kumo shinobi under Dodai's scolding gradually became coordinated again. Looking at the Kumo shinobi who gathered again, Funan wanted to use another Yasaka blood Magatama. However, he had just created 4 shadow clones, and divided his chakra equally in addition to using Susanoo 4 times. For him, the consumption of the Yasaka Magatama was extremely great. Of course, this does not mean that he cannot use it. However, he must be careful with lurking shadows. Will Danzo and Hiruzen let go of such a good opportunity? Others are not sure, but Danzo will definitely dare to attack him at this time. That man dares to do anything for Konoha. Also, he must be careful with Obito and Pain. Obito is always ready, and Pain must have noticed. Funan stared at Dodai, sneered, and said, You are lucky, but how long can you hold on? The war has just begun. I am not in a hurry. Let's take it slowly. Dodai was greatly relieved when he saw Funan did not move. Finally, under harassment from the Konoha shinobi, Kumogakure, although they had suffered losses, managed to retreat successfully. Gather the shinobi, we retreat. Funan gave the order when the Kumo shinobi completely disappeared from his sight. Yes. Without waiting for reinforcements, Kumogakure was defeated by more than 1,000 shinobi stationed on the border, which made Funan's reputation rise again. Next came the tasks of medical care, guarding prisoners and counting losses. These matters did not worry Funan, he only needed to check the data at the end and sign. He was an important figure, one of the 3 giants of Konoha. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 99, Fruits of War. 1,555 words. Obito was sitting silently on the branch of a large tree, looking at the battlefield indifferently from a distance. A figure gradually emerged on the tree trunk behind him, half black and half white. Really powerful, Uchiha Funan's fame is not exaggerated. With such talent, probably only that person when he was young can compare with him, or he might fall short. Black Zetsu commented. Obito didn't say anything. He was also shocked. What should we do now? Black Zetsu said in a deep voice. Uchiha Funan is too strong. Will his existence affect our plan? No. Obito answered decisively. It's better to be careful. Black Zetsu showed a weird smile and said, after all, he is only 16 years old. Obito's face became gloomier. Youth represents infinite possibilities. Black Zetsu suddenly said, Obito, do you want to revive Madara? With Madara's strength, it is easy to deal with Funan. No. Obito still said firmly. The plan has just begun, and he is not needed at this time. Black Zetsu looked at Obito's back and smiled silently. Resurrect Madara? Definitely not at this time. Black Zetsu just wanted to know what Obito's attitude towards Madara was. What about Funan? Try to cooperate with him. Obito said coldly. Uchiha Funan is not a person who cannot cooperate. We have a lot of things that he doesn't have and needs. Really? Black Zetsu said in surprise. Then why didn't we cooperate before? Obito's expression turned grim, and he didn't speak. White Zetsu, who had been silent all the time, suddenly laughed at this time and said, Obito looked down on him before. When he faced Funan, he was very arrogant. Who would have thought that he was so strong and hit Obito several times? He, ha ha ha. Facing Obito's cold eyes, White Zetsu decisively shut his mouth. Staring at the blood-red giant in the distance, Obito seemed to have a fire burning in his heart. Kumo go cure. Bang! A table flew out of the Raikage's office and broke the door. A burly man over 2 meters tall walked out aggressively. Raikage-sama. The secretary ran after him. Mabui, notify C and Darui. Also, call that bastard B, we are ready to leave for the battlefield. Please wait, Raikage-sama. Mabui said hurriedly. As the Raikage, how can you leave rashly? Besides, what about Kumogakure? Please give me 1 day. I want to take care of your itinerary, safety, and the village. I leave it all to you. I believe in you, Mabui. The Raikage waved his hand and rushed out directly. Darui and C, who had just arrived, smiled bitterly. C scratched his head and smiled awkwardly at Mabui. Darui shrugged helplessly. The two chased after the Raikage together. Ah! Mabui stamped her feet in anger. Looking at the back of the Raikage, she muttered. I hope nothing bad happens. Funan is a troublesome guy. Plus, they leave all these responsibilities to me and don't even worry about the problems. Raikage-sama is so irresponsible. Mabui had a hint of worry in her eyes. The news received today surprised both Mabui and the Raikage. Dodai failed. Kumogakure lost nearly 3,000 people in the battle, and many of the remaining people were injured. This blow was so great that the Raikage lost his temper. He originally thought that there would be no war at all, and even if there was a war, he didn't think Kumogakure would be defeated. He even considered how to make Kumogakure suffer some losses if the war started, because many of the shinobi sent out were from the enemy faction. If they didn't die, the Raikage felt that he couldn't sit still. Now, the losses surpassed his bottom line and his lungs almost exploded with anger. After the Raikage's departure, Mabui held an emergency meeting and dispatched dozens of elite shinobi as quickly as possible to protect the Raikage's safety. The news of the great victory also reached Konoha. After reading it, Torifo's eyebrows jumped wildly, and after handing the information to Shikaku, he fell into a long silence. The old fat man was obviously very irritable at this moment. There was also a hint of fear in his gaze. So strong? Shikaku exclaimed. Simply by reading the information, it was evident that Funan was a formidable, probably the strongest shinobi in Konoha. Torifo said lightly, he doesn't look like a human, more like a tailed beast. Shikaku pondered for a moment, and suddenly laughed. Sarutobi Hiruzen will have a headache. Aren't you worried? I'm only worried that Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men will mess around during the war. Shikaku spread his hands and said, we have had disputes with Uchiha, but they are not that serious. Even if Uchiha becomes the winner in the end, it is better than Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men, isn't it? Thinking of that gloomy guy Danzo, Torafu nodded unconsciously. Knock. Knocking was heard on the door. Shikaku and Torafu looked at each other. Come in.
The one who entered was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo followed him with a sullen face.
Bang!
A body was thrown into the mountain of corpses.
This is the last corpse.
A shinobi hesitated and said, Commander-in-Chief, you really have to do it yourself.
This will consume a lot of your chakra. Don't worry. Funan waved his hand and said, I want to experiment with ninjutsu.
It's just right to use Kumo's corpse.
You can go. Yes. The shinobi responded and left instantly.
Funan looked at the pile of corpses in front of him and grinned.
There are at least 300 corpses here.
All of them are Kumo's corpses. They should have been destroyed, but Funan issued an order to burn the corpses in a concentrated manner, and he would burn them personally.
In fact, almost 3,000 Kumo shinobi died this time. However, after being hit by Funan's Yasaka blood Magatama, 2,000 corpses were destroyed in an instant. Some bodies were left in fragments. He couldn't let the Konoha shinobi collect body fragments everywhere. That would make him a pervert. The remaining ninjas were hunted down by the shinobi of Konoha.
There were about 700 or 800 bodies, some of which were of great use to Konoha.
The bodies in front of Funan were the kind that Konoha didn't want.
Most of them were genin, and there were very few chunin.
But the quantity was enough. Let's get started.
Funan rubbed his hands and instantly created 4 shadow clones.
Fire release, hiding in ash and dust technique.
Then, the 4 shadow clones began to destroy the surroundings. Soon, the air was filled with thick smoke, obscuring the view of anyone nearby.
Obito. The person in the dark.
Obito took a deep breath and wanted to sigh, but he was choked and coughed. The smoke and dust were too thick, and the mask could not block it.
Zetsu. Can't you see the smoke and dust with only one eye? You actually took a deep breath? Should we go over there? Wait a minute.
Obito simply sat down and said lightly. After a while, when he is done and comes out, we will go directly to see him.
Funan played this trick, obviously not wanting people to know what he was doing.
At this time, if they rashly went in, they would make enemies.
Ah!
Just then, a sharp scream sounded.
Obito curled his lips and said, See? This is the consequence of going over now. If he went over now, the two would definitely fight. Funan was really ruthless and cruel.
In the smoke and dust, Funan threw the corpse in his hand onto the pile of corpses. The corpse was wearing a Konoha forehead protector. There were 2 more corpses nearby. Funan didn't even look at them, but just stared at the pile of corpses, muttering, This time, my fruit will be ripe again.
I look at the god tree inside.
The 3 fruits grew to about the same size, all reaching level 3. As for the levels of his own 3 skills.
Level 4, Fire Release. Level 5, Eye Techniques. Level 2, Sage Mode. Leveling up the Sharingan wouldn't be easy. Really, why do I think so much?
Funan suddenly smiled, tapped his head gently, and murmured, This battle has just begun. There are too many opportunities to obtain corpses.
If it doesn't work, I will go to Kumobikure to play after this battle.
The god tree began to absorb the energy of the bodies. Since they had just died, although some of their life energy had dissipated, there was still some left. With a large amount of life energy flowing into his body, Funan sighed comfortably. Due to the enormous amount of life energy he had absorbed this time, the changes in his body were evident in many aspects. For example, his physical strength had increased and by extension his chakra as well.
One day, I will punch Senju Hashirama and kick Uchiha Madara. No, punch Hamura and kick Hagoromo. Funan sighed. When he finished absorbing life energy, the Sage Mode fruit was upgraded. Level 3, Sage Mode. Funan was very satisfied. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 100, The Spirit of Youth. 1546 words.
When all the life energy in all the corpses was devoured, Funan made seals with both hands.
Fire release. Boom.
The endless blood-red flames devoured all the corpses and turned them into ashes.
Funan watched quietly. The corpses whose life energy was devoured became mummies and must be destroyed.
After doing all this, Funan took back the shadow clone and walked out.
Thank you for waiting so long.
Obito heard this and activated his Kamui instantly, becoming intangible.
Have you already discovered me?
Funan thought for a moment and said, "You smell like heather, I'm very familiar with it, so I detected you from a distance."
Obito was full of question marks.
What is heather? If so, it's not surprising that Funan is familiar with him.
This bastard is very fond of women.
According to the information, this guy is a frequent visitor to various flower shops in Konoha. In order to pursue Uchiha Shiryu, he once covered half of the street in the Uchiha clan with flowers.
Obito even considered whether to let Konan come out and communicate with Funan to win this guy over completely. You waited for me on purpose, is there something? Obito came back to his senses and said lightly, "How about the ANBU and route information I sent you last time? It's really good, is there more?"
Obito frowned slightly and stared at Funan coldly.
Just kidding. Funan laughed and said, "Did you come looking for me just for that?"
I can cooperate with you.
Obito said calmly. You also have some fear towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, right? I can help you deal with them. Don't worry. Funan waved his hands and said, "You're an Uchiha, if you intervene, who will be credited with the success? Hiruzen will probably think I'm looking to start a civil war. Better keep calm. If you really want to do something for me." Who wants to do something for you? You and I are just cooperating and trading. Obito immediately interrupted Funan's words. He was very sensitive about this. Okay, if you really want to trade with me, then give me some information about Kumogakure. Funan said with a smile. In return, I will also give you a copy of Konoha Ambu's information. Konoha Ambu? Obito frowned slightly. Yes. Funan said with a smile. You gave me some information about Konoha Ambu, but it was not detailed enough. I have another copy here, I'll give it to you. Funan threw a scroll. Obito quickly dodged and retreated 4 or 5 meters. He allowed the scroll to fall to the ground. Oh my god. Funan covered his head helplessly and said, "Do you not trust me at all? Where is the most basic trust between people?" Obito created a clone of himself to collect the scroll. He said coldly, "Uchiha Funan, do you want to join my organization?" Your organization? Funan instantly thought of the Akatsuki organization. Yes, my organization. Obito said. We want to change the entire world, bring hope to this corrupt world. Funan, you are the real leader of the Uchiha clan right now, you have probably seen the darkness in Konoha countless times. Join us and change all of this. A scroll also appeared in Obito's hand, and he said, "This is some information about the organization." The scroll flew towards Funan. Swish! Funan moved away several dozen meters in an instant. At the same time, the Mangekyo appeared, staring at Obito to prevent him from taking any further action. His hands had already begun to form seals. Obito. Ahem. Funan coughed dryly and said, "It's mainly because your actions just now made me too sad. I also want to let you know that sometimes, some actions that you don't care about are very hurtful. I'll wait for your news." After saying that, without waiting for Funan to answer, Obito disappeared. He really didn't want to see Funan's face. The most frustrating thing in life is when you really want to hit someone, but you just can't beat them. Obito was also helpless. It seemed that Funan knew all his information. Furthermore, he maintained a skeptical attitude about Funan's invitation to join the organization. Akatsuki organization? Really can consider joining. Funan touched his chin and laughed. Maybe get closer to Nagato. How about I get closer to Conan, and then tell her some secrets about Obito? Wouldn't that be fun? However, if Nagato really has his own ideas, will Uchiha Madara still be resurrected? If he can't be resurrected, is everything over? Funan's heart moved. If he could end the Fourth Shinobi World War in advance and prevent Otsutsuki Kagaya from resurrecting, things would definitely become much simpler, and his enemies would only be the other 4 shinobi villages. The difficulty of the game would go from hell level to rookie level. Conan, wait for me. Funan strode away and returned to the headquarters. Inside the headquarters, Kakashi is busy and Uchiha Shinya helps him handle some matters. 2587. 2588. 2589. Funan looked at Guy, who was constantly doing push-ups, and was silent for a moment. Oh, Commander-in-Chief, you are back. Guy jumped up when he saw Funan. No, Guy, you're wrong. Funan looked at Guy seriously and said, I'm not back, I came here to look for something. Looking for something? Several people in the headquarters stopped their work at the same time and looked at Funan in surprise. Funan gave a vigorous thumbs up and laughed. I was looking for the spirit of youth, and it turns out I found it here. Guy, your youthful glow can't be stopped by anything. Oh. Guy's eyes were shining with excitement, and tears were flowing. Kakashi slammed his head on the table. Shinya gently covered his chest. He is getting old and can't stand the excitement. What's wrong? Funan looked at them dissatisfied and said, Don't you agree with our youth? It doesn't matter. Guy. Funan shouted, gave a thumbs up, and then shouted excitedly, Since no one understands our youth, we will remain as passionate as ever so that one day they can understand it. I can't stand it anymore. Guy yelled. I'm going out to train. Today, the workload will increase tenfold. Ha! Funan-sama. Kakashi suppressed his anger and said, Please don't forget that you are the Commander-in-Chief. Kakashi-san. Funan-sama, you don't need to call me using honorifics. No, much less using the honorific san, it would be fine even if I called you Ajizan, look at your white hair. Okay, let's all stay calm, Kakashi, leave the kunai in your hand and don't think about taking off the forehead protector over your eye. Funan coughed dryly and said in a deep voice, Although we have temporarily won, we can't be careless, Kakashi, when will the reinforcements arrive? 2 days later. 2 days. Funan thought for a while and said, And the reinforcements from Kumogakure? They will take almost the same amount of time. Kakashi said in a deep voice, The number of Kumogakure's reinforcements reaches 5,000. Added to the previous 5,000, Kumogakure has mobilized 10,000 shinobi in total for this war. This is a number that no village can ignore. Reaching this number means an all-out war. Kakashi added, The village is also sending additional reinforcements, this time 4,000 shinobi will arrive, and they are still mobilizing more within the village. Even so, Kumogakure still has a numerical advantage. After their reinforcements are gathered, they will reach more than 7,000. Funan didn't care about it at all and said, Since their numbers are still superior, let's reduce their numbers. Reduce? Kakashi said hurriedly, Funan-sama, you are very strong, very strong. But Kumogakure is also a shinobi village with a very solid foundation. If you run alone like last time, you could be seriously injured. Kakashi said in a deep voice, Funan-sama, countless powerful shinobi have proven this with their lives. When faced with a large number of shinobi, strong individuals are likely to get into trouble, such as the second Raikage, the third Raikage, and the second Hokage. Will Funan be an exception? Everyone was very worried, fearing that he would attack alone again under impulse. After all, the result of the last battle was impressive, which can lead to complacency. Funan touched his chin and murmured, Well, what you said makes sense, so that's why Sarutobi Hiruzen rarely leaves the village. Inside the village he is very safe. Kakashi almost choked to death. Why do you mention Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time? Other people in the command center also shut up instantly. They are involved in a high-level dispute again. They are not allowed to comment. they definitely don't have an opinion. Don't worry. Funan laughed and said, I'm not stupid. I won't go alone this time. If Kumobakure attacks me at all costs, who can I turn to for justice? Sarutobi Hiruzen is still alive. How can I die first? Kakashi. Fortunately, it wasn't Shinosuke who came, otherwise, I don't know if there would be any trouble. Well, it shouldn't be. Shinosuke is very patient and has the style of his father. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 101, Fire and Folly. 1702 words. Let's go, the Commander-in-Chief will take you to watch the show. Funan waved his hand and walked out first. Kakashi had a bad feeling in his heart and quickly followed. The group quickly arrived at the battlefront. Commander-in-Chief, do you want to attack? A shinobi asked. No need. Funan said, looking at the Kumo camp. Although the distance was far, with the eyesight of several people, they could still see some shadows. Funan couldn't help but sigh and said, although we have won a great battle, Kumo's spirits have not diminished much. The shinobi who asked earlier sighed and then said, that's because Kumobakure has always had an arrogant attitude towards Konoha. A victory can't defeat them. Funan said angrily, it's all Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault. Hyuga Hizashi shouldn't die. Everyone present had a headache. Fuga Hayashi, who had been silent all the time, nodded heavily and said, the Commander-in-Chief is right. Hizashi should not die at all. Hayashi. Kakashi looked serious. Hayashi just glanced at Kakashi and said indifferently, that's my brother. Kakashi had nothing to say. Okay. Funan raised his head and the Mangekyo appeared in his eyes. He laughed and said, as Commander-in-Chief, I invite you to see the great show for free. He used the instant body technique, advanced hundreds of meters, and stood between Konoha and Kumogakure. Suddenly, the entire battlefield became tense. Kumogakure was even more prepared for the battle, and several scrolls were taken out. Dodai gave several orders in a row. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Funan shouted loudly. Kumogakure, don't be nervous, I'll hit you once, and then I'll leave. Dodai looked at Funan with a gloomy expression. Fortunately, the commander of Kumogakure is Dodai. If it was someone with a bad temper, they would have fought by now. Even so, there are still many Kumo shinobi who grit their teeth and look at Funan and are ready to rush in and fight him to the death. Don't be nervous, really don't be nervous. Funan repeatedly comforted them and said, just one time, really, I will hit you once, and I won't hit you more than one time. Funan-sama. Kakashi sighed limply. Black Setsu and the dark side. The next moment, everyone changed their expressions. A huge Susanoo appeared, with a large amount of chakra gathering in its hands. The powerful chakra was almost suffocating. At this moment, everyone understood what Funan meant by only one strike. Dodai even roared fiercely, barrier, barrier. Dozens of ninjas stood up and quickly formed seals with their hands. A light blue lightning barrier appeared in front of the Kumo shinobi. Seeing this, Funan grinned and said, look at my Yasaka blood Magatama. The Yasaka blood Magatama rushed towards them. The powerful chakra and suffocating heat made the censor shinobi turn pale. Boom! The attack hit the barrier directly. Countless flames erupted and spread towards the periphery. A huge explosion swept over. However, Kumobakure blocked it. Dodai breathed a sigh of relief. The next instant, another huge Yasaka blood Magatama approached. Damn, it's a lie. Didn't you say you would only attack once? This thought appeared in Dodai's mind. Boom! An even bigger explosion came. Ah! The several shinobi who launched the barrier screamed before fainting. Other shinobi quickly took their place, although their faces also turned pale, they managed to maintain the barrier. Ha! Funan's eyebrows were raised. Immediately, Funan condensed another blood Magatama. Feeling that disastrous chakra, Dodai was about to lose his mind. This guy is not trustworthy, he said he would only attack once, and this is the third time. Boom! This time, Funan aimed at the edge of the Kumo camp, where there were fewer defensive shinobi.
And now, everyone is focused on the center, which has already been attacked twice by Funan.
The edge area was immediately hit. A large number of shinobi were swallowed by the blood flames. Although this attack did not achieve the expected result, it still took away hundreds of Kumo shinobi. Funan was finally satisfied. He took back Susanoo with a smile and walked back to Konoha's defense line slowly. How is it? Funan gave everyone a thumbs up and said, "Is this scene good?" Good. Kakashi sighed faintly. Looking at Funan, he hesitated to speak. He wanted to ask how much chakra Funan had left. He was the commander-in-chief and the strongest fighting force on his side. If he consumes too much, Konoha as a whole will not be safe.
However, looking at that smiling face, Kakashi lost the courage to ask and remained silent.
Okay, let's go back. Funan waved his hand and led everyone back to the headquarters. Before leaving, he waved to Kumogakure and shouted, "I will come again tomorrow, you should be prepared to welcome me." By the way, the welcoming lineup is just normal, don't be too polite. Kakashi clearly saw that many Kumo shinobi almost couldn't hold back and rushed over to fight with Funan. Fortunately, Dodai stopped them, otherwise. After leaving the task of organizing everyone to Kakashi, Funan walked away arrogantly. Where was he? Of course, to find Pakura. Unfortunately, Pakura didn't even let him in.
As a representative of Sunagakure and with Kage-level strength, Pakura was assigned a separate residence. Funan knocked on the door, but when he noticed that Pakura was ignoring him, he immediately became anxious and shouted, "Pakura, are you okay?"
Oh my god, damn Kumogakure. Did they do something to my Pakura? Someone come. Someone come quickly. Hearing the sharp cry, Pakura could not sit still. She opened the door and dragged Funan inside. Hey, Pakura, you are okay, I thought. Brothers outside, don't be impulsive, Pakura is fine. Hearing Funan shouting, the patrol officers who came over had no expression on their faces. Ah. The patrol captain sighed softly and said, "Let's go, what are you doing here? Are you watching the couple flirting?" Woo woo. My little Pakura, you don't know, I was so scared just now, I thought something happened to you. Funan burst into tears. Pakura took a deep breath, resisted the urge to swear, and said through gritted teeth, "Really? That was really my fault, I'm sorry." No way. Funan said immediately. You are my little sweetheart. How can you be wrong? You are always right. The words little sweetheart made Pakura's scalp numb, and he shivered violently. She took a deep breath again and said, "Funan, after all, I have performed military exploits for Konoha, can you be more serious?" In the battle against Kumogakure, Pakura showed great strength. A large number of Kumo powerful people died in his hands. This strength is definitely among the top even in Konoha. Funan blinked and said, "Isn't helping your husband in battle a natural thing? Do you want me to give you a reward? You've turned bad." Pakura looked at him expressionlessly. If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, do you think I wouldn't have turned you into ashes? Leave that aside, it's not worth discussing with you. What's your plan from now on? Pakura didn't want to waste time with Funan's nonsense, so she sat down casually and said, "Kumogakure will surely send its best shinobi. The Raikage will most likely join the battle, that brute is not easy to deal with." Funan sneered and said, "Is your man easy to mess with? Actually, you are hundreds of times more complicated than him, in every aspect." Pakura no longer cares that Funan calls himself her man. I'll take that as a compliment. Funan said with a smile. Sunagakure will send reinforcements? I don't know. Pakura said simply. After hearing about your performance in the last battle, if I were the Kazekage, I would send reinforcements. But I don't know what Raza will decide. Regarding Raza, Funan calmly commented, a conspirator who only knows how to get angry without capacity. Pakura was non-committal, pondered a little, and said, "It would be better if you sent more troops to the border with Sunagakure." "Oh really?" Funan sensed the implicit meaning in Pakura's words and said in surprise, "At this time, Raza would dare to attack Konoha? Is she so brave? Normally he wouldn't." Pakura sighed and said, "But, I am here, I have united with Konoha, if Konoha defeats Kumobakure." Pakura didn't say the rest. Funan fell into deep thought. He was relaxed because he was prepared for most situations. But he hadn't considered the situation with Sunagakure. Raza can't be so unreliable. Seeing that Konoha had the advantage in the war against Kumo, would he now attack Konoha? It wasn't impossible. Given Raza's nature, it was unpredictable what he would do. Originally, even if Raza made trouble, it had nothing to do with Funan. However, if there is a problem on Sunagakure's side, will Sarutobi Hiruzen send the Uchiha clan? Probably not. Funan shook his head and murmured, Torafu was not an idiot, and he should not do such an unwise thing. What does Akimichi Torafu want? The balance between the Uchiha clan and the clans of the Konoha corrupt quartet. Only when these two forces were balanced could the Inoshikacho clan survive. Simply annihilating Uchiha would do no good to Torafu. After understanding this, Funan looked at Pakura with bright eyes and hummed, "Come on, be happy, we have plenty of time anyway, huh?" Under Funan's insistence, Pakura finally agreed to go out to eat with him. The place was close. They caught a rabbit, gutted it, and roasted it to eat. Pakura didn't understand why. Although they both knew how to grill meat, wouldn't it be more convenient to have someone at camp prepare it and bring it to the table? It wasn't until Funan took out the wine and kept urging her to drink that Pakura suddenly realized and rolled her eyes angrily. The objective was clear, but unfortunately, he did not know how to hide it. Perhaps, Funan didn't intend to hide it at all. Haha, okay. Pakura laughed coldly. Then let's try it. Let's see who can have the last laugh. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 102, Morning After Mischief. 1,724 words. Funan woke up with a dazed expression. He wasn't in his room, but in Pakura's. Pakura was getting dressed aside. She was humming a song and was in a good mood. He was completely naked, with only a thin quilt covering him. "Hey, you're awake." Pakura watched Funan sit down and smiled at him playfully, securing the belt of her clothes, then took a step towards him and lifting his chin slightly. "Don't worry, little cutie. Sister will be responsible for you." Funan was speechless and looked at Pakura dumbfounded. His purpose yesterday was so clear, what was the final result? Damn, they got him drunk, and then Pakura took care of him. Funan was confused. What's wrong? Pakura looked at Funan with interest, sat next to him, put one hand on her belt, and said, "It's still early, how about I give you a chance to get revenge?" "I thank you." Funan gritted his teeth. This is direct ridicule. Just wait for me. Funan said angrily, quickly put on his clothes and left the tent as if he was running away. Looking at his back, Pakura smiled proudly. After seeing the terrifying power of Funan yesterday, Pakura knew that she could not escape. In this case, it is better to take the initiative and leave a deep impression on him. Furthermore, Funan is handsome and strong, and is about 5 or 6 years younger than her, she won't lose anything. So, last night what happened? This time, little womanizer, will you be left with an indelible memory of me? A charming smile appeared on Pakura's delicate face. As soon as Funan walked out, he happened to bump into a patrolling shinobi. "Funan-sama, did you get up so early?" "Early?" Funan pointed towards the bright sun. "Is this early? What time did you get up today?" The shinobi. "Are you angry about something? So bad-tempered?" "Humph." Funan snorted coldly and said earnestly, "He who gets up early catches the worm, will you follow me?" The shinobi. "I'm not a bird, and I don't eat insects. Also, I patrolled all night last night."
Meanwhile, you last night at the Suna camp were not exactly calm.
Yes, I have remembered it. Well, okay, continue with your business. I'm going to give a gift to Kumogakure. People are probably waiting impatiently. We in Konoha can't do such a rude thing. Funan left in a hurry. The patrolling shinobi looked at Funan's back. On the battlefront,
Funan advanced with arrogant steps to the place where he released the Yasaka Magatama yesterday.
Hey, you guys didn't stay up all night, did you?
Funan looked at the Kumo shinobi, who had red eyes, in surprise.
Did you all have collective insomnia? Uchiha Funan.
Dodai gritted his teeth and looked at this man, with hatred in his eyes but a little scared in his heart.
Wouldn't this guy think of attacking us again like he did yesterday? Does he have that much chakra? Dodai hated Funan so much.
He did not agree with this war from the beginning. Now they have suffered huge losses. In fact, yesterday Dodai allowed the Funan attack to be successful.
He understood it.
If they didn't give Funan something, he wouldn't stop easily. So, when Funan attacked towards the outlying area of the Kumo camp, he chose to ignore it, allowing the death of hundreds of Kumo shinobi. He could not allow Funan to continue attacking, otherwise the central area would not have been able to hold. But he knew they couldn't last much longer.
Once they showed signs of weakness, would Konoha waste such a good opportunity?
After surviving yesterday, Dodai breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not dare to let his guard down, fearing that Funan would attack again. However, what surprised him was that Funan did not attack them at night and did not know what he was doing.
However, Dodai was relieved. He believes that Funan's consumption should be huge. Who knew that this idea barely came up when Funan appeared? Dodai's temples were throbbing.
Funan sighed and said, "Since you haven't had a good rest, then." A ray of hope arose in Dodai's heart.
Let's start quickly, start early, and finish early.
With that said, the large blood-red Susanoo appeared in front of everyone, beginning to gather that large amount of chakra again.
Uchiha Funan, go to hell. Dodai finally couldn't bear it anymore and started to curse. Boom! An enormous roar resounded once again. The Konoha shinobi looked on anxiously.
A huge blood Magatama, like a meteorite, forcefully hit the barrier set up by Kumogakure, causing the entire barrier to tremble non-stop. The shinobi in charge of the barrier were red-faced and trembling, as if they were going to vomit blood.
Dodai was shocked and angry. Block it for me. Dodai screamed incessantly. Reinforcements will arrive soon, use all your strength. Dozens of shinobi gritted their teeth and channeled all the chakra into the barrier, but they still had difficulty blocking the Yasaka blood Magatama. You actually blocked it again? Funan looked resignedly at the other side, muttering to himself, can't they just let me beat them up easily? Buzz! Another Magatama formed in the Susanoo's hands. Here comes my gift. The Yasaka blood Magatama flew towards the Kumo camp.
Just then, a black sphere of the same size collided with the Magatama.
Boom!
The two spheres collided, causing a huge roar and explosion. A huge crater formed with the impact point as its center.
Funan's expression also changed slightly.
Instantly the Susanoo's muscles formed, then he was covered by armor before opening his arms to resist the impact, protecting the Konoha shinobi behind him.
Kakashi's expression changed drastically, and he shouted in a voice full of terror, "Tailed beast ball? Commander-in-Chief, be careful, Kumogakure's tailed beast is here." Funan looked calm.
The impact caused by the explosion gradually disappeared, and several figures appeared directly in front of Funan.
There were 4 people in total. The duo of A and B, or rather, the 4th Reikage and the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails.
Behind them were the lazy-looking Darui and the serious blonde shinobi, See Swoosh. Behind Funan, Uchiha Shinya, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Pakura appeared.
Funan-sama. Kakashi looked at Funan but was slightly startled. Funan smiled slightly and looked the Reikage up and down with the Mangekyo still active.
It must be said that the strength of this body was the most powerful Funan had ever seen.
His chakra was also extremely active.
Funan nodded, stretched out his hand and said, "You are good. I have liked your body. I want to possess it." Kakashi and others took deep breaths. They had no idea how to respond to that. Especially Pecora. If it weren't for the back pain yesterday, she wouldn't know what to think. Crackle! Lightning covered the Raikage's entire body. He stared at Funan coldly. Yo, Uchiha boy, you've angered my big brother. Oh yes, you're going to finish, oh yes. Killer Bee danced while rapping. Funan glanced at him. This guy is not bad. He is as rebellious as he is, but his eyes are unusually calm. Furthermore, his body is tense, and he may explode with a thunderous punch at any moment. Funan's Mangekyo turned slightly. Just as he was about to use a genjutsu, the Raikage was already in front of him. Bang! The fist penetrated Funan's body. A log appeared and was destroyed by the Raikage. Body replacement technique? Pecora was the quickest to react. Looking at the Raikage in front of her, she formed hand seals. Scorch release. In a flash of electricity, the Raikage disappeared, dodging the fireball, and appeared again in front of Pecora. He stared at Pecora coldly. Sunagekire's scorch release? Die. A fistful of lightning struck hard. Pecora smiled coldly and attacked the Raikage with an arm full of flames. Boom! A giant skeletal fist sent the Raikage flying hundreds of meters away, interrupting the confrontation between the two. Funan stood on the side, with a Susanoo skeleton appearing on his body. He frowned and said, "Dare to touch my girl, who gave you the courage?" Boom! With the sound of thunder and lightning, the Raikage appears without any wounds on his body. He looked in surprise and doubt at the giant red skeleton that surrounded Funan. "Brother!" Killer Bee came to the Raikage and said in a deep voice, "Be careful, that is the advanced form of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan." Uchiha Funan. The Raikage's voice carried strong oppression. Crackle! Lightning flowed through the Raikage's body again, more powerful and dense than before. "I am going to kill you." Funan rolled his eyes. "If you could do that, you wouldn't be talking nonsense. My mom told me that villains who talk a lot can't survive more than 2 episodes. Pecora couldn't help but complain, "Are you sure he is a villain? Look at his appearance." Pecora had nothing to say. The Uchiha clan is full of handsome men and beautiful women. As for the 4th Raikage, to express respect to the Kage, one can only say that he looks manly. The Raikage flashed and appeared in front of Funan. He formed a sword with his hands and slashed towards Funan. Boom! Susanoo's skeleton blocked the Raikage's attack. Click! There were bursts of bone-breaking sounds. Susanoo's bones were filled with dense cracks. Amazing! Funan sneered and formed seals with his hands. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Swoosh! The Raikage disappeared, avoiding the fire dragon, and appeared behind Funan. Boom! Another strike from the hand. There was another intensive sound of bones breaking. This blow was even more powerful than before. Fire release, dragon fire technique. This time, the Raikage's attack and Funan's attack were launched almost simultaneously. Susanoo's bones were nearly shattered by the blows, and the fire dragon also lunged at the Raikage, pushing him back. Funan quickly generated a skeletal arm and crashed into the Raikage. A tentacle stretched out at this time and blocked the skeleton giant's arm. 8 tails. Seeing the octopus tentacles, Funan's eyes lit up. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 103, The Raikage's Wrath. 1,531 words. Killer Bee extended 2 octopus tentacles from his back. One blocked the Susanoo's arm and the other tried to wrap it. At that moment a figure descended from the sky, falling on the tentacle. Scorch release, extremely steaming murder. Boom! Pecora destroyed the tentacle. Yo Bakayaro, Kanayaro, that hurt, but it didn't defeat me. Kunoichi of Sunagekire's scorch release, you've angered me, and now you're going to be crushed. Killer Bee's rapping started again.
It sounds so awful.
Funan sneered and formed a seal with his hands.
Be careful.
Inside Killer Bee, the Eight Tails let out a scream.
It's a very powerful chakra, not inferior to mine. Be careful or it will kill you.
Understood.
Killer Bee, carrying the wreckage, quickly backed away. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The jutsu was executed by the Susanoo, releasing blood flames.
The surrounding temperature increased instantly. A large amount of flames rushed towards Killer Bee in the fourth wreckage. Seeing this, Darui and C moved to provide support, but were stopped by Kakashi and the others.
If they want to leave, they will have to defeat us first.
Kakashi directly took off his forehead protector, and his Sharingan looked at them coldly. However, just as his chakra began to circulate, his brow furrowed slightly.
This feeling was different from usual. An illusion? Boom! Leaf whirlwind. Guy launched a kick. Darui backed away quickly, dodging the blow.
Once on his feet, he did not fight back. He just panted and stared at him. Several times, he was on the verge of being defeated.
The guy opposite is not a human at all, he is a beast.
Behind him, C was also covered in injuries. Kakashi and Guy teamed up to deal with Darui and C, and almost won.
Mainly thanks to Kakashi and his Sharingan, which completely nullified C's Genjutsu. Guy rushed ahead.
The blue beast roared over the youth, while Kakashi supported him occasionally.
This combination forced Darui into a desperate position.
And even the versatile shinobi C found himself out of options. As for the others, they were detained by Dodai and several Kumogakure elites. Both sides were fighting fiercely.
Brother! After another failed attack, Killer Bee looked at A. The wreckage nodded slightly, gritted his teeth and said, "B, do it, don't hold back." Okay.
Killer Bee's body began to grow.
Tailed beast transformation.
Before long, a colossal creature tens of meters long appeared before everyone.
Bakayaro, Kanayaro. I am the great Eight Tails Killer Bee. Killer Bee, completely transformed into the Eight Tails, roared towards the sky. The Eight Tails was unleashed. Look how I destroy them. Bakayaro, Kanayaro.
Eight Tails opened his mouth, and countless purple, black and blue particles began to condense above his mouth.
Tailed Beast Ball. Ha, you wanna play that with me? Funan's eyes were full of violence. Susanoo also started to grow bigger.
The skeletal giant began to cover itself in flesh and armor. In the blink of an eye, an armored giant no smaller than the tailed beast appeared in everyone's sight.
Idiot, intimidate me. Not even in your best weather. Let's see who eliminates who on the stage. Bakayaro, Kanayaro.
Funan laughed ferociously, and under his control, Susanoo stretched out a hand. A large amount of chakra condensed towards that hand.
Yasaka Blood Magatama.
And it was the most powerful yet.
Kakashi's Sharingan spun uncontrollably. His voice trembled, "Retreat. Everyone, stand back." Without needing orders, the Konoha and Kumo shinobi had already begun to retreat. Arg! The Eight Tails roared, firing the tailed beast ball towards Funan with all his might. Funan was also ready, casting the Blood Magatama. Boom! The two huge forces brutally collided. The immense energy expanded frantically. All the shinobi looked at this scene with scared expressions on their faces and said with difficulty, "Are you kidding me? Can this be caused by a shinobi? They are not human beings, they are definitely not human beings." Although the Jonin were also shocked, their reactions were much better than those of ordinary shinobi. They were horrified by the power of Funan and the tailed beast, but they wanted to know what the outcome would be. Boom! A gigantic figure landed in the Konoha camp. Funan-sama. Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Chief is fine. The shinobi of Konoha burst into shouts of joy. Funan quickly withdrew his Susanoo, panting heavily. His face was a little pale, but his eyes were still fierce. The wear and tear had been enormous. but that didn't mean he was helpless.
If the enemy wanted to fight, he could still confront them.
Konoha's medical nin rushed to assist Funan, trying to restore his chakra as quickly as possible.
Every second of recovery was crucial at this moment.
Boom!
At the same time, Killer Bee also emerged from the ground. The previous crash had buried him under dirt and debris.
Damn it! Inside Killer Bee's body, the Eight Tails couldn't help complaining. "Bee, who is that guy? When did Uchiha have such a strong shinobi? He reminds me of Uchiha Madara's bastard, just as monstrous as a tailed beast."
I have no idea. Killer Bee wanted to continue with his rap, but his expression was more serious than ever.
"Bee, are you okay?"
The Raikage appeared in front of Killer Bee.
"I'm fine, big brother." Killer Bee responded, and then looking ahead, he added, "That guy is fine too." "Oh really?"
The Raikage's expression darkened.
"The plan has to change a bit. If possible, we must kill this Uchiha."
The Raikage was filled with murderous intent. The smoke and dust slowly dispersed. Both sides were looking at each other and did not give up at all in terms of momentum.
Although neither of them wanted to start another battle, they could not show weakness. Funan was happy about this. "What's happening? Are we not going to fight anymore, just look at each other? Is there any clan that can compete in a staring contest with the Uchiha?" Funan's eyes glowed with the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Look at my glare attack." And no joke, the effect was impressive.
On the other side, many Kumo shinobi lowered their heads in unison, not daring to look at Funan. That sudden scene made many Konoha shinobi look strange.
Funan sneered. "Hey, do you want to fight? If you don't want to fight, get out." The Raikage looked at Funan coldly and said, "Uchiha, if anyone is going to leave, it will be you."
Funan looked around and realized that during the fight they had advanced towards Kumo's defensive lines. They were in the front of their established base.
He was very satisfied and said, "Konoha must always attack, especially against those vermin." The Raikage instantly re-entered lightning release chakra mode. "What's wrong? Not convinced?" Funan smiled, showing an expression that irritated anyone. "The effect is very good." The Raikage took deep breaths repeatedly. "Raikage-sama." Dodai took a step forward, faced the Raikage, and shook his head firmly. The Raikage gasped and said coldly, "Uchiha, get out of here right away." I won't leave. If you have the ability, come over and let's fight." Boom! The Raikage instantly appeared between the two armies. "Hey, not bad, you really dare to challenge me. Who gave you the courage to be so brave? Aren't you worried that I will beat the shit out of you?"
Funan was a little surprised.
The Raikage, with a calm attitude, responded, "If you want to recover for a while, I'll give you this chance." "No need."
Funan pushed aside the medical nin behind him and strode forward.
"Commander-in-Chief." Kakashi and others couldn't help but exclaimed. They had just come out of a fierce battle. Funan shook his head from side to side and pointed a finger at the Raikage, taunting him. "Come here, old man, I will teach you the principles of life." Funan blinked, and the Mangekyo appeared.
However, the next moment he felt a stinging pain. Clearly, the use of the Mangekyo was pushing his eyes to the limit. The Raikage was keenly aware of this and sneered, "I don't think you can use those eyes forever."
"Don't you suffer from the effort?" "Yes."
Funan said with a smile, "But it won't be a big problem until I solve you."
"Then try it." The Raikage roared angrily and approached Funan in an instant. Lightning release, lariat. Funan opened his arms and the skeleton of his Susanoo appeared again to protect him. Boom! But the Raikage's fury was even greater, and with a single blow, the Susanoo's bones cracked. Funan dodged the Raikage's attack and performed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The flames engulfed the Raikage, but he passed through the fire. Guillotine drop. The Raikage raised his leg and dropped it hard. Boom! With that blow, the Susanoo's skeleton was completely broken. Elbow bolt.
The Raikage hit Funan with his elbow, launching him into the air, and lunged at him, catching him hard.
Liger Bomb! Boom!
The Raikage smashed Funan to the ground with a loud crash. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Victory and Ambition. 1,569 words. After the Raikage slammed Funan into the ground, he appeared to the side, and looked at him coldly. But his condition was not much better. He had been burned in several places by the Funan fire release. Commander-in-Chief.
Kakashi and the others were stunned.
Bang! At this moment, Funan's body dissipated into a cloud of smoke. How is it possible?
The Raikage exclaimed.
If this is just a clone, then Funan's true body. I'm here.
Funan's voice sounded behind the Raikage.
Did you have fun? Now it's my turn. Funan laughed ferociously.
Inside his body, a still unripe fruit broke apart, turning into pure chakra that flowed inside him.
It was an extremely wasteful act.
But after the recent battle, Funan had exhausted too much chakra.
Funan urgently needed to replenish his chakra. That's why he was so angry. How difficult is it to store fruit? Swoosh!
Funan appeared in front of the Raikage, gently placing his palm on him. A small blood Magatama appeared in his palm.
Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Funan couldn't help but frown.
Because in front of him, what appeared was an octopus tentacle.
Funan looked at the 8 tails coldly. Big brother.
Killer Bee rescued the Raikage. The Raikage's face was also gloomy. If it hadn't been for Killer Bee, he would have been seriously injured.
That attack was equivalent to a small-tailed beast ball. How could this Uchiha still have so much chakra? And also, could he use that technique without the Susanoo? Brother, this Uchiha is incredibly strong. Killer Bee did not rap this time.
He looked at Funan solemnly.
The Raikage jumped from the octopus tentacle, gritting his teeth.
His teleportation technique is powerful, so fast that it rivals the yellow flash of yesteryear.
His fire release is equivalent to a Kekkei Genkai, and he also possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hey, didn't we agree on a one-on-one match? What's wrong? Are duels in Kumogakure always like this? Are they 2-on-1 now? Funan looked at the Kumo shinobi, observing them one by one. The Raikage looked at Funan, gritting his teeth. I have lost, I surrender. Funan said coldly, so, what are you waiting for to leave? Are you just standing here waiting for me to invite you to dinner? Seeing how big you are, do you plan to leave me in ruins? Not even in your dreams, I won't give you even a tree root. The Raikage looked at Dodai and ordered, Dodai, retreat 100 miles. Raikage-sama. Dodai looked a little reluctant. Although the Raikage had just lost, in a group battle they might not lose. Going back 100 miles now is like admitting defeat. This is a blow to morale.
Killer Bee patted him on the shoulder and shook his head grimly.
Dodai sighed in resignation and gave the order to the Jonin leading the shinobi troops. Funan did not pay attention to him, his Mangekyo continued to spin, observing the Kumo shinobi one by one. What are you doing?
The Raikage's deep voice echoed.
He took a step forward and said, I lost, we back off. Don't try any tricks. No shinobi would dare ignore an Uchiha Sharingan.
Much less the Mangekyo of an Uchiha as dangerous as Funan.
Funan took a look at the Raikage and said, I can't look up to beautiful boys and girls? What, do I have to look at you? You look so scary. By the way, with that face, can you really find a wife? Put. Many Konoha shinobi couldn't help but laugh.
Those from Kumogakure, on the other hand, looked at Funan angrily. The Kumo shinobi began to retreat one after another.
Until the Kumogakure shinobi disappeared from sight, someone from Konoha shouted. We have won. Victory! Long live Konoha! Long live Funan-sama! One by one, the Konoha shinobi cheered loudly. Amid the cheers, Funan also smiled. Very good, I have successfully gained popularity. On second thought, I should prepare to become the 5th Hokage. Would he really let Tsunade take the position? What a joke! However, he had already said that it would be the people of Konoha who would ask him to be the 5th Hokage, so he would definitely not take the initiative to fight for it. A weird smile appeared on Funan's lips. After a while, reinforcements from Konoha arrived. The number of reinforcements was greater than imagined, more than 4,000 people. This is because Torafu heard that a war had broken out on the border, and temporarily added some manpower to Funan. Furthermore, there were several thousand shinobi in Konoha, ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. If it were not necessary to guard against several other ninja villages, the fat man would dare to throw tens of thousands of people at once. After reviewing the battle report, Funan asked, any movement from Iwagakure or Kirigakure? We don't know about Kirigakure, but in Iwagakure they are restless, we don't know who they will act against. Funan was not surprised by this answer. Kirigakure had been isolated for a long time. Not only were they unaware of the outside, but the outside was also unaware of their situation. As for Iwagakure, that old man Inoki is older than Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, he was strong and not senile. When it was time to fight, he didn't hesitate at all. Funan touched his chin. The 4th Mizukage should still be alive. Thinking about it, now Kirigakure was probably under Obito's control. Also, regarding Iwagakure, Deidara could also be an option to consider. His explosive art, used well, could be incredibly effective. While Funan was deep in thought, his eyes suddenly shone. Okay, I understand, just follow this. Funan threw the report in his hand to Kakashi, then stood up and said, I'll leave for a while, and you can do whatever you want. Kakashi and the others looked at each other, all feeling a little headache. At this time, several people admired Narashikaku. This guy is said to have cooperated with Funan. How did he manage to endure it until he left the battlefield? Swoosh! Funan disappeared the next moment. Watching him leave, Kakashi sighed. Can you take a rest? I don't even know when your chakra recovered. Funan appeared on the periphery of the battlefield. A tall figure carrying a corpse was already waiting. Next to him, there was a shinobi holding a huge weapon and chattering endlessly. The Immortal Duo. Also known as the Zombie Combo. Kakuzu and Haiden. Funan appeared and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, releasing his eye technique while smiling. Kakuzu, do you have good news for me? Of course. Kakuzu, who had been upset by the wait, calmed down upon seeing Funan. The doubts in his heart began to fade away. His fierce gaze softened upon seeing Funan. Haiden, next to him, had a strange expression. Haiden looked at Funan, then at Kakuzu, and laughed. Who would have thought? The next moment, both of them stared at him. Haiden swallowed hard and quickly lowered his head. He looked so docile that it was sad. Seeing the evil god follower so obedient, Funan looked at Kakuzu in surprise. Kakuzu didn't care about this at all, and just said, the businesses you left behind in the Land of Fire are indeed very profitable. After I took over, they have doubled in size. Oh. Funan smiled. This is really good news. How much can you give me this time? The reason Funan had so much money, enough to stun even the Uchiha, was because he had business elsewhere. A large number of them. He was able to attract Kakuzu largely due to his ability to generate money. In this aspect, Funan's Mangekyo ability only played a supporting role. Kakuzu, you are a talent. Your love for money has reached an incredible level. Hearing Funan ask for money, Kakuzu was a little hesitant. Do you need it now? I was thinking of reinvesting it to expand business. There's a war. Kakuzu. Funan said helplessly, I would also like to give you more money to expand business since it is my money. But we need to maintain our advantage to continue doing business, right? What advantage? Of course, the stability of the Land of Fire. If the land of fire ceases to exist, what's the point of doing business? Okay, Kakuzu said reluctantly. I can still give you 200 million ryo here. Any more will affect the business. That's enough. Funan nodded. Then, shall we leave now? Or help you fight? After giving the money, Kakuzu wanted to leave. He preferred to earn money rather than fight. But Haydn, upon hearing about the battle, became excited. No, there is another task for you here. Funan rolled his eyes, smiled, and said, Kakuzu, if you manage to complete this mission, our money will be practically infinite. You can do whatever you want. Kakuzu's eyes sparkled. It's scary bright. Although Funan was using the Mangekyo technique at this time, Kakuzu was a Kage-level shinobi. The effects of the ocular technique were reduced on someone like him. However, as soon as something interested him, especially if it was related to money, Kakuzu would take the bait. The effects of the ocular technique were amplified exponentially. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, A Fragile Piece in Konoha. 1853 words. Take this letter to Konoha, find someone named Uchiha Shursui, and complete this mission with him. Funan whispered in Kakuzu's ear. The more he listened, the brighter Kakuzu's eyes shone. Finally, he excitedly exclaimed, Are you serious? Of course. Do you think I would joke about something like this? I'll go right away. Kakuzu carried the body on his back, took Haydn with him, turned around and left. Haydn was so angry that he cursed. He simply has no freedom at all. He had to do everything he was told. But he couldn't defeat Kakuzu. Much less could he beat Funan. After both of them left, a figure slowly approached Funan. The person grunted slightly. What do you want? Funan smiled and said, I want to collaborate with the person behind you. Collaborate with us? The man was very surprised and said, You don't know we are. Of course I know, that's why I want to cooperate. Funan chuckled and said, Doesn't your boss have any enemies he wants me to help him eliminate? The person remained silent. After a while, she nodded slowly. As you wish. But how do you want to collaborate, Uchiha? Hiruzen sent a battle report to Torafu, and said calmly, Look at this, Uchiha Funan has already achieved 2 great victories. His speed is impressive. It may not be long before he forces the Kumogakure to retreat. His words did not express much joy. Torafu looked at the report without moving. He has already read this battle report. As the acting Hokage of Konoha, he was the first person to see this battle report. To be honest, he was also shocked by Funan's results. Torafu, do you still want to let Uchiha go? Hiruzen's voice sounded grave. Torafu sneered and said, You mean Uchiha Funan should lose? Hiruzen smoked a cigarette and said nothing. Of course I didn't want to. However, Uchiha Funan's strength made him uncomfortable. Thump! While they were talking, they both heard a sound that made them feel chills. Especially Hiruzen, his hands were trembling. If it weren't for Danzo, why would they be like this? Sure enough. With a special rhythm, Danzo Shimura appears. Torafu, we must not let Uchiha Funan go on like this. Torafu rolled his eyes and said, He's fighting on the front lines, do you really think this is the right thing to do? Don't talk childish nonsense. With the Uchiha, there is no time to waste. Danzo's sinister voice echoed, Uchiha is Uchiha, Torafu, do you really want an Uchiha to compete for the position of Hokage? Torafu's face turned gloomy. That was precisely what worried him. The Uchiha wanting to be Hokage was something he couldn't allow. Konoha couldn't have an Uchiha Hokage. Take the Senju as an example. After Senju Hashirama became the first Hokage, his younger brother took the opportunity to become the second Hokage. After that, if Senju Tobarama hadn't destroyed the Senju clan, would the third Hokage be Sarutobi Hiruzen? If Nawaki hadn't died, he surely would have been Hokage, it was just a matter of which generation.
The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, became a puppet when he rose to power. They all knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen had in mind. He just wanted someone from the Sarutobi clan to become the true Hokage. The fifth Hokage. It's a pity that the Sarutobi clan has a weak foundation and Uchiha disrupted the situation, so they failed.
The Uchiha are different.
They have a long heritage and are powerful.
If an Uchiha really becomes Hokage, how many generations will it last? That couldn't happen. What are you thinking to do? Toriful looked up at Danzo. To cause trouble, you had to look for Danzo. The darkness of the shinobi only served for this. However, I warn you, there can be no problems on the front line.
His first battle as acting Hokage had to be a resounding victory. He had mobilized so many people and unleashed such a huge war that if he failed, he would have to abandon his position as acting Hokage.
Don't worry. Danzo smiled.
The corners of Torifu and Hiruzen's lips twitched imperceptibly.
Danzo leaned over and whispered a few words.
Hiruzen and Torifu looked at each other.
Is this okay? Why not? Danzo said calmly, if the village is in danger, the Uchiha must act. Of course, to avoid being blamed, we have to help. It has to be you.
Torifu corrected Danzo's words.
Don't try to drag me to your side. It's okay, it'll just be us. Danzo looked at Hiruzen and said, how about sending out 1,000 shinobi? Hiruzen's face twitched. Look, how easy it is to say that. 1,000 shinobi and you still think it's not enough? Have you considered the impact it will have? Our 4 clans have already sent many shinobi, and now another 1,000, what will the others think?
Hiruzen sighed feebly and nodded in agreement.
However, he did not view it as lightly as Danzo. He understood that Konoha was going to enter a turbulent period again. He knew Uchiha Funan's temperament. After finding out, would he stay calm?
Territory of the Uchiha clan. The meeting convened by Fugaku officially began. Uchiha Fugaku threw the documents heavily on the table and sneered. As soon as Funan left, these people became restless. The senior Uchiha officials, after taking turns to read the information, all sneered.
Tsunagakure. It's actually Tsunagakure.
Setsuna sneered, I thought about any enemies, but I never considered that they would have ties to Tsunagakure.
What did the documents say?
Tsunagakure was amassing forces on the border.
In response, Hiruzen would lead 3,000 shinobi towards the border to deter Tsunagakure. The documents demanded that the Uchiha send 200 shinobi. The messengers hinted that the 4 clans led by Sarutobi would send 1,000 shinobi.
In this regard, everyone in Uchiha expressed their disapproval.
It's the same as Funan thought. Uchiha Soji sneered and said, they really took action after Funan left. As soon as Funan gained the advantage at the front, Hiruzen and his group could not contain themselves. Moreover, the opponent is Tsunagakure. Those present made a bold guess, Hiruzen and Tsunagakure were colluding. Then what should we do now? Everyone fell into deep thought. We send troops. A voice suddenly joined in. Everyone was startled, raised their heads in surprise, and looked at the speaker in astonishment. Uchiha Shursui. Everyone's impression of Shursui is not very good. Send troops? Fugaku said calmly, maybe the more we send, the more we will lose. Yes. Shursui nodded firmly and said, so, we have to send more people. Send more people?
Everyone was stunned, but soon they understood and were surprised.
The purpose of Hiruzen and others is to bite Uchiha and weaken their power. But if the bait is big enough, so big that Hiruzen and his group don't dare to attack, would they dare to do something? Itachi expressed his doubts. And what about the clan?
Shursui's words were a little indifferent.
There are already many children outside the clan, aren't there?
If they attack the ones left, then when we return, we will naturally avenge them. Everyone looked at Shursui stunned.
Is this Shursui? Instead of gawking, you should think carefully about my proposal. Shursui didn't care about everyone's surprise, his expression was extremely calm. Fugaku asked tentatively, how many people do you think we should send to collaborate? For the sake of Konoha. Shisui said solemnly, I think the entire clan should mobilize. Anyone who can fight should be sent, even children. Shisui showed a sinister smile and added, after all, the third Hokage sent children as young as a few years old to the battlefield during the Great Shinobi Wars, right? Everyone looked at each other again. It seems to work. But, isn't this Shisui's change a bit big? When the Uchiha sent the proposal to the Hokage's office, Hiruzen let out a rare roar of fury. If the current owner of the Hokage's office wasn't Torafu, Hiruzen would have trashed the entire office. Hiruzen's expression was cold, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and there was a hint of ferocity. Torafu also fell silent. He was a little dumbfounded. From Uchiha's report, he could detect that Uchiha's mood fluctuated greatly. They are like a crazy beast. If you dare to tease them, they will pounce on you and bite you. If he had known that this would be the case, Torafu would not have dared to provoke Uchiha. Now that the situation was already underway, there was no room for hesitation. What should we do now? Torafu said with a gloomy face. The Uchiha have given you a direct blow. They have brought all the children to the battlefield, and the number has reached more than 700 people. There are more than 700 Uchiha shinobi, most of them are chunin, and there are more than 10 jonin. It makes people feel chilly just listening to it. What else can we do? Hiruzen said coldly, since they are willing to do this, let's help them and deal with it together. And what about Uchiha Funan? He still has many Uchiha under his command. Torafu interrupted angrily. Do you want to lead Konoha to destruction? I warn you, if you plan to do that, do it alone, but don't drag the entire village down with you. Hiruzen had a gloomy expression and stopped talking. Danzo and Shikaku looked at the information coming from Uchiha and were speechless for a while. After a while, Shikaku suddenly said, could it be that the Uchiha are thinking of leaving Konoha? Impossible. They all opposed it simultaneously. Danzo said coldly, Uchiha, they can only be Konoha's shinobi for the rest of their lives, unless they are all dead. As enemies of Uchiha, they know very well how powerful Uchiha is. Once such a person becomes an enemy, it is really terrifying. Then now. Arg. At this moment, a roar full of madness sounded. Everyone in the Hokage's office was stunned. The Nine Tails. Shikaku shouted. Didn't they say that the seal was perfected? How come the Nine Tails has been released? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Torafu roared angrily and rushed out first. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, then rushed out. Danzo looked disdainful and turned to leave. He still needs to remain useful and lead Konoha to glory in the future. How can he fight against a beast like the Nine Tails? When they arrived, Naruto had already entered in half-tail form. He just roared, and the huge sound wave blew away the surrounding shinobi. What's going on? Torafu shouted angrily, how could the Jinchuriki become like this? Has anyone come into contact with the Jinchuriki? Yes. A shinobi said with some uncertainty, a person just came into contact with the Jinchuriki. Seems to be. Who? Orochimaru. What? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Where's Danzo? 1,618 words. Who? Torafu could hardly believe his ears. Orochimaru. Everyone's eyes were neatly fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen's face turned green. He stared at the speaking shinobi and said, Are you sure it's Orochimaru? There was a strong flavor of threat in his words. At this point, Hiruzen couldn't afford to ignore the matter. Orochimaru was his disciple and there were rumors that Hiruzen had intentionally let him escape. Not long ago, Orochimaru cooperated with Kumo to attack Konoha outposts, resulting in the death of 12 Uchiha Jonin and the injury of Funan. Now, no one wanted to be related to Orochimaru. In fact, every time Orochimaru caused trouble, everyone would look at him with more strange eyes. Even if he had to use threats, he couldn't allow himself to be linked to Orochimaru. I'm not sure. The shinobi, he was part of Inoshikacho, could not disobey Torafu's orders to follow Hiruzen's. Thinking for a moment, he replied, but, the person used techniques like the hidden shadow snake hands and his figure looked very similar to Orochimaru. The surrounding shinobi nodded and said, we have seen it too, and we do feel this way. That's Orochimaru. We are sure. There were no doubts. One person could be wrong, but that many? Torafu glared at Hiruzen fiercely, thought for a moment, and suddenly exclaimed, won't Orochimaru have been hiding in Konoha all this time? Everyone was shocked. This hypothesis was very plausible. Furthermore, there was another point. In Kumogakure, the Eight Tails had gotten out of control. It was said to be the work of Orochimaru. Now it was the Nine Tails' turn? Investigate. Following Torafu's order, the entire Konoha began to move at high speed. Afterwards, Torafu stared at the Jinchuriki and said coldly, let's deal with the Jinchuriki first. Where is the sealing team? Here. The sealing squad appeared, carrying several sealing instruments. I will get you a chance. Be ready to act at any time. Torafu stretched his limbs as he looked at the Jinchuriki, whose skin had a dark reddish hue, and sighed with a headache. Swoosh! A figure appeared beside him. Acting Hokage Lord, I am here to help you. Jiraiya spoke in a deep voice. Torafu glared at Jiraiya fiercely. Hiruzen and others also looked angry. What have you been doing? In the past few days, haven't you been following the Jinchuriki and teaching him? Jiraiya coughed dryly and said nothing. What could he say? Of course it's about collecting materials. Moreover, if he knew that Orochimaru would come, he would definitely not leave. They haven't seen each other for so many years, and he misses Orochimaru too. Dude, you come back to Konoha, and you don't even see me. Furthermore, you attack my disciple. Next time I see you, I will definitely scold you. He glanced at Naruto out of the corner of his eye, not too worried. He knew that Minato had left a precautionary measure that had not yet been activated. Forget it, let's suppress the Nine Tails first. Torafu said with resignation, taking out his weapon, a long staff. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and stopped, looking around before turning to Hiruzen with a grim face. Hiruzen, where is Danzo? Why isn't he here? Everyone's attention was once again focused on Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage's face was now livid. Speak, why don't you say anything? Torafu shouted sharply, what? Do you really want me to confirm his identity as a deserter? Hiruzen's face was already turning purple. He understood the meaning of Torafu's words. Rumors had spread about the incident with the second Hokage, saying that some of them were deserters. And now this. The Nine Tails was causing trouble again. Where was Danzo? Hiruzen was cursing and about to cry. Damn Danzo! Even if you don't want to fight, couldn't you at least be present? You don't even show yourself. What are you doing? No wonder people criticize you. Torafu, you bastard, you are such a bastard. Danzo is not here, why are you blaming me? Is it my responsibility? Why do you always push me? Now, immediately, go find him. Torafu, containing his fury, ordered a nearby ANBU. If he doesn't come, he better wait for me to die, because if not, I'll kill him. Yes, sir. The ANBU was so frightened that he didn't even look at Hiruzen and turned around and ran away. Torafu, where are the Uchiha? Hiruzen suddenly said. With a problem as big as the Nine Tails out of control, why aren't the Uchiha here? He wanted to divert attention to the Uchiha. And it worked. Many people frowned and their expressions were full of dissatisfaction. Ahem. A shinobi coughed and cautiously said, acting Hokage Lord. What's wrong? The Uchiha sent someone just now. Did they send someone? Yes, a genin of about 10 years old. The shinobi responded with a suffering face. They said that since Danzo-sama does not trust them, the Uchiha will monitor themselves and guarantee, for the honor of their clan, that none of them will come near the Ninetales. Everyone.
Torafu nodded expressionlessly and said calmly, Danzo, I'm going to fuck you.
The Uchiha's words showed their anger.
Not only for Danzo, but also for Torafu. The recent order had angered the Uchiha, and this was their response. It is even unknown whether the Ninetales' loss of control has anything to do with Uchiha. However, Torafu could only scold Danzo now. Otherwise, he will be the only one who is embarrassed. At this moment, Torafu suddenly discovered that the Shinobi of Darkness is really useful sometimes. He turned his head towards Shikaku and said, If I die, make sure you kill Danzo so he can accompany me to the grave. Oh, and notify the entire village that when the acting 5th Hokage died in battle, Danzo was not present.
Shikaku's lips twitched. Don't say such things. We just elevated you to the position.
If you die, the Inoshikacho clans will suffer greatly.
We still owe the Uchiha money. At least hold on until we pay the debt, otherwise the Inoshikacho clans wouldn't be able to bear it. Humph. Torafu waved his hand and started making hand seals. Follow me. Multi-size technique. With a roar, Torafu transformed into a giant tens of meters tall. Acting Hokage Lord.
Many in the village saw it and started cheering.
Arg! Naruto roared.
At this moment, his mind had already been disturbed by the Ninetales chakra. He felt Torafu's huge chakra and rushed forward.
Stop him! Torafu roared angrily.
A shadow advanced towards Naruto, and the instant it touched his shadow, Naruto stopped.
Nara Shikaku. Nara clan secret technique, shadow imitation technique. But the effect lasted only a moment. Naruto barely moved and broke the bond. Shikaku let out a groan. At that moment, Torafu's attack came. Take this. He launched a heavy punch, hitting Naruto squarely. Arg! Naruto let out a shrill roar and then repelled Torafu's attack. In addition, tails began to appear on his back. Naruto already had 2 tails. His aura also became more powerful, and suffocating chakra surged out. Ugh! Torafu groaned and had burn marks on his fist. What a terrifying chakra! Jiraiya tried to approach Naruto while shouting, Naruto, wake up and see who I am. Despite being dozens of meters away, Naruto's chakra formed a fist that was launched towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya used a clone to receive the chakra fist, while his white hair spread out to envelop Naruto. Gra! Naruto roared angrily. Jiraiya's hair began to burn. Swoosh! At that moment, Hiruzen appeared in front of Naruto and hit him on the shoulder with his staff. Boom! The ground beneath Naruto's feet was shattered. His body was also bowed down. I've got it under control, Sealing Squad. Hiruzen shouted loudly. The Sealing Squad rushed over and opened a scroll. Gra! Another tail appeared behind Naruto and lunged towards Hiruzen. Hiruzen had no choice but to retreat. Torafu attacked again. He slapped Naruto hard and knocked him directly into the ground. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Jiraiya seized the opportunity. The soil covering Naruto's body immediately began to change, wrapping Naruto and dragging him downwards. Boom! Naruto launched several arms of chakra from the underworld swamp, grabbing onto the ground and pulling himself out. Roar! Naruto roared again, blue and purple-black chakra condensing in his mouth. Tailed Beast Ball. Torafu stopped holding back and launched a powerful blow at Naruto, dispersing the tailed beast ball. Sealing Squad. Yes, sir. The Sealing Squad opened their scrolls and threw them towards Naruto, enveloping him. Naruto roared and struggled to free himself. Hiruzen hit him again with his staff, sending him back to the ground. The Sealing Squad finally managed to pin him down. Phew! Finished. Torafu breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the Sealing Squad complete their task. The only thing left was for them to reinforce Naruto's seal. Where's Danzo?
After securing the situation, Torafu turned his attention to Hiruzen. Hiruzen felt a wave of frustration.
How will I know?
Hiruzen responded irritably.
If you don't know, who will know?
Torafu replied coldly.
Everyone in the shinobi world knows your relationship with Danzo. Do you want to pretend here?
Hiruzen.
What do you mean everyone knows?
Hiruzen said angrily, Danzo is an independent man, a fellow member of our village.
He is not my son. How will I know where he is? Do you believe this yourself? Torafu continued coldly. Listen to what's being said about you and Danzo.
Are you still sulking at me? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 107, Web of Intrigue. 1,671 words.
The veins on Hiruzen's forehead throbbed.
I would like to know what is being said outside about me and Danzo? Torafu cast an indifferent look at Hiruzen.
My wife also died, but no one has spread rumors that I haven't remarried because of Danzo. By the way, I heard that Danzo was very happy after Biwako died.
Is it true?
Hiruzen almost spit out blood in anger.
Uchiha Funan. It must be him. There is no other person in the shinobi world who would say that.
Damn him, I won't forgive him. He spread similar words a few days ago.
Also, Danzo was very happy after Biwako died?
I'll fucking kill that beast. Hiruzen's eyes were bloodshot.
Torafu began to take action against Danzo.
It's not because this guy doesn't want to join the war, but because he's worried. Torafu was worried that Danzo would secretly play tricks on him. The death of the fourth Hokage had been very strange. Hiruzen and the others held power, and just when Minato was about to take control, bam, he ended up dying. The fourth Hokage was just beginning to take control and was killed. Now he, who had become an enemy of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, had to be careful. Furthermore, in a matter as big as the Nine Tails, Danzo had not appeared. Torafu decided to teach him a lesson.
Including Hiruzen. None would escape. As for Koharu and Hamura, where have they been?
Since he took office, the presence of these two people has been horribly low.
This is very wrong.
He had to be careful, because who knows what those two are up to.
Would someone who was part of the Konoha corrupt quartet with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo be useless?
They surely had their own special abilities.
Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo Shimura. Actually, Torafu, you're thinking too much.
Torafu said, don't blame me for being too cautious or too timid, but you have too many criminal records. At this moment, Kumogakure and Konoha began a new confrontation. Yavu with a strange cry, Killer Bee began to cover himself with the 8 Tails chakra and 6 Tails emerged behind him. His presence became imposing and full of danger.
Bang! He stomped his foot, leaving a deep crater in the ground, appearing in front of Funan. Go dead! Boom! Killer Bee's punch missed. Funan moved quickly and formed seals with his hands. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom!
A huge blood-colored fireball headed towards Killer Bee.
At the same time, Bee entered Tailed Beast mode. Finally, he completely transformed into the 8 Tails.
Funan frowned slightly, and in the next moment, he began to move at high speed. Because the Raikage appeared in his original place, delivering a heavy blow.
You can't escape.
I turned around and stared at Funan coldly. The thunder and lightning on his body flowed even faster.
Don't forget me.
With a shout, several orange fireballs floated to the Raikage's side. Blocked his way, and at the same time, the fireballs connected to form a pillar of fire.
Raikage's face darkened. Explode! With Pakura's shout, the fireballs turned into a fire tornado that engulfed the Raikage. Boom!
Lightning shot out from inside the fire tornado. The Raikage's body was emitting white smoke, with several burns visible. His face was very serious. He had to focus most of his attention on Funan.
But Pakura didn't stop attacking him at that moment. Who?
Killer Bee, in the form of the Eight Tails, let out a loud snort, exhaling 2 plumes of white smoke from his nose.
Ha 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 ha.
Funan stared at his opponent, with an arrogant smile on his lips.
Funan was enjoying the fight. Come on. Roar. Killer Bee let out a bestial roar, charging towards Funan. Tailed Beast Lariat. Even with the Mangekyo, Funan was barely able to capture its speed. So fast. Boom. Crack. Crack. A gigantic blood-red skeleton appeared, protecting Funan. Incredible. Killer Bee muttered. Boom. A huge arm slammed down hard, knocking Killer Bee into the ground. Crackle. A fist wrapped in lightning appeared in front of Funan. Lightning straight. Boom. Susanoo, which was already densely packed with cracks, was completely shattered by the Raikage's violent blow. Ha! Funan laughed. About 10 meters away, Funan appeared, quickly making hand seals. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A gigantic, sinister dragon head appeared, launching a blood-colored fireball towards the Raikage. At that moment, the temperature of the surroundings rose sharply. Boom! The area became a sea of fire. As the fire began to subside, Funan gave a cold smile. They ran away pretty quickly. The Raikage and Killer Bee were no longer there. Swoosh! Pakura appeared next to Funan. Did they flee? Yes, they left. What are you going to do? Pakura asked curiously. Keep provoking them? How did this fight start? Funan showed up at the gate of the Kumo camp and began to provoke them. There was nothing more to say. The Raikage and Killer Bee ran out and the fight began. Sometimes Pakura thought that Funan should compete to be Raikage instead of Hokage. This guy's temperament matched that of the Kumo people perfectly. No, something like that can only be done once. If I do it more times, they won't come out. Funan thought for a moment and said, anyway, this war is about to end. So fast? Pakura was very surprised. Funan turned his head and said meaningfully, if it doesn't end soon, Sunagakure will start causing trouble. Pakura frowned in displeasure. What does Raza plan to do now? After spending several days together, sleeping in the same place, Pakura's impression of Funan had changed. Furthermore, Raza's attitude was excessive. Despite being allies, after so many days, there is no sign of movement. Not only were they not sending troops, but Konoha had to keep shinobi on the border with Suna, slowing everything down. Pakura was frustrated. Pakura. What? Pakura raised her head, surprised to see Funan so serious. Chaos is about to begin, are you ready? Chaos? Yeah. Funan chuckled and said, I hope that this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others will not be beaten by me. He knew very well how big his next move would be. The battle between Kumo and Konoha attracted the attention of the entire shinobi world. We will attack here. Funan pointed his hand at a location on the map. Kakashi looked at the map for a few seconds and nodded slightly. Who will go? Shinosuke? Funan looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke and said with a smile, how about you go? Shinosuke's heart sank. Staring at the points on the map, he fell into deep thought. The command room instantly fell silent. The 4 clans of the Konoha Corrupt Quartet and the Uchiha clan were at odds with each other. Shinosuke did not have to please Funan, and faced with his order, he had the option of refusing. Shinosuke said calmly, our unit has just returned from a mission and needs to rest. Okay. Funan pointed at a few points casually and said, take a few days to rest and choose a place. Rest did not mean total inactivity, but rather moving from attack to defense. The positions would also be relatively safer, avoiding direct confrontations. Shinosuke watched for a moment and finally chose a point. However, this point was not one of the ones that Funan had selected. Looking at that point, Funan was puzzled. Is it destiny? He knew that Shinosuke wouldn't follow his suggestions.
Any option he offered would be rejected. Therefore, the few areas he selected were the safe zones and the remaining spots were the most problematic. But the point Shinnosuke chose was the biggest trap.
Once inside, he couldn't get out alive.
Funan sighed quietly, feeling very sad in his heart. After getting along with each other these days, he felt that Shinnosuke was quite a good kid. No wonder Hiruzen has pinned his hopes on Asuma.
Shinnosuke is a bit stupid.
Of course, this stupidity is only when compared to those intelligent people.
Among ordinary people, Shinnosuke is okay.
But as the son of the third Hokage, his mediocrity was fatal. As now, this would be his last meeting with Funan.
Funan felt very sorry.
He wished Hiruzen was surrounded by people like him. Of course, he felt sorrier for the woman next to Shinnosuke.
That tall, slender woman was his companion. What a pity. Funan kicked the ground in frustration. Everyone in the room was puzzled. Did you really set up a trap for Shinnosuke and he didn't fall for it? Shinnosuke looked at Funan warily.
Seeing Funan's appearance, he felt a little worried.
Why don't I choose another place? Shinnosuke hesitated and then whispered, I think this place is good.
He pointed to another place. That place coincidentally coincided with the safe zone that Funan had left.
Of course, you can go there. Funan's eyes lit up. Not bad, kid. At least you have found a chance to survive. Of course, in this case, haha. Funan's eyes looked at Shinnosuke's wife without any trace. Just kidding, don't be so nervous. Shinnosuke smiled.
He had been staring at Funan's expression just now, so he understood. There was no problem with the place he chose initially, but there was a problem with the place he chose later. Apart from that, he really couldn't think of any other reason.
I'm going here.
Shinnosuke pointed to the place of death in Funan's eyes and said, since it has been chosen, it cannot be changed casually, so I am going here. After saying that, Shinnosuke turned around and left without waiting for Funan to speak. The woman next to him naturally left with him. After all, they were at odds. Besides, it was the battlefield, courtesy was superficial. As for trying something against him, Shinnosuke was very confident. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 108, Ruthless Strategies. 1,606 words. Funan still looked at Shinnosuke reluctantly. What are you thinking about? Bakura's voice suddenly sounded. She keenly noticed that something was wrong with Funan, his eyes did not seem to be looking at Shinnosuke. Then who is he looking at? In front of them there were only two people. Bakura's gaze became sharp in an instant. Ahem. Funan coughed lightly and said, what can I think about? I must be thinking about tactics. Not even Might Guy believed him. Had Funan ever had a tactic? He always had only one strategy, charge. Okay, Shinnosuke is resting, then who will attack at this point? Funan looked at the people present. Hearing Funan's words, everyone looked at each other without saying anything. Uchiha Shinya, you go. Funan said. Bakura and Guy will be with you. Understood. Those present became animated. Would the Uchiha act? It was a great opportunity. And besides, it seemed like it wasn't a trap. Doromu was a jonin of Kumogakure and, furthermore, one who did not get along with the Reikage. He knew he was in danger. He had challenged the Reikage on many occasions, and with the fourth Reikage's explosive temper, it was impossible for him to forgive him. However, Doromu had no other options. After the third Reikage's death, he supported others to take over, but failed. The fourth Reikage wouldn't let him escape after that. This time, as always, he was given a lot of tasks, each one more dangerous than the last. He was also a ruthless person and was worried about being betrayed by the Reikage, so he pulled out a large group of people, more than 1,000 shinobi. There are not only his people here, but also Reikage's people and some people from neutral factions. He didn't think the Reikage would dare betray him with so many people involved.
If the Raikage caused the death of so many shinobi, they would not forgive him. Even the Raikage would be finished. But, for some reason, walking along the path, Doromu felt an intense uneasiness, as if something was going to happen. He looked at the people around him. The large number of people and the various factions gave it value. What could he fear with so many people? Just as this thought fell, a signal flare rose into the sky. Bang! Looking at the red flare, Doromu's heart sank instantly, feeling icy cold. Was it really a trap? Enemy attack! With a piercing scream, one shinobi after another appeared in his field of vision. Fire release. These were the last words Doromu heard. The last vision of him was the image of several fans. Bang! Someone pushed open the door of the fourth Raikage's tent and walked in angrily. Raikage, what happened to Doromu? The Raikage remained impassive. What about Doromu? Do not play the fool. The visitor shouted angrily. Let's go, Raikage. People outside are waiting for your explanation. This time, you went too far. The fourth Raikage remained calm. I don't understand what you are saying. If you want to accuse me, then speak clearly. Bang! The man slapped the Raikage's desk and said angrily, Stop pretending. I'll tell you clearly. During Doromu's mission, they were attacked. Out of more than 1,000 men, only about 200 managed to escape. And all of them are your people. The fourth Raikage said coldly, The mission was assigned by me. But who sent Doromu? This. The visitor was speechless. That mission had been assigned to the fourth Raikage's trusted men, but Doromu had taken it away from them. Besides, what you said is very wrong. What do you mean by my people? The fourth Raikage continued with an icy voice. The entire town of Kumobakure is my people, both those who return and those who die. I am the Raikage. Or, do you want to divide Kumogakure? I won't talk to you about this. I just want to ask, do you think you have no responsibility? The newcomer replied, his eyes fixed on the Raikage. Knock. A knock on the door interrupted the conversation. Forward. A shinobi walked in, holding a human head. Raikage-sama, mission accomplished. Here is the head of Sarutobi Shinosuke. The visitor, upon seeing the severed head, was left speechless. Very good. The fourth Raikage nodded in satisfaction. How many Konoha shinobi did they kill? More than 1,200 people. After hearing this number, the person who questioned the Raikage was completely speechless. He only felt cold all over. He was not a fool, he understood it after just a little thought. The Raikage had cooperated with Uchiha Funan. The only ones who suffer are the enemies on both sides. The Raikage, seeing the gloomy face of the visitor who questioned him, ridiculed him, Don't think too much. On the battlefield, anything can happen. Without evidence, no one dares to talk nonsense. What's more, both of us have achieved sufficient military exploits. The same words came out of Funan's mouth. Of course, Funan said more. Oh, why are you thinking so wildly? You are so unhealthy. Funan glared at Kakashi and others with dissatisfaction and said angrily, Sarutobi Shinosuke's death has nothing to do with me at all. Kakashi and the others had cold faces and didn't say a word. What could they say? It was obvious that this was an exchange. Funan could still laugh, but who knows what would happen when they returned to Konoha. Would Sarutobi Hiruzen let this go? Perhaps, the volcano that is Konoha was about to explode, destroying everything. I told you, don't think wildly. On the battlefield, anything can happen. Didn't Senju Nawaki also die back then? Did Tsunade say something? Everyone's expressions darkened again. They were all jonin, and they were not jonin without any political power, and they remembered well how strange that incident had been. Furthermore, it is not just Sarutobi Shinosuke, but also more than 1,200 shinobi from the four clans of the Konoha Corrupt Quartet. Commander-in-Chief. A shinobi strode into the headquarters. We have found a lot of information.
He respectfully handed a document to Funan. After Funan read it, he sneered and threw it to Kakashi. After reading it, do you still think that I plotted against Sarutobi Shinosuke? Kakashi was startled, and quickly took out the file and looked through it. After a while, he raised his head, his expression dull. In the document, it was clearly recorded that Shinosuke had acted out of ambition and had advanced recklessly. Although Funan ordered him to protect the rear, he accidentally discovered a Kumo supply line and wanted to destroy it, only to be ambushed. The documents even clearly recorded that one of Funan's subordinates tried to dissuade Shinosuke, but he was scolded by Shinosuke and even slapped him. Then, Shinosuke ignored the dissuasion and attacked Kumobakure's supply line. Not only did he die, but more than half of the more than 1,000 shinobi he brought with him were killed or injured. Where did this information come from? Kakashi asked, stunned. Where else could it come from? Funan said casually, of course, we got it from corpses. Shinosuke died, but many of his subordinates survived. In addition, there are numerous bodies of those killed in combat. By the way, I will keep the bodies and also take some of Shinosuke's subordinates into custody. I will send them to Hiruzen so he can check their memories himself. I want to see if that old bastard thing still dares to slander me. Kakashi was completely confused. Could this be true? It just can't be. It definitely can't be. Kakashi almost wanted to curse. Was all this because of Shinosuke? This result is so incredible that he can't believe it. The shinobi along with Kakashi, after obtaining his permission, took the document and read it. The result was the same as Kakashi's, they were completely dumbfounded. Okay, send all this back. Kakashi no longer had the strength to say more. To be honest, he felt like something was wrong with his Sharingan, like it had been replaced. The most likely person to have done something like that was right in front of him. But seeing Funan's attitude, asking would only be a waste of time. Inside the headquarters, the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. Even Uchiha Shinya was surprised. He was responsible for eating the bait thrown by the Raikage, but he did not expect that his own minister also threw out a bait. It can only be said that both sides were ruthless. Okay, everyone may leave. Shinya, you stay. Yes. The group left the headquarters. Have you brought back all the people who are still alive? Funan couldn't contain himself once the others left. Where is Shinosuke's wife? Where is that beautiful little girl? Is she also dead? Kakashi and others, who had just left the headquarters, froze. Ahem. Shinya coughed a few times, looked at Funan dumbfounded, and said, Minister, you have Shireo and so many women at home, even here on the battlefield, you have Pakura. How can you keep thinking about Shinosuke's wife? You don't understand. Funan said with a serious face. That woman has a big secret. Shinya looked at him speechless. Do you really think I'm stupid? You're just lusting after her body. What? Funan looked at Shinya angrily and said, You don't believe me? I have paid so much for Uchiha. As Funan continued to try to cover up, Shinya sighed deeply. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 109, Where's Wifey? 1,526 words. At the end, Funan still didn't get what he wanted. Because, although the person he wanted was not dead, she was also missing. She was Shinosuke's wife and had always been by his side. In this ambush, the main target was her and Shinosuke. Shinosuke died in combat, but she disappeared. Mentioning this, Shinya also felt that something was wrong. There was definitely something strange about that woman. Shinya looked at the change of expression on Funan's face. Originally, he thought that Funan was just a lustful person, but it turned out that there was a deeper meaning to his actions. Send these things back to Konoha. Funan said as he wrote a letter, which he handed to some shinobi from Konoha to take back. These shinobi belonged to the Sarutobi clan and had followed Shinosuke. However, after his death, they survived. They were the best tool to cover Hiruzen's mouth. At the same time, these people will return to Konoha with some Kumobikure prisoners.
Finally, there are the heads of those Konoha shinobi who died in battle with Shinosuke.
So much evidence is enough for the Konoha shinobi to understand that Shinosuke's death had nothing to do with Funan.
In this case, public opinion is on Funan's side.
If Hiruzen dares to cause trouble, then fight him. Funan has never been afraid of war.
The only thing he worries about is that the Uchiha will lose too much. As for whether Shinosuke's death had anything to do with him, everyone knew it did. After these people left, Funan immediately got into work.
The war between Kumo and Konoha continued and became increasingly intense.
As the commander-in-chief, no matter how frivolous he appears, Funan does not dare to be careless. His power is very strong now, but not to the level of the first Hokage. However, his strength was enough to change the course of a war, without a doubt. Both sides had already lost thousands of men, increasing mutual hatred. Furthermore, Kumo's advantage was becoming more and more evident.
Before long, several more clashes broke out. In these fights, Kumo was the aggressor, and Duo A and B went straight for Funan. After these battles, Funan's power grew even more.
By combining the body flicker technique with the fire release, he could take on Duo A and B without using Susanoo, which angered the Reikage. This allowed Pokora to unleash himself on the battlefield. In a short period of time, Kumo suffered heavy casualties, eliminating the advantage they had gained.
Konoha's spirits grew with each victory.
With these results, they knew that they would soon win if they continued like this.
When Kumo wasn't causing trouble, Funan was.
With enough supplies to last a month, Funan planned to finish off Kumo in that time. While good results continued to be obtained on the front line, a suffocating silence reigned in Konoha.
Sarutobi Shinosuke died.
Upon hearing the news, everyone shuddered.
Especially Torafu, his vision went dark and he almost fainted. Finally, something had happened. Those crazy Uchiha. That crazy Funan. How dare he?
At this time, even Torafu could not maintain the balance.
On the contrary, most of the shinobi in Konoha had to cooperate with Sarutobi Hiruzen to attack Uchiha Funan.
Just when many shinobi in Konoha thought that the peace in Konoha was about to end, another news came.
Sarutobi Shinosuke's death was entirely his own fault. Funan said that Sarutobi Shinosuke was responsible for more than 1,000 Konoha shinobi who died in the battle.
When they heard the news sent by Funan, there was no one in Konoha who believed Funan's nonsense.
Does Funan dare to say that Sarutobi Shinosuke's death had nothing to do with him? They knew with their toes that it was definitely Funan who did it.
It was obvious to everyone that Funan was involved.
However, some shinobi began to doubt. Why did Funan dare to send such news?
Among them was Narashikaku, who calmed Torafu down and asked for the latest information.
He suspected there was something more. Then, Funan launched his next attack. First, the witnesses. Shinosuke's subordinates who survived the battle.
They stood up and pointed at Shinosuke, demanding justice for the dead. Then, the Kumo prisoners who also corroborated the story. Finally, the heads of those killed in battle.
Sarutobi Shinosuke, you are a real bastard. You knew it was a trap and you still went.
Faced with this situation, everyone was stunned.
Torafu breathed a sigh of relief.
The old fat man burst into tears on the spot. He hugged Narashikaku and cried so sadly. Damn, this acting Hokage is really not something for a human being. God knows, when he heard the news that Sarutobi Shinosuke led more than 1,000 shinobi from the 4 clans of Hiruzen and the others to die in battle, he almost urinated on the spot. He only had one thought in mind. During Akimichi Torafu's tenure as acting Hokage, a civil war broke out in Konoha, and the village was destroyed.
Uchiha Funan is a beast.
I'm almost 60 years old and yet he scares me like this.
He has no heart.
Torafu continued to sob softly.
Shikako said helplessly, Uncle, you don't really think that this matter has nothing to do with Funan, do you?
Torafu looked at Shikaku, stood up abruptly, and said coldly, I don't care whether or not he has anything to do with Shinosuke's death. The important thing is that we can shut the mouths of the Konoha clans.
Funan said something that made sense. If Nawaki of the Senju clan could die, why not Sarutobi Shinosuke? Did he have special protection? Ahem. Shikaku almost choked himself to death with a mouthful of saliva. Then, what are we going to do? Shikaku asked. Don't worry, take a look at this first.
Torafu looked solemn and handed Shikaku the letter that Funan had written to him. Shikaku was surprised after reading that letter.
Is Uchiha Funan really serious?
It's incredible, but a lot of evidence does point to this.
Shikaku frowned and said, why would Funan have such suspicions?
Torafu rolled his eyes and said, according to the information sent by our people, Uchiha Funan is very interested in that woman.
Damn! Shikaku couldn't help but swear. That's Sarutobi Shinosuke's wife. Torafu smiled and said, the enemy's wife, isn't that even more, ahem? Shikaku looked at Torafu strangely. Well, what do you think of this? Call a meeting with the major clans of Konoha. Shikaku thought for a moment and said, if this is true, it is a serious matter for Konoha.
Everyone should know, and in the process, we can stop Sarutobi Hiruzen's aspirations.
Well, I think so too. If possible, Hiruzen must pay some price.
So Torafu, in his capacity as acting Hokage, called a meeting with the leaders of Konoha's major clans.
Hiruzen and Danzo were also present.
They were both unusually quiet. Especially Danzo, who looked at Hiruzen with worried eyes from time to time, and then looked at Torafu with angry eyes. The expressions of the people present gradually became strange. Especially Hayashi, who seemed to be holding back his laughter.
This is karma.
A few years ago, his wife died, and now his son.
Who's to say this isn't karma?
Although Hiruzen's wife died before Hayashi's brother did.
Who stipulates that retaliation cannot be carried out in advance? They all sat down. Torafu looked at Hiruzen and said slowly, Hiruzen, are you okay?
Hiruzen was silent.
Danzo, with an icy look, said, acting Hokage, this cannot remain like this. Indeed. Torafu nodded calmly and said, so, Hiruzen, can you answer a few questions for me?
The people present were startled. Hiruzen was also surprised.
He looked up at Torafu and said in a slightly hoarse voice, ask. Torafu pondered for a moment and said, I don't know much about Yuki Siko. Could you tell me more about her? Everyone was stunned again.
Hiruzen was also confused.
Shinosuke's wife? What does she have to do with all this?
Hiruzen suddenly felt a bad premonition in his heart. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and said, Yuki Siko is Shinosuke's wife, and she is a student in the same class as him at the Konoha Ninja School.
Her father was a Konoha Special Jonin and her mother a Chunin, both died in the Second Shinobi World War. This matched what everyone knew.
Looking at Torafu's expression, everyone began to have a strange thought.
Could it be that there is something wrong with Yuki Siko? Torafu said in a deep voice, it is very possible that Yuki Siko is an enemy spy.
Hiruzen felt dizzy for a while. The other clan leaders were also stunned. The daughter-in-law of the third Hokage, the wife of the captain of Konoha Anbu, and also serves as the deputy captain. A person with such a special identity, is she actually a spy? The shinobi present suddenly felt cold everywhere. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 110, Spy or Not. 1,658 words. If Yuki Siko was really a spy, how many secrets would Konoha have lost? Acting Hokage, are you sure? A deep voice sounded. It was Aburame Shibi. Torafu could feel the other party's gaze. This was also a very powerful shinobi. Torafu had decided to send him to the border between Konoha and Suna to take care of matters there. Therefore, Torafu softened his tone a little. Uchiha Funan provided some information, and I sent people to investigate. I can only say that there is suspicion in this regard. Suspect? If Torafu mentioned it in a meeting like this, that meant he had great certainty. How is it possible? Hiruzen's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were cloudy,
as if he had aged 10 years.
I also want to ask, how is it possible? Torafu sighed and said, but, this is a fact. Danzo suddenly said, you say this information comes from Uchiha Funan? Torafu frowned slightly and said, yes. Ha ha. Danzo sneered and was about to speak but was interrupted by Torafu. The old fat man turned to face Danzo angrily and snapped, I've told you 1,000 times not to laugh like that in front of me. Do you want me to break your face? Stop laughing, damn it. The smile on Danzo's face froze. Torafu seemed to have lost his temper, and shouted angrily, what are you looking at? Yes, I'm talking to you. Do you think you're special because you have only one eye? Do you want me to blind you completely? Danzo opened his eyes wide, furious.
Danzo immediately stretched out his left hand to his right hand.
He was going to undo the seal, he was going to kill that old fat man. Ahem. A dry cough interrupted Danzo, who was about to explode. Hiruzen looked at him accusingly and spoke in a low voice, Torafu, enough is enough. Danzo has not done anything to you. As acting Hokage, you must behave as such. You have to control your temper. Torafu's eyelids twitched. Other people also had strange looks in their eyes. However, Shikaku was observing Torafu with a thoughtful look. Torafu said coldly, Hiruzen, don't say such nonsense, you should better explain Yuki Siko's situation. The third Hokage's face darkened. I will focus on investigating this matter. I hope so. Torafu said coldly, don't forget the identity of Yuki Siko. If she really has a problem, I don't need to tell you the danger she represents to Konoha. Those 1,000 fallen shinobi are proof enough. Hiruzen, I advise you to take this matter with Yuki Siko seriously. The third Hokage's eyes moved wildly, he lowered his head containing his anger. When things got to this point, Sarutobi Shinosuke basically died in vain. Hiruzen has no chance to cause trouble to Funan anymore. On the contrary, he now had to seriously investigate Yuki Siko. If there really was a problem with her, Hiruzen would have to vomit blood again. Hiruzen couldn't understand it, he had clearly researched Yuki Siko thoroughly. Would it be another trap by Uchiha Funan? This needed to be investigated thoroughly. Hiruzen's eyes were cold and deep. If it was really related to Uchiha Funan, he could only say that the other party was really generous. Not only did Shinosuke die, but thousands of members of the 4 clans also died. He also tricked Hiruzen, making the death of Shinosuke a shame. This had seriously hit Hiruzen's reputation. Torafu continued, furthermore, Funan has done a good job. Although Shinosuke's recklessness caused the loss of 1,000 shinobi, Funan ambushed and eliminated more than 1,000 of the enemy, exacting revenge. Hiruzen's face darkened again. Hang on a minute. Hiruzen was startled. What was Torafu up to? He discreetly looked around. Most of the shinobi had displeased expressions on their faces. Deep down, everyone believed that Shinosuke had been killed by Funan. On the battlefield, attacking a comrade, who would trust him? Funan would lose the trust of Konoha's higher-ups unless he could prove Yuki Siko's guilt. The war between Konoha and Kumobakure is still going on. Kumo is clearly on the decline. Funan understood that the war was about to stop. At least, the war between Kumobakure and Konoha will stop. Both sides had achieved their goals, especially Konoha, which had achieved quite a bit and taught Kumobakure a lesson. It was time to stop. Continuing to fight would only lead to more losses for both of them, and Iwagakure and the other shinobi villages might get involved. In another strategy meeting, Funan gave the order to call off the attack and put everyone on hold. Everyone was silent. They understood the meaning of that order. Peace talks are about to begin. Do you think? Funan looked at those present, suddenly smiling. Someone will come now and replace me as commander? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Kakashi hurriedly said, how is it possible? Commander-in-Chief, you are overthinking. Really? Funan looked at Kakashi curiously and said, can you guarantee it? Kakashi was choked.
If Hiruzen is in charge, it's really hard to say.
Now, Torafu. Look, you're not talking anymore. Funan curled his lips and said, okay, you can go. Prepare yourselves mentally. Yes. They all left quickly. They were afraid that Funan would catch them again to ask awkward questions. They have small hearts and cannot withstand huge problems. As for mental preparation, get ready for a ghost. Watching the backs of those leaving, Funan reflected and then looked at the only one who had not left. Uchiha Shinya. Get Fugaku and Shursui ready. They can start acting. Yes. Shinya responded loudly. Funan smiled slightly. Once this plan succeeds, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you will basically have no value. In Konoha. Jiraiya looked at little Naruto, who had just opened his eyes, and smiled slightly. Hey, brat, how do you feel? Better? Arrow Senin. Naruto exclaimed, looking at Jiraiya in surprise. What happened to me? Don't you remember anything? Naruto shook his head, confused. Well, never mind. Jiraiya said with a reassuring smile. How is your body? Very good. Naruto jumped up and said with a smile, my body has always been great. Jiraiya also smiled, although his expression was a bit complex. During this period of time, Jiraiya has been following Naruto. He knew that Naruto's body seemed to have been transformed because of the Nine Tails. At the same time, under the influence of the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto's body's healing speed after injury was close to that of the first Hokage. That was something terrifying. Precisely for this reason, when Naruto lost his mind just now, Jiraiya did not hesitate to act. He knew he couldn't hurt Naruto. But what had Uchiha Funan done? And what had Orochimaru done? Jiraiya had a severe headache. Both men, with whom he had had a good relationship, were now against him. In fact, Tsunade did not come back. If he came back, it would be even worse, and he would have one more enemy. Old man, look what you have done. Jiraiya looked a little annoyed. After appeasing Naruto and promising to teach him ninjutsu, Jiraiya left Naruto's home. At the door, several people wearing masks were hiding in the dark. Jiraiya took a look and realized that they were not only there to watch, but also to protect. The incident with Naruto had put him in a difficult position. He had been the one who had guaranteed that Naruto would not be in danger, and now, just a few days later, this had happened. Torafu and the others had not held him responsible, which was already a great favor. Jiraiya-sama. An Umbu appeared in front of Jiraiya. What's up? The third Hokage invites you. I have no time. Jiraiya blurted out those words and turned to leave. He didn't need to ask to know what Hiruzen wanted. He wanted him to become the fifth Hokage. He couldn't bring himself to allow Tsunade to take over because of what happened with Nawaki. Although there was no proof, even Jiraiya suspected that Sarutobi Hiruzen had a lot to do with that matter. However, after Shinosuke's death, Hiruzen was in a better position, while Torafu was having a difficult time. Torafu had expressed the need to bring Tsunade back several times. Hiruzen was probably anxious too. However, if you want him to be the Hokage, you can only say that you are overthinking it. Dispatching the ANBU, Jiraiya continued wandering around Konoha. That was what he had been doing for the past few days. He wanted to find his old close friend. He firmly believed that as long as Orochimaru was still in Konoha, he would be able to find him. Definitely. After all, as a man who has been single for decades, he has that confidence. At this moment, at the border between Sunagakure and Konoha, a graceful figure was slowly advancing. Soon, she arrived at her destination. It's surprising that you really came. When Funan said you were coming, we were very surprised. A voice sounded behind the figure. The figure turned around, revealing it to be Pakura. She looked coldly and said, "Are you ready? This is just a clone, I can't help you much." "It's enough." A fierce-looking man appeared. "The opponent is not particularly strong, there will be no surprises in this battle. Pokora replied coldly, Uchiha Fugaku, you better not underestimate our target. Don't forget, he is the Kazekage, and you are still far from being Hokage. Humph. Two more people appeared in front of the Pokora clone. Fugaku said coldly, for the three of us to attack together means thinking highly of him. Don't forget that Funan has already given us all the information about him. The three present were Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Kakuzu. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, The Kazekage's Despair. 1614 words. Are you sure he will come? Fugaku asked. Will come. Pokora responded with absolute certainty. I have used all my connections and contacted an elder from the neutral faction, asking him for a favor to obtain this opportunity. I hope you don't turn me into a traitor. He is coming. Shisui was about to speak when a Hyuga shinobi came running up. Seeing this person, Fugaku's eyelids twitched. Uchiha Funan's subordinates actually include people from the Hyuga clan. And he's a jonin. Luckily, he had quickly abdicated. Look at Shinosuke, even after he died, he almost became a traitor. At least he had been saved from embarrassment. Come on. Fugaku ordered. Following the Hyuga shinobi, they headed to the place where Raza was. They soon saw him. Two jonin guards accompanied him. Seeing Fugaku and his group, they became alarmed and wanted to escape. Where do you think you're going? Shisui shouted, blocking their path, his eyes glowing with the Sharingan. Uchiha. Raza muttered, abandoning the idea of escaping. What does Konoha want to do? Destroy the alliance and start a war with Sunigakure? You're right, that's one of the possibilities. Would that make you angry? Shisui smiled slightly. Fugaku and others looked at Shisui in surprise. Your boy has really changed a lot. You are almost turning into the shape of Funan. After a brief pause, Raza said, Uchiha, if you leave now, I can pretend this never happened. Thank you, you are a good person. Shisui sighed and said, but we can't do that. We can't be that dishonest, so please don't forgive us. May the storm break out even stronger. What the hell? Shisui's words left Raza perplexed. Fugaku and others opened their mouths wide and looked at Shisui in disbelief. Even Pokora was surprised. Had Funan also sent a clone? Attack! Raza suddenly shouted, unleashing a wave of golden sand towards them. His two jonin guards launched an attack, while he himself quickly headed towards Shisui. You come for me? Shisui murmured with a smile. Do you think I am easy to defeat? Shisui's three Magatamas turned into the Mangekyo Sharingan, then a huge green Susanoo appeared out of nowhere, crushing the sky full of golden sand with a single blow. What is this? Raza looked horrified. The green giant emanated a suffocating pressure. You don't know it? Shisui was also stunned for a moment. After all, he is the Kazekage. As the Kage of Sunigakure, he actually didn't know the Uchiha clan's Susanoo? You clearly weren't paying attention in class. Shisui sneered and said, I want to teach you a lesson on behalf of your teacher, so that you know that if you don't study hard, you are a bad boy. The huge Susanoo raised the big sword in his hand. Fugaku and the others were completely bewildered. What's going on with Shisui? When did he become so unruly? At the same time, several figures appeared next to Fugaku. Fugaku looked at them and his eyebrows raised. Are those monsters with masks part of the Earth Grudge Fear Kenjutsu? Aren't you going to attack? The Pokora clone frowned at Fugaku. I kept my end of the deal, helping them lure the Kazekage out of the village. If he escapes, I will be a missing nin of Suna, and my followers will suffer. Don't blame me if I'm not nice later. Fugaku glanced at Pokora. Fugaku then joined the battle, along with Shisui and Kakuzu. Immediately afterward, Raza's group fell into a disadvantage. The two shinobi accompanying Raza were quickly eliminated. Konoha, Uchiha.
Raza shouted in fury and despair as he saw his guards fall. The golden sand rose into the air, changing the surrounding landscape. At that moment, Raza put all his power into play. Unfortunately, he was facing the more unreasonable Susanoo. Its gigantic body dashed against the wave of sand, forcibly opening a path. Kakuzu took the opportunity and his masked monsters attacked Raza. Raza was barely able to defend himself with his golden sand, but at that moment Shirsue's Susanoo hit him with a punch, breaking his sand shield. He tried to defend himself again, but the Susanoo attacked with his sword, forcing Raza to retreat once again. At that moment, Fugaku appeared. Another Susanoo emerged, surrounding Raza along with Shirsue's. Seeing this, Raza became desperate. Pakura, who was watching from the side, was stunned. These three are stronger than her. They could invade Sunagakure and kill Raza in public. Pakura is a little eager to make a move. Now, Raza was like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Pakura remembered how he had treated her. She didn't want to fight for the position of Kazekage, but he still wouldn't let her go. The Pakura clone rushed into battle immediately and raised her hand to launch several scorching fireballs. Raza, facing Pakura's scorch release, barely had time to dodge. "Pakura, you damned traitor, I will never let you go." Raza screamed. "Shut up!" Pakura sneered. "You won't let me go? Look at how he treats you now. Damn, I gave you the position of Kazekage, but you are still dissatisfied with this and that. Who do you think you are?" "Raza, I despise people like you, who only know how to plot and betray. If I were you, I would have found a place to commit suicide long ago. It's a waste that you continue living, you're just wasting your time and ruining the village." You. Raza shouted in anger. "I am the Kazekage, Pakura. You are betraying all of Sunagakure. Even if you are crazy. Today you won't be able to avoid your death." Pakura sneered. Fugaku and the others' mouths twitched. This woman should be very depressed at ordinary times, but now she is completely letting herself go. After a fierce battle, Raza was left lying on the ground twitching. "What a pity, I won't be able to see his death." Pakura snorted coldly, and the clone dissipated. She wanted to be the one to finish off Raza. Seeing Pakura's clone disappear, Fugaku and Shirsue exchanged glances. What do you think she would do if she knew that Funan wasn't planning to kill Raza? Fugaku asked. They are a couple. This is Funan's headache. It has nothing to do with us. We just need to do the tasks assigned by Funan. Shirsue responded indifferently. Humph. Fugaku snorted in dissatisfaction and said, Shirsue, I'm the clan leader. Clan leader, you don't want Mrs. Makoto to be sad, do you? Shirsue's words were full of threats. When Fugaku looked at him coldly, he chuckled and changed the subject. Besides, didn't you decide to give up the position of clan leader a long time ago? Fugaku snorted. He did have this plan, and he had been taking action. However, he was still the clan leader, but he was ordered by the deputy clan leader to work everywhere. Forget it. Funan had won another victory now. Not to mention in Uchiha, his reputation in the whole Konoha was unprecedented. Being honest would be good for the clan and Itachi. Funan thought highly of Itachi. Hiruzen once said something that was exaggerated, but it was not wrong. Itachi was indeed a person with the thinking of a Hokage. In addition to experience, his abilities in all aspects were enough to be a Hokage. Therefore, Funan planned to train him, and when he had enough fun, he would let Itachi take over. Okay, stop talking nonsense, and start quickly. Kakuzu on the side had long been impatient. Ever since Raza's first use of the gold dust, Kakuzu had thought, from today on, you will be like a brother to me. No one can stop me. Let's start. Shirsue said, moving forward and grabbing Raza. His Mangekyo Sharingan began to rotate, emitting a strange light. What do you want to do? Raza's voice trembled as she felt a bad premonition. They had captured him, but they had not killed him. What were they planning? Don't be nervous. Shui said with a smile, as his eyes began to bleed.
It will be over in an instant. You. Ugh! Raza exclaimed before Shui's eye power overwhelmed him, marking his mind with a seal. Koto Amatsukami.
In an instant, Raza began to change.
Outwardly, he seemed the same, but his eyes no longer showed hostility toward Shui, Fugaku, and the others. Are you okay?
Shui asked softly.
Yeah. Raza replied, frowning. You guys were too cruel, you almost beat me to death. Raza seemed to be talking to close friends. A flash of horror flashed in Fugaku's eyes. It's a good thing Shui can't use this technique frequently.
And with his personality. Well, his personality can be mentioned later.
Damn Funan, look what you've done with Shui. He followed you for a few days and look what you've turned him into. Fugaku expressed strong concerns about Shui's current personality. Okay, let's go.
Shui looked at Fugaku, and noticing the change in his eyes, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Don't worry, clan leader, after using it this time, I won't be able to use Koto Amatsukami for several years, and you also have the Mangekyo, which has a certain resistance effect.
Fugaku forced a smile. A certain resistance? This is still a threat. He thought, feeling helpless. Kakuzu and Raza returned to Sunigakure together. Watching their backs, Fugaku murmured, Shui, are you sure Kakuzu won't be a problem? Trust Funan.
Shui said, frowning slightly. He also had his doubts about the missing Nin, but Funan's orders were clear. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller.
Chapter 112, Danzo's Disgrace.
1535 words. Shui and Fugaku returned to Konoha together. Now that Raza was under the Uchiha's control, Funan's plan advanced one step further. When Raza returned to Sunigakure, he immediately convened a meeting of elders. At the meeting, Raza said that he was attacked by Konoha. Not only the guards died in the battle, but he himself was also injured. If it weren't for Kakuzu's rescue, he would have died. Now that he is back alive, he wants revenge. Sunigakure officially declares war on Konoha. The elders of Sunigakure were shocked. Don't look at how loudly Sunigakure yells at Konoha. If they really fight, two Sunigakure can't beat one Konoha. Our opponents are only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, not the entire Konoha. Uchiha will not be our enemy, and Akimichi Torafu will not be either. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen may not be our enemy.
Raza continued, Danzo Shimura somehow obtained a Sharingan and posed as an Uchiha to try to assassinate me.
We cannot let this pass without consequences. Konoha must give an explanation, or we will not rest until we obtain justice. Just want an explanation? That's fine.
The elders breathed a sigh of relief.
Konoha has never been very tough on the outside world.
This time, they were surprised by the attack on Kumogakure.
They didn't believe that after one battle, Konoha would want to start another war. Then they need an explanation. That same day, soon as emissaries left for Konoha.
It was also at this time that the battle between Konoha and Kumogakure was about to end. Kumogakure has made it clear that this war is just a misunderstanding in hopes that both sides will cease fighting and not continue to expand the losses of both sides. Funan questioned Kumogakure, believing that the other party had provoked Konoha many times. If they wanted to cease fire, they must pay a sufficient price, otherwise, this battle will stop with the complete death of one side. At the same time, in Konoha, Torafu also held several meetings to discuss how to deal with Kumogakure.
Just then, Sunigakure's envoy arrived in Konoha. As expected, another bomb exploded in Konoha. This is a bullshit. Slander, this is absolutely slander. During the high-level meeting of Konoha, Danzo roared angrily. The cane in his hand kept hitting the ground. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. However, the expressions of the people present were very strange. Hiruzen was no exception. He looked at Danzo with an expression that seemed to say, "Stop pretending, Brother, tell the truth, what did you do? It was this expression that made him angry. If it was really him who did it, then forget it. The key is that this time, it was really not him who did it. To be honest, Danzo actually thought about impersonating an Uchiha and assassinating the Kage of Sunagakure, and he had plans to act before long. But he didn't act. It wasn't him. How can you wrongly accuse a good person? Danzo felt extremely wronged. Enough, Danzo! Torafu shouted. Whether you did it or not, everyone knows it in their hearts. You must give an explanation for what happened today. This matter is too clear. There is no need to consider a second person for such a matter. Danzo said with a gloomy face, I'll say it again, it wasn't me. Torafu looked at Hiruzen and said, it seems that this cannot be resolved. Torafu, don't hurry. Hiruzen's face was old. He had just lost his son, and before he could grieve, his daughter-in-law also had problems. Now, his old friend Danzo was involved in this scandal. This old man in his 60s really can't hold on any longer. How can I not hurry? Torafu said coldly, Sunagakure is not just any village. They are our allies. And what Danzo did was try to assassinate his Kage. Do you think this is a small matter? I already said it wasn't me. Danzo was so angry that he wanted to curse. Unfortunately, no one believed him. Because this matter is too consistent with Danzo's personality. And even if it was not done by Danzo, everyone would have to believe that it was done by Danzo. Humph! A cold snort sounded. Fugaku stood up. There are some things I didn't want to say. Then don't say it. This phrase resonated in the minds of everyone present. Whenever an Uchiha spoke, it was never a good thing, and oftentimes it only made things worse. But unfortunately, once Fugaku got up, he had no intention of stopping. Fugaku looked at Danzo coldly and said, Danzo, you know very well what you have done over the years. Now, hand over all the Sharingan in your possession immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Ha ha! Danzo laughed angrily. Now anyone dares to stand up and yell at him. Fugaku, I really want to know, ugh. Danzo's remaining words caught in his throat. Because Fugaku's pupils have become the Mangekyo. Do you want to try the forbidden power of the Uchiha, the Mangekyo Sharingan? Fugaku's voice was very cold. I will kill you today even if I risk my life. If you don't accept it, let Sarutobi Hiruzen go with you. Fugaku, calm down. Sweat ran down Torafu's forehead. How come it's like this again? He's really fed up with being the acting Hokage. This time, no one can stop him from abdicating, not even Shikaku could stop him from deciding to abdicate. Tsunade, you are the only option. If you dare not to come back and take on the role of Hokage, I will give this position to the Uchiha. I will join the Uchiha, and we will eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen and his allies. This could be a good idea. Although Uchiha Funan is not serious, he is not as ruthless as Danzo, and he is not like Sarutobi Hiruzen who always mentions the will of fire for everything. Torafu really started to think seriously. He didn't dare to continue sitting in the Hokage's position, even if he was just enacting one. He feared that his heart might explode someday. Fugaku. Hiruzen said coldly, I always thought you had the well-being of the village in your heart. Now that the village is facing internal and external crises, do you also want to cause trouble? Don't give me that. Fugaku remembered Funan's words before leaving, with a cold face and said in an indifferent voice, if they really think that way, so be it. I've had enough. Fugaku turned his gaze to the clan heads present. The Uchiha have sacrificed their lives on the battlefield to protect the village. And what awaits them? They put out their eyes. Where are the eyes used? Used to deal with Uchiha. So many things, you tell me, you want me to be patient, huh? Can you do it? Tell me. Since when was Fugaku so eloquent? Everyone was speechless, including Hiruzen. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen really had no shame and blatantly told lies, he couldn't deny some of the things Danzo had done. And even if he had no shame, the others couldn't play along, right?
Hiruzen looked at Danzo angrily.
This old friend of his has gone too far. Look, no one is speaking for him now. Because he had offended everyone. When Danzo met Hiruzen's gaze, it was like he was struck by lightning. How come even you? How can you insult someone's innocence out of thin air?
Unfortunately, at this time, he was powerless to even refute.
Everyone believed he was the culprit, what else could he do? Danzo gritted his teeth silently.
Torifo said coldly, Danzo, hand over all the Sharingan.
I don't care what you use them for, but don't use the excuse that it's all for Konoha, understand? Okay. Danzo seemed to have pronounced that word with effort. As for Sunigakure. Torifo looked at Hiruzen and said, let's discuss it.
We must give the other party a satisfactory explanation.
And what about Kumogakure? An intense discussion began.
However, within half an hour, the discussion came to an end.
Danzo, upon hearing the result, looked very helpless and his expression was full of grievances.
Hiruzen also covered his chest, almost shouting medicine, medicine.
Torifo was too cruel.
Fugaku was a traitor.
In fact, he helped Sunigakure deal with them, which caused them to lose a lot of money.
If nothing unexpected happens, the Konoha corrupt quartet clans will have to tighten their belts for a while. On the contrary, the disputes within Konoha are becoming more and more severe.
This time, Uchiha Funan won a great victory.
After returning to the village, it is still uncertain what will happen. They don't know that after Raza received this huge compensation, he immediately gave half to the Uchiha clan. If it weren't for worries about how to explain it in Sunigakure, Raza would have given everything to the Uchiha without hesitation.
Raza himself became a tool for Funan to make money.
Including Pakura, most of Sunigakure has fallen into Funan's hands. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, Funan's Diplomatic Style. 1805 words. A new round of confrontation between Kumogakure and Konoha began. Waves in the waves, waves in the waves. Funan sang and danced.
The fourth Raikage and Killer Bee, on the other side, looked at him dumbfounded. Killer Bee wanted to join in the song, but his brother glared at him, making him shrink away, not daring to say anything. Since the war, Kumogakure has suffered great losses, far more than Konoha. If Killer Bee continued doing stupid things at a time like this, the Raikage would personally teach him a lesson.
Uchiha Funan.
The fourth Raikage roared.
Konoha have no intention of negotiating? Funan's rap began, Bakayaro, I don't negotiate, I'm the boss. Kanayaro, wait, that's your loss, Konoha will send someone, you see, oh yeah. The fourth Raikage blinked angrily. This was a blatant provocation.
The fourth Raikage felt like his nostrils were smoking.
What are you looking at? Funan raised a middle finger to the Raikage and said, are you not convinced? Hit me, hit me? Raikage exhaled deeply and replied coldly, if Konoha doesn't want to negotiate, we will continue fighting. Kumogakure is not afraid of them.
The last sentence of the Raikage was sonorous and powerful.
I'm waiting for you to say this. Funan rolled up his sleeves and shouted, so shall we continue? Start today or tomorrow. I will hit you so hard that your mother won't be able to recognize you.
Oh, I can't wait any longer, my great sword is thirsty.
Wait, wait. Kakashi and others hurried forward and grabbed Funan. Commander, please calm down. What for? Funan said angrily, we are Konoha, the first shinobi village, how can we bow to these barbarians? These guys with muscles in their heads should be taught a lesson with fists. Commander, the acting Hokage's wish is also to stop fighting.
Kakashi advised earnestly, besides, we only have 2,000 people. The other side has even fewer people than us.
Funan proudly puffed up his chest and said, this is all my credit. Yes, it's all your credit. The group quickly nodded, using every tactic possible to calm Funan down and prevent him from restarting the battle.
Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, raised his head, and said to the fourth Raikage, Raikage-sama, please withdraw.
Konoha will send a new emissary to negotiate with you. It will be better this way. The fourth Raikage replied, irritated. You are the ones who should retreat, not us. Bullshit, you still want to fight? Funan jumped up all of a sudden. You are going too far. The fourth Raikage roared angrily. Why did they keep fighting? Wasn't it because Funan and the Konoha shinobi kept advancing? Kumo had been forced back again and again, and now, again. Was it never going to end? Don't give me that. Are you going to retreat or not? If not, let's continue fighting.
Funan sneered and said to Kakashi.
Don't stop me.
These guys dare to shout in front of me just because you stop me. If you don't stop me, I will scare this guy to death, and he won't dare to jump in front of me. The fourth Raikage was breathing heavily. Killer Bee put a hand on his shoulder and shook his head gently. At that moment, Killer Bee seemed surprisingly calm. The Raikage exhaled heavily, waved his hand fiercely, and shouted, retreat. The Kumo shinobi began to retreat again. The Konoha shinobi, eyes shining with excitement, looked at Funan with admiration. Long live Funan-sama. Funan-sama. The commander-in-chief is invincible. Finally, led by one person, all the Konoha shinobi could not help but cheer. Funan smiled and waved at the Konoha shinobi. The shinobi who had survived until now were, unless they were very lucky, experts with special abilities, elite in every way. These 2,000 shinobi, with their admiration for Funan, would be a great support for Funan to ascend to the position of Hokage. On the Kumogakure side. Hearing the cheering behind them, some Kumo shinobi had their eyes filled with hatred. Some were at a loss. Some others had a pale face. Before, they were the ones who maintained a haughty attitude towards Konoha. How come it had changed now? They didn't know it. But many Kumo shinobi were beginning to look at the fourth Raikage in a different way. They didn't know much, but they knew that the fourth Raikage, facing Uchiha Funan, had chosen to retreat again and again. Just this once. Not once. I have dignity. If you want to go, you go. Do you think I have no dignity? Besides, if you go this time, you are representing me too. Hee, do you really think that person cares whether I represent you or not? The ones arguing were Torafu and Shikaku. The reason for the discussion was a request from the battlefront. The village had to send an emissary to negotiate with Kumogakure on behalf of Konoha. Choosing that person became a big problem. The first person Torafu thought of was Shikaku. This is a great opportunity. If he went and came back, he would gain great merit immediately. However, Shikaku firmly refused, and his attitude was extremely tough. According to him, he had dignity. He hadn't been in the initial battle and, now that they had one, if he was going to negotiate, what would the other shinobi think? He wanted to maintain his reputation. The real reason was that he feared reprisals from Funan. Everyone knew that to go now would be to steal credit. Send Shimura Danzo. Shikaku said maliciously. Torafu said unhappily, I am worried that he will not come back after he goes. This. Shikaku thought about it, and it was really possible. What should we do? Let Uchiha Funan take full responsibility. Shikaku looked at Torafu and said, I know you want to balance things. You have seen how the Sarutobi clan lost more than 1,000 shinobi, even Shinosuke died. But don't forget that the Uchiha clan also lost 12 jonin not long ago. The strength of the Sarutobi clan is still greater. Well, okay. Torafu sighed helplessly and said, the 12 Uchiha jonin are indeed very important, but I always feel something is wrong. Shikaku was silent. He wasn't the only one who felt something was wrong. Everyone felt it. Even though they saw the bodies, were those 12 jonin really dead? Without proof, they couldn't confront the Uchiha clan. The front line received the order quickly. Torafu ordered Funan to take charge of negotiations with Kumogakure, emphasizing that it was to negotiate peace, not to resume war. Kakashi and others were very satisfied with what Torafu emphasized.
Although Funan was very dissatisfied, he did not say anything. Instead, he proposed many conditions during the peace talks, as if he wanted to force Kumobakure to go to war. The fourth Raikage decided not to participate. Anyway, he had already failed and lost enough prestige. He didn't care about the rest. He simply sent out his right-hand man, Dodai. Dodai calmly neutralized all the offensives of the aggressive Funan. Funan could be aggressive and irrational, but he couldn't be completely shameless. Although many thought he already was. After several exchanges, both parties were satisfied. Konoha only needed to win the war to achieve his goal. Asking for more was simply extra profit. When Funan detailed the achievements, Kakashi and the others were speechless. "Commander, are you sure that if Kumobakure agrees to all these conditions, will they abide by them?" Funan didn't care at all and said, "If they don't comply, we continue fighting. Next time, we will destroy Kumobakure. I don't believe that they still won't obey." Kakashi and the others smiled bitterly. Major shinobi villages used to honor their agreements to maintain their credibility. Failure to do so would be devastating to its reputation. However, how could Kumobakure agree to such exaggerated conditions? Kakashi and the others looked at each other and saw the doubts and solemnity in the other's eyes. Something strange was happening. But, for Konoha, it was good news. The war was over. In just over 10 days, the battle had ended with Konoha as the victor, although not completely. Kumobakure lost, but not as much as it seemed. The fourth Raikage consolidated his complete control over the village. Both sides gained and lost some. The other villages were bewildered. What's going on? How could they finish so quickly? Of course, only Iwagakure had that idea. While Kirigakure is still fighting within himself. And Raza is now Funan's personal toy. In fact, fortunately, Iwagakure didn't have time to do anything, otherwise, Raza would definitely attack Iwagakure, and Funan would also mobilize a large number of Uchiha shinobi to teach Iwagakure a hard lesson. The war is over. Funan announced to the Konoha shinobi, who celebrated enthusiastically. "Monkey, I miss you so much, do you miss me?" After half a month, Funan returned to the Konoha meeting room again. Seeing everyone gathered, he fixed his gaze on Hiruzen and, with his arms open, almost hugged him. Luckily, Shikaku stopped him. Otherwise, a fight might have broken out. Hiruzen said calmly, "Uchiha Funan, talk nicely." "Am I not talking nicely now?" Funan looked at Hiruzen aggrievedly and said, "Monkey, you have changed, I don't even recognize you anymore. Do you know how much I miss you? Especially the matter of Shinosuke, after I knew about it, I was so angry late at night, cough, cough." Seeing a series of cold eyes, Funan decisively shut his mouth. Hiruzen was already trembling all over, and his eyes were red. In the past few days, he had barely managed to calm down and let go of the idea of facing the Uchiha at all costs, and now this Uchiha Funan was provoking him again. "Funan!" Torafu looked at him fiercely, and said, "Don't talk nonsense, okay?" "Okay." Funan ignored Torafu's threats, looked at Danzo with a smile, and said, "Danzo, it is said that you are causing trouble again?" "No." Danzo denied it without hesitation. That was not what he did, why should he admit it? Even if everyone thinks so, he will never give up. "Be good, don't deny it, I heard it all." Funan chuckled and said, "I heard that you posed as an Uchiha to try to assassinate the Kazekage. TSK, you look so brave, do your family know?" "Funan." Torafu's words became heavier. "What?" Funan glanced at Torafu and said, "Is the acting Hokage planning to help Mono and Dandan attack the Uchiha?" There were a few more coughs at the scene. Danzo's eyes twitched wildly. "Uchiha Kid, it's not over yet, right? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 114, an iconic phrase. 1629 words. Don't talk nonsense, Funan, no one is going to attack anyone. Torafu interrupted hurriedly and said, "We are discussing what reward to give you. This time, you have made great contributions. Oh, that. Funan smiled and said, ask me about this, acting Hokage. I don't need you to reward me with any money or reputation. You just drag Danzo out and chop him up, that will be the biggest reward for me. Everyone was speechless. Okay, Funan, you go down and take a rest first. Torafu said with a smile, after more than 10 days of battle, you must be very tired. No, I'm not tired at all. If you cut off Danzo's head, I'll run around Konoha 100 times imitating a monkey's cry. Torafu's mouth twitched. Looking at Funan, who was determined not to give up, Hiruzen finally spoke. Tell me your conditions. If they are reasonable, I will accept them. Straight to the point. Funan said with a smile, Orochimaru has attacked the Konoha shinobi. As his master, it is your responsibility to capture or kill him. Hiruzen was silent for a moment. Other people in the meeting room were silent too. Dealing with a missing nin is a good thing, especially when the target is a missing nin like Orochimaru. Okay. Aware of the expressions of the people around him, Hiruzen sighed softly and said, as long as the acting Hokage agrees, I will send a team to hunt down Orochimaru. That's how it's done. Funan smiled and said, how long will it take to give a result? 1 month. Okay. Funan laughed and left. Torafu watched from the side. Damn, did I agree? You guys discussed it very well. Everyone left the meeting room quickly. Torafu strode towards the office. Inside the office, Funan was flirting with Torafu's new secretary. She was a young girl from the Nara clan, extremely intelligent. She assisted Shikaku in handling some matters in the Hokage's office. However, this little girl seemed to have a hard time dealing with someone like Funan. Her face was completely flushed, and she didn't even dare to look up. What are you doing, Funan? Torafu was in a state of dismay. That secretary was his distant niece. Funan really had no limits. Funan smiled and said, of course I'm doing the most important thing in life. As he spoke, he winked at the young secretary. She, who had just raised her head, immediately lowered it again, although she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Funan. Kazu, come out for a moment. Torafu's eyebrows jumped wildly, and he snorted coldly. Then, looking at Funan with displeasure, he continued, tell me, what do you want? You should know how dangerous the 4 clans of Sarutobi and the others are, right? Funan looked away from the secretary and looked at Torafu seriously. Torafu's face darkened, and he said, Funan, what do you want to say? Join forces to get rid of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Funan said in a deep voice, acting Hokage, you must understand that this time the 4 clans of Hiruzen and the others have suffered great losses. Do you think they will sit back and do nothing? No, absolutely not. Whether it is Danzo or Hiruzen, they will not let it go. What do you think they will do? Torafu's face was gloomy. According to his calculations, the 4 clans had more than 7,000 shinobi. In the recent battles, they had lost more than 2,000. That number was beyond Hiruzen's tolerance limit, so it was impossible to predict his actions. The 4 clans were dangerous, but the Uchiha were not far behind. They could even be more dangerous. Impossible. Torafu rejected the idea immediately. Acting Hokage, this is a good opportunity. Funan frowned and said, as long as we eliminate the 4 clans, Konoha will become peaceful from now on. Torafu glanced at Funan. Back off, Funan. I will never accept it. You are too stubborn. Torafu's face also sank, and he said, Funan, I am the acting Hokage. Funan turned and left, with only one sentence echoing in the office, Akimichi Torafu, you will regret it. Fuck, do you really think I'm crazy? Torafu cursed. In the whole world, is there anyone more dangerous than the Uchiha? In the past, Torafu thought that Danzo was very dangerous. But compared to Funan, Danzo was insignificant. It can't be. Torafu muttered as he pondered. If I can think of this, others can too. Can Funan not have thought of it? If he has, why keep going? What kind of conspiracy does he have in mind?
Torafu began to get restless.
Funan's recent actions are getting bigger and bigger.
After pondering for a while, Torafu called Shikaku and his secretary to discuss the situation.
However, they did not come to any conclusion. They could only stay alert and wait for Funan's next move. I finally said it, I was dying of suffocation. Walking on the road, Funan let out a long breath.
Hiruzen, you will regret it.
Danzo, I am the Hokage.
Having never heard that iconic line before, Funan decided to tell it to Torafu himself.
Torafu, you don't take this seriously, do you?
Funan looked behind him and laughed softly.
Thinking too much will prevent you from sleeping and eating well.
Maybe this will help the fat old man lose weight.
Older people should not be so obese. It is bad for their health. Funan laughed softly.
The Mangekyo Sharingan flashed in his eyes.
Funan groaned.
Blood slowly flowed from the corner of his eyes. After collecting so many corpses and devouring so much vital energy, the I-Technique fruit in his body is finally ripe.
Can the Sharingan evolve to level 6 this time?
Funan quickened his pace. He wanted to find a quiet place and wait for the pupil power to evolve silently.
What did you say? Danzo stood up suddenly, looking excited. Did you see Uchiha Funan with bleeding eyes?
Because of excitement, Danzo took a big step forward and grabbed the collar of the person reporting in front of him.
Yes. The man said in a low voice, I saw with my own eyes that Uchiha Funan's eyes began to bleed after leaving the office of the acting Hokage.
Very good.
Danzo looked at the person in front of him and was very satisfied.
He said, you are very good, but I don't fully believe you.
So please let me believe it. The informant was stunned.
Before he could react, 3 shinobi surrounded him and immobilized him.
What are you going to do? The shinobi was shocked. A shinobi said indifferently, we're only going to get the information we need directly from your mind. No.
With a gasp, the informant's consciousness was replaced by a member of the Yamanaka clan. He did see Uchiha Funan's eyes bleeding.
Danzo frowned and said, why did he come to tell me this? According to his file, he is an ordinary shinobi. Would an ordinary shinobi worry about something like that?
The shinobi of the Yamanaka clan shook his head and said, he is a spy of Kyomogakure.
Oh, I see. Danzo sneered and said, Kyumo still doesn't give up.
Once I take care of the Uchiha, I'll deal with them.
Danzo has long hoped that Funan's eyes will be blinded.
His previous calculations had failed, but this time he could not be wrong. I need to talk to Hiruzen.
Danzo leaned on his staff and walked over to see Hiruzen. At this moment, Funan has returned to the Uchiha clan.
After seeing the fruit in his body, Funan laughed. A silver fruit rested on the branch of the god tree. The powerful energy it contained was evident.
Come on,
Funan said softly. The fruit dissolved into the air.
A huge amount of I-power poured into Funan.
Funan groaned as blood flowed from his eyes.
The surging pupil power was constantly merging into Funan's body.
He could feel that his strength was constantly getting stronger.
Ha. Funan laughed like a villain.
Funan felt that facing his previous self would not be difficult. He then checked his skill level and noticed that his Sharingan level was now level 6.
He looked in the mirror.
The Mangekyo has changed.
Funan's eyebrows jumped.
This is his Mangekyo, but even he has to say that this pair of eyes looks very evil.
By the way,
Funan suddenly clapped his hands and said, I don't know what happened to the pigs I raised.
Let's go and check them out. Funan strode out of the Uchiha clan territory, heading to the Forest of Death.
He has a secret base there, where the evil god cultists are kept. However, just after walking out of the Uchiha clan, Funan felt that someone was following him.
Who is so brave? Funan was stunned.
After thinking for a while, Funan sent out a signal. The Uchiha patrol team approached quickly.
Minister! Someone is following me in secret, Get rid of him. Funan waved his hand, not wanting to care about it at all. No matter who sent them, they are all the same. As his status and reputation improved, all kinds of troubles came one after another. Funan had gotten used to many things and was too lazy to deal with them personally. Yes. The members of the Uchiha patrol team immediately separated and prepared to arrest those who secretly followed their minister. Who knew that those people were very vigilant and left immediately after discovering the Uchiha patrol team? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Hiruzen's Not So. 1,571 words. The members of the Uchiha patrol team returned empty-handed. After hearing this result, Funan was stunned. After thinking for a while, Funan arranged for the patrol team, strengthen your vigilance, our enemies may take action. Yes. The members of the patrol team held their heads high and answered loudly. Funan patted the leader on the shoulder and turned to leave. He was very casual, but the team leader was stunned. Captain. The other team members were also envious. Uchiha Funan is now the hero of the entire Uchiha. It can be said that the voices for Uchiha Funan to be the clan leader have never stopped. Swish. Funan moved quickly in the forest of death. He stopped on a big tree, frowned, and looked around. He felt like he was being monitored. What's going on? Funan was sure that there was no one around, so how did the other party monitor him? He looked around. After searching for a while, nothing was found. Funan couldn't help but be a little stunned. What's going on? He suddenly thought of a ninjutsu, which only one person in Konoha knew. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the telescope technique. Funan trembled. That old pervert, he actually peeped at him, what did he want to do? Isn't that the obscene ninjutsu I used to spy on girls with? How could it be used on him? Could it be? Danzo had sought out Hiruzen and told him the news he had received. Hiruzen took out a crystal ball and, after quickly forming seals, Funan's image appeared in it. Danzo's eyes were straight at that time. He subconsciously shrank his body and looked at Hiruzen strangely. Hiruzen said expressionlessly, "Don't think too much, Danzo, I have specially developed this ninjutsu to deal with Funan." Danzo complained crazily in his mind. He had heard before that Hiruzen had a technique for spying. At the time, he hadn't paid attention to it, confident that no one could spy on him. What about now? Funan, a possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan, is unable to detect Hiruzen's spying. As confident as he was, Danzo did not believe he had observational skills superior to those of a Mangekyo possessor. What's more, looking at this situation, let alone the Sharingan, even the Byakugan may not be able to find Hiruzen's telescope technique. Danzo hesitated for a while and asked in a low voice. "You're not spying on me too, are you?" Hiruzen almost vomited a mouthful of old blood. He looked gloomy, glared at Danzo fiercely, and shouted, "What are you thinking about? Concentrate on dealing with Funan." "Oh." Danzo replied, though he suddenly realized something. Is Hiruzen changing the subject? What did that mean? Did he not want to answer? Did that mean he could spy on him at any time? Immediately, Danzo was anxious. Wait a minute. Danzo's voice was low, and his expression was very serious. What's wrong now? Hiruzen looked annoyed. Danzo said seriously, "Hiruzen, I want you to promise me something, that you won't spy on me." Hiruzen looked at Danzo in astonishment. Damn it, I peeked at you? How much meat do you have on your body? Don't you know it? Hiruzen was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned his head to continue looking at Funan. Danzo was restless. You don't talk, what does that mean? Are you guilty? How can this be? Danzo exploded on the spot. Hiruzen! Danzo let out a low roar, you must give me a promise today. Hiruzen took several deep breaths before calming down. It's okay, I promise you. If I spied on you, let me. He stopped abruptly. because he suddenly remembered that he had actually spied on Danzo.
Right after learning the telescope technique, Hiruzen was very excited and spied on almost everyone he met,
including Uchiha Koharu. It must be said that Koharu looked pretty good when she was young.
Hiruzen changed the subject and said, "I promise, if I ever spy on Shimura Danzo in the future, I won't have a peaceful death, okay?" He said it through gritted teeth, clearly very angry.
Danzo understood immediately. In the future? And the past? Danzo's eyes shone with a hidden meaning. Hiruzen felt uncomfortable with Danzo's eyes, and gritted his teeth and said, "What? Is this not enough?" "That's enough, that's enough." Danzo nodded repeatedly, although no one knew what he was really thinking. "Anyway, it won't be a good thing."
Hiruzen was depressed. He couldn't explain that the telescope technique had its limitations, and he couldn't see what he wanted. He turned his attention to Funan again but was left puzzled.
Where was he?
He immediately turned the telescope around but was surprised to find that he could not find Funan. Immediately, Hiruzen looked at Danzo angrily.
"What are you looking at me for?" Danzo said dissatisfiedly. "What does this have to do with me?"
When saying this, Danzo felt a little guilty for some reason.
Humph.
Hiruzen put the crystal ball aside in anger.
The action was very careful,
for fear of breaking the crystal ball. This is his treasure. After his wife died, he only had this little spiritual sustenance left.
Danzo frowned and said in a low voice, "Hiruzen, what do you think?" "What do you mean by what I think?" "Funan's Mangekyo is likely to be blind. We must take action." Danzo was anxious. "That's just what you say." Hiruzen said with a serious face, "Danzo, are you forgetting that this isn't the first time you've said that Uchiha Funan is going blind? This time is different." Danzo said hurriedly. "This time is different from the past. Funan has just experienced a war."
Hiruzen remained silent.
"Ah."
Hiruzen shook his head firmly and said, "Danzo, maybe Funan's eyes are about to go blind, but as long as he is not blind, he still has power, and we can't take risks."
He interrupted Danzo, who was trying to speak, and said firmly, "I don't think Funan will consume his pupil power excessively for the village." Danzo was silent. Judging others by his own experience, Danzo did not think Funan would make so many sacrifices for Konoha. "Do you think this is another trap?" Danzo suddenly asked. "That may not be the case."
Hiruzen thought for a long time and said, "Maybe, there is indeed something wrong with Funan's eyes." After another long silence, Hiruzen made a decision. Since there may be problems with Funan's eyes, no, whether there is a problem or not, we can't let him sit idle.
"What do you mean?"
Hiruzen's expression became cold, and he said, "We'll make him keep fighting and wearing himself out."
"I can't believe his Mangekyo Sharingan can withstand such a strain indefinitely. Do you really think he will obey us?" Danzo thought Hiruzen's words were ridiculous. "No." Hiruzen sneered.
"But for everything he does, we'll give him credit."
"What do you think?" Danzo almost jumped up. "Are you crazy? Do you still want to make him the Hokage?" "I'm very calm."
Hiruzen took out his pipe, lit it slowly, and said, "The Uchiha have lost 12 jonin, while we have lost 1,500 shinobi.
Overall, we are at a disadvantage.
Furthermore, Funan's exploits are too great, and the people's perception towards the Uchiha is changing."
"What do you mean by that?" Danzo insisted. "I want to destroy Funan."
Hiruzen's words were no longer peaceful, and he said coldly, "Since Funan's progress cannot be stopped, we might as well give him a push and let him take bigger steps. Let him keep fighting, and one day, he will destroy his eyes."
The same is true for Torafu. I don't think he can remain indifferent to the Uchiha's constant successes." Danzo was silent and sighed. "It's risky. If we fail, we'll be handing the Hokage position over to the Uchiha." Hiruzen said lightly, "We have no choice." Danzo was still hesitant, but Hiruzen's firm gaze convinced him.
Finally, he accepted Hiruzen's proposal, as he didn't have a better solution either. Funan released his perception to the extreme. He didn't think Hiruzen could keep an eye on him constantly. And sure enough, after a while, Hiruzen looked away. After making sure that the feeling of being watched disappeared, Funan began to move like lightning.
Funan stopped when he was almost at his secret base. The feeling of being stared at never appeared.
Hiruzen, that surveillance technique is really disgusting.
Funan frowned and thought deeply.
He had to find a way to counter that technique, since no one could stand being constantly spied on. Entering the base, he was immediately greeted by two members of the Uchiha clan.
"Long time no see, Tetsui, Kamahai."
Funan greeted with a smile.
"How are you?
Did you miss me?"
Kamahai said expressionlessly, "No." Tetsui's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, "Minister, I want to fight."
"I heard that you just had a big fight."
Funan chuckled and said, "The battle with Kumobakure was so cool.
The fourth Raikage lost his temper after being beaten by me." The two brothers' eyes immediately flashed with fire.
Kamahai immediately asked, "Minister, when will we fight Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others?" "No hurry." Funan chuckled and said, "When you go into action, it will be the final battle.
I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 116, Immortality for Dummies. 1,569 words. After hearing Funan's answer, Tetsuhi was full of complaints.
"If I had known we would have to wait until the end to act, I wouldn't have faked my death."
Funan casually said, "There aren't many jonin. If I grab a few to sacrifice themselves, do you think they'll believe it?" He.
Tetsui suddenly put on a fawning expression and said, "Minister, we trust that you have a plan.
Everyone in Konoha knows of your great abilities." "Oh." Funan's eyes lit up and said, "Does the whole Konoha know it?" "Sure." "Minister, you can't be so unconfident."
The two brothers had been almost suffocated from having to hide for so long.
Seeing an opportunity to come out, they did not hesitate to fawn frantically.
Funan touched his chin and said, "Okay, after a while, I will think of a way to let you go out for some fresh air."
"Thank you, Minister." The two brothers almost knocked to the bottom. After the interaction with the two brothers, Funan thought of the main purpose of coming here. "How are the pigs?" "It's fattened up." Tetsuhi immediately said, "We still don't understand the principle behind the cultists' immortality."
"The only thing we have confirmed is that when you absorb their life energy, they weaken for a while, but then recover."
Funan nodded.
Uchiha is not good at research, and it is not easy to achieve this level.
At this moment, three people appeared in Funan's mind. If he gets one of these three people, his dilemma will be solved immediately. Orochimaru.
These three were some of the craziest scientists in the shinobi world, and each one more ruthless than the last. A few hours later, Funan came out of the room with a satisfied look on his face.
He left the secret base with big strides.
Behind him, a group of burly men lay on the ground weakly. They all had dull eyes and sluggish expressions. Their life energy had been absorbed by Funan by 90%, leaving just enough to keep them alive.
Funan was also worried.
Although they had an immortal body, he didn't want to really kill them by absorbing all their life energy. After all, the god tree within him was not easy to control.
He had to admit that the cultist's life energy was truly abundant.
At that moment, the vital energy he had absorbed helped raise the level of the god tree within Funan. This time, Funan decided not to improve the eye technique's fruit. Instead, he chose to upgrade the Sage Mode fruit.
The level of his Sharingan was already considerably high.
To improve it further, he would need an amount of life energy that a few cultists could not provide. Therefore, in the short term, Funan decided not to improve his Sharingan. Plus, he'd been putting a lot of pressure on Hiruzen lately and he was a little worried. Worried that Hiruzen will do something desperate. Sage Mode was different, the cultist's life energy could help them level up immediately. When the fruit ripened, Funan immediately absorbed it, and the level of the Sage Mode successfully rose.
Level 4, Sage Mode. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Funan's wild laughter appeared again.
Now, even if Madara appeared in front of him, he would dare to face him. Although he can't win, it shouldn't be a problem to leave safely. Hiruzen, if you dare to appear in front of me, I will beat you up. As soon as Funan finished speaking, the weird feeling of being spied on appeared again. He was speechless for a while.
Did you do it on purpose?
Beside the crystal ball, Hiruzen was in a state of dismay. Hiruzen looked gloomy and said, "Through the crystal ball, I can't tell if this guy has a problem with his vision."
Danzo couldn't help asking, what was he doing? I don't know.
Hiruzen shook his head and said, "The Death Forest is so big, there are many secrets in it. Maybe there is a secret base of the Uchiha clan.
Let's start the plan." Okay. Funan walked happily on the road, not caring about being peeped by Hiruzen.
As he left the Forest of Death, when he was about to enter the village, he made sure that Hiruzen wasn't spying on him and decided to try something.
The time required to enter Sage Mode had decreased significantly. He wasn't as fast as Hashirama, who just needed to clap his hands and that was it. But it wasn't far from Naruto's level. Ha!
Suddenly, Funan paused, looking at the person walking in front of him. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his lips.
It was a girl with black hair and wine-red eyes.
She looked only 18 or 19 years old, but her appearance was extremely charming.
Yuhi Kurenai.
At this moment, he did not have the mature features he would show in the future, but instead retained a hint of youth.
Funan smiled.
This makes her even more charming. The important thing was that she would be Asuma's future wife. Yuhi Kurenai was chosen by Sarutobi Hiruzen as Asuma's wife early on, because Yuhi Kurenai herself has good talent and may become an elite jonin.
Her father is Yuhi Shinku. He is the instructor of a large number of Chunin and Genin in Konoha. God knows how many people he taught are now jonin. That level of invisible influence is scary just thinking about it.
Marrying her would bring great benefits.
Funan admitted that he had evil thoughts.
He strode forward and walked side by side with Yuhi Kurenai.
Kurenai, long time no see.
Kurenai, noticing someone approaching, was about to react, but upon hearing the voice, she was stunned. With a strange expression, she looked at the man who had silently appeared beside her.
Uchiha. Funan. Oh, so formal?
Funan laughed softly and said, "Before you just called me Funan."
At that time, I was just ignorant.
Kurenai frowned slightly and quickened her pace, hoping to distance herself from the other party.
Funan followed her like a shadow. Do we drink something?
Just then, they passed by a small bar and Funan pointed it out.
No. Kurenai flatly refused. I know something about your father. Funan uttered this sentence and walked into the bar without looking back. Kurenai was stunned for a moment.
She hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to enter the bar. Funan smiled slightly as he noticed her entrance. Kurenai also wanted to chat with him, all she needed was a reason.
Funan chose a small room, ordered a pot of wine and 2 side dishes. Kurenai looked at the scene and frowned. Are you old enough to drink? I remember you're only 16?
Funan stood still for a moment and then grumbled, I am the head of the Konoha police force, who dares to control me?
Want to go in and have a drink? A brat who abuses his power for personal gain. Kurenai muttered and sat down opposite Funan. Speak.
Funan was startled.
What? You? Kurenai looked at Funan angrily. Oh, you're talking about that. Funan nodded in realization and said, It's about your father, right? Kurenai stared at Funan. Funan sighed and said, Don't be disappointed, but your father may not be the person you imagine. Kurenai was stunned. Funan put on a mask of pain and said, Your father, Yui Shinku, he. The atmosphere became a little tense and Funan's Mangekyo technique began to work, silently influencing Kurenai. Kurenai asked subconsciously. What's wrong with my father? He likes women. Kurenai was completely stunned. A glass of sake was thrown forcefully towards Funan.
Funan deftly caught it and poured some sake, placing it in front of Kurenai.
Don't be angry, don't be angry. Funan laughed. Humph. Kurenai gritted her teeth and stared at Funan fiercely. Funan curled his lips and said, "Who asked your father to interfere in our affairs? Otherwise, you would have been my woman long ago. How dare you say that?" Kurenai stared at Funan angrily and said, "I really have to thank my father, otherwise, I would have suffered from your poisonous hands back then." Funan said disdainfully, "You say one thing and want another, woman." Kurenai almost threw another glass at him. They were old acquaintances. They were on the verge of becoming something more, very close, in fact. Since their days at the Ninja Academy, Kurenai was 3 years older than Funan. However, Funan at that time was too dazzling. He had just arrived at the ninja school and took away all the halo of Kakashi, the famous ninja in Konoha. He broke record after record, and within a few years, he became a renowned prodigy in Konoha. Furthermore, his physical attractiveness and air of mystery and danger made him irresistibly attractive to many girls. Kurenai was also extremely talented, being pursued by many boys her age. But to Kurenai, all those boys seemed too common and boring, nothing compared to Funan. When the two met for the first time, Funan left a deep impression on Kurenai. Over time, Kurenai was gradually captured by Funan. It was then that Yuhi Shinku stepped in and ruthlessly took Kurenai away from Funan. Otherwise, Kurenai would really become Funan's woman. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 117, Unveiling Hidden Agendas. 1571 words. Don't put everything on my father. Kurenai looked coldly at Funan and said in an icy voice, "Isn't that your fault? Do you think I don't know that you fought with my father several times in secret? Were you afraid of him?" Funan was a little surprised. "How do you know?" "Humph." Kurenai snorted arrogantly and didn't answer at all. In an accident, Kurenai discovered that Funan actually fought with her father in secret and was not at a disadvantage. She was stunned at the time. How old was Uchiha Funan at the time? 12 or 13 years old. After the shock came the excitement. Kurenai thought that if Funan had such strength at this time, in a year or two, her father would no longer be a match for him, and no one would be able to stop them from being together. But to her surprise, Funan retreated. He stopped looking for her. "Oh, don't blame me." Funan sighed and said, "You know well what the situation of the Uchiha clan was like back then. Even now it hasn't improved much. At that time, I was part of the new generation of the clan and had a lot of attention on me. I had no power, and we were in times of war. I was worried that if I died on the battlefield, wouldn't you become a widow?" Funan looked at Kurenai with a strange expression. In the original story, didn't she end up a widow? Who would be a widow? Kurenai blushed and glared at Funan angrily. "You say nice things, but tell me, what about Shiryu and the others? You have time to look for other women, but not for me? Oh my, look, you misunderstood me again." Funan said hurriedly. "Those women are all from the Uchiha clan, there is no risk of involving them. You are different." Kurenai was about to hit him. This beast, after finding so many women, actually explained it to him so seriously. "Then why did you find me today? What do you think? Of course it's for..." Bang! The sake cup was finally thrown away. Her face flushed with anger. Kurenai said, "Do you think I don't know what you're implying?" Funan smiled as he took out another glass and refilled it. "I know you like wine. Do you recognize this one? It's a special wine from the daimyo's residence of the Land of Lightning." "Did he come from the daimyo's residence? Really? If you like wine so much, can't you recognize it?" "Humph." Kurenai snorted and drank it in small sips. She recognized it. This wine was very special. As a lover of good wine, Kurenai was instantly enchanted. Funan smiled and said, "I have prepared 10 jars for you. Drink first. I will get more for you after you finish." "Get more?" Kurenai raised her eyebrows.
The wine from the daimo's residence had special supply channels. It was difficult for outsiders to obtain it, and for Funan to be able to obtain 10 jars was already surprising to Kurenai. Needless to say, he must have used special methods. No need, a little wine, not worth the risk.
Worth it. Funan smiled slightly and said calmly, "My woman likes to drink, and she will have the wine she likes. If you like the wine of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, it is an honor for him. If he does not give it to us, I will destroy it." Kurenai took a deep breath. There he goes again. I said, "No need."
Kurenai's voice, compared to before, already showed a clear softness. She did not refuse Funan's claim to be her man.
"Don't worry about that. Whenever you want to drink, come here. I assure you that you will never lack good wine."
Funan waved his hand and said, "By the way, I have bought this bar, and it will serve you exclusively in the future."
Are you crazy? Kurenai glared at Funan. If this got out, what would people think?
With the attention Funan was receiving now, if she really did that, the whole of Konoha would be talking about them by tomorrow. At that point, who knows what they would say about the two of them?
What does it matter? Funan replied discontentedly.
You are a jonin now, you have the ability to protect yourself.
I think we can make our relationship public now, don't you agree? Don't give me that. Kurenai snorted. What is the relationship between you and me? You are my woman, it's that simple and clear. Bah, who is your woman? Kurenai glared at Funan, sighed slightly, and said, "Give me some time." Funan was too dominant. He didn't give Kurenai time to think and decided everything in an instant.
However, for Kurenai, this attitude was comforting and gave her a sense of security. She is a talented kunoichi, and her father had provided her with a safe haven. She had always lived a carefree life. One day, her father died in battle, and Kurenai felt her world crumble. She had a good impression of Funan before, and Funan at this moment gave her the sense of security that her father gave her, so she naturally wanted to be with him. But her father had warned her not to have any ties with the Uchiha.
She was hesitating. By the way, Funan suddenly looked serious and said, "There is one thing I want to apologize to you for." Kurenai raised her head, surprised. "It's really about your father,"
Funan said with a serious expression.
"I think I should take some responsibility for your father's death." Kurenai's body immediately tensed. What do you mean? Funan sighed and said, "On the night of the nine-tailed fox, I deliberately didn't take action. My idea at the time was very simple. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others did not trust the Uchiha clan, I decided not to do anything to help. As for the village, there were 2 Kage-level shinobi, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Akimichi Torafu, plus Namikaze Minato with his Flying Thunder God technique. I thought the losses wouldn't be great and the Nine Tails would be sealed. Who would have known?" Funan stared at Kurenai and said, "Who would have known that your father would die?"
"If I had known, I would have intervened."
Kurenai's tense body suddenly relaxed. A bitter smile appeared on her face. "That's all? Don't worry, I won't blame you. To be precise, it has nothing to do with you. Besides, your strength at that time shouldn't have reached the Kage level, right?" "Reached?" Funan said calmly.
"At that time, I should have been able to fight with Sarutobi Hiruzen with all my strength. What I didn't expect was that Sarutobi Hiruzen only made one move that night, allowing the Nine Tails to destroy the village. Akimichi Torafu intervened, but his strength was weaker than expected.
Namikaze Minato was also held back by a mysterious man, and both he and Uzumaki Kushina were killed in combat. It's absurd."
Funan smiled bitterly.
The strongest shinobi village was actually tossed around like this by a one-eyed Obito. If it wasn't intentional, Funan wouldn't believe it. He even felt that the Nine Tails was cooperating. "Is there anything else you want to tell me?" Kurenai suddenly asked. "Yes." Funan looked at Kurenai seriously and said, "Even if you think I am trying to sow discord, I still want to tell you." "Go ahead." Kurenai looked very calm and said, I am almost 20 years old. I have my own judgment. That's right.
Funan smiled and said, many kunoichi at your age are already mothers.
Kurenai's expression didn't change. Funan nodded slightly and said, the Nine-Tails Night was, without a doubt, a conspiracy.
I don't know exactly what role Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo played, but I'm sure they wanted Konoha to suffer great losses. The Nine-Tails disaster was something they deliberately allowed.
Kurenai clenched her fists. Why? Because of power. Funan said seriously. After taking office, Namake's Minato has gradually taken over power. Sarutobi Hiruzen is naturally unwilling. If Konoha suffers huge losses at that time, who do you think is responsible? Kurenai said without hesitation, the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. Yes.
Funan continued, I had people spread rumors that Minato's death was related to Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. It's not a lie, I did some careful research and actually found some clues. They may have secretly promoted it, or at least just sat back and watched.
Kurenai took a deep breath and then exhaled. My father died in a power struggle? Yes.
Funan sighed and said, also, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others probably wanted to sacrifice some people from Konoha because more and more people were supporting Namake's Minato. Their existence might have been an obstacle for Sarutobi Hiruzen to become Hokage again.
Kurenai's expression became calmer and calmer. My father is probably among them? Yes.
Kurenai slowly closed her eyes.
I need a moment to calm down.
Funan stood up and said, I'm very good with sweet words, but you were almost my woman. I have feelings for you, and I wouldn't use your father's death to lie to you.
Kurenai didn't say anything.
Her mind filled with memories of the Night of the Nine Tails. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 118, Torafo goes full drama. 1,590 words. After hearing Funan's explanation, Kurenai couldn't be sure, but she was beginning to suspect.
For a moment, she even hoped that Funan was lying.
Because Kurenai understood how much her father respected the will of fire. But there is one point that cannot be ignored, and that is Sarutobi Hiruzen.
That night, his performance was pitiful. He hit the Nine Tails out of the village with a stick, which looked very impressive.
Apart from that, did he fight?
After dealing with the mysterious man, the fourth Hokage rushed to the battlefield and used a forbidden technique without hesitation, sealing the Nine Tails with his life.
What about the third Hokage? What about the elders? What about the will of fire? Kurenai grabbed the wine irritably and drank it crazily.
A new rumor began to circulate.
About a ninjutsu. Telescope technique. And Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed said technique. It was said that even from his office, Sarutobi Hiruzen could see anything he wanted to see with this technique. After hearing this, many shinobi fell into a strange silence. Especially the kunoichi. What did it mean to see anything? What did that old pervert want to see? Immediately, many shinobi began to protest. With this technique, they would no longer have any privacy. Who doesn't have a secret?
Especially the kunoichi, their safety was in danger.
Ah!
With a heavy sigh, a huge figure collapsed onto the desk. The Hokage's desk creaked under his weight, and the young woman next to him watched with concern, fearing that the furniture would collapse at any moment.
Acting Hokage. Stop! Torafu, still lying on the desk, raised a hand and said in a dull voice, Don't ask me, first tell me, where is Tsunade? They found her? No.
Kazu said cautiously, she seems to have discovered that we are looking for her and deliberately avoided us.
Torafu sighed weakly. Tsunade, they offered you to be Hokage and you didn't accept. Are you human? Look at Konoha now, everyone is fighting to be Hokage, and you, who have the opportunity, despise it. You don't know how lucky you are. Kazu looked at Torafu, not knowing what to say.
Thinking about what her uncle Shikaku was doing in secret, Kazu felt great sympathy for Torafu.
Wanting to find Tsunade to give up being Hokage? That could only happen in dreams. Tell me, what did you mean before? Is it about the telescope technique? Yes. Kazu said cautiously, some jonin have openly expressed their dislike of the telescope technique. Torafu said expressionlessly, find Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes. Hiruzen, who received the news, frowned. He was puzzled. The telescope technique, even Danzo, had only heard about it before. Who knew about it and spread the news? He stared at Danzo with a suspicious look. Don't look at me, it has nothing to do with me. Danzo shook his head quickly and said, I just found out a few hours ago, and I haven't separated from you until now. Hiruzen asked puzzledly, then why did the information about this ninjutsu spread? How should I know? Danzo spread his hands and said, you should think about your reputation? The rumor that Hiruzen was a pervert had circulated in Konoha for a long time, but no one had taken it seriously until now. Now, it was like a volcano erupting. Humph. Hiruzen's face darkened, snorted coldly, and said, could it be Uchiha Funan again? Danzo was stunned and said, he even knows this? Humph, don't underestimate that Uchiha kid. Knock. Knock. A series of knocks sounded on the door. Two people who had disappeared for a long time appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Utatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura. However, upon seeing Hiruzen, Koharu instinctively adjusted her clothes. The veins on Hiruzen's forehead were throbbing. What's the matter? Telescope technique. I know. Hiruzen waved his hand and said impatiently, others don't know, but you don't know? How important is this technique to us? As long as we have this technique, we can monitor Uchiha at any time. A single sentence left Koharu and Hamura speechless. What do we do with Torafu? Let's go talk to him together. Hiruzen said coldly, this technique must not be sealed. The Konoha corrupt quartet gathered again and headed towards the Hokage's office. They advanced with a great presence. With a firm and determined step. The door to the Hokage's office opened. Hiruzen walked in first, Torafu. Ugh. The words stuck in his throat. Torafu raised his head slowly, looking at Hiruzen and the others. His fat face was covered with tears. Hiruzen! Torafu shouted, his voice full of grievances. Wah! The old fat man burst into tears. The Konoha corrupt quartet trembled in unison. Torafu stood up suddenly, took a step forward, and hugged Hiruzen in his arms. Torafu cried sadly, Hiruzen, I am very wronged. Why did I want to be acting Hokage? Why am I such a masochist? Wah! Wait, Torafu, don't do it. Hiruzen was struggling with all his might in Torafu's arms. However, the opponent was too strong. Everyone in the Akimichi clan was like mountains of meat. And Akimichi Torafu was one of the most prominent, a mountain of meat among mountains of meat. Hiruzen, in comparison, was small and thin. Torafu's arm was arguably thicker than Hiruzen's waist. The scene was too much for anyone. Even Danzo couldn't help but back away a little. At the same time, he felt dissatisfied. What image did they give? Torafu ignored Hiruzen and continued crying. The old fat man has been really wronged recently. He had agreed to be acting Hokage, thinking he could do something big. Besides, what is an acting Hokage? He wants to be a real Hokage. He has a lot of ambitions. But reality had dealt him a resounding blow. He had overestimated his ability to withstand pressure. The relationship between the Uchiha and the Sarutobi clans is really fucked up. The two sides are always ready to go to war. So, Akimichi Torafu's miserable days began. Every day, he tried to keep the peace between both parties, fearing that this bomb would explode. This feeling was sour. But these two clans were restless and from time to time it occurred to them to cause some trouble. Torafu felt like his head was going to explode. Wah! What injustice! Hiruzen, you have also been a Hokage, can you understand the pain in my heart? Hiruzen was so embarrassed that he almost went crazy. Hiruzen was very disdainful of Torafu. It's only been a few days, and you can't hold on. Look at me, it's been decades. The strongest Hokage in history is not just an empty title. However, seeing a fat old man weighing several hundred kilos, crying and sniffling, Hiruzen became scared. It's so disgusting. Okay, Torafu, stop. What do we do with the telescope technique? Tell me and I'll do what you say. Torafu raised his head, grabbed a piece of paper, and blew his nose loudly. What else can be done? If the use of the Byakugan can be prohibited within the village, so can your telescope technique. Within the village, its use is not permitted. Okay. Hiruzen agreed feebly. Hiruzen. Danzo growled. He doesn't care about the telescope technique, but he does care about Hiruzen's attitude of surrender. Hiruzen silently slowly raised his hand. He had a sticky liquid on his hand. Torafu's snot. Danzo shut up instantly and didn't dare to say anything. Hiruzen. Torafu looked like he was going to cry. That's enough. Hiruzen retorted, irritated. Torafu, I've already promised you, why don't you let me go? Do you really want to continue? Okay. Torafu was a little reluctant. After winning the first battle, he wanted to continue to pursue the victory and get more benefits. But seeing how things were, it seemed unlikely. Hiruzen, explain the telescope technique. Many people are interested in it. Okay. Hiruzen agreed readily. The telescope technique is not as powerful as they think. When they enter a room, I can no longer see them. I can only use it if there are no obstacles. Hiruzen spread his hands and said, so, you don't have to be so nervous. Torafu still shook his head and said, this technique must be sealed, just like the Byakugan, it cannot be used in the village. Do you understand? I understand. Akimichi Tofu muttered in his mind, do you really think I don't know anything? Fuck, there are so many open-air hot springs in Konoha. Damn, as your former companion, I know you too well. Thinking about how this old man had enjoyed life, Torafu felt even more unhappy. Oh yes, the outdoor hot springs. If the owners find out, will they ask for compensation? They must. Torafu's eyes shone with greed. The Konoha corrupt quartet left the Hokage's office, and when compared to their entrance, they had planned to fight hard but were defeated by the snot of a fat old man. Hiruzen said with emotion, in Konoha, I suddenly feel like a stranger. It's like we don't belong here anymore. We've gotten old, monkey. Yeah, ugh. Hiruzen was about to nod, but suddenly his body froze, and he turned his head to look at the person who was speaking. Danzo and the others also turned their heads in unison. Uchiha Funan. He was there, with a wistful expression on his face. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 119, of Clans, Cries, and Careless Comments. 1,720 words. When Hiruzen saw the person who had spoken, he resisted the urge to punch him, gritted his teeth and said, Uchiha Funan. Monkey. Bang. Funan had barely started speaking when Hiruzen had already summoned Monkey King Enma, with a cold look. Goodbye. Funan threw down a word and turned to leave. Hiruzen gnashed his teeth and said, why is this haunting guy everywhere? Enma looked at him in confusion and said, is that Uchiha Funan? Why does he feel so unserious? Okay, stop talking. Hiruzen left with a grim expression. The telescope technique must not be given to you. In the Hokage's office, the situation had changed. Torafu, Kazu and Shikaku face Funan together. Why? Funan was so angry that he almost jumped up and said, I have shed blood for Konoha. Torafu was furious. I will never give you that technique. I told you, this wretched ninjutsu must be sealed. Wretched? Are there any ninjutsus more wretched than yours, Ino Shikacho? What did you say? Torafu rolled up his sleeves and wanted to fight. Want to fight? Who's afraid of who? Funan sneered. Look at you, Ino Shikacho, the Nara clan is playing with other people's bodies. The Yamanaka clan is messing with other people's minds. The Akimichi clan. Partial multi-size technique? Go to hell. I'm so jealous, ahem, you're calling me filthy? Where's your conscience?
The veins on Torafu's forehead throbbed.
Shikaku was also speechless. Funan, I'm the Hokage. Acting. That's also the Hokage. You're unreasonable. Damn. Torafu laughed in anger. You, Uchiha Funan, did you really say that others are unreasonable? Is there anyone more unreasonable than you in the whole Konoha? Enough, do you have any other business? Torafu said with a headache. If not, I'll assign you a mission and you're out of here. I have something to do. Then you do it after completing my mission. Torafu roared. Funan looked at Torafu strangely. What's wrong? Why don't you? Funan gestured and said, why don't you cry? Why don't you wipe your nose? You're actually roaring so vigorously? Kazu and Shikaku turned their heads simultaneously. They just came to the Hokage's office with Funan, and they really didn't know what happened before. Torafu had kicked them out of the office earlier. Torafu was shocked and angry. I don't understand what you are saying? Torafu said suspiciously, crying? Wiping your nose? Who would do something so inappropriate in the Hokage's office? He narrowed his eyes and stared at Funan. Funan curled his lips and said, okay, I'm dazzled, okay? Psycho. Torafu muttered. The mission I'm going to assign you is related to Suna. What's wrong? Funan asked with a mocking smile. After defeating Kumo, now you want me to take care of Suna? No problem, Suna is easier. In 10 days I can make them surrender. There is no need to fight Suna. Torafu complained. With how weak Sunagakure is, as long as the other villages don't cause us trouble, they wouldn't even dare to attack Konoha. But we need to establish our authority. Let them behave themselves and be good allies led by Konoha. Establish our authority? Funan asked. Yes. You want to trick me? Funan raised his eyebrows and said, I remember that Sunagakure just got a large sum of money from us. You want me to go now? Why don't you let Danzo go? Torafu said unhappily, if Danzo goes, can he come back? Funan spread his hands, isn't that better? Torafu rubbed his chin, really considering the idea. In the whole Konoha, except for Sarutobi Hiruzen, probably no one wants Danzo to continue living. Torafu shook his head quickly. If Danzo was really killed, Sarutobi Hiruzen will fight him to the death. Damn, I was almost led into a ditch by Funan. Don't talk nonsense. Torafu glared at Funan fiercely and said, this time, you will lead the diplomatic mission to Suna. You know what it means to establish authority, right? I know. Funan did not refuse. Pokora also had to return to Sunagakure. Besides, Raza is now Funan's toy, and he also wants to see if there is anything else worth using in Sunagakure. After agreeing on the details with Torafu, Funan winked at Kazu before leaving the Hokage's office, leaving the girl blushing. Kazu. Kazu. Torafu had to call her several times before she answered. What's wrong, acting Hokage? Ah. Torafu and Shikaku looked at each other and felt a headache. Torafu said seriously, stay away from Uchiha, understand? Yes. The little girl answered very straightforwardly. Torafu and Shikaku would say this to her several times a day, and her answer has become a routine. Torafu was even more helpless. Shikaku sighed. I'll pay more attention. Being assigned to Torafu's side is enough to show the little girl's talent. They couldn't let Uchiha Funan, that bastard, take her away. With a loud moan, the room fell silent. After a long time, Funan's lazy voice sounded, "I'll take you back to Suna." "Take me back?" Bakura was surprised. "Are you going to Suna?"
She already knew that she had to leave Konoha and return to Suna, but she didn't expect Funan to accompany her. The look she gave Funan softened a little.
"I'm worried about you going alone, and I want to spend a few more days with you," Funan said with a smile. "Besides, I'm worried that something might happen to you in Suna. You know Raza isn't dead." "Humph." Bakura snorted, looking at Funan with disdain. "What are you planning?"
After the battle against Kumo, Bakura had received the news that Raza was not dead, something that had surprised her.
How could he have survived in that situation?
It could only mean that Funan wanted Raza to stay alive.
Funan still smiled and said, "Guess?" He wasn't worried that Bakura would turn against him. They had been together for a long time and knew each other well.
Plus, he was confident in his Mangekyo Sharingan technique, which had increased Bakura's loyalty towards him.
"Raza is your man now."
Bakura's words were filled with certainty.
"Nonsense. You are my man. He is a stinky man. What use do I have for him? Although he is useful to many people, I am absolutely. I'm serious, so you be serious too."
Bakura glared at Funan angrily and said, "I warn you, even though Sunagakure is under your command, you cannot do anything that would harm them. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being kind."
Funan laughed and said, "Oh, that threat sounds like you could actually do something. Come on, dear, tell me, what could you do? Die alongside Raza? Attack me directly? Or look for those two elderly who live in hiding?" Bakura was silent for a while, sighed, and said, "It's not easy to get Chio and Ebizo back together." Raza almost protested openly, hoping that they would retire. "That's all." Funan spread his hands and said, "Then what are you still struggling for?" Bakura's eyebrows were raised, and he said, "From what you say, are you really planning to do something against Sunagakure?" Funan said slyly, "That depends on your performance." Bakura rolled his eyes in anger and said, "Stop playing around. Tell me, what exactly are you planning to do? I'll give you a guarantee." Funan smiled and said, "Yes, I plan to do some things in Sunagakure, but they won't be bad.
In fact, Sunagakure might experience unprecedented development."
Bakura thought for a moment and decided not to argue any further. Raza was Funan's subordinate. Funan was practically the shadow ruler of Sunagakure. If he handled it well, all of Sunagakure would be his. As long as he wasn't crazy, he wouldn't do anything that would harm his own interests.
Given the situation within Konoha, Funan might really need to vigorously develop Sunagakure to contain Konoha's high-level forces. In the territory of the Uchiha clan. After making a series of arrangements, Funan sat quietly under a cherry tree drinking tea. Shiraya was standing behind him, pouring him tea.
Suddenly, insects appeared one by one, forming words in front of Funan.
It was a message from the Aburame clan. After Funan saw it, he waved his hand gently, and the insects scattered instantly.
"Very good, very good. Are you connected with the Aburame clan?" Shiraya looked at Funan in surprise. "Aburame Shibi is my subordinate," Funan said calmly, leaving Shiraya stunned.
Uchiha Setsuna, who had just arrived here, was also stunned. Funan stood up, looked at Setsuna, and said, "Old man, after I leave, if the Aburame clan has any problems, remember to help.
Don't be too obvious back then. This setback is best kept in the shadows." "No problem." Setsuna replied quickly, then asked, full of expectation, "Are there any other shinobi clans? I wouldn't mind having more."
Funan was speechless and said, "Don't forget how long I've been in the clan.
Getting an Aburame to join was hard enough." "That's right." Setsuna sat opposite Funan and said, "Are you going to Sunagakure?" "Yes, there is a matter that requires my presence." "Be careful," Setsuna said with a serious expression. "You are the present and future of Uchiha. If something happens to you, do you know what will happen to Uchiha?" "Don't worry, whoever can hurt me hasn't been born yet." Shui will go with you. Setsuna's tone left no room for discussion.
It is a decision of all the elders, including the clan head. Your safety is the most important thing for the Uchiha.
Okay.
Funan agreed without objection, adding, but I don't want Shui, give me Itachi.
His strength is enough to ensure my safety. Currently, the Uchiha clan has 5 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan: Funan, Fugaku, Setsuna, Shui, and Itachi. Only 3 pairs are known to the outside world, those of Funan, Fugaku, and Shui. For 2 of these 3 pairs to be absent simultaneously is something Funan cannot afford. He cannot risk Hiruzen doing something stupid. It is safer to leave 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan in the clan.
Setsuna was a little hesitant, but when he thought of the power that Itachi had burst out during the training, he nodded.
Okay.
I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out.
Patreon.com/TitoViller. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, The Akatsuki's New Mission. 1642 words. Bang!
A bottle of liquid smashed violently on the ground. The snake's pupils were cold and ruthless. An atmosphere of murderous intent filled the room. The other people in the room were trembling, collapsing to the floor as if they had lost all strength.
Failed? Failed again. Damn it, why is this happening? Why?
A hoarse roar sounded.
Orochimaru's expression was fierce, completely different from his usual calm and confidence.
His greatest reliance, the ninjutsu he valued most, actually had such a big weakness. This was something he had never thought of before. The living corpse reincarnation feared genjutsu. If it weren't for Uchiha Funan's warning, he might have suffered a great loss in the future.
Dividing the soul causes its incompleteness, which creates a weakness to genjutsu. How to solve this? Unite the soul? Orochimaru's face was gloomy.
Binding the soul could certainly strengthen his resistance to genjutsu, but it would put his life at risk. Furthermore, the more times he split his soul, the worse his resistance to genjutsu would be.
Uchiha Funan. A name came to Orochimaru's mind. If he knew the weakness of this technique, did he also know how to solve it? Whether he knows it or not, he has to find him, right? Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips.
His cold eyes showed a hint of desire.
He was also determined to get Uchiha Funan's body.
He had been constantly experimenting lately, but he had not lost contact with the outside world. He had heard that Funan had single-handedly suppressed the Kumo duo, A and B, and still had plenty of strength to deal with others.
That awesome power was enviable. If only I could control that body.
Suddenly, Orochimaru frowned slightly, looking down at his left hand. On his pinky finger, a ring marked with the symbol void transmitted a series of messages.
Akatsuki was summoning him. At this time,
Orochimaru thought for a moment and channeled his will through the ring, heading towards the Akatsuki leader's location.
Are all the people here?
Pain's voice echoed through the large hall. The 4 members looked at each other.
We are all. The battle between Kumogakure and Konoha is over.
Pain said calmly.
Orochimaru, you have had contact with Uchiha Funan. What do you think of him? Orochimaru looked at Pain in surprise and said, does the leader want to recruit him? Yes. He. Orochimaru chuckled a few times and said, Leader, do you think this is possible?
He is the future leader of the Uchiha clan. Pain's voice was slightly cold, and he said, it is his honor to join the glorious Akatsuki.
Orochimaru did not comment. He didn't know where the honor was.
If it weren't for the interest in Pain's eyes, he wouldn't have joined this strange organization either.
Orochimaru, you know him, try it. Okay.
Orochimaru chuckled and said, I really should have a good chat with him. Pain looked at him and sighed to himself.
Although the organization did not have many members, its combat power was nothing to sneeze at. But that was all. In other respects, Pain couldn't do much. Just like this time, if he wanted to recruit someone, could Orochimaru do it? Definitely not. But who else could he send besides him?
Pain looked at them one by one, and finally said, Hashigaki Kisame, Juzo Biwa, there is a mission for you. The two raised their heads at the same time. There is a kid named Deidara, you go meet him and bring him back to the organization. Okay. Pain spoke of some other matters, informing the others of the things they needed to know. That's all, you may leave. Swish. They all disappeared at the same time. Only Pain remained. Conan walked out slowly. Immediately after, someone appeared from the void. Conan's eyes immediately showed vigilance. Obito didn't even look at her, and said, Nagato, are you interested in Uchiha Funan? Pain didn't even turn his head and said calmly, he is someone with a good level of power. Also, you can see the suffering in his eyes. He has experienced the pain of this world. Obito was stunned. Madara. Pain slowly raised his head and said in a cold voice, the night of the Ninetales attack, you failed. The times you tried to cause unrest in Konoha, you also failed. Uchiha Madara, is this all you have? I was also successful. Obito didn't care and said, on the night of the Nine-Tailed Fox, the fourth Hokage died in battle. His death caused Konoha to never develop again and remain the same. I was also half successful in the few previous conflicts in Konoha. Konoha is now divided into 3 factions and a conflict is likely to break out. When that happens, Konoha will be destroyed. After speaking, Obito looked at Pain, Nagato, we can start our plan ahead of time. Move forward with plans? Pain's expression changed, and he said, insufficient manpower and insufficient wealth. As for manpower, Conan and I can step up. Also, there's someone named Hirako we could recruit. And, like you said, Uchiha Funan is also an option. Obito thought for a while and said, as for wealth, Conan should have made a lot of money over the years. In addition, I still have a lot here. A lot? Yes. Obito gently spit out a number. Pain's pupils shrank, if so, I agree to move the plans forward. Obito sighed to himself. Wow. Is this Sunigakure? Look, those are people, those are people. Also, look, there are so many idiots. Wow, where do they live? In dirt huts? Pakura, furious, looked at Funan and, gritting her teeth, said, be quiet. Seeing that Funan had no intention of listening, Pakura could only sigh in resignation. She turned to the people accompanying Funan and said, can't you tell him something? Aren't you worried that he might end up dead on the street one day? He's not invincible. Kakashi's mouth twitched, and he said, he won't listen to anything I say. And as for Guy. Youth. With Funan's shrill howl, Might Guy rushed forward as if he had received an injection of adrenaline. Funan pointed at the desert with a grand gesture. Guy, this is a desert. Yes, Funan-sama. Funan and Guy clasped their hands tightly, their eyes burning. Even in the desert, our fiery youth will not stop. Funan-sama. Guy's eyes were filled with tears. Guy, don't cry. Our hot youth is waiting for us. Who? Baki and others who came to greet them stared blankly, their expressions were hard to describe. Ahem. Itachi coughed dryly and gestured to Kakashi. Oh. Kakashi came back to his senses, strode to Baki, and said, Baki Jonin, we meet again. Hello, Kakashi Jonin. Baki said with embarrassment, Funan-sama. Don't worry about him, let's get on with what we have to do. Kakashi had a smile on his face. Baki was obviously relieved and said, understood. Come this way. Please. The group left, leaving only Funan and Guy posing at the spot. Funan-sama, there are only the two of us left. After posing for a while, they only received stares and murmurs. Guy blinked and looked at Funan sadly. They don't value our fiery youth. This reminded Guy of the days when, despite all his efforts, he was always the object of ridicule and lived in the shadow of the talented Kakashi. Guy, don't care about other people. Funan smiled kindly, like a loving father. Even if no one else believes in us, we must persevere. One day, everyone will understand that our fiery youth, like the will of fire, will never go out.
Funan-sama. Guy burst into tears and looked at Funan with great admiration.
Of course, when the day comes when you can show your fiery youth, you will die, Guy. In Funan's heart, Might Guy is unique in the ninja world. He was the most special of all. A true man who, with his mortal body, compared himself to the gods. In the shinobi world, the most powerful had something special. The two protagonists were the reincarnations of the sons of the Sage of the Six Paths. Other powerful people had unique abilities or special bloodlines. Might Guy, who almost kicked out a big ending, is different. He is the only one who has nothing special. Neither his origin, nor his lineage, nor his resources were remarkable. Might Guy was insignificant. But, he is the only one at the level of the Six Paths other than the children of the Sage of the Six Paths. And how did he do it? With his will. He never gave up. Funan greatly respected someone like that. Guy. Funan called softly. Might Guy raised his head in surprise. Funan's tone of voice was strange. Funan slowly stretched out his fist and said, "You are the special one. Your willpower and courage are amazing. I respect you very much. You are a real shinobi. As a shinobi of Konoha, I am proud to be able to walk shoulder to shoulder with you." Guy was stunned, looking at Funan, who had a serious expression. Suddenly, he grinned. "Funan-sama, you are a hero of Konoha, and I respect you too." Bang! The two fists collided with each other. Funan smiled and said, "Guy, I hope you will not forget your original intention, come on." He turned and left. "Yes, I will. One day, I will let everyone know what a hard-working genius is. Funan-sama, just watch." From behind, Funan heard Guy scream, his tone seeming to contain a sob. "Guy, come on, you will become the most shining man." Funan had a faint smile on his lips. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/TitoViller. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox Audiobook.